Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Broken Love by Stacey Marie Brown. Narrated by Eva Kaminsky. Chapter 1. Flags of blue and gold flapped in the light breeze, doing nothing to cool me from the June heat simmering under my gown. The sticky humidity plastered the dress to my skin. The sun was slowly setting, but it only intensified the temperature on the stand set in the middle of the football field. Congratulations signs to our class were plastered everywhere, and our principal, Victoria Matlin, dressed in a dark suit with nylons, which had to be unbearable, addressed the crowd. I stopped listening after I got my diploma, lost in thought, and the need to be done with this school, this entire year. Shading my eyes, I spotted my sister standing on my father's legs, screaming my name. JJ! She waved one of my old gold and blue cheerleading pom-poms. Smiling, I waved back, my gaze falling over Mom, Dad, Grandma Nessa and Grandpa T, Grandma Penny, and then my best friend, Stevie. Today her hair was tinted gold and blue beneath her white blonde locks, in honor of my graduation. She sat next to my mom on the bleachers, putting a finger to her head, mimicking shooting herself, making me laugh. I told her she didn't have to come, but she insisted she wanted to be here for me. You need at least one friend out there. Not like you have any left in that awful school, Stevie had said the night before while out for dinner. Wow, thanks. The truth still hurt. I'm sorry, but do you have any other friends? No. I groaned, laying my head on the table, pizza steaming between us. I had gone from one of the most popular girls to a complete and total outcast. Wait, that's not true. I sat back. I do. Chris, Jones, Doug, and Megan. Can I count Megan? No. Stevie shook her head with a dramatic sigh. She doesn't like you. She's Krista's best friend. And none of them will be there anyway. Just sad whiskey. Tragic, really. Stop, please. I feel overwhelmed with warm fuzzies. You know, I must love you. I have not stepped foot on campus since the day I graduated. I even dyed my hair in your honor. This is epic love, I'm telling you. She slid a slice onto her plate, then licked her fingers. When was what? 15, 20 years ago you graduated from there? I tried to fight back my grin, sipping my soda. It was barely 5. And you're still here. Tragic, really. Maybe you and Doug could room together like the Golden Girls. Reminisce about your peak years. Careful. You're precariously close to having no friends. She had glared at me, taking a bite of pizza. I couldn't contain a laugh. We both knew this friendship was for life. Our bond and love went way too deep. This year had been excruciating, both physically and mentally. If I hadn't almost died and wound up temporarily paralyzed, I'd have been a lot more upset about losing all my supposed friends. After months, their torment in person and on social media had only slightly waned. It seemed as though the only way they could get through the day was to make mine hell. I was looking forward to moving on. From school and from this town, which kept me in a time capsule. I could never break from the tragedy that colored everyone's view of me, but I was tired of fighting their judgment, pity, and disgust. I've been here a long time. Principal Matlin glanced back at the students in the stands, bringing me back to the present. And this class will always be the one that stays in my heart. The tragic loss of Colton Harris was far, far too great of a price, and we nearly lost 2 others. I could feel everyone's regard turn to me, sizzling my already scorching skin. Their sympathy was laced heavily with scorn. The scarlet letter branded into my chest, crucifying me. I could almost hear their thoughts. Why did she live, while our golden boy, the local football hero, The one destined to bring this town glory is dead. Everyone treated Colton like a king in life and a saint in death. The perfect, wholesome boy. But I knew the truth. The mention of his name still made my stomach tighten with agony. I had come to peace with Colton, but his name still evoked emotions, memories, and the naive, simple world I had lived in before the accident. Sounds of his laughter and images of his easygoing smile, mixed with tires squealing and the crunching of metal, pumped my heart into panic. He was a bright star, whose light went out way too soon. Someone whose pure heart and soul were almost bigger than his talent in football. I tipped my head down at Matlin's statement, pressing my lips together. Pure? Colton was certainly far from that. He should be here, sitting next to his peers, planning his future. It reminds me to tell you that while you should go out and celebrate this big step and achievement, I beg you to please be safe. Looking over at my ex-friends, Colton's friends, I knew none of them would heed her warning. Most of the school would be at Jason's house, a huge graduation party catered to our class, while Carrie and Dan provided alcohol and pot. The parties paused, but didn't really stop after the accident. It had been a full school year since Colton died, and their memory of his death faded like a faraway dream. Colton may have died, but it wouldn't happen to them, right? They were invincible. I wiggled on the bench. I knew if nothing had happened that fateful night, I'd still be sitting with them, next to Colton, ignoring the principal, and talking about the party that night. Colton would be hinting at getting laid. I could see it perfectly. But it was like watching a movie. Another girl, another life. I certainly wasn't the same person I had been last September. That night I almost died, my world shattered. But instead of crippling me, I woke up. The bubble of my perfect life popped, and I realized I had been blind. I'd played a part, pleased others, and acted as the girl everyone liked, with no real clue to who I really was. That girl was long gone. "Congratulations, graduates!" the principal yelled into the mic, and the entire football field and stands exploded in cheers and applause of excitement. Caps sailed into the air, along with hundreds of balloons. It was bittersweet. I was glad to end this chapter of my life, but Colton's loss still numbed the excitement I should have felt. No matter what he had done, I missed him so much. He had been my friend, my boyfriend. He should have been here, with his twin, whose seat was also vacant. Throngs of people moved around, hugging and cheering, running to their friends. The elation in the atmosphere should have been contagious, but it only scraped against my nerves. Squeals pierced my ears as groups of girls jumped up and down, hugging each other. Guys bounced off each other's chests in a display of amplified testosterone. I knew every single person here, but not one person from my class took notice of me, except for a quick glance and scowl. The only group I might get a welcome from wasn't even here. "Whiskey!" A loud voice penetrated through the horde, cutting out all other noise like a scalpel. Stevie's nickname for me was because not only did my name sound like a brand of whiskey, she also thought my hair was the color of it. Actually, it was probably because she didn't remember my name. I turned to see Stevie trotting up to me, Reese holding her hand. My parents stood several yards behind. "Congrats, girl." She hugged me as Reese bounced on her toes, shaking the pom-poms. Since she had discovered them in the back of my closet, she had procured them as hers and went from wanting to be a princess to a cheerleader. Made me miss the princess days. "Congrats, JJ!" she chanted, waving her arms around in a cheerleading move I showed her. I picked up my little sister and squeezed her body into mine. Despite our huge age gap, she was only 6, we were exceptionally close. She was my shadow and my buddy. "I made up a cheer for you. Want to see?" She wriggled in my arms until I set her down. Of course. I rubbed her head, pulling away the blue graduation gown from my sticky frame, the light breeze touching where my short black dress didn't. I wore Chucks instead of heels, going for comfort. I never liked heels, but after the accident, my injured leg ached in flat shoes, so I knew heels would have been torture. As Reese did her little routine, consisting of a jump, twirl, and shake of the pom-poms, I clapped, which encouraged her to do it again. Another Holloway I will need to guide and shape. Stevie grinned, shaking her head. Get them young so it's easier to train the horrible ideals out of them. You mean you'll corrupt her? Tomato, tomato. Stevie clapped along with me as Reese finished her dance again. JJ! Mom and Dad moved closer, hugging me. We are so proud of you. Because I actually graduated? Pretty much. Dad curled an arm around me. You were our first, so our expectations were low. Shut up. I laughed, knocking my hip into his, knowing the truth was exactly the opposite. They had laid a lot of pressure on my shoulders. They'd been young when they had me. I got the strict parents, while Reese gained the easygoing, fun parents. Dad and I had always been close, though it had been a bit rocky lately, our relationship going through some growing pains. The shift in my personality hadn't been a smooth ride. Dad laughed, kissing my temple, while girls and teachers openly gawked at him. At only 39, Noah Holloway was tall, handsome, and fit from his job as an assistant football coach, with tousled light brown hair and steel blue eyes. I was always disturbed by the amount of attention he got from women of all ages, though he only had eyes for my mother and constantly said he married up. My mother, Amy Holloway, was equally a knockout, with her shoulder-length, wavy dark hair and brown eyes, her figure toned from all the biking she did. I couldn't deny I came from excellent genes. My baby is a graduate. When did that happen? Mom wrapped her arms around me, emotion moistening her eyes. She pulled away, but kept her fingers on my face. I am so proud of you. Thanks, Mom. I knew her tears were for more than my graduation. It was pure luck that I stood here at all, or that I wasn't in a wheelchair. I spent months fighting to walk again, but I was still plagued with a limp. But by a slim chance, I had survived the accident, making this moment even more monumental. Mom, don't. I waggled my head. I'm sorry. She sniffed. I'm so happy we're here. You're here. Her palm brushed down my long chestnut hair. I know. I covered her hand with mine, keenly aware of the fragility of life, the possibility this could have been a memorial instead of a celebration. Okay, I want to congratulate my granddaughter. Grandma Nessa bumped my mom away, her arms wrapping around me in a hasty hug. My dad's mom was a dominating control freak. I loved her, but I wasn't especially close to her or my Grandpa T, who hugged me stiffly. They were completely opposite of my Grandma Penny, Mom's mother. After Grandpa Jamerson died, she turned into a free spirit, always going on trips with her bunco group, doing things like skydiving and parasailing. She was my hero. So happy for you, my beautiful girl. Grandma Penny hugged me to her soft, squishy frame, love and light whisking off her in thick strands. She held me close, whispering in my ear. I know we have a little party for you at home before you go out with your friends. I didn't bother correcting her. It was friend, not friends. But before you get dragged away, I think there is someone here who would also like to congratulate you. Without notice, she clutched my arms tighter than any 65-year-old should and pirouetted me around. In a blink, my entire universe centered on the silhouette hanging back, leaning on a tree near Colton's memorial fountain, accelerating my heart and breath. He's here. At 6'3", with vibrant blue eyes visible under his cap, tattoos, scruff, broad shoulders, and a slight smirk dimpling his left cheek, Hunter Harris embodied everything sexy and dangerous I ever wanted in a guy. A recipe I had come to find out over the past 9 months I had no resistance to. Wearing a gray t-shirt, dark jeans, and black riding boots, as if the weather had no jurisdiction on him, he appeared cool and reserved. Shit. How did I forget how unbelievably gorgeous he is? Go, girl. Seize life. And that handsome boy. Grandma Penny shoved me forward, tearing the silly grad cap from my head. Unless he would prefer an older woman, I need a new pool boy. You don't have a pool. I could get one. I couldn't help but laugh as I strode forward, my stomach spinning, my pulse pounding in my ears. Seeing him again made my legs wobble and drenched my skin with more heat. My rapid steps slowed when I stepped under the canopy of trees. Hey. My voice came out softer than I intended, almost unsure. Hey. Not moving from the tree, his gaze moved slowly over me, his deep voice tingling my body. You're back. My throat was so tight I could barely swallow. I am. His eyes met mine, intense, but not giving anything away. How was Albuquerque? Licking my lips, I stepped closer, out of habit, peering over my shoulder, searching for witnesses. As usual, when it came to Hunter and me, eyes seemed to find us, like our connection announced itself with some sort of electrical impulse the moment we were near each other. I didn't care about most people's opinions, but I gulped nervously at my father's glower. Following my gaze, Hunter snorted, shaking his head. I see my biggest fan is thrilled I'm back too. Ignore him. I took another step, stopping only a few feet from him, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I watched you on TV. Congrats on your win. Thanks. A brief smile ghosted his mouth. True to Hunter, he didn't elaborate or brag about his latest Supercross championship win. He had pummeled the competition, and I knew the sponsors, agents, and press had to be swarming him after he came out of nowhere and beat some of the best riders. What are you doing back? I thought you were heading to Colorado next. I am. His attention ran down me again, creating a shiver up my spine. But I have a few days in between. For the past 2 months, he had been on the Supercross tour circuit, leaving school and me behind, obtaining a GED while touring the States. You told me you didn't want to be anywhere near here on graduation. With his twin brother's memorial only feet away, I didn't blame him. Graduation without Colton, standing there without your other half, would have been anything but celebratory. I lived every day with guilt for letting Colton drive that night. I couldn't imagine Hunter's. Hunter had never been a fan of high school, being the dark shadow on the edges of the campus, doing just enough to graduate and leave. Colton, on the other hand, had been the sun everyone revolved around. If anyone should have been here, it should have been him. I had dated Colton, but fell in love with Hunter long before I realized I had. Hunter and I drew close. Our feelings were encouraged by the hardship we'd been through, but we'd been discouraged by anyone with an opinion. The scandal of us being together seemed to disgust the whole town. I heard the gossip, by young and old, and the ruthless censure on my character, my behavior. I was called a whore and brother fucker by my peers and severely ridiculed by the elders. They no longer saw me as someone who went through a tragedy, but as a harlot. I could say other people's opinions didn't matter, but it was bullshit. Even the strongest person would crumble under the weight of so much cruelty, especially when many launched their attacks from the safety of their computer screens. I didn't want to. Hunter shoved off the tree, his height looming over my 5'4" frame. But he tapered off, his fingers reaching out, softly threading through my hair. "Congrats, Jamie," he whispered hoarsely, dipping his head, his gaze dropping to my lips, compelling me to lick them nervously. "You look pretty." What was it about him? The minute he came near me, I was reduced to a puddle of lust. Nothing in my brain functioned. "Hunter." I nipped my bottom lip, glimpsing over my shoulder. "I haven't seen you for over 2 months, barely heard from you, and you just show up here like nothing happened?" That day in the rain, when I jumped out in front of his truck, my heart in my hands was still the talk of the town. Everything in that moment had been perfect, a movie ending. But that wasn't how life worked. It kept going, throwing more hurdles at you. We had 2 days of bliss, our hands and lips never venturing far from each other, when Hunter got the call he had been anticipating for years. To participate in the Pro AMA Supercross Tour, starting in Las Vegas. A small but respected sponsor wanted him to wear their logo. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I could never begrudge him that. He left the next day with promises we'd talk every day. That lasted for about a week and a half before the calls dwindled. Between working to get my grades back up and his crazy schedule with press junkets and meetings, our communications grew fewer and further between. I ended up talking to Jones more than Hunter. Jones had gotten his GED as well and went on the road with Hunter, taking over as his and Chris's manager. Chris, called Tarzan by Stevie, was called to be a sub if anything happened to a rider, and their lives became a whirlwind, slowly disappearing from ours. Resentment at being left behind grew in me like a nasty mold. I was stuck listening to all the negative talk and taking the daily beatings online from ex-friends, witnessing my parents' frowns when I spoke his name, and scrubbing my locker weekly of chalked-on insults. My world was reduced to the size of Stevie and my family, and my concentration turned to getting my father to say yes to summer school abroad in Italy. The summer's focus was on art history, my dream. With reluctance, my father finally agreed, and I was leaving in 2 weeks. "I know." Hunter inched in closer, the feel of him encasing me. His sexy, familiar smell, something deeply manly and clean, with hints of his soap lingering through, made me even stupider. "I'm so sorry. My schedule barely lets me sleep. But if it makes you feel better, you were in my thoughts a lot, especially in the shower." I glanced to the side, blushing, and tried not to laugh, my head shaking, pretending as though he hadn't been the star in mine as well. For 2 people whose clothes seemed to peel away in each other's presence, we had yet to cross that line. Not in real life, anyway. Though in my mind we had countless times. "Is Chris back with you?" I cleared my throat, trying to erase visions of naked Hunter dancing around in my head. "Yeah." Hunter's gaze went over my head to Stevie. "But I'm not sure he will get a warm welcome." "No, he won't," I scoffed. Stevie and Chris were like the spider and a fly, both thinking they were the spider, only to get more tangled in the web. Hunter's heated gaze fell on me again, his voice dropping so low it was a rumble in his chest. "I've missed you." My lids squeezed together, my head dropping. That's not fair. Never liked playing fair. Don't I know it? I'm staying with Doug. Somehow he got even closer to me, his fingers trailing up my arms. I assume you'll be with Stevie tonight. Chris will be at Doug's too. Please come by. Folding my lips together, I tried to keep back the flood of emotion Hunter could inflict through me, my will caving like dry, thin crackers. Please, Jamie. Damn you, I whispered, my shoulders sagging in defeat.
Was that a yes?
Yes, I grunted, rubbing my head.
Thank you.
His hand skated over my jaw.
I have to go see Krista and Cody, but I'll be back at the house around 9. See you then.
I swallowed, only able to nod in agreement. Damn him.
Happy graduation again.
He stepped back. This is technically your graduation, too. I signaled to the celebration happening behind us.
No.
He shook his head, his eyes going over toward Colton's monument before they came back to mine, a sadness tinting them.
This is my brother's day.
He slipped back into the shadows, disappearing like only Hunter Harris could. Chapter 2. It was 9:30 when my red Jeep rolled up in front of Doug's tattered house, the worn sofa on the porch and the railing full of people smoking. Music thumped from the tiny home, and cars lined the streets. Party? Stevie tipped her head. Good. Last time I have to talk to whatever his name is. I chuckled and turned off the engine. Stevie nicknamed all her hookups after Disney characters, never learning their real names. But I knew Chris was different when he quickly went from Tarzan to his real name. They both were terrified of commitment, so it shocked both Hunter and me when neither of them had run for the door. They had been addicted to each other until he left with Hunter. But, true to Stevie, she acted relieved when he was gone, replying with a thankful sigh, saying she was glad he wasn't there, that she didn't have to bother ghosting him now, which she was about to do anyway. Total bullshit. Stevie was great at giving advice, but taking it, not so much. She was the first to run from anything meaningful. Anything that involved feelings, except me. The moment we met in physical therapy, we bonded. I think I was the only person she really let in, and still there were things she kept hidden from me. She liked things fun and present, the kind of person everyone considered their good friend, yet none were. She had a wall built solid around her, only letting a few in. I need to have one last fling before I head back to New York. She fluffed her long tri-colored hair, climbing out of my car.
Feel like an Ariel, some fiery redhead.
She could pretend all she wanted, but I knew, better than anyone, that Chris had gotten under her skin, challenged her, and she was as nervous to walk into that house as I was. My nerves were a lot harder to hide, as I tugged at the black dress I decided to keep on, hoping my chucks dressed it down enough for a house party. I left my long hair loose down my back. With every step I took, the desire to run back to the car grew stronger. Wait. I grabbed Stevie's arm as we came around the front of my car. I need a moment. Stevie stepped back with so little resistance, I wondered if she were also avoiding going in. Like she would be okay with getting back into the car as well. Very unlike her. She usually acted like a hurricane, pushing me to my limits to live life. I know of another party. She thumbed back at the car. I will gladly go there instead. We can't avoid them. Speak for yourself, she scoffed. I can do it very easily. Happily, even. Like I want to deal with him following me around all night while I'm trying to hook up. A smile grew on my mouth, my eyebrow tipping up. You think he'll be following you around all night? Of course. It's me. She motioned to herself. You have sex with me and you're hooked for life. I'm like heroin. She straightened her short plaid skirt and sleeveless rocker shirt, winking at me. Something you'd know if you had a more open mind. Right. I laughed, feeling a little weight come off my chest. It's better this way. Stevie batted her hand in my direction. Nice to have at least one person I can just hang with who doesn't want to get into my pants. I'm glad I could restrain myself enough to provide that for you. I grinned, already feeling better. Stevie had a way of easing my anxiety. She chuckled, tossing her arm over my shoulder.
I love you, Whiskey.
Ditto, girl. I squeezed her back. Stevie might have been my only friend, but I knew how lucky I was to have her. She came into my world at the moment when my life had shattered into tiny pieces, when the box I had been living in no longer fit me. She helped me discover who I really was. Not the girl I had played for so long, but the real Jamerson. The girl who got a tattoo, who wanted to travel the world and go to art school, who fell in love with her dead boyfriend's twin brother. We ready? I exhaled, staring at the front of the house, people walking in and out of the door. It was a star-filled, muggy Friday night, and school was officially out. I wouldn't find anyone here from my graduating class. They'd all be at Jason's. A perk to being here. Yeah. Stevie lifted one shoulder, her voice flippant, stepping toward the house. Tarzan's long forgotten, and inside is alcohol and a possible Ariel. With a bracing inhale, I strode forward, following Stevie up onto the porch. Pushing through the door, another round of nerves attacked my stomach. Hunter and I had left things so uncertain that after 2 months I had grown shy and tentative about where we stood. As if we didn't have enough obstacles in our way, there was now my trip to Italy, which he didn't know about, and his sudden career launch, which pulled us in different directions. The party bustled around us, the already sticky heat drenching the living room, sending most people out back, where twinkle lights draped around the backyard. I didn't see any sign of Hunter in the mixed crowd of ages and fashions. Stevie moved us out the back door, my awareness on high alert. I spotted Doug's tall frame sitting in a lawn chair, beer in hand, his feet in a kiddie pool. Doug and Stevie went to school at the same time, but she was 2 years behind him. He had dropped out his junior year and was now working as a mechanic down at the auto repair garage. Dropout Dougie was what Colton used to call him, but I only saw the sweet, simple guy who loved and welcomed all types. Not everyone was meant for college, and Doug was truly happy with his life. He wore ripped jean shorts and a t-shirt, hat on backward, his brown hair touching his shoulders. Jones, in his standard black, flat-brimmed hat, sat next to him, passing a joint to Megan. Chris sat on the other side of Doug. His gaze snapped to Stevie beside me before he glanced away, like her presence didn't affect him at all. Hunter's friends were all here, but he was nowhere in sight. I doubted Megan and I would ever be close, but I had gotten to know Jones and ended up really liking him. Nice guy, easy to be around. He always made me feel welcome and safe, which I would have never thought possible 10 months ago. The hard-edged misfits of the school had scared the crap out of me. Just as they had done to me, I had completely stereotyped them and didn't bother looking at more than surface.
Hey, it's Hunter's girl, Doug called out, holding up his beer in greeting, turning everyone my way. A deep blush spread up my neck. The difference between Stevie and Doug was Stevie didn't bother to learn your name, where Doug point-blank didn't remember. Brought on by years of pot abuse, most likely. I was simply glad he stopped calling me Colton's girl. Jamie.
Jones waved me over, blowing a mushroom cloud of smoke out of his mouth.
I'm getting a drink.
Stevie muttered in my ear. A flickering scowl swished her gaze from Chris down to Megan. Tonight was my night to play designated driver so she could drink. We took turns. Drinking and driving was a hard line for me.
Look for the hottest girl here, and you will find me.
She turned away from the group, away from Chris. He turned to talk to someone next to him, but I saw him subtly track her across the yard to the table full of booze. Those two. I shook my head, strolling over to the group. Megan's contemplation moved over me.
with only a tiny downward tug of her lips. She was first and foremost Krista's friend, and Krista's reasons for hating me only seemed to grow. At least Megan was somewhat cordial. Hey. I felt the intensity of the group's eyes on me.
How are you doing?
Jones smiled, his eyes glazed.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a few months. My throat went tight. They probably thought I had shown up because I heard Hunter would be here. Like a stalker.
Hey, Holloway.
Chris stood and gave me a quick hug, his Australian accent more prominent tonight. Besides Jones, I felt the most comfortable with Chris. Always warm and sweet. Nothing seemed to ever bother him. Except possibly Stevie.
It was your graduation today, right? Congrats.
Hey, Chris. I hugged him back. Thanks.
Was that today?
Jones snorted, more smoke coming out of his nose as he chuckled.
Shit. My mom and sisters are gonna be pissed I missed it.
Yeah, idiot. Did you forget? Megan took the joint from him. We are now officially out of that hellhole. Good riddance. She sucked in on the joint, staring at the night sky. Megan was pretty, with a dark, creamy chocolate complexion and dark eyes. But her hard exterior made me feel hesitant, as though the ground around her was unsteady. Her curly black hair was tied up in a messy bun. She wore a white tank, cut-off guy shorts with combat boots. Being the only girl, and the only black girl at that, in the threesome with Jones and Hunter, Megan had received a lot of shit at school. For the color of her skin, because she dressed like the guys, didn't fit into society's norm, and the fact she hung out with white stoner boys, she became a target by several groups. Though I never participated, her distrust of me came from the fact I had once been part of one of those groups who used to look down on her. She probably thought it was sweet justice I was now the target of their animosity.
Well, glad to have you back. Grab a drink and a seat.
Doug motioned to the open chair near me.
Have no idea where your man is.
He's not my man. My voice came out softer than I intended, chagrin exploding through me like a bomb. I perched on the seat in case I needed to bolt at any second.
Please, the longest he stays with any girl is for a night or two. Maybe 2 if they're amazing in bed. Months later and you're still here.
Doug waved at me.
That says you're his girl to me.
Fuck, Dougie. Jones half groaned and half sniggered, dropping his head in his hands.
Filter that shit. What? What'd I say that wasn't true?
Doug jerked his head to Jones.
Hunter's been sniffing around this one even before Colton died.
Oh my God. Megan snorted, giggles bursting out through her clenched lips as she tipped forward. Jones bent over his legs, laughing so hard he went silent, only his body shaking. A loud inhale drew him back, his red eyes blinking up at the sky.
Holy shit, Doug.
He fought the chuckles still erupting out of him.
You have no tact. None. What?
He shrugged, looking so bewildered I couldn't help but laugh along with everyone. Chris snickered as he downed the rest of his beer.
What's funny over here?
Stevie walked up behind me, handing me a soda, her other hand holding a red cup.
Doug being Doug.
Jones continued to giggle, he and Megan clearly high as hell. He pounded on Doug's shoulder.
Always entertaining, man. I'm gonna get another beer. Anyone want anything?
Chris stood up, pointing around the group, not changing his expression as he looked at Stevie, as though she was just anyone else at the party. I'm good. I held up my soda.
I'll take another.
Doug raised his hand. Me too, Megan added. Stevie snorted beside me at Megan's response, making me glance at her. I saw Megan shift in her seat, her teeth grinding. I knew they didn't care for each other, a friend protecting her friend kind of thing. But this seemed strange. I sent Stevie an inquisitive look, but she shrugged and glanced away. Chris took off, not looking at Stevie. Watching her, I saw her mouth part slightly, her neck craning around to watch him walk away, her shoulders tightening. She didn't even try to hide that she was staring at him. Oh, well played, Chris, I thought. Knowing Stevie like I did, if he had shown her a sliver of emotion or interest, she would have backed away, running for the hills and acting like he was being too clingy. His disinterest only reeled her in like a fish. I think I actually need a refill. Stevie still stared after him, her lids narrowed. There's a hot girl over there anyway. You okay, Whiskey? Yeah, go. She nodded and took off for the bar, her focus on the blonde girl who happened to be standing near Chris. Shaking my head, I faced the group, all of us chatting easily. My back was to the sliding door of the house, and the music reverberated loudly around the yard. Tons of people milling around, drinking, laughing, and playing with water guns. But somehow I knew the moment he stepped out. Like every molecule in my body was in tune with his, sensing him before he was there. Hunter! People called out his name. My stomach dropped like an atom bomb. My body stiffened, the back of my neck prickling. The haze is in the house. There he is, Doug boomed out, raising his drink again. I couldn't turn around, couldn't breathe. My heart thumped heavily against my ribs. Hey, guys. Hunter's voice drifted over my shoulder, a hand grasping the back of my chair. Sorry we're late. We're? Krista, you made it, Megan said, my head jolting around. Standing right next to Hunter, Krista's smile tapered when her gaze landed on me. Tall and thin, Krista was dressed in jean shorts, sandals, and a tank, her dark blonde hair in a ponytail. She was pretty, but had an even harder edge than Megan, and she had no qualms about showing me how she really felt about me. Sometimes I wondered if it had anything to do with Colton anymore. She quickly looked back to Megan, an easy grin consuming her face. Yeah, Hunter thought I needed a night off. Got his mom to watch Cody for an evening. Krista clutched his arm, beaming up at him. You should have seen Cody when Hunter walked in. He lit up like a Christmas tree and waddled over to him, calling him Dada. Aww. Everyone cooed except me. I wanted to throw up. I got her point, which was most likely aimed at me. Though Hunter was not actually Cody's father, he was his daddy. They were a family, and I could never be part of that. Miss the little guy. Hunter's hand still gripped my chair, brushing my bare back, his gaze on the group. Hated being away from him that long. He grew so much. I gulped, the pit in my stomach hollowing out. Tell me about it. Krista shook her head. He's become such a handful, curious and into everything. Mama needs a drink. Let's go, girl. The bar is right over here. Megan jumped up, grabbing her friend's arm, the pair heading over to the picnic table. Get a drink and sit down, man. You're home now. Doug pointed at Megan's empty chair. We've been watching your girl for you. Jones groaned again. I appreciate it. Hunter's hand slid from the back of my chair to my fingers, wrapping around them, tugging me from the chair. Jamerson. His husky voice fluttered down my legs. Come with me for a moment. I silently followed, his fingers lacing with mine as he walked us through the house, not stopping as dozens of people shouted his name, patting him on the back, congratulating him on his latest win. He nodded, thanking them, directing us out the front door and down the steps. We headed the same way we did the one night I ended up with a tattoo on my arm. The heat of the night instead of the cold and rain gave me a strange déjà vu. He stayed silent, the sound of crickets and our feet brushing the road filling the stillness between us, his hand still wrapped around mine. Music from cars and lights from the main strip came into view, the sign of the tattoo parlor blinking down the road. Finally decided to get the Donald Duck tattoo on your forehead? I nudged our hands toward the shop. His cheek dimpled, his gaze dropping to me.
Thought we were both getting Daffy Duck.
Matching? My head shook. Now, that's just tacky.
Oh, okay, that's tacky. Not the fact you'd have a cartoon character inked on your forehead.
It's Daffy. How could that ever be wrong? He stopped us, turning to me, his gaze heavy on my face and body.
Sorry I was late. I hadn't seen Cody in so long. He's growing fast.
He licked his lip, staring at the ground.
Getting my mom to babysit took a lot more time than I thought.
I thought she wanted to step up and be part of his life. His jaw rolled.
So did I.
What happened? Hunter sighed, dropping my hand. He turned us away from the main street, where people grouped around the ice cream parlor and restaurants, traveling to quiet residential streets.
Some things are better in theory than in action, especially when she'd rather be drinking and forgetting the fact she's getting a divorce from my dad.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. They haven't really been happy in a long time. They were more partners in business than in love. My father's indiscretions were deeper than hiding things about Colton. He'd been having an affair for years.
Oh.
We all knew about it, but I guess there is only so long you can ignore things. The stuff about Colton having a kid changed something in my mom, and now she can't go back to being willfully ignorant to other aspects of my father.
I can relate. I understood not being able to return to normal after your world changed. I remember the evening of Colton's memorial potluck. I'd looked at Julia and realized if Colton lived, I could have easily been like his mom, stuck in a loveless marriage, playing the dutiful wife for appearances while he cheated on me. Hell, Colton had already been cheating on me. He had a baby with another woman. I couldn't imagine going back to the girl who would have allowed herself to fall into that life just because it was easy. She died in the car that night, along with Colton. And as much pain as I went through, as much as the loss of Colton destroyed me, I preferred the person I had become.
Still, all she knew was that life, so she's not handling things well. And Cody is a reminder of all the things wrong right now.
Anger flashed over his face.
I thought spending time with him might change her outlook, help her see what is important, and how Cody is the most important thing in the world. He is the cutest, sweetest kid.
I loved how much Hunter worshipped Cody, but I couldn't deny the looming feeling in my gut, the one that told me I would lose this game I didn't even want to play.
My mother is not what I want to talk about.
Hunter grabbed my arm, turning himself to face me. He cupped my face, pressed himself against me.
Damn, I've missed you.
Really? My nose flared at his intoxicating smell, keenly aware of how his body ignited mine. I'm sure those promo girls distracted you just fine. During his races, whether he won or lost, the promo girls flocked to him like sharks on chum. They all had huge pushed-up boobs, ripped abs, and tight asses showing from their skimpy outfits. They'd line up on each side of him, smiling, giggling, and kissing him. A grin tugged at his cheek.
Jealous?
I'm not playing this game with you. I tried to step back, but he pulled me harder against him.
I'm not playing anything. I couldn't give a shit about them.
His voice rumbled, his lips only inches from mine.
I wanted you there.
A simple call, text, an email, I replied.
That's all I needed. I want you to go after your dreams. This is an amazing opportunity. But I'm not going to be the girl who sits at home by the phone. Then come with me. His hands moved into my hair, launching shivers across my skin. What? I tipped my head to look into his blue eyes. School's done. You have no commitments here, right? Come with me to Colorado. I can't. Why? Because I can't take off on a whim. Why can't you? What's keeping you here? That's not the point. You don't get to come back after weeks of silence and act like nothing changed. A simple call would have been nice, Hunter. After all we have gone through, I'm not going to be walked all over again. I've already been hurt by one Harris brother. He flinched. I know. I'm sorry. Not good enough. I turned away and walked back toward Doug's house. All the things I found out about Colton, none of them hurt like Hunter's withdrawal. We had been through hell together. I thought the bond we created, the obstacles we hurdled over, had brought us closer. His schedule was crazy, I understood that. But I also was done not being important in someone's life, only taking little scraps provided to me. Colton's first love and priority had been football. Then it was getting laid by any girl he could, while I blindly stood by him, not realizing I was nowhere near the top of his list. He gave me just enough to pacify me, and I accepted it. No more. Jamie, wait. Hunter clutched my arm, whirling me around. Please. Ripping from his hold, I stepped away from him, his nearness befuddling my brain. It's been insane since I took off. A blur. I haven't slept or had a moment to myself. But none of that is an excuse. I should have called. You should have. I nodded, turning to depart, but his hands grasped my shoulders, twisting me to him. I promise it won't happen again. His hungry gaze strolled over my frame, then he tugged me into him. I love you, Jamerson, and I'll do whatever I need to do to make it up to you. Please, come with me to Colorado. I would really like you there. My mouth opened and shut. My first instinct was still to think of my parents, not to do anything they wouldn't approve of. Be the good girl. But I was 18, and no longer had school to worry about. Please. His breath trickled down my neck as he nuzzled in closer, my defenses falling away. Hunter had that effect on me. I tried to fight him for so long, but whatever was between us always won out. Say yes. His mouth brushed mine, just enough to tease me. Damn, you really aren't playing fair. Should have learned that about me in our pillow fight. He smirked, skimming my mouth again, tugging slightly on my bottom lip. Come with me. It's only for a few days. Italy wasn't for another 2 weeks. A couple of days would be fine. My parents would have to deal. For us, I was willing to do anything. You make me crazy, Hunter Browning Harris. I pressed my fist into his shirt. That sounds awfully like a yes. His fingers locked at the back of my head, his mouth sliding across my jaw. And right back to you, Jamerson Vanessa Holloway. You can probably feel how much. I could, and it was spinning my head with epic desire. We had gotten close to having sex on various occasions, but interruptions had always prevented it from happening. With Colton, the thought of sex scared me in a general sense, but the feeling disappeared the moment Hunter was near. I wanted him. I always did. Yes. I tugged him closer to me, the months apart vanishing under the weight of my need. Say it again. Yes, I will go with you. He tugged my head, his mouth crashing into mine. Desperate, brutal.
The ache between my thighs had me groaning against his mouth, greedy for more. His tongue parted my lips, deepening our frantic kiss. For the first time in months, I felt my soul soar. Chapter 3. The plane descended on the mile-high city. The flat, dry plains of Denver were a stark contrast to the dramatic snow-capped mountains in the background, soaring up to the sky in pitched peaks. The evening sun lowered in the west, shading the plains in deep purples. My face pressed against the small window, greedy to take everything in. My family never had a lot of money for travel. We took a few car trips to the coast for summer, and one time I flew to Florida with Grandma Nessa, but I was 10 and hardly remembered the journey. Even this small excursion woke something in me, a part that felt desperate to explore the world, to seek out adventures waiting for me. My tiny world, where I had lived so long, had exploded, pushing me out into the glaring world, and I wanted more. Oh, come on. One more. I jerked around at the sound of Stevie's voice. She sat next to me, pleading with the flight attendant, waving her empty plastic wine glass around. Please, you don't know how much I can't be sober right now. I'm sorry, miss, but we're about to land. The lady smiled politely, leaning over Stevie's seat. Right, about to, as in we haven't yet. I can still get one more. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take that. The lady plucked the glass from Stevie's hand, her forced smile twisting tighter, before she continued her walk down the row, checking for seat belts and tray tables. Cruella de Vil just took my glass. Stevie stared at her empty palm like someone kicked a puppy. But you were going to lick the glass, weren't you? I patted her shoulder, the now blonde and rainbow-tipped hair sweeping down as she pouted. Possibly. She turned to me, her annoyance bearing down on me. This is your fault, Whiskey. How did you talk me into this again? Because you love me, and my parents wouldn't let me go unless you came. I love your parents think I'm a good influence on you. They really should know better by now. You'd think. I laughed. Except, strangely, my mom loved Stevie. I think she knew Stevie was a wild child, but from the day I met her, she brought out the best of me, demanded I open my eyes and experience life. Her tattoos and piercings couldn't hide the good person beneath. My dad wasn't as comfortable with her as my mom, but I think the idea of me sharing a hotel room with a girl eased his conscience, even if it was all a facade. Stevie hadn't been terribly hard to convince, even though she complained and said she was only going for me. We both knew it was a lie. Chris was in Denver. She couldn't stop the pull of him any more than I could with Hunter. At first, my parents had been resistant, Dad responding exactly like I figured he would. No. He shook his head, his face set, his voice obstinate. No way. End of discussion. Dad, I'm 18, I said calmly, trying not to react to his response. Good for you, but I still said no. You are not flying off to Denver to see that man boy. He has a name, Dad. Hunter. I gripped the back of the dining room chair, facing both my parents in the kitchen. Grandma Penny and Reese sat on the sofa behind me. JJ, I have to agree with your father, Mom said softly. She was trying harder to accept Hunter in my life, but I think his 2-month absence gave them false hope we had moved on from each other. Why? I tipped my head, knowing exactly their reason, but wanted to see them squirm, say it out loud. I'm taking off for Italy soon. Denver should be nothing compared to that. That's different. My father set down his beer, shaking his head. Why? Because. I blinked innocently, waiting for him to continue. His panicked expression flashed to my mom for help. "That's for school. This is—" Mom tapered off, giving my father the same desperate expression back. "About sex. Just say it." I folded my arms. Dad spit out his sip of beer, pounding on his chest as he coughed, his face reddening. Did they realize the trouble I could get into abroad? It was all an illusion. When I was there, they wouldn't really know what I was doing and could feign innocence. But letting me get on the plane, heading to Hunter, they couldn't pretend. Think of it this way. Instead of going to the Florida Keys for the senior trip, like all the people in my class are doing, where there will be extensive drinking, partying, and sex happening, I'm going to Denver, sharing a room with Stevie. I should probably let her know she was going with me. "You two need to stop being so freaking uptight," Grandma Penny shouted from the couch. "Let the girl go!" "Mom." My mom shot her mother a glance. "What, Amy?" Grandma swiveled around. "I remember you sneaking out several times for a boy, running off to be with whatever boyfriend you had at the time. Like the concert in New York with that guy who was 10 years older than you. What were you, 16? "Mom," my mother exclaimed, her head wagging. "Not helping." I lifted my eyebrows at my mom. I heard bits and pieces over the years of Mom's wild teenage years. Where had that girl gone? "This is not your place, Mother. Our house, our rules." "Thank you." Dad nodded emphatically. Grandma Penny shook her head. "Yes, it is your house. But don't act like you weren't young once and never did rebellious things. Hell, Jamie is an angel compared to you. Don't push her until she rebels like you did. Jesus, girl, you were the bane of my life those years, always in trouble. But now I realize it was because your father and I were too strict with you. The more we tightened the reins, the more you acted out." She turned to me. "Don't make my mistake. Jamie is a good, responsible, smart girl. She acts more like an adult than her actual age. Let her experience life. Don't be so scared of losing her that you forget to let her live it." I whipped back to my parents, not giving them a chance to respond. "Stevie will be there, and I will call and text all the time. But I am going." Dad rubbed 2 fingers over his chin, a sign of agitation. "And where is this money coming from that will get you there?" "I've saved some money from my birthdays and graduation." I was one of those responsible kids. My dad frowned, probably hoping he had me on that one. "And if she didn't have some, I'd give it to her." Grandma shot over her shoulder. "Mother." My mom sighed, tipping her hip into the counter. I could see her caving. "Stevie will be there?" "Yes." It wasn't quite a lie, because I knew Stevie would do this for me. She always had my back. "Wait, are you saying yes?" Dad gaped at Mom. She sighed, giving my dad a poignant look. "Amy." "She's an adult, Noah. She's always been so responsible. We have no reason not to trust her. She's never asked anything from us. We can't keep her in a bubble, no matter how we feel about him. We're only going to push them together instead of apart. We have to believe we raised our daughter right and let her go." Dad huffed, moving around the space in a tight circle. Finally, he exhaled, his jaw still tight. "You will text us the moment you land and call every day?" I was only going to be gone 2 days, but I nodded. "Okay, fine." "Thank you," I squeaked, running to hug both, and gave my grandma the biggest smile. She winked back. Even though Stevie agreed to go with me, as our plane rolled to the gate, she looked like she wanted an escape hatch and a hell of a lot more wine. "We can stop at the bar before we get a taxi, right?" She swung her weekend bag on her shoulder, tossing me mine from the overhead bin.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were nervous.
I grinned, pulling on my backpack.
This doesn't have anything to do with a certain boy you imagine in a loincloth, does it?
What?
No.
She scowled at me. So over that. He only helped me confirm I like girls better. Uh-huh. I rolled my lips, trying not to outright laugh, and followed her out of the plane. Please. The only reason I'm here, besides for you, she flicked her chin to me, is the multitude of smoking hot promo girls who will be around this weekend, wearing practically nothing. I'm so off guys right now. Remind me not to get blinded by a hot muscular ass this weekend, no matter how good it looks in a riding uniform. Not worth it.
Oh, Stevie, you are full of shit.
I'm about to be full of alcohol. She steered me toward the airport restaurant. I warned you the only way I would go was drunk. Sure. This had nothing to do with the fact we were about to meet the boys at the hotel in 20 minutes. That notion made me want to drink as well.
Jamie.
Hunter's deep voice sailed up the back of my neck. I twisted around, my breath hitching in my throat. My knees felt wobbly seeing him standing there in his typical outfit of dark jeans, black t-shirt, and boots. He looked amazing. His brown hair, slightly longer on top, was tousled and sexy. Scruff lined his face, and his blue eyes latched onto me. He was the kind of guy who made smart girls act dumb as hell. Colton had been flirty and fun, but Hunter was drenched with visceral sexuality and untamed energy. He'd watch you quietly, his gaze raking over every inch, disarming and undressing you without moving or speaking, causing your pulse to pound without a word from him. Hey. My heart impaled itself on my ribs as he walked up to me in the lobby of the hotel. I had texted him when we arrived, letting him know we were here. Stevie and I quickly got refreshed and came back down. One of the Supercross sponsors was putting on a party in the hotel bar. It was cooler and drier in Denver than I was used to, the humidity down south suffocating, but I still wore a cute black summer dress and my boots, a chill goosebumping my flesh.
You girls all settled in?
His boots touched mine, his gaze heady. Yes, we're in room 439.
Just a few doors down from mine.
The edges of his lips tipped up as his gaze darted over my shoulder.
Hey, Stevie.
Hey, she responded, her eyes scouring the area.
He's in the bar.
Hunter thumbed back at the dark, swanky restaurant entrance crowded with bodies, music thumping from it. A sign at the entrance read, "Private Party."
Who?
She peered at Hunter with disinterest. Hunter laughed, a knowing look bouncing between us.
So, you're gonna play it like that too, huh?
Play what? She flipped her hair, walking past us. Only thing I plan on playing with is one of those hot girls. Hunter tipped his eyebrows.
Funny. That's what he said also.
Good for him. As long as he stays out of my way, we'll be fine. She walked confidently into the bar.
Jesus, those two.
Hunter rubbed his temple.
Both playing the same game, pretending they don't care.
Chris, too?
If I had a quarter for every time he subtly asked me when you girls were arriving, I would have my bar tab paid in full tonight. He watched the door and my phone more than I did.
Hunter stepped closer to me, sliding his fingers up my jaw.
And let me tell you, I looked at them nonstop.
His thumbs brushed over the tips of my ears.
I'm so glad you're here.
Are you? I pressed into him, lifting an eyebrow.
You don't know how much.
I think you need to show me.
You asked for it.
His dimple twitched in his cheek, a desirous smile curving his mouth as it came down on mine. Starving and fierce, I grabbed his t-shirt to hold on as his lips demanded and consumed. The world disappeared around me, a blaze spreading over my body. His fingers curled into the back of my head, tugging me even closer. Even if we jumped in the middle and let the flames devour us, I still wanted to be closer, to feel him everywhere. I was aware of people walking by us, remarks being made, mostly by girls, but nothing ever seemed to matter when I was with Hunter. Not what people thought or what was right or wrong. It was just him and me. Hunter made a loud, throaty noise and broke away. "If I don't stop now, I'm taking you upstairs. Screw the party." Sounded good to me. I shrugged, making Hunter groan. "Jesus, Jamie, don't tempt me right now." He tipped his head into mine, kissing me one more time before stepping back, giving me a view of the hardness lining his jeans. His gaze followed mine, and he growled, whirling around into the dimly lit bar. "Stevie will kill you." "Unless we invite her." I caught up with him. He laughed, nodding, and grabbed my hand, pulling me through the throng of people crowding the bar. The sponsor putting on the party had promo girls walking around in minuscule outfits with alcohol shots for the crowd. Even the off-duty promo girls were noticeable in or out of uniform. No denying they were hot, but none looked natural. Hair, boobs, nails, skin, makeup, all were overdone. Not that the viewers or the riders cared. I felt plain, naive, and young in comparison. I couldn't help but wonder why Hunter wouldn't want a girl like that. A girl without baggage, with no tie to his brother or that night. Girl after girl tried to stop Hunter, whispering in his ear, hugging him, kissing his cheek as though I weren't there. Anything to get his attention. They all seemed to want to be the one he looked at or decided to take upstairs. His grip around my fingers increased, pulling me closer to his side as he politely moved past each stunning girl. Their attention landed on me with a mix of emotions. Surprise, irritation, judgment, hatred, curiosity. Each looked at me as though assessing why I was at his side instead of them. One raven-haired girl especially glared at me with pure detestation, not hiding her scrutiny, her gaze running over every inch of me, a snarl on her lip. Please, please tell me he hasn't slept with her. Or any of them. "Bar's open only for the Supercross crowd," he said to me, or rather yelled over the loud music. "And no one is driving. So, what would you like?" "One of those ciders," I replied. He nodded, pointing. "There's Stevie. I'll go get us drinks and be right back." I thought he would just walk away, but he leaned over and kissed me, not caring who was watching, before he headed deeper into the mob at the bar. Grinning like a fool, I made my way toward Stevie. She was talking to a striking Asian girl, not in a promo uniform, though she wasn't wearing much more than strips of cloth anyway. I knew Stevie, and she mostly let them come to her. She was leaning in way too close, touching the girl far too much. My gaze scanned the room. As I thought, Chris was not too far away, flirting ridiculously with a gorgeous black beauty, her hair naturally curly and wild, her dress like skin, announcing every curve of her perfect body. She was breathtaking, but still I noticed Chris's attention sliding every once in a while to my friend. It made me want to smash their heads together. "Hey, Stevie." I touched her back, coming around to her side. "Whiskey." Stevie's eyes were glazed, her cheeks red. "I was wondering where you were." "Meet my new friend." She tapered off, looking at the girl to introduce herself. "Hi, I'm Joyce." The girl smiled, shaking my hand. "Mulan, the sequel." Stevie covered the side of her mouth, whispering hoarsely. "It had a sequel, right? Well, it does now." "How are you so drunk? You walked in like 5 minutes ago." She did drink on the plane and at the airport bar, but I didn't think she had been that intoxicated yet. Stevie motioned to all the waitresses moving through the room with trays of free shots. They were very kind. I think I met most of them. Twice. Wine, now tequila. Good plan. I shook my head. "Hey, Mom." Stevie frowned. "No one is driving here, and the room is only a few floors up." I was firmly against drinking and driving, but I wasn't against drinking. I'd been around Stevie enough to know she had a lot of demons and pain she kept hidden, mostly going back to her father, but I'd never seen her drown herself in alcohol like this. It might have been a coincidence, but it all started around the time she and Chris parted ways. I asked her over and over what happened between them, but she never said more than, "He left, good riddance."
"Stevie, I see you're already making friends. Hey, Joyce."
Hunter's deep voice rumbled from behind me as a bottle seemed to levitate over my head into my hands. The feel of him as he pressed into my back made me short of breath. He felt hard against my ass, and it took everything in my power not to rub against him. I'm friendly like that. Stevie grinned, giving the girl a wink. Joyce's eyes jerked around, as though she didn't know what to make of Stevie's look or what was going on. A rumble vibrated my back as Hunter chuckled.
"Where's Craig, Joyce? Is he here?"
Relief flushed over Joyce's face. "Yeah, he's getting me another drink." She motioned to a guy at the bar, smiling dreamily. "We're only having one more, then heading up. He wants to be in top form tomorrow. Hoping to beat you." She teased Hunter, already moving toward her boyfriend. "I'm gonna go see if he needs help." She practically ran away. Hunter snorted, his hand pressing into my hip.
"Oh, Stevie. Hitting on straight girls now?"
"I hit on straight girls all the time. You'd be surprised how many aren't so straight." She snapped at Hunter, her cheeks turning a deep red.
"Try to get the ones who aren't newly engaged," he said.
His hand wandered over my body, stealing my rational mind. "She's engaged?" Stevie huffed.
"Whatever. On to the next."
"Chris!" Hunter hollered over my head, causing Stevie's eyes to go wide, her lips pursing. Hunter waved his arm at his friend. Chris glanced at him, then at Stevie, his expression going to stone. He leaned over, kissed the girl he was with on the cheek, said something to her, then strolled to us. Stevie folded her arms, mimicking his unemotional air, looking at her empty shot glass like she wished it would magically fill.
"Hey!"
Chris grinned easily, his focus entirely on me.
"You guys made it."
"Hey, Chris." I broke away from Hunter to give him a huge hug. "Looking forward to seeing you guys race tomorrow." He nodded, his happy grin sliding slightly as he turned.
"Hey, Stevie."
"Hey." Her head bounced in response, but her eyes never connected with his. Quickly, the pop music pulsed between us, straining the awkward silence instead of filling it. "So," I licked my lips. "Where is Jones? I thought he was your manager now."
"He's flying in the morning. His youngest sister had another baby."
Hunter's hand fell to my hip again.
"Shit. Those sisters multiply like gremlins. What's this? His 6th or 7th niece and nephew."
Chris took a huge swig of his beer, as if he were trying to down it in one gulp.
6th. And only 2 of those are boys."
Hunter chuckled, tipping the bottle to his lips.
"Lots of women in that house."
The conversation seemed light and friendly enough, but all I could feel was the tension. And for once, it wasn't Hunter and me. There was another beat of silence before Chris held up his barely empty beer bottle.
"Gonna get another? You guys all good?"
"Yeah." Hunter nodded.
"Only drinking this one before I head up." Got to be on tomorrow. See, that's why I don't mind being such an average rider. I don't have to be good or answer to anyone. No one cares.
Chris slapped Hunter on the arm, wiggling his eyebrows at a passing promo girl.
I get the perks of being a rider without the restrictions. Have a good night. See you guys tomorrow.
He squeezed my hand, nodding at Hunter.
Stevie, he said quickly before he darted off to the bar. Wow.
Hunter curved to her.
I didn't think it was possible that you were capable of being so quiet. Ever.
Shut up, asshole. She glared at him. I had nothing to say to him. Conversation with an ape would have been more stimulating. Well, Tarzan does talk to apes. I grinned behind my bottle. Maybe he can introduce you. You know what? Stevie huffed, fluffing her hair. I've had enough of you two tonight. I'm going to find myself a plaything, so you might not want to come back to the room. Unless you're finally open to that. She rolled her shoulders back, waving at me. Have fun. She vanished into the horde. Can I smack them? I twisted in Hunter's arms, facing him. They are being idiots. Why can't they just admit they like the other and stop trying to hurt one another and themselves?
Chris doesn't talk about his past much. Only once, when he was drunk, did he mention a girl he dated. But as long as I've known him, he has never seen a girl for more than a week. Usually one night is enough. Stevie totally fucked with his head. I don't think he knows how to deal with her.
Same with Stevie. I placed my hands on his arms. I hate seeing them try to hurt the other only because they're too scared to admit they feel something for the other. Hunter's mouth twisted, his arms circling around me.
You mean like we did?
I inhaled, letting the notion fall over me. He was right. It was exactly what we had done. I denied my feelings for Hunter for a long time. We lashed out at each other, trying to fight against them. There were days I still tried, when the judgment of others, of my own parents, seemed too heavy. But then I knew I wanted no one else. Being here where nobody knew our past or what we went through created a fleeting moment where I could pretend we were a normal couple. Just a guy and girl, figuring out our relationship. But we weren't normal, and never would be. Nor would we ever be accepted into some circles. He set his beer down on the table, his regard thick with unsaid words.
You want to stay here?
No. I shook my head as a herd of elephants stomped around in my stomach, knowing what my answer meant. He grinned, plucking the half-full bottle from my hands, placing it next to his. Without a word, he laced our hands together and led me out of the restaurant. The bright lights of the lobby zapped reality into me, heating my cheeks when I looked over at the family and other couple waiting for the elevator. Nerves sprang up like grass and mingled with excitement. I wanted this, but I was still terrified. With Colton, I had made every excuse, never feeling ready. Funny, the one time in our relationship I had been ready, wanted nothing more than to cross that line. I found out later it was Hunter with me that night, not Colton. Then the night in the physical therapy room, the first time Hunter and I really kissed. I wanted him, wanted to be with him, feel him. We didn't speak the entire way up. His heated gaze only stole more air from my lungs. He stopped a few doors before the room I shared with Stevie, opened it, and let me walk in first. Shit. Maybe I should have finished my drink to ease the battle of butterflies wrestling it out in my gut. With us, it had always been spontaneous, in the heat of the moment. This felt much more intentional and strangely awkward. This feels... I gulped as he shut the door behind him. What? Cheesy? I gestured around the room. A hotel room? I don't know.
It doesn't feel like us. My pickup is right out front. He stepped in front of me, desire vibrating off him, a grin playing on his lips. No problem with that. I laughed, feeling a bit lighter. Actually, a noise, almost like a growl and a groan, quavered his chest, his frame bumping mine. Hunt. I opened my mouth, but his hand gripped the back of my head, cutting off whatever I was going to say, his mouth colliding into mine with raw brutality, igniting me in flames and burning away all reservations and nerves. He grabbed my ass and lifted me up, my legs wrapping around his torso, his erection rubbing against me. I wanted to be closer, to have him inside me. He tossed me on the bed, following behind, sinking between my legs. Fuck. Jamie. He bit my lip, sucking it. My brain spiraled into primal mode. I didn't care how frantically I tore at his shirt, or didn't mind the noises his touch instigated with every nip of his lips. He sat back, pulling his shirt over his head, and took off my boots and his own, and then returned his mouth to mine. Hunter walked the line of violent need, which seemed to incite my own wild desire. I loved his passion, the intensity of his mouth and hands on me. The little summer dress I had been wearing met the floor in seconds, leaving me only in a bra and underwear. My fingers wrenched at the buttons of his jeans, feeling the heat coming off him. Hunter had nothing ordinary or boyish about him, his body included. Even at 18, his physique was more man than a boy. Broad shoulders, tattoos, rippling abs that made me want to cry, and a deep V-line cutting down his hips like arrows, pointing to his cock. I detested that Colton came to mind just then. He used to tease that they were duplicates, except in one area, Colton leading me to believe he was the bigger one of the two. I hated I knew the truth, but I did. I mean, we dated a year. I wasn't a nun. We did fool around a lot. And Colton had been full of shit. There was no comparison. Shoving Hunter's jeans over his hips, my hand stroked him through his briefs. He groaned, his head tipping back. Wetness soaked through my panties, my hips widening farther, my hands moving inside his briefs, rubbing the tip of him. Shit, Jamie. He gritted his teeth, pushing against my hand. Licking my lips, I craved taking him in my mouth. I had done it before, but I hadn't ever really wanted to. With Hunter, I wanted to. Wanted to feel the power of pleasing him. It turned me on. Rising on my knees, I pushed him back on his heels and yanked his briefs fully down his legs. Fuck. He hissed as I took him in my mouth. He wrapped his hands in my hair. His hips moved along as I set the rhythm. His moans only compelled me to feel more powerful, loving the taste of him, the command I had of his body. He pulled away from me with a husky grunt. Keep doing that, and I'm not going to last very long. And I've waited too long for you. He nudged me back until I fell against the pillows, his body crawling over mine, now completely naked. He kissed me so deeply I had to gulp for air, his teeth biting my neck. He unhooked my bra and tossed it across the room, while his lips trailed down to my breasts, taking one in his mouth. Like walking into an electrical fence that produced only pleasure, my back bowed, energy rocketing through every vein. I groaned loudly, my hips opening even more for him. He rumbled with need. He grabbed my hands and pinned them above my head, tugging me farther down the bed, arching my hips up. His finger hooked around the fabric of my underpants, slipping them down my legs. Every inch of skin felt alive, aching to be touched. I was losing myself in his touch, the yearning I felt for him hijacking all thought. Hunter.
I breathed his name. A pressure inside me craved relief and required him to do it. He only smirked, nipping at my inner thigh, his nose brushing against me, his hands parting my legs. "Oh, God," I gasped as his tongue found me, my hands curling into the duvet. My hips rolled against him without thought. The sensations he stirred in me had me unabashedly responding.
"Jesus, I could stay here all night. You taste so good," he rumbled, his fingers joining in, forcing my nails to rake through his hair, grinding him into me. A pulse coiled between my thighs. "Hunter," I cried, feeling the pulse start to contract, euphoria flooding out all sense of reality as his thumb rubbed my core, light bursting behind my lids. He gripped me tighter, only increasing his intensity as a loud moan broke from my mouth, my body convulsing, flooding with paralyzing elation, reaching a high I never fathomed. Coming back to myself, my muscles twitched and shook, my chest heaving. "That was so fucking hot." He sat back, kissing both thighs before he moved slowly up my frame, settling between my legs again. He pushed into my hip, every inch hard and pulsating, rousing more need in me. Hunter stared down at me. Not one who felt the need to talk much. The hunger in his eyes told me everything. He leaned over, grabbing his jeans and taking out a condom. "Did you expect this?" My hands trailed his V-line as he sat back on his heels. "Or do you always have them there, just in case?" "If you're in a roundabout way asking me if I've slept with any girl recently." He tore the packaging, rolling it on and coming back to me. "No." He put his hands into mine, pinning them back into the bed, his teeth tugging on my lip. "You are the only one I can think of and want to fuck ceaselessly." I sucked in, my knees clenching his waist. "Same." His lids squeezed together, swearing under his breath. "You know how long I've been imagining this." He glided up my body, running himself over me. "Way longer than you'd ever want to know." "Since when?" I arched against him. "It started when we had that English assignment together junior year." He smirked. "I hated you, but you'd be going off on me, and all I could think about was bending you over a desk or shoving you up against the chalkboard, fucking you. Fucking the hatred out of us both." His words turned me on. "You like that, huh?" He grinned as I responded to the naughty idea of him screwing me up against the board in our English class. Totally forbidden and wrong at the time. He ground harder against me, overstimulating every inch of my skin. "Hunter, please." I moved with him, my fingers gripping his firm ass, pressing him harder into me. He braced his arms next to my head, kissing me. "I promise to go slow." He knew I was a virgin, but I wasn't scared and didn't want him to use kid gloves on me. "Don't." I peered into his eyes. "I want all of you. Don't hold back." Chapter 4. The sound of a vibrating buzz roused me from sleep. I blinked, opening my eyes to a cream wall, a strip of light coming through the curtains reflecting off an abstract painting. It took me a second to remember where I was, who I was lying next to. Slowly, I glanced over my shoulder to the person stretched out beside me. He slept on his back, one arm curled under his pillow, the other placed on my thigh, like he was making sure I wouldn't leave. Staring at him, I got lost in his rough beauty. Tangled hair from sleep and my fingers running through it, a serene expression floated over his features.
His long lashes fluttered softly against his skin. Tattoos and scars ran down his arms and torso. He was so sexy it was almost too much to look at him. And even though he was essentially identical to my last boyfriend, there wasn't 1 second I didn't see or feel Hunter. And holy shit did I feel him everywhere last night when he'd been deep inside my body. A blush heated my cheeks, my lips curling in a smile. Sex had hurt a little at first. Hunter's size was almost too much to bear. But that had shifted quickly to a pleasure my brain still couldn't wrap around. When he woke me the second time, I heard a neighbor pound on the wall, telling us to shut up. I was sore and worn out, but the touch of his warm palm on my thigh brewed an eagerness to repeat. I wanted to let myself be swallowed up by the bliss he could produce in me. Wanted to stay here all day and never leave this bed. It was intense. He was intense. The buzzing, which woke me up, now rattled from the floor again. It was coming from his jeans crumpled on the carpet. Hunter moaned softly, rolling into me. His lids were still closed as his arms wrapped around me, pulling me into his hot skin. He wasn't fully awake, but another part of him was burning into me. "Hunter, your phone is ringing." He grunted, his hand moving over my stomach, pressing my hips into him, grinding into me. A shaky breath broke over my tongue, desire filling my veins. He pulled my leg over his thigh, my body matching his movement, his lips grazing my neck. His phone stopped, but only a few seconds later vibrated again. "Do you need to get that?" I struggled to speak, oxygen clipping every word in a breathy rasp. "The only thing I need is to be inside of you," he muttered against my neck, tugging my leg higher, letting me feel how much he meant it. His fingers drifted down from my stomach, gliding over me. The hotel could have been burning down and I wouldn't have cared. His teeth scraped down my throat, fingers gliding into me, short-circuiting my brain. My body was ready for him. The hum of the cell started again, and Hunter swore under his breath. People didn't call incessantly like that unless it was an emergency. "It might be important." I peered over my shoulder at him, his brow furrowed with annoyance. Leaning over me, he twisted the clock to face us, the face reading 7:08. With a strangled growl, he collapsed onto his back, scouring his face with both hands. He huffed, kicking out of the bed, stalking toward his jeans on the floor. Biting down on my lip, my eyes tracked his naked body, watching his thighs and ass flex when he bent over, ripping the cell from his jeans pocket. The boy was a god. His body, his face, his personality. Shit, I was done for. No hope, because I was completely in love with him. And after last night, even more so. He stared down at the screen. Sighing heavily, he rubbed at the space between his eyes. "I have to take this." He looked at me. Something like disappointment fluttered through his face before his jaw crunched down, flattening his expression. He headed for the bathroom, the mobile to his ear, shutting the door behind him. The sound of the shower turning on drowned out any chance of hearing him through the walls. A single blade of doubt grew, wrapping around my spine. Stop. It's probably something about Supercross. It could have been a million people, everyone wanting a piece of the haze, especially now he was on such a winning streak. A booming knock rattled the door, jolting me up, tugging the bedsheet with me. I glanced from the clock to the bathroom to the door. It was freaking 7 a.m. on a Saturday. Who the hell was willingly up this early? The door pounded again. "Hunter, open the fuck up!" A man's voice spoke from the other side. I slipped from the bed, searching for my clothes. Shit, where did my dress go? The hammering of the door had me grabbing the first thing I saw, which was Hunter's black t-shirt. Tugging it over my head, I tottered for the door, glad his shirt went to my thighs.
Hey, asshole! I'm gonna wake the entire floor if you don't open this door.
The guy spoke again, and I realized I knew the voice. Swinging the door open, I leaned against it. Hey, Jones. A brief moment of shock widened his eyes, but it quickly dissolved into a smirk, wobbling his pierced chin, his eyes dancing with laughter. Jones, with his pale skin and reddish-blonde hair, which he kept hidden by his wide-brim black hat, looked like the typical pot-smoking skateboarder. But the more I got to know him, the more I realized how many layers he had. Wearing long shorts, a t-shirt, and chucks, the tattoos covering both arms and most of his neck were on display. His body was nowhere near Hunter's toned physique, but I noticed his arms were looking more defined lately. Someone was hitting the gym. Honestly, with Hunter around, anyone would feel subpar. His ass and abs made me want to cry.
Well, Jamerson.
Jones winked, hitching the duffel bag he had higher on his shoulder.
Guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you here.
He pushed past me, stepping into the room, tossing his bag to the side.
And can I say, it's about fucking time.
Really? I shut the door, following him. Weren't you the one telling me to stay away?
Yeah, but I think even then I knew it was too late.
He stared at the disheveled bed and clothes strung around the room, shaking his head.
It's like you two were always set for a collision.
He tottered around in a circle.
Is there anywhere I can sit that's safe?
Funny. I pointed at the chair, waiting until he almost sat down before yelling, "Oh shit, not there!" He leaped up like someone stabbed his ass with a pitchfork. Ah! He jerked and twisted from the seat. Sorry. Laughter bellowed from my chest, curling me over. I couldn't help it. He glowered at me, but amusement twitched his lips until it fully broke through, splitting his mouth.
Shit. I've got to watch out for you.
I grinned wider.
And I was wrong.
He moved to the opposite chair he had been in, sitting down. About what?
You? Him?
He shrugged.
You guys work. Never seen him so happy.
The door to the bathroom clicked. Hunter strolling out, a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair wet.
Thought I heard you, fucker.
Hunter stepped beside me, greeting Jones.
What the hell are you doing here so early? Thought you were taking a later flight. Janelle had the baby early, so I decided to get the hell out of there before they had me babysitting the other brats.
He folded his leg on the other, pinching his nose.
Another girl.
Hunter chuckled, turning for the closet.
Wait until they're all teenagers. You are gonna lose your shit. A guy fucking looks in their direction, I'm gonna kill him.
Jones snarled.
I know what those little shits are thinking. Payback for all those parents you gave heart attacks to, sniffing after their girls.
Hunter grabbed a t-shirt, pulling it on. It was strange. Inebriated bees swarmed in my belly, stinging and crashing into the walls. But Hunter's relaxed nature contradicted the nerves. He acted like I had always been here, that me standing here in his only t-shirt, with his friend, was an everyday occurrence. No awkwardness or nervousness.
No shit. Karma is a ruthless bitch.
Jones tipped his head back on the chair, and with an exhale, shook his head like he was clearing it out. Focusing.
Just got a call, the interviews are being bumped back to noon. The sponsors need you to go down soon and approve the changes on the logo they put on your bike. Then, right after, you need to get to the arena. A few sports channels want to interview you, And I've set up a few other meetings. One right after you approve the bike, and one right before the interviews. Jones tipped his head to me. And this is a light day.
I lifted my eyebrows. Light day? No wonder Hunter barely knew what day it was, or if he called me. Pulling on his jeans, Hunter grumbled under his breath.
Sorry, man. I know you'd rather stay here.
Jones motioned to me.
But that's the life of a star.
He sighed dramatically.
Poor thing. What you have to go through for fame. Shut up.
Hunter finished buttoning his jeans. His hand caressed my lower back, but his gaze remained on his friend.
And you can get out now. There's a cafe downstairs I'll meet you at in 5 minutes.
Jones popped out of the chair, his expression skeptical, curving one eyebrow.
5 minutes.
He looked between us, giving us a poignant look.
Not 15. The owner is going to be there today when you look at the bike. Don't make him wait because you couldn't keep your dick in your pants for a few hours.
Out, Hunter growled, pointing to the door. Jones grinned, nodding to me before exiting the room. Hunter spun to me the moment the door clicked, his hands moving into my hair, gripping my face, raw energy thumping off his frame.
All I want to do is toss you back on the bed right now.
His lips roughly captured mine.
Seeing you in my shirt.
His gaze grew hungry and fierce. One hand moved to my thigh, pushing the shirt up until he reached me, sliding his fingers into me with a heated groan.
You're so fucking wet.
My pulse jackhammered against my throat, a gasp sticking in my mouth.
Sorry, this is going to be fast.
He moved quicker, his thumb hitting my core. Hunter. My nails dug into his shoulders, my mouth parting, my hips moving. The spark of an orgasm already knotted between my legs. A simple touch, and it was like he tossed gasoline on me and lit the match.
Come for me, he whispered in my ear. Fuck my hand, Jamie. I want to feel you let go.
A sense of embarrassment lined my cheeks, but I was too lost in him to really care, doing exactly what he asked, not holding back. This was all so new to me, and the sensations he created were addicting, like a drug, and I would do anything to get that high. Picking up speed and shifting his angle, he curled his fingers and hit a spot that burst me into a million pieces. I cried out, my legs wobbling, but his free arm circled my waist, keeping me on my feet. Panting, I came back to myself, my muscles shaking with the release, my lids flicking up to him in reverence.
That was hot,
he muttered, kissing me, sliding his hand from me.
Fuck, I'm so hard now.
Leaning back, staring straight in my eyes, he sucked on his fingers, licking the taste of me off them, sending a hot shiver through me.
All I want is you on my tongue today.
I could only stare, locked on his gaze.
I'll see you later. Jones will get a pass for you tonight.
With a quick kiss, he grabbed his bag and strode out the door, leaving me gaping after him, still weak from my climax. I knew, in no uncertain terms, I was screwed. He was only gone for 20 seconds, and I already craved him, needed his touch. Fear flicked in my gut. A tiny spark of alarm clenched my lungs. The entire night, everything had been perfect. Why did the ground under my feet feel fragile? Like I was in the middle of a frozen lake, and with one move, the entire surface would break, dropping me into an icy abyss. Mostly dressed, with my hair knotted, feet bare, and boots in my hand, I slunk down the hall to my hotel room. I looked every bit the walk of shame stereotype, though I felt no shame. None. Zilch. I could not say the same for guilt. It was there, a tiny piece. Colton's name floating around, the sting just enough to know it was present.
I had no reason to feel guilty. Colton cheated on me right and left. But death played with your head, and I had moved on with his twin. From an outside perspective, I could see how screwed up and twisted it looked, that I might have simply transferred my feelings from Colton to Hunter. But in reality, it had strangely been the other way around. I had been in love with Hunter the whole time. I just placed the feelings on Colton until the truth came out. From the outside world, it was easy to judge. Black and white. People thought we should have stayed away from each other. Like Joan said, we were always set on a collision course, but only because Colton died. I hated losing Colton brought forth that truth, but it didn't make it any less accurate. His absence broke my heart, but I had no doubt I would have carried on in that false reality, might even have married him, without seeing the real Hunter. All of us would have been miserable, because none of us were with the right person. As much as I wanted Colton alive, I couldn't regret where life had brought me. Scuttling down the hall from Hunter's room after a night of unbelievable sex. The door beeped from my keycard, releasing the door. The room dark, I tiptoed in, but stopped when I heard the deep moan of a woman. Oh, fuck, Stevie. Before I could flip around, my eyes landed on movement in the bed. An unknown girl's head rocked back as someone pleased her under the sheets. Oh, holy shit. Sorry. I whirled around, embarrassment stinging my face and neck. The girl yelped in surprise as I bounded for the door. Whiskey? Stevie's voice paused me at the door. Yeah, sorry. I'll go. I cringed, turning the handle. No, it's cool. We're done here. What? The girl squeaked. Sorry, but I want to go have breakfast with my friend. Are you serious right now? Yep. I heard the bed creak like someone was moving. Time to go. I can't believe you, the girl barked. Sounds of movement and fabric rustling around. I was still pinned in place, staring at the door. You don't know me well enough to make that kind of assessment. Stevie tapered off, and I knew it was because she didn't know her name. Apparently, the girl picked up on it too. You don't even know my name, do you? The girl's voice rose several octaves. Jesus, you're no different from a fucking man. The mystery woman moved behind me, and I turned around. She was dressed in a skin-tight dress, shoving her feet into her heels, her face twisted in anger. I recognized her from the party the night before, her naturally curly hair bouncing around her head as she grabbed her clutch bag and stormed for the door. I jumped out of her way, the door slamming brutally against the wall. Bye, Stevie called after her. Fuck you, she fumed, stomping out of the room, the door shutting behind her. I stepped fully into the room, my undergarments still clenched in my hand. Stevie sat on the bed, wrapped in the sheet. Stevie? I shook my head, knowing exactly why that girl was in our room. Really? What? She stood, acting like she didn't understand my tone. Come on. I folded my arms, moving closer to her. You went after her on purpose. Don't act like you didn't. The girl in our room had been the same one Chris had his eyes on at the party. Clearly, Ape Boy wasn't enough for Princess Tiana. She tucked the sheet in tighter. She came home with me. So, is that how it's going to be? A competition? To see if you can one-up him? Go after every girl he talks to? I shook my head. I really wanted to smack those two, because I knew Chris would only fight back. They'd each try to outdo the other, hurting the other until they were way past salvation. That's probably how they wanted it. Then it would be safe, their feelings protected. Stevie, why can't you admit you love him? Love? She burst out laughing. Oh, Whiskey, you are so naive. What I feel for Chris is the furthest thing you can get from love.
Did she realize she used his real name in that denial? She may not admit it to me or even herself, but the girl was as in love with him as he was with her. It was clear partly because of how much they wanted to hurt each other. You didn't do that for people you felt so about. I knew not to push her because she would only slink into her protected shell like a turtle. How about breakfast? I rubbed my bare foot over the other, tossing my bra and underwear onto my bag in the corner. I'm starving. Oh my God! Stevie shrieked, her mouth dropping open. You did it. You and Hunter finally boinked. Boinked? I waggled my head. Who says that? I mean, I kind of figured you were together, but didn't know if you'd go all the way. You couldn't even lie about it right now. It is obvious. Oh, my little whiskey is all grown up. She fanned her eyes like she was going to cry. I'm so proud. Stop. I glowered at her. Oh, I need all the details. Especially in-depth description about that boy's ass. How it looked naked. She put her hand on her chest. Damn, he has a stellar ass. I chuckled, my eyes rolling at my crazy friend. Shower and breakfast first. I couldn't fight the happiness spreading from my chest to my face as I grinned like a fool. Hunter's ass was stellar to look at, and even better to touch. Damn it. I wanted to run my hands over it now. What was he doing to me? My brain went from thinking about a million things to one. Being alone and naked with Hunter Harris. Chapter 5. The roar of bikes and music thundered throughout the arena, vibrating up my spine. Down on the floor, right next to the action, engines revved deafeningly. I poked the earplugs in deeper. The VIP pass hanging from our necks put us only feet away from the starting gate. Fans waved signs with the number 8 or the haze on them, their chants somehow rising over the ear-piercing noise. I bounced on my toes with excitement, searching for Hunter. I hadn't seen or heard from him all day. I knew his schedule was insane, but I couldn't fight the hurt I experienced when he didn't return my texts. Stevie and I had fun checking out Denver, but I hated the feeling of waiting for his call. Even here, I didn't feel much different from when I was back home, trying not to stare at my non-ringing phone. I knew it wasn't his fault, but it didn't take away the sick feeling. My whole world had revolved around Colton. Where he went, I went. His choice of movies, food, and weekend activities. Even on our anniversary, I let him lead. I hated those romantic dinners, but I kept quiet, being the dutiful girlfriend so I wouldn't make waves. I had barely stepped away from that girl, but now I was finding it too easy to settle back into the mold of pleasing people, living through others, and worse, through the guy I was seeing. He's behind the third gate. Jones leaned into my ear, pointing at Hunter. I nodded, spotting Hunter's frame. Stevie grabbed my arm, shaking it with excitement. She loved the thrill and the palpable energy springing over the riders and fans. Chris had brought her to a couple of races when Hunter and I weren't speaking to each other. Neither of us had been in a while, and like me, I knew she missed being here, down in the commotion, watching them ride. A scarcely dressed girl, who I recognized to be Joyce from the night before, walked onto the track, holding up a sign with the number 30 on it. The engines revved louder, each one preparing to take the lead. I had only been to one race, but Jones and Doug had taught me a lot, so I knew how important your performance was out of the gate. It could determine the entire race. I watched the clock roll down to 0. Then the gates in front of the riders folded down, letting them loose. Pillows of dirt mushroomed behind the bikers as they leaped forward, tearing up the track to get in the lead. Hunter's bike was cut off by the lead guy, who blew dirt behind him as he rounded the corner. The presenter's voice screamed out, barely audible from our position.
"He can take the lead back," Jones said more to himself than me, his usually hazy eyes laser-focused on Hunter.
Here was Manager Jones, studying every nuance of Hunter's performance, muttering to himself like he was the commentator, clapping and yelling at his client. He couldn't hide his pride in Hunter. It made me happy to be part of Hunter's world, too. Our entire hometown knew of the haze now. But only a few months ago, before AMA called him, the community treated him as a drugged-out loser who smoked behind the bleachers with his friends, skipping class. They all said he would follow in Doug's path, a dropout working at the garage. When I found out the truth about Hunter, it flipped my universe. Besides his friends, I was the first he let into this circle, to see this side of him.
"Shit,"
Jones spat, frowning as Hunter's bike was overtaken by 3 more riders.
"What the hell is going on with him? He's never dropped to 5th place."
Worry swam through my stomach, my teeth sinking into my lip. I bobbed on my toes, my hands clasped, watching his bike fly over the mounds. But he continued to be inched back by another rider, almost like they could feel a weakness in him. "Come on, Hunter," I muttered to myself, anxiously observing him slip back again.
"What the fuck?" Jones screamed, throwing out his arms. "Get your head together, man!"
The announcer confirmed it was the last leg in this round. Hunter now in 8th place. He couldn't come back from that. The leader, a guy named Jeremy, who had been the champion the last 2 years, took 1st spot, the crowd going ballistic as his bike leaped over the finish line. Numbers and names were broadcasted in succession as riders crossed the line. The audience booed when the haze was announced in 8th place. Jones rubbed his hat with frustration, toeing the dirt. What does that mean? Stevie eyed the board. He's still okay, right? There wasn't just one race, but many during the night, different lengths and styles, points given based on each race, moving you up or down the scoreboard. Not every rider was in every race.
He's important races later, but right now Hunter can't afford to be off, even for one race.
Jones stared up, blinking.
All eyes are on him. His sponsors want to know they have a sure thing, not a wild card.
Jones' eyes looked right at me.
They'll pull out the moment he starts losing if he's not on his game. Distracted.
Muscles around my lungs contracted, feeling the comment stab into my chest. Are you saying this is my fault?
Fault is not the word I would use. But Jamie, he had the worst practice and has been preoccupied all day.
That's not her responsibility. Stevie put her hands on her hips.
I'm not blaming her. I'm just telling the truth.
Jones waggled his head, taking a step.
I'm gonna go talk to him before his next race. Chris will be in that one too.
Jones didn't wait for a response before he jogged off for the holding area where the riders waited until their race.
Screw that.
Stevie frowned. This is on Hunter, not you. I know, I replied, though I didn't feel it connect in my heart. For more than 2 months, Hunter had never wavered. He was in the solid top 3 the entire time. Yet I show up and he drops to 8th? I need a beer, Stevie stated, glancing back at the refreshment stand. Looks like you might need a drink too. Yeah. I folded my arms over my V-neck navy t-shirt, staring down at my jeans and knee-high boots. Stay here. I'll be right back, Stevie yelled over the high-pitched buzz of bikes rounding the course near us. She tore off for the beer stand. Absently watching the parade of dirt bikes jumping past me, my gut churned with the same fear I felt earlier. The ground felt thin and patchy, and I had no idea why. We had fought so much to get here. We were finally together. Happy. So, you're Hunter's girlfriend? I jerked at the sound of a woman's voice beside me. It took me a moment to place her, but her stick-straight long black hair, her full red lips, and double D boobs brought her back to memory. The girl from the party who openly glared at me the hardest when we first walked in. Yeah. It felt strange to hear it out loud or call myself that, when not long ago my name had been linked as Colton's girlfriend. Plus, Hunter and I hadn't established exactly what we were to each other yet. She didn't veil her disparaging scrutiny of me. Do you have a problem? I turned fully toward her, trying to hide my insecurity. She was in her mid-20s and held herself with an assuredness that made me feel as though I were an inch tall. She was so stunning you could forget her nails, tan, and caked-on makeup created an illusion of perfection. Not that any man would see past her toned legs, abs, and huge boobs. I couldn't help feeling like a little church mouse compared to her. No. She smiled, more saccharine sweetness that wasn't real. You are adorable. A homegrown girl. Adorable. That fucking word. It was like stepping back to Doug's house with Sunny, one of Hunter's old girlfriends. They clearly enjoyed demeaning someone to make themselves feel bigger. They acted as if I were young, sweet, and naive, and they could bat me away like a fly. Let me guess. You think Hunter could do better. I ground my teeth. Like I did with Sunny, on the outside I would not show she could stomp on me, though my knees wobbled under her self-confidence. Oh, girl. She shook her head like I was the biggest fool alive. Walking around me, she whispered in my ear from behind. He already has, and still does. She strutted past me, her hips swinging forcefully. My stomach twisted all the way up my esophagus as I watched her. She blew kisses at the stands, causing men to howl and cheer for her. She was most men's fantasy. No guy would ever say no to her. My gaze darted back to the dirt at my feet, bile climbing up my throat, filling my soul with doubt. Had Hunter slept with her? She made it sound like a recent and continual thing. Sorry, all they had was beer. Stevie bumped my hip, handing me the drink. Hey, what's wrong? You look like you're going to cry, then barf all over the ground. My fingers gripped the cold plastic, bringing it to my mouth, guzzling back the liquid. It tasted disgusting, my tongue revolting at the sharp tang. But I pushed on, needing to drown my abysmal feeling. I finished the liquid with a violent shake of my head. Ah! Stevie's gaze burned into me, twisting me to look at her. Her brows furrowed, a skeptical look scurrying over me. What? I tossed the empty cup in the garbage near me. You hate beer, she replied. I thought you'd sip it, then give it to me. Because not only don't you like it, but it's really shitty beer. You downed it like water. What the hell is going on? Nothing. I'm sorry, she sputtered, her arms opening. Am I stupid? I know you, Whiskey. Don't tell me nothing. She tapped her foot. You aren't taking what Jones said seriously, right? Because it's bullshit. You are not to be blamed for Hunter's failings. That's all him. I know. Do you? She countered. Because it doesn't look like it to me. For some reason, I didn't feel like sharing what just happened with Stevie, as if saying it out loud would make it true. Hunter said he hadn't been with anyone recently. What did that mean, anyway? What time frame were we talking here? We really weren't together those 2 months he was on tour. Technically, it had only been 5 days since he asked me to come here. Did he mean since then? 6 days ago, she could have been the one in his bed. Jones showing up stopped the conversation from continuing, my focus going to him. Is Hunter okay? I asked. Pissed off. Jones rubbed his eyes. Hopefully this next race he will get it back.
Told me to say hi.
Can I see him? I needed to see his eyes, feel the sureness from his smile, that what we had was real.
No, not right now. He needs to focus and pull himself together.
Jones pressed his lips together. 10 minutes later, the gates dropped open, and once again Hunter missed the hole shot, taking third around the corner. Jones's arms went in the air, and he paced around. Come on! Anxiety sat heavily on my chest. Again, I danced on my toes, watching him fly around the dirt path. I didn't know enough about the sport or what made it a good or bad run, but it was like Hunter's bike was set on low speed while everyone was on supercharge. Each pass or jump of his bike seemed to bring others forward and him backward. Holy shit! Stevie screamed next to me, excitement jumping her up and down. Go Tarzan! My attention jerked to the number 15 as Chris's bike soared past Hunter's. There was a moment you could see Chris's head turn to Hunter, as if to say, "What the fuck, man? How am I passing you?" But he kept on his game, sailing through the route. Stevie's face glowed with her smile. Her eyes locked on him, her hands pressed to her mouth like she was holding her glee in until she knew he'd stay in the 5th spot. As excited as I felt for Chris, disappointment filled me as I watched Hunter struggle. A shocking turn of events for the Hayes, the announcer's voice blared over the speakers. He's fallen to 9th, with only 1 lap to go. For someone who had been taking the Supercross world by storm, already setting himself to be a legend, this is heartbreaking to watch. My throat closed around itself, and I had to turn away, hearing the winners cross the finish line. Mother! Jones yelled, tearing off his cap and throwing it on the ground, displaying his short wavy hair. Fuck! Unlike Jones and me, Stevie was cheering and dancing around when Chris's name was called out at 4th place. I can't believe he did it. She reached her arms in victory. 4th place! For a substitute rider who didn't position above 15th place, this was huge. I cheered for Chris, whooping as the announcer talked about his placement. But I couldn't deny the yucky sensation crawling over my body when Hunter's name was called. 15th place. A hard fall from 1st. Jones swung down and grabbed his hat, his face red with anger, his jaw set. He kept shaking his head, muttering under his breath. Chris did well. I tried to lighten his mood. Jones was also managing Chris, but Hunter was his bread and butter. Chris wasn't at the level to garner sponsor deals and advertisements. Yeah. Jones nodded, a brief smile curling his mouth as he watched Stevie dance around. And she says she hates him. Didn't she say she wished he'd be slowly eaten by locusts? He winked. Yeah, well, we both know that's a total lie. He's full of it, too. Jones breathed out, twisting his hat back on. He looked different without it, like a sweet little boy, and I felt strangely better when he put it back on, like it had become my security blanket as well. Stevie settled next to me. Someone's happy? I nudged her. Whatever. Just shows monkeys can be trained. She pursed her lips, stuffing back her smile, shrugging. Actually, that's an insult to monkeys. They are a hell of a lot smarter than that Neanderthal. I smirked, rolling my eyes. You want to go back? Jones pointed, already taking steps to the holding area. I nodded, waving Stevie to follow. The 3 of us slipped past the security and gates, our passes letting us have free run of the place. All the races were over, and most riders were off their bikes, celebrating, getting ready for interviews or heading back to the hotel in defeat. The promo girls swarmed everywhere, along with reporters, TV crew, and podcasters. It was like I could sense him without looking. I stared at his back with a pang of anxiety.
Hunter tore off his helmet, tossing it into the dirt so hard it bounced several times, his foot ramming into his precious bike, tipping it over. I couldn't hear him, but I saw his mouth moving, fury flying out as he walked in a circle. I had seen Hunter angry before, but nothing like this. Even the night his father yelled and hit him, he had kept himself in check.
Why don't we meet you back at the hotel?
Jones placed his hands on my shoulders, stopping me from getting to Hunter. No. My attention wouldn't snap away from Hunter's figure. So much rage burst from him, and all I wanted to do was comfort him.
Jamie, he needs to cool down.
Jones's squeeze on my shoulders turned me to him.
I've known him a long time. It's not a good time. He needs to work this out.
I looked back and forth hesitantly. Jones did know Hunter better than I did. They'd been friends since grammar school. Would I only make it worse?
We'll see you back at the hotel.
Jones's eyes met mine, like he needed me to agree. Okay. I took a step back with a nod. Jones ran off for his boy, while Stevie laced her fingers through mine, tugging me the opposite way. I watched Jones walk up to Hunter. When Hunter's gaze snapped to mine, only rage shot out of his eyes, his jaw clenching before he turned away from me. I understood he'd need a bit of time, but it still felt like a rejection, that he didn't want me there, that my presence wouldn't calm or console him. Trailing Stevie, my face slammed into her back when she came to a sudden stop. Ow! I rubbed my nose. What's wrong? My question stopped, tracking Stevie's gaze. Next to the winning riders, Chris stood with his arms around two promo girls, cameras flashing as one of the girls brazenly kissed him, with a whole lot of tongue. Ew. And he gripped her face, pulling her in closer. The cheer of the fans encouraged him to indulge.
Is she your girlfriend? A reporter yelled out.
I am. The girl broke away from his mouth, smiling salaciously at the cameras. Stevie stood there frozen, her lids blinking rapidly. Stevie. I squeezed her fingers. What? She said flippantly, shaking the emotion off her like a wet dog. They're perfect. Maybe together they can reach the IQ level of 12. She yanked me forward, shoving through the crowd like a linebacker. Neither of us spoke much on the way back. My few attempts to get her to open up were met with a firm wall. Bar, she said, the moment we got out of the taxi, striding into the lobby and straight to the restaurant, settling us on a pair of empty stools. A double bourbon on the rocks, she yelled at the bartender. A handsome older gentleman in his early 40s with a full beard strolled over to us, grinning, his brown eyes twinkling at us.
ID, he said to Stevie,
then raised his eyebrows to me.
And you?
Coke. Damn this being underage thing. Another thing to look forward to in Italy. In the U.S., you could buy a gun or go to war and die, but not have a drink. Totally made sense.
Pepsi okay?
Okay, that's it. This day officially sucks. I groaned dramatically, making him chuckle. I'll have a cranberry juice. He nodded, returning Stevie's ID, retreating to get our drinks. He's sexy. Stevie watched him walk away. No. I shook my head. Don't do this as retaliation. I'm not. She denied it way too quickly. I couldn't care less what he's doing and with who. Stevie. I tilted my head, showing her I didn't believe a word. Plus, didn't you tell me not to let you get blindsided by a muscular ass this weekend? I said a rider's ass, she corrected me. Maybe it's not a sex preference thing, but an age thing. I need a man or a woman, not these little boys and girls. He's like 40-something, I said quietly. Your point.
She kept her eyes on him as he poured her drink. Never gone that much older. Say it's about time I give it a try. I knew there was no point in pushing her to admit this was really about Chris. She wasn't ready to acknowledge it herself, and I would only piss her off, leading to a fight. Here you go, ladies. The bartender set our glasses on napkins. How do you want to pay for it? Leave a tab open. Stevie pulled out a credit card, eyeing him seductively. I think I will be here for a while. I enjoy watching you work. She motioned to his ass. He nodded, taking the card, giving her a smile before he left us. I couldn't tell by his smile which way he landed on Stevie flirting with him. Oh, Stevie, Stevie. I shook my head. You know I am an opportunist. Love the variety. Why settle when so far no one can keep up with me? She knocked her glass against mine in a hasty cheers. Maybe Russell here will be able to show me a thing or two. I burst out laughing, picturing the old crotchety man from the movie Up. Like you're going to be in the room tonight anyway. She smirked, waggling her eyebrows. You've had a taste, and now there's no going back. I was like a fiend now. All day I felt on fire, wanting nothing more than to see him, craving him, my body coming alive with the shadow of him on my skin. I glanced at the door, hoping Hunter would walk in. I'm happy for you, Whiskey. Stevie turned to me. But be careful. Don't be the girl who watches the door or phone, gets lost in the lust bubble, and forgets you have your own life. I swallowed. Stevie's words hit closer to home than I wanted to admit. Hunter's almost 19. His life is taking a dramatic turn, his dreams coming true. He might not see how much he's twisting you to fit his world. He's a good guy, but he's still a dude. They tend to be single-minded and a little selfish. I won't be that girl. I mean, I'm going to Italy soon. And why is it you haven't told him you're going yet? My mouth opened, then closed. I had kept telling myself I would, but I got caught up in his world, in coming here. I put it off, and I didn't even really know why. Like my dreams and plans weren't as important as his. What did that say about me? About us? Chapter 6. An hour later, Stevie had commandeered most of the bartender's attention. His name was Dylan, but I knew Stevie didn't care. He was Russell to her. He seemed to enjoy her attention, but I still couldn't tell if he was just being a flirty bartender or really interested. I couldn't stop looking at the entrance, where the bikers kept coming in after the race. Where the hell was Hunter? I texted him an hour ago telling him we were in the bar if he wanted to join. Finally, my cell buzzed in my lap. Turning it over, a text from Hunter glowed up at me. Upstairs. That's all it said, but I swore I could feel defeat radiating off it. Stevie? I faced her, halting her flirty talk with Dylan. Hunter just texted. Go. She flipped her hair over her shoulder, leaning back in her chair. I'm good here. I'll watch over her. Dylan winked at me playfully. Okay. I slipped out of my chair, hating to leave her, but she was solely focused on hooking up with Dylan, like he was a lifeline. Damn, Chris. Stevie buried her feelings deep inside, but she could still be hurt. It wasn't fair to him either. She was as cruel to him, but she was my friend first. Heading up to our floor, I stopped right before entering, hearing voices coming from Hunter's room, the door latch propping it open a few inches. You have put me in a very difficult position, Hunter. A man's voice I didn't recognize said coolly. We took a chance. Put our logo on your bike just this morning. We need to make a mark. Stand out against Monster and Red Bull. I know. It won't happen again. Hunter's deep voice rumbled through the room into my bones, sounding like he was sitting on the bed.
It won't. It was an off day. Jones joined in.
It better have been, the man said, or we are pulling all endorsements.
What? Jones exclaimed. Over one bad night?
It wasn't merely a bad night. A bad night is getting 4th or 5th place. You fell to 15th. You would have done better if you didn't show up at all. Thick silence dangled in the room. I inched even closer to the door, peering through the gap. A guy in his mid to late 30s with dark hair styled back, wearing designer jeans and a button-down shirt, stood at the edge of the bed, Hunter hidden from view.
My brother and I started this company. It is everything to us. It's hard enough out there for small businesses not to get crushed by these big companies. But we are doing it. We are making huge leaps. And I'm sorry if I sound harsh, but my company comes first. I need the best. He rubbed his hands together. I will give you one more shot. But if you aren't back at the top in a few days when we get to Oklahoma, we're going to have to cancel our deal. I'm sorry. The guy stood for a few more seconds before stepping back, like he was getting ready to leave. This isn't personal, Hunter. It's business. He flicked his chin and rounded for the door. I'll talk to you guys in a few days. I darted away, acting like I was an ordinary guest walking to my room, slyly watching the guy exit theirs, not even noticing me as he strode to the elevators. When he disappeared, I swung back around, my hand on the knob, about to walk in when I heard Jones yelling. Fuck, Hunter! What the hell happened tonight? I told you, I don't know. I just couldn't seem to get it together. Hunter barked back. Don't take this personally. You know I like her a lot. But be honest with me. It's Jamie. It wasn't a question, more an accusation. Don't fucking lie to me. I know you too well. Every second Hunter didn't respond caused my stomach to drop like a carnival ride, my heart beating in my ears. Fuck, Hunter hissed. What the hell is wrong with me? She totally messed with my head tonight. Stings shot through my chest, like a dozen bees punctured my heart and lungs, hunching over to choke down a sob. I know it's new and you're in the lust bubble, but shit, man. You need to find a way to get your head on straight. We are hanging by our teeth. Their endorsement is paying for us to be here. Without it, you're done. I can go back, do the smaller circuits again. We both know that is complete bullshit. You can never go back. You would never be happy. A strained cry broke from Hunter, followed by a loud bang, as though he hit the wall. I'll get it together, I promise. From now on, my focus is completely on this. No distractions, Jones added. Not even Jamie. I couldn't see him respond, but heard a deep exhale disperse through the room like he agreed. Tears pricked behind my eyes. I know it wasn't my fault, but it didn't seem to matter to my heart. I had damaged his standing, his dream. Okay. Jones's voice sounded closer to the door, and I jerked in response, knocking on the door as if I just walked up. Hey? I pushed the door open, stepping in. Jones was now standing where that guy had been, staring over his shoulder at me. Hey, Jamie. He nodded. Hunter sat on the bed, his face twisted with agitation, but it softened the moment he saw me. Hey. He reached out for me, pulling me between his legs, his blue eyes raking over me with heat. You are exactly what I need right now. Oh, stop. You say the sweetest things. Jones swished his hand, speaking in a high voice. Oh, did you not mean me? This is going to get confusing. Get out, fucker. Hunter chuckled, tossing a pillow at him. Gladly. He flipped off Hunter and waved to me. See you kids tomorrow. Bye, Jones, I called, the door clicking behind him. The moment it did, Hunter tugged me firmer against him, his erection nuzzling my leg. My heart began to pound.
almost allowing myself to forget the stinging words uttered moments before.
I missed you.
His fingers clutched the sides of my face, his lips brushing over mine.
All I've thought about today was tasting you again, being deep inside you.
Desire rushed up my skin, and suddenly all I'd heard and wanted to talk to him about flew out the window. This sensation was so new and overwhelming, I couldn't seem to care about anything else. The feel of his hands on me, the power of his words infiltrated my mind.
Me too, I whispered hoarsely.
He gave a low groan, and then his mouth captured mine as he tossed me on the bed. He crawled over me, his tongue deepening the kiss, stealing my breath.
The things I want to do to you,
he muttered, biting my neck and ripping my shirt over my head. I could feel him walking the line of patience and need.
Do them.
Excitement and desire stirred across my skin as I ground roughly against him. My response broke whatever levee he was holding on to. We were both naked in seconds, moaning loudly as we kissed and clawed at each other.
Shit, I can't be gentle with you right now.
His eyes were wild and primal.
I don't need you to be. I told you, I want it all from you.
And I wasn't asking. He grinned. I was preparing you.
He flipped me over on my knees, curling my hands onto the headboard. I heard the rip of the condom package and felt him rolling it on. Then his hands parted me more.
Oh, God.
My back curved down, pushing against his hand, the need for him clouding my mind and vision. He pushed in, the different angle forcing a groan from me as he pulled out and thrust back in.
Hunter,
I cried. I felt crazed, wild. My body answered without any permission from my mind. Sex with Hunter destroyed the girl I was before. The one who had pushed Colton away and felt almost empty when he tried to turn me on. That girl who didn't want to have sex, even feared it. Not anymore. Some things that were natural your body responded to, but nothing had come close to what I felt with Hunter. He squashed all anxiety, turning me into an addict. The headboard slammed loudly against the wall as he let out all his passion. Swearing, his fingers tightened on me as he dove deeper. Pitiless, brutal. I heard myself calling for more. Fire scorched up my back as my orgasm coiled between my thighs.
Not yet, he growled,
the ferocity of his mood still running high. He pulled me back, one palm pressed to the back of my neck, the other forcing my hips into him as he sat me back, my head falling back on his shoulder as he drove even deeper. I could barely distinguish one sense from another, all of them fritzing out under the ferocity.
Hunter.
I gripped his thighs, my nails digging in.
Fuck,
he responded, twitching inside of me.
Shit, I want to fuck you forever.
He bit my ear, his hand sliding from my hip, rubbing my core. Light burst behind my lids, pleasure crashing in like a tsunami, breaking me into pieces, sweeping me away. Not away from my body, but more deeply inside it. He held on to me, pushing me back into the pillows, racing after his release. A loud roar shredded his throat, filling the room, his body stiffening over mine. He slammed in one more time before he emptied himself. A part of me hated I couldn't feel it because of the condom. I wanted to feel all of him. He sucked in a deep breath, then slumped into mine. We were both quiet for a few seconds, our breaths heavy, the room soaked with the smell of sex, our bodies sticky.
Fuck, that was intense.
He kissed my shoulder, rolling off me.
And I'm sorry.
For what? I moved, twisting to my side to see him.
That was a little rougher than I meant to be.
He kicked off the covers, walking into the bathroom, comfortable with being naked.
You are probably going to hurt tomorrow.
I'll live, I responded, grabbing his shirt off the floor and putting it on. Padding to the restroom, I leaned against the doorframe, his back to me, my gaze locking on his taut ass. My family wasn't very open about sex, so being naked with him made me blush a little. While I loved looking at him naked, I certainly wasn't comfortable walking around naked myself.
You gonna watch me pee?
He winked over his shoulder, flexing his butt muscles. Oh, sorry. I shook my head, embarrassment coloring my face as I looked away.
I don't care.
He chuckled.
Actually, I like you watching me.
You like me watching you pee? I laughed, stopping when he turned to me, his naked body on display. He watched me examine every inch of him through the mirror as he turned back to wash his hands.
Pissing? Not necessarily my first choice. But that right there.
His blue irises flamed in the reflection.
You looking at me turns me on.
A shaky breath rolled over my limbs, promptly making my skin heat. What was wrong with me? I felt like this insatiable monster which couldn't get enough. Gluttonous. Even sedated and full, I wanted more. What happened tonight? On the track. I tried to change subjects. We needed to talk about so much. I was leaving tomorrow afternoon, and I knew the tour was heading out soon after breakfast.
No.
He shook his head, whipping around, stalking up to me.
We're not talking about that tonight.
His hand laced through my hair, tilting my head to look at him.
Right now, we're going to get in the shower, and I'm going to lick every inch of you. Okay?
His boldness still fluttered my nerves into a tizzy. I wasn't used to the intensity that came with Hunter. Colton and the guy I dated before him were both pretty clear sex was on their minds, but I could always play it off. Distract them. Hunter was so secure in what he wanted, he made me feel timid and shy.
Jamie?
Yeah, okay. I nodded, feeling overwhelmed by him. His mouth was on mine, consuming me in one inhale, walking us back to the shower. He was true to his word. The neighbors banged on the wall once again, telling us to shut up. Good thing we'd be leaving tomorrow, because we probably had plenty of complaints against us already. Chapter 7. An incessant buzzing, like a mosquito flying around your ear, dragged me unwillingly from my sleep with a groan. My lids fluttered open to the dark room, but my mind and body were not ready to move, digging my head deeper into the pillow. It didn't last long, though, because muscles I didn't even realize I had ached and throbbed like each one had done double duty on a Tough Mudder training course. I had done gymnastics and dance for years and never felt this sore, especially between my thighs. Shit, Hunter hissed softly, slipping from the bed. He scoured the clothes on the floor until he found his cell. Hey, he whispered into the phone, standing up, his back to me. My gaze flicked to the clock. It was the exact same time when his phone started going off yesterday morning.
Sorry, it was a bad night. Was still sleeping.
Hunter kept his voice low, peering over his shoulder at me. I dropped my lids, feigning I was still asleep. There was a rustling of clothes, my lashes daring to rise. Phone to his ear, he slid on his boxer briefs, tugging a clean shirt from his bag, listening to the person on the other end. I could hear the murmuring of a voice talking, but couldn't make out who it was or what they were saying to him.
I'm sorry about yesterday.
He spoke low, moving to the other side of the room, opening the laptop on the table.
You know I've been busy.
He sighed, the person's voice on the other end rising. This time I could tell it was a woman. My heart drummed in my throat. That boob-monger's face popped into my head, her knowing smile.
Oh, girl.
He already has.
and still does. I wanted to trust Hunter, but Colton's string of infidelities tweaked the thread of doubt in my heart. I was insecure with Hunter where I had never been with Colton, and I hated it. He was constantly around these women, partying and drinking every night, inhibitions low and lust high. They were here when I wasn't. My cynicism kicked in. This was why you should never date anyone whose job took them on the road. Relationships were tested, and cheating was definitely part of the culture. Faithful men were unicorns. Maybe it was why I had been afraid to tell Hunter I was leaving. Deep down, I understood I could not expect to hold on to him when I was going to be gone for months.
Hey.
Hunter's voice held an edge of warning, hitting the keypad, the screen lighting his face.
Don't guilt-trip me. I am trying my best, Krista. We talk almost every day.
A javelin pierced my heart, breath catching in my throat. Krista? He talked to her every day? He had stopped calling or texting me, giving me a lame excuse, but Krista got daily calls? Besides Boob Lady, Krista also filled me with apprehension. She would always have a blood tie to him I could never claim. She and Cody would always be in Hunter's life.
I'm switching over. Put him on.
Hunter slipped on his shirt, sitting down in the chair, hanging up the phone. A smile exploding over his face as the shrill sounds of a toddler's voice squealed with delight.
Hey, little man.
He touched the screen.
Dada! Dada!
Cody's voice chanted with excitement, breaking another piece of my heart. I adored how much Hunter loved Cody, took him on as his own. But that was also where the problem lay. I hated it as well. Selfish? Oh yeah, but I couldn't help it. Truthfully, Krista and Cody had Hunter, not me.
What are you eating for breakfast?
Hunter touched the screen.
Nana.
Cody chirped.
Blueberries.
I could hear Krista's laugh, deep and joyful. He just learned that one. If I didn't know better, I'd think you taught him that.
Boob earries are the best,
Hunter chuckled.
You'll like them even more when you're older.
Hunter. Krista laughed again, sounding comfortable and happy. It was like a bat came out of nowhere, bashing me across the head, opening my naive eyes to what was in front of me. I was the outsider. Not even that promo girl had a chance. Not only were they a little family, but it felt obvious they would be together. It totally made sense. Nothing tied me to him. If anything, our ties were only painful and traumatic, something best left in the past. He would always go back to Krista, to Cody. She'd always be the one who'd get the first phone call. I didn't begrudge her that. Cody should be first, but it did nothing to take away my pain.
Dada. Huggy.
Cody's voice took on a sad inflection.
Oh, little man, you don't know how much I want to hug you right now. I miss you so much.
Hunter's hand pressed into his screen. He misses you too, Hunter. He asks for you all the time. Every night at bedtime, he makes sure we will have breakfast with you the next morning. Hunter's face flinched with pain, and he looked away. When are you coming home? Krista asked. Cody still calling for Hunter in the background. Liquid filled Hunter's eyes as he rubbed his face, clearing his throat.
Few more months, maybe longer.
Emotion choked a few of his words.
But I get a small break in 3 weeks, and I promise I'll be there the moment I can.
Dada.
Cody started to cry.
Want Dada.
Ugh, little man.
Hunter pinched his nose, fighting back the tears.
I'll be home soon, okay?
Cody, do you hear Daddy? Krista asked, Cody squealing in the back. He'll be coming home to us soon. Got it. My heart, my soul, her simple statement cutting me deeper than anything.
Her calling Hunter Daddy. Coming home to us. My teeth sawed into my bottom lip, tasting blood. My gaze dropped to the sheet covering my naked body.
"I've got to go," Hunter said softly. "I'll talk to you guys tomorrow."
Okay. We love and miss you.
"I love and miss you guys too. So much." He gulped.
"Wave to Daddy," Krista said. Hunter waved at the screen.
"Bye."
He sucked in, blinking rapidly, closing his computer screen with a soft click, slouching in the chair, scouring his face. I felt paralyzed by the scene I just witnessed. The ache that had been all over our love-stricken bodies now collected in my chest, strangling my heart. Seconds or minutes could have passed when Hunter cleared his throat again, peering over at the bed. His gaze caught mine, our eyes locking in a weighty silence. There was no doubt he knew I heard everything. An unspoken understanding exchanged between us, and I couldn't hide my hurt. The barriers that had always tried to keep us apart popped up like a mountain range. "You call them every day?" I swallowed, sitting up, placing my feet on the floor, searching for my t-shirt.
"Jamerson."
The guilt coating my name told me all I needed. "No, Hunter." I stood, finding the top, tugging it on. "Don't." He shoved out of the chair, walking closer to me.
"I call every morning because Cody doesn't understand why I'm not there. Krista says it helps him to see me."
Of course she did. I was starting to think Krista's denial of her feelings for Hunter were complete bullshit. She played his baby mama far too well. She inserted Hunter as her man and Cody's father way too easily. Oh, wow. A harsh scoff ripped from my heart. You don't get it. It's not, "I'm mad because you are in contact with Cody." You should be. He's a child. He needs you. It's the fact that not only did you hide it from me, you lied. Gave me bullshit excuses you were too busy. I tugged on my pants, no longer wanting to be naked around him. "It was also Krista you talked to yesterday morning, wasn't it?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "That's what I thought. You snuck into the bathroom because you knew what you were doing was wrong. And I don't mean it is wrong talking to Cody. But they get you every morning with promises of coming home. I get none of that, Hunter. And you acted like I was insane asking for it."
"Krista initiated it. Honestly, between her and my mom calling and my schedule, I didn't have time to think. I'm sorry. I should have taken the time. I felt you, of all people, would understand. Not demand anything from me."
Oh. Anger drew out every drop of hurt, and I curled my hands into fists. This is my fault?
"No."
He shook his head.
"That's not what I meant."
"What did you mean?" I tossed up my arms.
"I'm being pulled so many ways. I'm barely keeping it together. My mom is turning into a drunk, threatening to kill herself daily for attention. My father has cut her off until the divorce is final, so I'm trying to help pay the bills. Krista calls me incessantly over Cody. Jones is adding more to my itinerary every minute. I have sponsors ready to bail, a career on the line," he shouted, running his hand through his hair. "And you were the one thing who gives me peace."
All you had to do was tell me that. I deserve better. What we've been through together. If I supposedly make you happy, shouldn't you want to call me? Hear my voice? His nostrils flared, my words stabbing him. It was the truth. If you loved someone, you should want them around.
"I know I fucked up. What the hell do you want from me?"
Jesus, you sound like Colton. Anger colored his face.
"Do not compare me to my brother. I am nothing like him."
"I want to ask you something. Do not lie to me." I rolled my shoulders back. "When was the last time you slept with someone? Before me?"
"Where the hell did that come from?"
He gritted his teeth. "Answer me."
"Why? I don't ask you what you did with my brother. he snarled. "You know we never had sex." "There's more intimate things than sex." "Have you slept with a promo girl?" He jerked back, his Adam's apple bobbing, silence filling the room. "Ah." I nodded, looking away. "So what? You know I've had sex before you. A lot of it, Jamie." He moved, getting in my face. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Because when one of those girls comes up to me the night after we finally have sex and tells me she has been and still is with you, it kind of fucks with my head." His eyes snapped back and forth between mine. "When?" I whispered, acid dropping into my gut. He stepped back, rubbing a hand over his mouth. "Was it Veronica who came up to you?" She looked like a Veronica. Dark hair, huge rack. I'd say you can't miss her, but they all do start looking alike. He nodded, groaning. "God, I'm such an idiot. This is no different. Both you and Colton parade me around like the sweet, naive, obedient girlfriend while you nail the playmate behind my back." "Screw you, Jamie. Don't mold me into Colton. I never cheated on you," he spat, shaking his head at me. "I met her a long time ago. She did the smaller circuits with me before getting hired on by Monster. We've been thrown together a lot. We had fun, that was it. The last time I slept with her was a drunken, grieving night when you and I weren't anything, when my whole world was tearing apart. She's only on me again because I'm at the top. Well, I was." "Right." I stared at the floor, my mouth twisting. "Another thing that's my fault." "What are you talking about?" "I heard you guys last night saying I was the reason you were distracted. Why you lost." He tipped his head back with a sigh. "Jamie, it's not your fault. That was completely me." His hands clasped my arms, moving himself closer to me. "Yes, I was distracted, because all I could think of was you, being with you. I've been fantasizing about you for years, and you were finally real. Shit, I had to jerk off 4 times yesterday just to relax and concentrate." Desire weaved through my anger, the memory of his touch burning up my legs. He prowled in, cupping my face. "And now I've had you, tasted you. I don't want to go without. Stay with me." "What?" I tipped back, staring up at him. "At least till the end of the summer." His lips brushed mine. "I want you on tour with me, by my side, cheering for me every night." By his side. Being the one to sacrifice, like my dreams were less than a man's. Most girls would give anything for the opportunity to follow their boyfriend on tour. But I wasn't most girls. Not anymore. I can't. I pulled from his hold. "Why? Because of your family? They'll deal. You're old enough to make your own decisions." "This doesn't have anything to do with my parents." That was sort of a lie. My dad would flip out if I told him I was staying with Hunter all summer. "Then what?" His brows furrowed, scanning my face. "You don't want to?" "It's not that." I nibbled my lip. "In a week and a half, I'm going to Italy for the summer school abroad program." He blinked once, slow and deliberate. Taking a huge step back from me, nerves along his jaw twitched. "What?" "I've been meaning to tell you." "But you didn't." His chin flicked up. "Now who's the one not being completely honest?" "Hunter." "No." A burst of rage flung out of his mouth. "You just raked me over the coals because I kept things from you. And here you are heading to fucking Italy in a week. When were you going to tell me? When you got there?" "No." I stabbed my arms toward the floor. "It was not like you were around much for me to talk to you about anything. I was going to tell you this weekend." "First, you had plenty of time to tell me when I came home. And the phone works both ways. I don't remember getting calls from you recently. And Jamie, it's fucking Sunday. Only 2 hours before I get in my car and head out. Were Were you waiting until I was actually in my truck driving away?
Yes, it's fucking Sunday. But other things came up this weekend, and either I didn't see you or when I did, we were a little busy.
Oh. He chuckled derisively. So it's my fault.
For fuck's sake, I yelled, my arms waving in the air. No. Yes. Maybe. It's both of us, Hunter, and that's what worries me. After all the shit we've gone through, we shouldn't hide anything from each other.
Ask.
He opened his arms, indignation curling off him.
I'm not hiding anything from you. I fucked up, but I'm not keeping anything from you. I love you. I want you to be with me.
Stay by your side? Forgo Italy? I lifted an eyebrow.
His jaw crunched down, his lids narrowing. Why do I feel either way I answer I'm wrong?
Why? I challenged, my hands on my hips.
Because one is what you want to hear, but a lie. The other is the truth, but I'm an asshole.
You want me to stay?
Yes, he exploded. Sorry if it makes me a dick, but yeah, I want you here.
What if I asked you to come to Italy instead? The taste of grief slithered over my tongue, already knowing his answer.
You know I can't. My career is starting to take off. This is my life. It's everything to me.
Studying art in Italy means everything to me. It's what I want to do with my life.
See, I'm the asshole.
No, you're not. My lids fluttered, my throat swelling with heartache. It just makes it clear.
What? He replied stiffly, his shoulders jerking back, his head inching up in defense.
That we aren't meant to be together, I croaked out, my chest sinking against my lungs.
Are you fucking serious?
Quiet anger vibrated through every syllable. Hunter, I love you, but I'm not going to be the person who follows a guy around instead of living her own life. I did it with Colton. I won't do it again. I am no longer that girl. But I realized yesterday how easy I could fall back into being her. If I stayed with you, it would be on your schedule, when you could fit me in, my entire world revolving around you.
No.
Yes, it would. I cut him off, gulping over the sob in my throat. I got a taste of it yesterday, and it's not your fault. It's just how it is. But I would come to resent you, hate myself for putting myself last. A tear escaped, rolling down my cheek, my voice quivering. Krista and Cody make it more concrete. I can never come first to you.
Jay.
My hand went up, stopping his words again. I understand, Hunter. God, it makes me love you more. The way you have taken Cody as your own. You guys are a family. Always will be. I'm not part of that. And maybe I'm the ass here, but for once, I want to be someone's first choice.
We're back here again?
His expression and body were emotionless, his walls stacking in place.
You're walking away again. Giving up on us.
You think this is easy for me? I cried out, stabbing my fingers into my chest. It's killing me, Hunter. But staying will destroy us both in the end. Everything in my heart is screaming to stay. But my soul knows if I do, I won't be the girl you love. I'll be a shell. I'll lose myself. I gulped, more tears falling down my face. His neck jerked to the side, his hand rubbing briefly over his eyes.
Then you should go, Jamerson.
Sobs lined up in my chest, shoving toward my lips to get out. Hunter, I don't want to leave it like this.
What did you expect? He roared. That we could be friends? Jesus, Jamie, you're smarter than that. We could never be only friends.
He glared at me, shaking his head.
Just go.
Hunter.
Get out.
His teeth were clenched so tightly I could hear his jaw pop. I'm so sorry, I heaved, gasping in air.
I'm not going to ask again.
His voice almost pleaded. Then his body jerked for the door, swinging it open, motioning for me to exit.
I need you to leave now.
Scooping up my shoes, I stumbled for the door, my legs barely holding me up. The grief swelled over my head like a wave about to crash down on me. I looked at him, his blue eyes full of hate and anger, knowing this was the last time I was going to see him. Our paths would have no reason to cross again. Anguish burned at my seams, threatening to incinerate me, leave me nothing but ash. Shit, I couldn't do this. I couldn't walk away from him. My mouth parted to tell him when he leaned in.
Get the fuck out, Jamerson.
His voice cut through me like a sword. Sucking in, I stepped past him, knowing this was for the best. The door slammed behind me, smashing everything we once had into millions of broken pieces. Vacantly, I stumbled down the hall, my head and heart building a wall against the onslaught of sorrow seeping into my soul. Once at my room, I took a few steps in, staring at the rug.
"Whiskey, that you?"
I heard Stevie call from the bathroom.
"Oh my God. You need to hear about my adventures with Russell last night."
She prattled on, my brain only skimming over her words.
"Whiskey?"
Her head poked around the corner.
"Hey, are you okay?"
Blinking, I felt my head waggle in the negative, but I couldn't recall telling myself to do it. My soul felt like it was separating itself from me too. A choking sound came from my chest as my knees dropped to the floor. "Whiskey?" Stevie screamed, running to me.
"What's wrong? What happened?"
The sea of water hung over my head, then plunged me down, drowning me in grief, swallowing me whole in gut-wrenching pain. Silent sobs racked my chest. The loss of Hunter tore me apart worse than when I woke up in the hospital, paralyzed, Colton dead. This anguish was my own doing. Stevie's arms wrapped around me, holding me tightly as my wails tore through the room, my heart broken and dead on the floor. Chapter 8. 1 month later. Beautiful, Jamerson. You have a keen eye. My art instructor strolled behind me, leaning over to study my sketches. Drawing wasn't my favorite part, but this assignment gave me joy and excitement. Our class descended on the breathtaking, mystical town of Fiesole, right outside of Florence. A place full of old ruins, red-roofed houses, rolling hills, and mystery that floated in the air like the sun-baked vineyards. About a dozen of us students scattered around the site. We drew what was no longer there, filling in the remnants of what time had stolen away over the centuries. It was a great assignment for someone who wanted to restore art. We had to absorb the surroundings, understand the history, the time period, and show others what was possible, what was there, hiding from the unseeing eye. Art history and science had been subjects I loved in school, but Dad always pushed me more into the physical therapy area of science and health, following in his footsteps. But with each passing day, I knew it was not what I wanted to do. Restoring artifacts brought my two worlds of science and art together. And being in the land of the great artists like Da Vinci, Raphael, Michelangelo, and Giotto only affirmed what my heart and soul wanted. It filled me with excitement, joy, and wonder. I was still new to the art world, but I was insatiable, spending most afternoons after class in art museums, reading everything I could. I lifted my head and took in the gorgeous vista of the Italian town, the green, lush trees, and smell of roasting tomatoes and olives soaking into my senses. Seriously, Jamie, you have a gift. She leaned in closer. Mrs. Colleen Rousseau was a young American teacher who came abroad and ended up falling in love with the place and staying. She was an incredible artist and one of the warmest people I ever met. She and I really bonded. One night, over a glass of wine, she told me how her life before had been completely different. She said when her mom died, she looked up and realized how miserable she was. In her life, her job, her relationship. She broke up with her fiancé, quit her dead-end job, and flew to Florence to take a job as an art instructor for the American college. She instantly fell in love with the people, the city, the life they lived here. She met her husband a year later and was still blissfully in love.
When we met, I was happy with my life, who I was. We met, and it was magic. Like both our paths had been leading to each other, waiting for us to work out all our problems so we were both ready to really be in a relationship. To let love in. He wasn't the reason I was happy, but he added to it. I had downed the rest of the bottle after that, not wanting to let anything in. Especially love. It had only destroyed me. I've never met someone with such a developed eye who has never studied before. Her voice brought me back to the present. She ran her finger down the side of my sketch pad, shaking her head. I think I'm going to recommend you for the internship this year at the Academia Gallery. What? I sputtered, whipping around to her. The museum that holds Michelangelo's David? And Botticelli's Madonna of the Sea? That Academia Gallery? She laughed, standing up straight. Yes, that one. Oh my God, yes. What do I have to do? Do they need a kidney, a lung? I can live without a leg. I need my hands, but an ear is fine. She full belly laughed at my rant. Calm down, Jamie. She grinned, brushing her shoulder-length brown hair back, the hot sun making it stick to her neck. Dressed in a flowy long skirt and tank with a tan floppy hat to block the intense July sun, she looked every bit the American in Italy. The young local Italian women, at least in the city, dressed to the nines and seemed obsessed with shoes that could dent even the most robust credit card. Only Americans believed the local women ran around barefoot in flowing skirts and stomped on barrels of grapes to make wine. The internship is highly sought after, as you might figure. They only pick a few, and the application is more competitive than Harvard. But they always take our recommendations seriously because they are through the school. The chances are slim, especially because you're new, but I still want to add your name. Oh, Colleen, thank you. On the first day, she demanded we call her by her first name, the summer course more informal and relaxed. The entire class had grown close and went out to dinner and explored the city together a lot. My roommate, Sammy, had been the quiet, reserved girl back home. She came here, and all that changed. Now she was going to bars every night and flirting with the Italian boys. She tried to drag me out, but most of the time I refused. My heart too heavy to haul it to a bar, smile, and pretend I was happy. I did experience some happiness. In class, watching the sunset on the Ponte Vecchio Bridge, and exploring other museums and towns. Yet around people, especially around guys, I felt empty. Don't say thank you yet. Wait until you see the application. Colleen pushed up her large sunglasses. But I think you can do it. Like I said, you have a gift most take years and years to obtain. She touched my shoulder before drifting off to the next student. Excitement pinwheeled in my chest, sparking like fireworks. Holy shit. That would be a dream. To be an intern at the Academia? Hell, even if my duty was retrieving coffee and rubbing down David with a diaper, I was game. David was beautiful, and you could see Michelangelo's attention to detail. He had to have been in love with that Adonis. But when I first walked up to it, Sammy dying beside me, I shrugged. I've seen a lot bigger. Really? Sammy burst out laughing, peering around nervously, her eyes widening. You've had sex? Yeah. I sighed. Oh, did I? And I'd be lying if I said it was only my heart that missed Hunter. He opened Pandora's box, and damned if my hormones were going back in. It was severely embarrassing how much I wanted to scratch that itch with his image in my head. When I walked onto the plane, I tried to cut out everything to do with Hunter and Colton. My parents tried to hide their glee we parted ways, almost pushing me on the plane to leave. Stevie ran back to New York, both of us pledging no more Supercross riders or even talk of them. She was on an older woman kick now, saying she loved them because they wanted nothing from her except a good time. I had no idea how Hunter was doing. Most days in Italy, where nothing reminded me of him,
I could almost forget. Almost. As if he were the one who died, Hunter's ghost haunted me every night, plaguing my dreams. And not all of them were gut-wrenching. It was particularly embarrassing to wake my roommate groaning so loud because my dreams were that vivid. Poor Sammy. Funny, I'd always seen myself as naive, but being around her, I felt like I was her Stevie. After the accident, I looked at things differently, and being here only opened my world up more. "Okay, class, let's head back," Colleen yelled to us. Collecting my supplies, I hooked my bag on my shoulder, strolling down the crumbling steps. My sundress clung to me in the hot afternoon sun. "Jamie?" Sammy waved, jogging up to me. She was short and curvy, with a round face and short curly hair, which she had daringly dyed red the second week we were here. Every day was like watching a caterpillar blossom into a butterfly. She told me she'd had a horrible time in high school, picked on for her weight and looks, making her feel worthless. But here, men hit on her all the time. Her happy smile, curves, and bright green eyes were enticing. "You're going out with us tonight, right?" Come on, please." She pressed her hands together, pleading. "I feel so much better when you're there, and you know Grant is dying for you to come." She shaded her eyes at the tall blonde strolling our way. I tried not to sigh. "He has it bad for you, girl. Not like anyone wouldn't." She snorted loudly, waving her hand over me. "You're like a freaking Abercrombie model."
Jamie.
Grant's slightly British accent was always stronger when he was either drunk or talking to me. He grew up in the States, but his mother was British. Since our first class, he'd been after me. Grant was cute and nice. Any girl would find his attention thrilling. But I was dead inside, except for the brief moments Hunter entered my dreams.
"You coming with us tonight?"
He smiled, showing off his beautifully white teeth.
"Actually, I'm not taking no this time."
He chuckled.
"We're going to this American sports bar to watch the game. Come on, you have to come with us."
"Please." Sammy hopped around in front of me, begging. "I don't think so." "Please, please, please, please," Sammy repeated until I thought my ears were going to bleed. "Fine, okay, just stop, please." I laughed, waggling my head, my ponytail snapping against the backs of my bare arms. "I give up. You guys win." "Yay!" They high-fived each other, Grant wrapping his arm around Sammy, squeezing her into him jubilantly. The guy was always happy. "We finally broke her!" His hugging caused a blush to spread over Sammy's cheeks. She told me one night she had a crush on him, but knew he'd never look at her like that and was just happy he considered her a friend. I wanted to tell her differently, but I didn't know if Grant would. So far, he treated her like a buddy, his focus on me. I wasn't going to be the one who gave her hope if there was none. But I reminded her all the time how beautiful she was, and to go after what she wanted. Life was too short and could be taken at any moment.
"Okay, I'll text you later. But we'll probably grab something to eat around 9 or 10, then head out."
He grinned widely again, excitement dancing in his eyes. It was a culture shock to find most Southern European countries ate extremely late, having a large lunch. Then, if you were part of the youth culture, you headed off to the clubs for the night. Okay. Crap. I really didn't want to go, but I did need to stop hiding. I told Hunter the reason I had to leave was not to become a shell and to live my life. I needed to start doing that. Could I start on that tomorrow? Maybe next week? The bar was packed, the warm evening amplifying the heat rising off the swarm of bodies in the bar. Classic American rock music pumped from the speakers. A group of girls already swayed and sang in the middle of the dance floor to the lyrics of Bon Jovi. This bar was mainly filled with students from the many American colleges scattered around Florence, and sprinkled with a few locals watching the multiple American games playing on the TV monitors. "Come on, girls!" Grant and his roommate and friend, Quentin, stood at the bar, waving us to come join them along with some others from our class.
Tequila time!
Grant motioned to the string of shot glasses running down the bar. I didn't even bother fighting it. If I was going to be here, I might as well try and have fun. Woohoo! Grant handed me a pint of cider and cheered as I guzzled mine, the taste always taking me back to the night in the parking lot with Hunter, Stevie, and Chris.
Another!
He handed me a second one. Sammy was already flushed with alcohol, her cheeks so red they almost looked painful. Let's dance. She grabbed my arm. Come on. Need at least one more for that. I laughed, already enjoying the way the alcohol unlocked my muscles, as well as the grip on my mind and heart. It also numbed my emotions, along with the stiffness in my hip and leg. With my new life, my new group of friends, no one knew my past, what I had gone through in the last year, and I preferred it that way. It was like starting fresh. No pity or censor. I could be free to be myself. Nobody here knew I had been in a horrible accident, had to learn to walk again, or had been an outcast nicknamed a brother fucker for most of my senior year. But when my leg hitched or the pain flared up, I was brought back to reality, reminding me my past was always hovering on the fringes. After another drink, my blood warmed, loosening my muscles into thinking they could dance. I let Sammy drag me out into the dance floor, pulling Grant and Quentin with me. Grant turned to me to dance, his smile wide, his blue eyes glinting with so much enthusiasm it made me feel guilty. I would never be interested in him beyond a friend. But the alcohol had me smiling and laughing as he tried to do some awful dance moves while moving closer to me. More people joined us from our group as we wiggled our hips and loudly sang song after song to the music. Sweat trickled down the back of my neck, my tank sticking to my chest while I waved my arms in the air, a huge grin on my face.
See, love?
Grant leaned into my ear, his accent sliding over me like silk.
You're having a brilliant time, aren't you?
I shrugged, trying to hide my smile, but couldn't stop enjoyment from parting my lips.
Told you.
He moved in even closer, his lips brushing my ear, a hand running up my back. From across the circle, Sammy waggled her eyebrows at me, not sly at all in encouraging me to pursue his advances. I was young, single, abroad, where I should have been letting go, experiencing life and trying different things. There was no reason, besides my stupid heart, that should stop me kissing Grant. And I had learned my heart was not to be trusted. It was an idiot. Still, I stepped back, needing a bit of air, not knowing how I felt anymore. I'll be right back. Going to the bathroom, I said to Grant, pushing out of the circle, strolling to the back where the line for the ladies' room already stretched down the hallway. I only got halfway when my hazy vision landed on one of the TV screens. My legs turned to cement, pinning me to the floor, an audible gasp erupting from my chest. Motorbikes jumped and sped through the dirt obstacle course, flames sprouting from the checkered line as a bike crossed it. No sound came from the TV, but I could see the stands going crazy, signs waving and bobbing in the audience. Ice licked down my spine, spreading over each bone, my chest heaving out tiny, violent puffs. My gut knew before I even saw the results, my soul stretching through the monitor, feeling him. My heart scaled up my throat when his picture popped up on the screen declaring him the winner. Seeing him tore apart every little wound I'd barely patched together. I soaked in every detail like a starving animal. The dark hair my nails had run through, the strong jaw and scruff my fingers had trailed over, the dimple my lips had kissed, the mouth I had declared as mine. The picture disappeared from the monitor, the camera changing to a reporter from a sports channel standing with a smiling Hunter. My legs wobbled, my hand going to my chest, trying to keep my heart from falling out. The fans were going crazy around him, and his blue eyes shimmered with excitement and wonder, as he waved to the crowd while the reporter tried to talk to him. He nodded, his mouth moving, a cheeky grin tugging at his dimple as he spoke. Happiness glowed from him. That joy cut me to the core. He was fine without me. Better. Winning and following his dreams. A figure moved in next to him, his grin tipping higher on one side as the raven-haired girl wrapped her arms around him, pulling his face down into a deep kiss. And I watched him kiss her back. A guttural noise shuddered from my chest. The last tiny remnants of my not-quite-mended heart tore into pieces. Veronica and Hunter broke apart. He chuckled, shaking his head, turning back to the reporter. Something in me shifted in that moment. Watching them obliterated me. But it also woke me up. I had been holding on to Hunter, no matter if it was my decision to walk away. In my heart, I still had hope. He was not pining for me, broken-hearted, waiting for me to return home. He had moved on, and was doing well, happy, back on top. All because I wasn't there. This was probably a blessing in disguise for him. All the links to his painful past were gone, letting him start fresh and grow. My lashes fluttered, and I swallowed over and over, trying to keep the tears from breaking through and flooding the floor.
Jamie.
A hand touched my elbow, Grant's voice drifting over my shoulder.
I was looking for you.
Not trusting myself to talk, I took another shaky breath.
Hey, are you all right?
He leaned in, brushing the curtain of hair away from my face. I stared at the TV one more time. The interview had ended, and now Hunter stood back, waving at the stands. But my attention was fixed on the hand that stayed pressed to his lower back, running over his ass a few times. Veronica lapped up the attention, her face filled with adoration and pride. Everything about her was fake, and I had no doubt her affection for him was more about the attention, but it didn't matter. They were together again. I knew it in my bones.
Jameson.
Shutting my lids briefly, I inhaled deeply, then turned to Grant, whose eyebrows bunched up in concern. Yeah. I nodded, forcing a smile onto my face. I'm good. You want another drink? He pointed at the bar. Yes. I stepped to him, looking up into pale blue eyes. Nothing like the vibrant blue eyes I used to stare into. Grant was a few inches under 6 foot, but still taller than me. His blonde hair and slight build were opposite of my typical type. Yet I suddenly didn't care if my stomach didn't twist with excitement or yearn for his kiss. The way he looked at me, wanted me, felt good. He was exactly what I needed to help me forget. I had been given a second chance to experience life, and I was tired of not living it. A skeptical grin hitched up the side of Grant's mouth as my body pressed into his. His eyebrows lifted, moving even closer, not hesitating a moment at my change of heart.
And what would you like?
For you to kiss me. I had no qualms telling him. Whatever snapped inside of me obliterated fear. He could agree or turn me down, and neither would bother me. Nothing could hurt me anymore.
Bloody hell, Jamie.
He breathed in, cupping my face.
I've been waiting since day one for you to say that.
He brought my face to his mouth taking mine. His kiss was nice, and I let myself fall into it, forgetting where I was or who I was. Chapter 9. Bundling into my winter jacket, I exited out the side door of the museum, stars already dancing in the crisp, dark evening air. Twinkling lights and holiday decorations trimmed most of the buildings and piazzas, creating a fairy tale atmosphere in the city. I had fallen head over heels in love with Florence. I walked briskly toward the Piazza della Repubblica, where happy hour called my name after a long day. My feet and back ached, and my hip was throbbing from running around. I was looking forward to a glass of wine and relaxing. Jamie! A hand waved me over to a bistro table in the cozy restaurant. "Colleen, hey." I grinned, hugging her before falling in the chair across from her. "You already order?" "Of course." She winked with a cunning grin. This was our ritual on Thursday evenings. Even though she was 32, we got along well and had become really good friends the past 6 months. "How is the Academia Gallery?" she inquired. "Is Katerina still running you ragged?" Pulling off my coat, I huffed. She is ruthless. "But you love it." Colleen winked. A smile split my lips. "I do." "I am so glad I submitted your name," Colleen replied, smiling as the waiter came to our table, where he set down the bottle of wine and antipasto platter we always shared, which consisted of various local olives, cheeses, meats, and breads. My mouth watered seeing the delicious food. "And from what I heard, no matter how much Katerina grumbles, they love you there. I keep hearing them sing your praises." Pride ballooned in my chest. The application for the internship had been brutal. Only 8 out of hundreds of applications were chosen each year for the program. So when Colleen called me at the end of August telling me of my acceptance, I almost fainted. My bags had been packed, my family set for my return to the States. Everything changed in that moment. I thought my parents would fight it, but my father was coming to terms with the truth that I wasn't going into medicine or physical therapy. When I added this was an internship people would die for, they had not argued. The internship was supposed to be 3 days a week, plus every other weekend, but most of us were still also going to school. But I took fewer classes and worked at the museum almost every day. What I learned there could never be taught in a classroom. And because I was so dedicated, I was chosen a lot to help with special projects very few got to even get near. The week before, Angelo, one of the conservators, asked me to assist him on restoring a Lorenzo Bartolini sculpture. I won't deny there were some tears, possibly some squealing and deep breathing when I entered the restoration room. To be allowed so close to history, helping preserve it for future generations, made my heart thump with the thrill. The piece felt alive, like it held centuries of stories. A few times, I swear I could feel Bartolini guiding me, appreciating our dedication to keeping his passion and name alive. Angelo was a sweet little Italian man who had been there for 40 years and was a fountain of information who enjoyed sharing his knowledge. 13 hours passed, and I had hardly noticed, so happy to absorb everything I could from him. With our glasses filled, Colleen and I saluted and sipped the delicious wine. "Your family still coming for Christmas?" Colleen placed some bruschetta the waiter set on the table on her plate, licking her fingers. "Yeah." I nodded, serving myself from the shared plates. "In 2 weeks. Excited to see them. Especially Reese. Every time she FaceTimes me, I swear she's grown another inch. Miss that squirt so much." Mom, Dad, Reese, and both sets of grandparents were coming. Grandma Nessa suggested it, bought tickets for my parents and sister as a surprise, and begrudgingly added Grandma Penny when my mom mentioned her. The only thing that would have made it perfect was having Stevie come too. But her mother wouldn't let her go anywhere but home. She was back at school acting like the same old Stevie, claiming to be happy with her one-night stands, a job at a record store, and friends in New York. But I felt something lacking, like she was playing the part of Stevie. Neither one of us even hinted about Hunter or Chris, and we steered clear of all topics that might lead to them. It was better that way. The night in the bar 4 months ago when I saw Hunter on TV had been a turning point for me. I didn't deny I would always love Hunter and wish him well. It took a lot of time to even see past the pain, but I got through it. I was truly happy with myself and in love with my life. Italy had changed me. Once I'd gotten over the worst of my heartbreak, I went a little crazy at first, living it up every moment of the summer with Sammy. We traveled most weekends to places like Amsterdam, London, Paris, and Barcelona, taking advantage of the cheap weekend deals and youth hostels filled with kids our age.
I would never apologize for what I did or who I had been with. It was how I dealt with all the pain I had been holding on to since the car accident, and I let it go. Are you going to introduce them to Luca? Colleen winked, taking another pull of her wine. No. I rolled my eyes, chuckling. You know it's not that serious between us. Uh-huh. She smirked, her lips stained from the red wine. Luca was a curator at the museum, and we had been casually seeing each other for a few weeks now. He was tall, dark, and sexy as hell, especially when he whispered Italian into my ear. I loved his dark mop of hair and deep chocolate eyes. He was even hotter when he wore his glasses and talked about art like it was his other lover. The Italians I met were all about love, but I didn't think Katerina or any of the staff would appreciate what we had done in some of the restoration rooms in the back. We tried to act like nothing was going on, but everyone knew. Of course, one of the other interns had made a remark that screwing him was why I got special treatment. No, it was because I worked my ass off. Christian and I want you and your non-boyfriend to come over for dinner one night. I think I finally mastered his mother's carbonara sauce. Dinner? Like a double date? You've been seeing him for weeks. She coughed, emphasizing that word. Come on, you two are pretty much a couple. That word tightened a lasso around my neck. What I wanted was the opposite of a relationship. I didn't want a boyfriend. I wanted fun. My heart was not open to anything past that. I don't know what's going to happen. I stirred in my seat. Let's see where we are in a month. Fine. She nodded, finishing her glass. I need to get home soon. I've been married for 3 years, but my mother-in-law is suddenly on a quest to teach me to cook. Like, if she doesn't, her baby boy will starve. She flicked her eyes in annoyance. You heading home? No, I promised to meet Sammy for a drink. Like me, Sammy didn't go home after the summer was over. She managed another semester abroad, loving this place too much to leave. We stayed roommates, but I hardly saw her. I barely saw anyone except the people at the museum. I wiped my mouth, setting my napkin on the plate, knowing Colleen had already covered the bill. She knew how broke students were and said this was her weekly treat where we could catch up. Always good seeing you. Colleen and I hugged before I headed back out into the night, gliding contentedly through the city. I loved everything was so walkable and everyone was outside, not hiding in their homes watching TV like most did back home. Kids, grandparents, lovers, friends, everyone was always enjoying this beautiful city and talking to each other. The loud American bar jangled against my nerves. I had no desire to go in, but Sammy was a big football fan, and this was one of the only places she could watch her team play. As predicted, she already sat at the bar, a beer in one hand, her eyes locked on the action happening on the screen. Hey, girl. I slipped into the stool next to her. Oh my God, Jamie! She hugged me, her arms strangling my throat. I feel like I haven't seen you in months. I don't even know what year it is anymore. I laughed, sitting back in my chair. Seriously, you work too hard. Yeah, but I love it. I motioned to the bartender. He smiled, pouring me a cider without even asking, and slid it in front of me with a nod. Yeah, we had come here a lot in the summer. My stepmom called, Sammy huffed. She says my father and she want me to come home for the holidays. I don't want to go. I'm not ready. There's no way they'll let you stay one more semester? Yeah, right. Her shoulders drooped. They had a hissy fit I stayed this time. The thought of going back to a house with my hard stepbrothers who live to torture me, and my stepmom who pretends she cares but only ridicules me about losing weight or dressing better is horrifying. I knew enough from our talks that her father was nice but passive. He let the stepmom rule the house. He'd probably be okay with her staying. But if the stepmonster said no, then Sammy was going back home. I'm sorry. I squeezed her hand. I don't want you to go either. Sammy's eyes glistened with tears, but she shook them away,
taking a swig of her beer and returning her attention to the game.
Just this game, then we can go. I know you don't watch football.
It was ironic that football had once been a world I revolved around, not able to escape it for a moment. Sammy had no idea I knew everything about the game, or I'd spent hours of my life cheering for it, watching it, and talking about it. Now I wanted nothing to do with it. It only reminded me of that old life, the old Jamie. No worries. I sat back, glancing over the other screens, my gaze halting on the one in the corner. Oh, God, no, not again. AMA Supercross Championship filled the TVs, bikes racing around the track behind the logo. I thought I was free and clear of him, but like a snake, this reminder of Hunter sprang out at me, piercing the air in my lungs. "Can you turn it up?" a guy yelled over at the bartender, leaning on the bar next to me. "It's the final tonight." The bartender shrugged, inching up the volume enough for us to hear it. "Local boy. He's fucking amazing." The young American college guy nudged my arm, flicking his head to the display. "The guy in first, the Hayes, is from a couple towns over from mine." I couldn't respond, swallowing the lump expanding in my throat. I had been proud of myself, thinking I was cured of Hunter Harris, only to find out what every other addict learns. You are never cured of a craving. You just learn to live with it. "Always been a fan of Supercross, but having one of your own on top makes it better," he continued, grinning, like he thought he impressed me with his knowledge. Buddy, little do you know. The guy is a newbie, but is now outranking the reigning world champion. Talk about an underdog story. He leaned on his elbows, his attention on the TV. "I'm Trevor, by the way." He held out his hand. "Jamie," I replied politely, and centered my attention on the event as the commentator began to speak on screen. "The last race of the season is next. Everything has come down to this final run," the ESPN commentator said dramatically, the guy's statistics and pictures filling up the display. "Hunter the Hayes Harris and Jeremy Razor Thompson are neck and neck. Their scores are so close that a simple mistake could be enough to rip the championship title away from one of them." The camera snapped back to the commentator. "The rumor is these two have butted heads on and off the course the last couple of months. The tension between them has risen, coincidentally, since Hunter started showing he could take this title away from last year's champion. Whether it's true or not has made for some exciting races, and I doubt this last one will disappoint." The camera cut away from the reporter, scanning the riders prepping behind the gate, then zoomed in on the VIP area, where friends and family watched. It zeroed in on a woman holding a toddler with child-size earphones over his head, bright blue eyes, dark hair, and a grin dimpling his left cheek. Oh my God. Cody no longer looked like a baby as I remembered him, but a tiny version of his father. "Aw, and look who's here to support his daddy. This little guy has become a permanent fixture on the tour lately, and the crowd has fallen in love with him," the commentator said. The camera zoomed in on the pair. In tight jeans and a t-shirt, Krista's blonde hair flowed down her arms. She waved at the camera as she peered at Cody, encouraging him to wave with her. She had always been pretty, but now she looked beautiful, confident, happy, like she belonged there. Hunter's girlfriend Krista and his son Cody have become crowd favorites since they've come on tour with Hunter. Such a little character. The reporter's voice talked over the footage on them. You can tell that little boy loves watching his daddy ride. The pieces of my heart I'd thought healed now burned into ash, my head aching as tears built inside. They'd joined him on tour? Was she really his girlfriend? Or did they assume, in the same way they did, that Cody was his child? Shit. If you didn't know Hunter had a twin, Colton, there was no way you wouldn't think Hunter was the father. Cody was a spitting image of him. Actually, if my sources are right, I heard she might soon be his fiancée, the pundit said, his statement freezing me in place, a desert drying out my throat. They make an adorable family.
And I know that little boy is excited to be here. Like we all are.
Fiancé? No. Please say I heard wrong. Air. I needed air. But I couldn't move. My thoughts and body were no longer connected. The clock hit 0 in Joyce's hands, and she stepped off the track as the gates dropped. The bikes rushed onto the course, like the bulls in Spain, barreling toward the first turn. Number 8 darted out first, curving the dirt like glass.
Fuck yeah. He's got the lead spot, Trevor cheered.
Called a hole shot, I muttered, no emotion reaching my voice. The guy turned to me and elbowed my arm, a flirty smile on his mouth.
Look at you, knowing about Supercross.
Yeah, I swallowed. Kinda. Not only do I know more than you, it could have been me there supporting him. You chose to walk away, Jamie. You don't have a right to be upset. Tell that to my heart. Tell my heart not to crumble under the idea Krista and Hunter are together. Possibly engaged. Wine and cider churned in my stomach, the scrumptious food turning sour. I had foreseen it. I had known this would be the outcome, no matter what path I chose. Krista and Cody were meant to be Hunter's family. As much as my soul felt like Hunter was mine, he never was.
Holy shit!
Trevor's voice rang out, jolting me from the sorrow sucking me into a pit, my gaze snapping to the TV. A rider made a block pass as they rounded a corner. I had seen the move done before, during my first time watching Hunter race when Zach caused him to crash and took him out of a race. My mouth dropped as I watched the rider blatantly ram into Hunter, trying to cut him off, swerving into Hunter's bike.
Oh no,
the correspondent yelled, as the wheels on Hunter's bike came out from under him, tossing him into the dirt, his bike crunching down on him. Horror coated my tongue, a scream catching as motorbikes unable to get out of the way in time crashed or ran over him, twisting into a pile of machines and bodies heaped upon him. No! I shrieked, my feet hitting the floor, terror scraping my lungs. Hunter! The announcer's loud, panicky voice tunneled in my ear, saying words I no longer understood, my mind shutting down. Emergency crews ran out onto the track, dozens of bent motorcycles and bodies overwhelming the handful of EMTs. Oh, God! Hunter! I wailed, not caring everyone around me stared at me like I was crazy. They had no idea the boy I still loved was deep underneath, trapped, possibly dead. Can you see him? Is he okay? My high-pitched voice carried through the bar, my anguish desperate for any reassurance as I searched everyone's faces.
I don't know.
Trevor waggled his head, stepping away from me, my reaction to the accident alarming him. Jamie? Sammy touched my shoulder, whipping my head to her. Are you okay? No, I whimpered, staring back at the TV. I need to know he's okay. Please tell me he's all right. Tears slipped down my face as more emergency crews ran onto the track. A few of the riders got up and limped away, but still Hunter was buried too far under to see him. The remains of the accident took me back to that hot night more than 14 months ago. The agony, the pain, and heart-wrenching loss. The squealing of tires, the crunch of metal and bone. No, not again. I can't lose another Harris. I can't lose him. Do you know him? Sammy asked. I don't understand. What is going on? Is this live or taped? I shouted at the bartender, widening his eyes in alarm. Live or taped? Live, I think, Trevor replied, staring at me like I was a freak. Hot tears pooled down my cheeks, my hand covering my mouth as the TV cut to commercial. No! I yelled at the monitor, despair moving me around, wanting to jump in the TV. I needed to know what was going on, if he was okay. My hand grappled for my jacket, pulling out my mobile. I had cleared my phone of Hunter to remove the temptation of texting him when I was drunk and vulnerable. But I knew where I could find another number, one I kept, because the thought of completely cutting all ties whirled terror in my bones. With hands trembling, I scrolled down my calls until I found the number. The sound of the ring hummed in my ears, my legs pacing back and forth. Please pick up. It rang continuously, no one answering, sending me from rationality. I hung up, redialing instantly. Jamie, you're freaking me out. What is going on? Sammy stood in front of me, twisting me in a different direction. I couldn't talk or explain anything to anyone, not until I knew he was all right. The phone clicked. Hello? Oh, thank God, Jones. I grabbed the stool, keeping myself standing. I saw. Please tell me he's okay. Please. I sobbed. I had the same surreal sense of being outside my own body as the night my father told me Colton was dead. Somehow I lived through that. This I wouldn't. Jamie, I can't talk right now. His voice was filled with panic and horror. Please. I strangled the cell. I need to know he's okay. A shaky sigh exhaled from Jones. I don't know anything more than he's alive. The EMT won't let us out there. But fuck, Jamie, it's bad. Really bad. A soggy gasp clogged my throat. Alive didn't mean okay. He had already gone through so much. I had watched him almost die at my feet once, his body even more damaged than mine had been. I don't know what to do. Jones's voice calmed me in a strange way. I had missed him more than I realized. Do I fly back? I feel like I should be there. No, Jamie. Stay where you are. I'll call you when I know something, okay? I squeezed my lids closed, not ready to end the link to Hunter, to his world. Jamie? Yeah. I nodded, not fighting the liquid running down my face. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Jones hung up, leaving me cradling the mobile, staring up at the TV, 1,000 miles away from where my heart was. Chapter 10. Clouds moved on the horizon, diffusing the light in soft colors. Gold and orange stained the stone walls of the Ponte Vecchio bridge as I strolled over Ponte Santa Trinita, sucking in the crisp morning air, chilling my nose. Inside, I felt nothing, unable to absorb the beauty in the sunrise. The city just started to stir awake, but for the most part, I was alone. I had been all night. Sleep was not something I could expect, even though exhaustion wore heavily on my bones. In a few hours, I had to be at the Galleria, but my mind could only churn with horrible scenarios. I checked my phone every other minute. 6 hours separated me from Hunter's current time, but I doubted anyone was sleeping there either. Jones, why aren't you calling me back? I had texted and called enough already with no response. He knew I was waiting for an update. After Sammy and I went back to our room, I confessed to her about my past with Hunter. The accident, Colton's death, the rehab to walk again, all the way to the point of leaving Hunter in Denver. She sat wide-eyed and gaping through most of it, unable to believe all that happened to me. It was 3 a.m. before she succumbed to sleep, but I could tell my restless pacing and sighs were keeping her up. The quiet streets of Florence welcomed me in its dark embrace. And while the town slept, I wandered down cobble streets and into peaceful piazzas. A vendor opened his stand, and I pounced on the rich aroma of coffee wafting from it. The warmth slid up my cold nose and into my freezing fingers. Bakery shops opened their doors, welcoming the first people who dared to meet the morning so early. My stomach rolled at the thought of food. A sick feeling weighted in my soul I couldn't shake, something I didn't want to acknowledge, even in my thoughts. The unease tapped against my patience, making me spin in circles at times. Nothing eased it. Not walking, not sitting, not anything. Unable to stand it anymore, I dialed again as I moved back across the bridge.
Each unanswered ring made my heart sink into my toes. Then the line clicked, and my pulse jumped in my throat. Jones's voice was muffled, like he had covered the speaker, and then his voice rang out sharp in my ear. "Hey, Jamie." Oh, God, Jones. The emotion I held back all night sprang into my eyes and slid down my throat. His voice was my lifeline to Hunter, and with it came my suppressed feelings. "Do you know anything?" "Not much," he croaked, sounding both drained and as though he fought to keep it together. "He just got out of surgery. He's stable but in intensive care. He's in a coma and there's swelling on his spine." I made a cry and pressed my hand against my chest. "He's fucked up bad, Jamie." Jones choked, straining to keep back a sob. "He was crushed and run over multiple times. The doctors are shocked he lived, but they think he will walk again." I knew from my past experience that only time would tell if he could walk again. The swelling had to go down before they knew anything. "Jones," was all I could respond. Blood welled up on my lip where I bit down. "He's alive." Jones huffed in a shaky breath. "They hope he will heal, but the doctors already said..." Jones paused, a clipped sob pushing through his nose. "He won't ever ride again. His body has gone through too much injury, back to back. I don't care personally, but you know him, Jamie. This is going to break him. This is his world." I blinked my lashes hummingbird quick as tears flowed down my face. A muffled voice in the background moved closer to Jones. I could tell he covered the receiver, but a woman's voice still broke through. "Is that her?" "Krista, back off. She's worried." "Give me the phone." "No." "Jones, give the fucking phone to me." Sounds of wrestling scratched in my ear before Krista's voice sliced through the mobile. "Jamie, this is Krista." Her voice was strong and unyielding, like stone. "I need you to stop calling. You are no longer in Hunter's life. You have to stop coming back into it." "Excuse me?" I barked. "Just because we aren't together doesn't mean I stopped caring." "He has a long road ahead of him, and you will only make things worse. You always did. Don't you get that? So stop. Hunter was doing well. We were doing well. He is not yours. His family and friends are here, and that's all that matters. We're going to get him through this." The "we" in her declaration felt like a dagger plunging into my stomach. If you really care about him and love him as you claim, you will let him go. It is the best for him. Fighting words sat in my throat, but wouldn't make it to my lips. Was I being selfish? Was he better without even a hint of me in his life? "You understand, Jamerson? I'm not trying to act like a bitch just to be one. Hunter is everything to us. To me. I want what's best for him." Krista's voice softened, cracking with emotion. "You know he's okay. Now I need you to let go of him. Please." As much as I hated her words, I felt no cattiness from her. Just a solid determination to protect what she had. What was best for her friend. Maybe her boyfriend. She had never liked me, and had warned me if I hurt him, she would hurt me. She kept to her promise, and I needed to keep mine. "Yes." The singular word splintered me in irreparable pieces. I had to give Hunter a chance at happiness. I couldn't stand in his way. "Okay. Goodbye." Click. It was the sound of the last tie to Hunter being severed. Forever. Hazily, I moved a few yards. Stopped. Walked a few more paces. As if an avalanche pummeled down on my body, my knees smacked pavement, and my lungs heaved for air. Unable to take a full, deep breath, shadows tinted the edge of my vision. Grief and fear launched a full-blown panic attack. His present condition flooded all the memories of what he and I went through more than a year ago. It felt like I was doomed to repeat the same gut-wrenching agony, just with the other brother, the one I loved with every fiber of my being. Every time I thought I moved on from the nightmares of the accident, from Hunter, I realized what a fool I had been. They were only boxed up, waiting to pounce the moment my shield was down. I still loved him so much, but in loving him, I had to let him go. He was not meant for me. I curled forward with the effort of my sobs. He was alive, but I felt the hole in my soul as though my heart didn't understand the difference. Water from the Arno River slipped beneath me as I pressed my forehead into the stone wall lining the bridge. He's alive. That's the most important. I circled around the thought over and over, holding on to anything I could. Losing Colton had been hard, but losing Hunter would be devastating. I felt my heart would never heal. I would never know love like that again. Never be whole. Pushing myself onto my feet, I stared down at the dark, graceful water. Dumping what was left of my tattered heart over the side, I imagined the leftovers floating away, no longer needed. Inhaling, I lifted my chin as I walked back to the dorm rooms. Life carried on, and I was strong. I would get through. But there were events that shaped you, changed you, swallowed you, and left you broken inside. Chapter 11. 6 months later.
No, stay, bellezza.
Luca's arms wrapped around me, pulling me back on the bed, kissing me deeply.
You cannot leave.
He stared down at me, his eyes full of emotion, forcing me to pull back from him. You know I can't stay. I unwrapped myself from the sheets, grabbing my dress off the floor and pulling it over my naked body. Angelo wants me to stop in and say goodbye, and I have a lot of packing to do before my flight tomorrow. I patted down my hair, staring out Luca's bedroom window, the dome from the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore cutting above the rest of the building. My chest tightened. This was the last time I'd look at it from this window.
No.
Luca propped up on his elbow, his long, toned body defined through the thin sheet.
I mean stay for good.
His clipped English was 1,000 times better than my Italian, although I had gotten better. My visa is up. I can't stay. Plus, I really do think my father will kill me if I don't come home this time. My grandparents even put in a pool at our house as a welcome-back gift. I rolled my eyes. They didn't do it for me, but to show up Grandma Penny, because she couldn't afford such lavish gifts, but baked cookies with us instead. My Jeep, the pool, it was all to display they were better than her. Money and gifts were nothing to my Grandma Penny's love. I had hoped the Galleria would have a job opening for me after my internship ended, but no such luck. Katerina was kind enough to write me a recommendation letter, which I guess she never did, so I was thankful for that. It would look great on my resume. If there was any hope I could stay the summer, it withered away when I got a call from Mom. First, let me say she's okay. Mom rushed out the moment I answered the call. Dread strangled my airwaves, a knee-jerk reaction to traumatic news. What happened? Your grandmother. Mom snipped in annoyance. Yes, Mother, I'm talking about you. Oh, Amy, you are such a drama queen. Grandma Penny's voice soothed my fear. Mom? I yelled into the phone. Talk to me. What happened? Your grandmother, she started again. When Grandma Penny did something crazy, she became your grandmother, like it was my fault. She and her bunco group decided it would be a good idea to go parasailing. A grin broke over my mouth. I already knew where this was going.
And guess who broke her leg and is staying with us all summer? I was perfectly happy at my own house, Amy. It was you who demanded I come here. Mom, you can't walk without help. How did you expect to get around? That cutie Carter from down the street, Joan and Gary's grandson, Grandma replied. Oh, don't give me that look. When did you get so uptight? He's 20. Plus, I'm not going to touch. I simply enjoy watching him mow my lawn. Mom, my mother whined into the phone, only making me laugh harder. JJ, you have to come home now, she whispered hoarsely in the phone. Help me or I'm going to lose my mind. One of us won't make it through the summer. I'll be home in a few days, I reassured her. Don't kill each other until I get there. No promises, Mom huffed before we hung up. With my school visa at its end and my parents wanting me home, I knew I had to be on the plane. I missed my family like crazy. And Stevie. The thrill of knowing she was back at home with her mother for the summer almost made leaving Florence worth it. I couldn't wait to see her again. She told me I was a huge reason she gave in to her mom, that being back home was endurable only if I were there. Leaving this city was going to break my heart, especially because of Colleen and the friends I made at the museum. And leaving Luca. I want you to stay. Luca's pleading drew me back to him, his dark eyes searching mine. Marry me, Bellezza. Shocked laughter spurted from my mouth, swinging me around. Are you kidding me? No. Do I not look serious? His eyebrows narrowed in confusion, the little nuances between cultures not always understood. I love you. If you marry me, you can stay. Sheer panic squeezed my lungs, shrinking the room around me, as it had every time he told me he loved me. He first told me 4 months ago, but I darted and weaved around it like a ninja. It was only a month ago that I had finally admitted the truth to myself. Do you not love me? He sat up, his toned stomach rippling from the hours he spent playing soccer when he wasn't at the museum. I did. The knowledge had startled me. Somewhere along the line, Luca had moved into the last shred of my heart that was still alive. I didn't know if it was enough, though. I was already so broken. Luca. I rubbed my forehead in frustration. I told you I do, but I'm not ready. Ready for what, Jamie? He snapped, irritation weaving over his features. You live with me. We are happy, right? Yes. I sighed, trying not to flee the room like I wanted. After Sammy left, I'd acquired a new roommate who was a horrible slob and rude about it. Luca wanted me to move in right away, but I fought it for a while, until my roommate's dirty underwear on the floor and moldy cereal bowls full of old milk pushed me too far. Luca moved me into his place, where I finally admitted we were together. He was free with his declarations of love and did not shy away from PDAs. We had a lot of fun and the sex was great, but I knew deep down the love I felt for him wasn't at the level he felt for me. I no longer believed I was capable of that kind of love. Marry me. He went up on his knees, letting the sheet drop, his hands grabbing my hips. Luca, you're nuts. I shook my head. I'm 19. I'm not marrying anyone now. If ever. Then marry me for the visa. He nuzzled my neck. I can't imagine not waking next to you every day, bellissimo. Sono dipendente dei tuoi baci. I'm addicted to your kisses. You knew this was going to end. I pulled back from him, walking to the dresser and tugging on fresh underpants. I had been struggling badly with the idea of leaving. This felt like my home. I loved my life here. And most importantly, I loved who I had become. Confident, happy, content. Almost every day I would walk the bridge, taking in the stunning medieval city,
the cradle of the Renaissance that had captured my heart, making me feel alive with its colorful red-domed cathedrals and spires. Whenever I passed the section of the bridge where I had shredded the last of my old self 6 months ago and had walked away a different person, I treated it like an old war memorial. The past shaped who I had become today, so I couldn't regret it. Technically, I was still young, but the years I lived already could challenge those twice my age. I no longer felt like an unsure child, but a woman ready to take on the world. My future lay before me. Now Luca's words tore me in half. I loved him, but I was no fool. If I loved him with every ounce of my heart, his offer would have me bubbling with joy. Hell, I was looking for a reason to stay. Don't make this harder. I shoved my feet into my sandals, strolling to the small kitchen. It's our last night, Luca. Let's just enjoy the time we have. How can I? He slipped on a pair of shorts, trailing after me in anger. I say I love you. I want to marry you, and I get nothing. He tapped at his chest, anguish creasing his face. I could not pretend. If you do not love me, tell me. End this now. Smettila di torturarmi. Stop torturing me. The pain I was causing him felt like a punch to my gut. I shut my eyes against the contradicting struggle fighting in my chest. In the beginning, he was happy to have a casual relationship with me, without labels, but that changed before I even moved in. I should have stopped it then, but I loved being with him, loved the time we spent together. He was smart, sexy, and totally devoted to me. Why couldn't the love I did feel be enough? It would be so easy. He was perfect. We'd have a great life together. But as happy as I was, part of me was beyond broken, and I couldn't pretend it wasn't. He deserved better than that. Than me. Mi dispiace, I whispered. I'm sorry. His chin jerked up, his nose flaring. You did warn me. I did not hear you. Luca, you know I care about you so much. The last 9 months have been amazing. Care is not love, Bellezza. Luca, I do love you. My hands wrung together. But not enough. He exhaled, putting his hands on his hips, staring at the floor, the silence growing between us painfully. Finally, he took in a breath, his voice cooler. I will not be here when you get home. I will be at my parents' casa. He shook his head, sorrow dropping his shoulders. Luca. I whispered his name, feeling my heart squeeze. That's not what I want. I want to spend my last night with you. I reached out for him. No, amore. Pain etched in his eyes as his fingers brushed over my lips. My heart has to say goodbye now. He stepped in closer. Mi sono innamorato di te. I fell in love with you. Now I have to fall out. His lips softly met mine. I could feel the goodbye in his kiss, all the grief and love pouring into me. Tears clogged my throat. This was the last time I would feel his lips on mine. He had brought so much joy and life into my world, and I hated myself for hurting him. This final excruciating goodbye sat on my shoulders alone. Goodbye, Bellezza. Buon viaggio. He kissed my nose, then whirled around, marching back to the bedroom. I heard the sound of the door shutting. Tears welled in my eyes, his absence echoing in the small flat. My heart ached, tempted to run after him, tell him I made a mistake, agree to stay with him. I knew he was the closest to happiness I would ever get. My gaze now drifted over the place we shared for months, pictures of us scattered over the shelves and walls. I walked slowly to the one taken on my birthday. We looked so happy. A laugh glowed on my face as he nuzzled my ear, holding a sparkler for me to blow out. It was the night he told me he loved me the first time. Buon compleanno,
His group of friends and their girlfriends sang out to me. They had welcomed me with open arms. The language sometimes made me feel like an outsider, but they were all nice. 3 other couples took up most of the booth table, cheering and holding up wine and champagne glasses in my honor. My mouth had dropped in shock. My birthday was in a few days. We had just gotten off work, Luca saying he wanted to pop into the restaurant his friend owned to grab a bottle of wine to take home.
Surprise, bellezza, Luca whispered in my ear.
Luca's best friend, Stefano, the owner of the restaurant, kissed both my cheeks, handing me a glass of champagne. Grazie. I put my hand on my chest, truly taken aback by the surprise. That night, we danced, drank, made out everywhere, and had fun. It was the first night I let myself let go. Let Luca slip into my heart.
Did you have a good night?
He wrapped his arms around me as we walked down the cobble streets back to my dorm. The night quiet, the city fast asleep, the chill of the night burning my nose and cheeks. I did. Thank you, Luca. I snuggled into his tall frame, his long wool coat rubbing my cheek. We walked for a bit more in silence. As we reached the Duomo, he halted us, turning me into him. The icy temperatures billowed condensation from his mouth.
Move in with me.
What? I snapped out of my drunken haze.
You hate living there. Your roommate, terrible.
Yes, but...
No buts, bellezza.
He shook his head, grabbing my coat and pulling me in closer.
You are almost living with me anyway.
Luca. I tried to think of a reason to refuse. It's a little soon.
Soon? He grinned. We've been seeing each other since October. I'm in love with you, bellezza.
A sharp breath sawed down my throat into my lungs. What?
Ti amo.
His dark eyes sparkled under the lights of the cathedral, his hands cupping my face.
Entra con me. Move in with me.
You are crazy. I shook my head in his hands. You don't mean that. It's way too soon, Luca.
Some might say. He shrugged. But I know what I want. The moment I met you, it's been you. You are the most important thing to me. I want to be wherever you are.
Most important thing to me. The sentiment punched me right in the heart. I was his priority, first on his list. It was the very thing I wanted to hear, to feel. A deep sorrow burned my throat, reminding me I would never be that to the person I wanted to be. I shoved the thoughts of him away. Luca was my present, possibly my future. Hunter would never be mine. He was my past.
See?
He lifted my chin, searching my gaze, his eyes full of emotion. I let myself get lost in the feel of Luca's love, the epic backdrop of the stunning Duomo lit up behind us.
Bellezza.
My head slowly dipped up and down.
Si. Veramente.
Really? Yes. I grinned as his mouth crashed down on mine, the warmth and feel of his kiss wrapping around me like a blanket.
You made me so happy.
He tucked me firmer against his chest, his lips brushing my forehead.
Happy birthday, Jamie.
Now the memories from each picture, of all the beautiful moments he brought to my life, overwhelmed me. Laughter, love, always making me feel wanted, adored. Never once did I feel in second place. Yet it wasn't enough to hold me here. With a body that seemed to weigh twice as much now, I left our flat, dragging myself out into the city. Tourists and locals filled the streets. The man who owned the gelato stand I visited frequently waved at me. The yeasty scent of warm rolls and the delicious tang of coffee curled out from the cafe Luca and I visited almost every morning before heading to the gallery. Tears stabbed at the back of my lids as I made my way to the Academia gallery.
which had been my second home for the last 9 months. I had been in Florence for almost a year, taking day trips to places outside of Florence, traveling to different cities on weekends, and even exploring different countries. This time away had changed me so much, and I felt lucky for the experience. I knew I wasn't done with Europe. I'd be back. But I was also excited for the next chapter of my life and where my studies would take me. The tears still trailed down my face as I wandered through what had become a home, soaking in the last tiny bits I could. The way my heart wanted to open up and drink in every nuance of Florence, I realized I was still capable of love. I had fallen in love with this city. Chapter 12. After retrieving my luggage from the airline carousel and getting through customs, I finally wheeled my bag toward the last doors. I was officially back in the States. A frothy excitement at seeing my family tamped down the weighty jet lag and residue of my hangover. I didn't sleep a wink on the way home, full of sudden doubt at the way I left things with Luca. I missed him and wondered if I made a mistake. After I packed up, I texted him, telling him I wanted to see him again before I left, but I received no response. Colleen snatched the opportunity to spend the last night with me, and we got pretty drunk. When I reached the automatic doors, I sucked in my nervous excitement, ready to hold my family in the tightest hug. I took 5 steps out and stopped. A huge sign in neon pink danced at the railing. "Welcome home from rehab, Jamie. Porn is a real addiction." I burst out laughing, my hand going to my mouth as I bent over with humor, knowing only one person who would do that.
JJ!
My sister's voice jerked my head to the little girl with milk chocolate eyes and a huge smile lighting up her entire face. I swooped her up, her legs and arms wrapping around me like a monkey.
I've missed you so much.
I've missed you to the moon and back, Squirt. I crushed her to me. She had grown tall even since Christmas.
Well, I've missed you to infinity and beyond.
She wrapped around me tighter. Jamie. Mom and Dad moved in, hugging me around Reese, tears already running down Mom's face. So good to see you, JJ. Dad kissed my head, pulling me into his arms. It had been 5 months since they headed home from their visit to Italy. That was a long time for our little family. After another hug and kiss from my mom, I set down Reese, wiggling through my parents to see the girl with blonde and teal-striped hair behind them holding the bright sign. Now, I promised your mom I'd keep you porn-free for at least 6 days. She tucked some hair behind her ear, looking bored. The things I do for you, Whiskey. Please. I rolled my eyes. You couldn't even do it for 6 hours. Try 6 minutes. A slow smile turned up her face. A grin broke over mine, and we ran for each other, colliding in a heap of arms and cries of joy. We had texted and FaceTimed, but I hadn't seen her for a year, and I didn't realize how badly I missed her until she was in front of me. We held on to each other, half laughing and half crying. A piece of my heart snapped back into place. Fuck, I've missed you, Whiskey, she whispered in my ear. You just... She trailed off, but I didn't need her to finish. I understood. If friends could be soulmates, she was mine. As different as we were, we got each other like no one else did. Thanks to Stevie, we had a very awkward car ride. Mom stepped behind me, glaring humorously at Stevie. Why? Try figuring out how to dodge explaining to a 6-year-old what porn is. Mom shook her head at the sign Stevie held. Funny, Stevie seemed to be the only one who could do stuff like that, and my mom would just laugh. Dad found her antics a little much, but seemed to like her otherwise. Grandma Penny, Grandma Nessa, and Grandpa T are waiting at home. I know they are all anxious to see you. Mom kissed my cheek again, taking Reese's hand.
Dad grabbed my luggage as our group headed to our Subaru. Reese sat between Stevie and me, holding both our hands, rambling on and on about school and life in her 6-year-old world, excited about going to first grade in the fall. Mom caught me up on things, but really nothing much in this town had happened. The familiar streets felt so strange. It was almost as though I'd never left, but at the same time, like I didn't belong. The girl who boarded the plane almost a year ago was vastly different from the girl who had returned. The town felt small. As much as I loved my parents, this was not my home. I didn't know where it was yet, but my future was no longer here. Traveling around the EU opened my eyes, and I never wanted to go back to being the same person I was when I left.
Look! Look!
Reese ran to our new pool, jumping up and down.
Come swimming with me, JJ.
It was a kidney shape, taking up a lot of our small backyard, but it brought pure happiness to Reese. Grandma Nessa looked very pleased with herself. Maybe tomorrow, Squirt. I rubbed her head. She had grown at least 2 inches while I was gone. Grandpa T grilled hamburgers, and Grandma Nessa set the outside table like we had guests coming over, though it was just me, jet-lagged and in desperate need of a shower. Grandma Penny lay on a deck chair under a floppy hat, clutching a glass of lemonade with her leg in a cast propped on a pillow. It was good to see her.
Even since Christmas, you look different.
Grandma Penny brushed my hair away from my face, taking me in. Really? Yeah, more grown up, sure of yourself, a woman. She winked at me. Did we fall in love with a sexy Italian? Please say yes. He was certainly Italian. That's my girl. She patted my hand, but her lids narrowed, studying me. Don't be afraid to love, Jamie. Take an old lady's advice. It's the only thing worth anything in the end. I jerked my gaze away, feeling like she saw through my response like water. I loved Luca, so why didn't I just say so? It was a lovely dinner, everyone laughing and joking as I shared my latest stories. But I'd forgotten about the southern heat and the humidity gluing my clothes to my skin, beads of sweat trickling down my back. Dad lifted his beer. To Jamerson being home, we are glad to have you back. Everyone followed suit. And we are so proud of you. I don't need to tell you I didn't think there was a career in art. And not only did you prove me wrong, but you excelled in it. My father changed his tune when Colleen sent a recommendation letter to the art program at the Smithsonian. He got their magazines monthly, and I think that was what finally made him take me seriously. To Jamerson! Everyone yelled, cheering me, glasses clinking. I looked around and realized how lucky I was. In that moment, I was glad to be home. Does it feel weird to be back? Stevie stretched out on my bed, picking at the beads on a decorative pillow. Yeah, it does. Surreal, I finished, transferring all my clothes from my luggage to the laundry, not caring what was actually clean or dirty. That's how I feel every time I step back into this town. She went up on her elbows. So, tell me all about how you left things with the Italian stud. My eyes darted to my open door, which I strolled over and shut. Reese was in bed, and my grandparents had left, but my parents were still up. They didn't know I had lived with Luca. They thought I moved in with a fellow associate at the museum. They never even considered it wasn't a girl, and I didn't sway them to believe differently. You're 19, girl. Stevie laughed, sitting up. I know, but you know my dad. He'd rather not deal with it, especially because it's over and I can't change anything. Is it over? She lifted an eyebrow. Stevie was the only one who got the full truth of the situation. Colleen was so happy in her relationship that she couldn't seem to understand my doubts. All she saw, like everyone else, was that he was perfect and loved me, and we seemed happy and perfectly suited for each other. I don't know. I rubbed my head,
still doubting my feelings. After a while, when everyone is telling you you're an idiot, including yourself, you start to think you might be. He asked me to marry him.
What the hell?
Stevie shrieked, bouncing up on her knees. Shh. I put my finger to my lips, nervously watching my door. Oh my God. She moved closer to me. Are you kidding me right now? Funny, that was exactly what I asked him. I snorted, shoving my suitcase in my closet. He really asked you to marry him? Yes. He said even if it was for me to just get a visa and stay, but it meant more. He wanted more. He does realize you're 19, right? Stevie sat back on her heels. How could you keep this from me? It just happened, the day before I left. It was right after sex, wasn't it? She tilted her head. A slow smile curved my face. Damn, Whiskey, you make me proud. She grasped her heart. You must be exceptional in bed. I should know. I've gotten my fair share of proposals after sex. She shrugged. It's a blessing and a curse. I jumped on the bed next to her, laughing. Crap, I've missed you. I've missed you too. Stevie's black-rimmed eyes turned serious. And I don't miss people. I feel honored. You should. She folded her legs, facing me. So I'm figuring you said no. Yeah. I took a deep breath. Why do I feel like something's wrong with me? Like I'm broken or something? I shook my head. Not for not wanting to marry him. I'm way too young. But shouldn't I have been excited he wanted me to stay? That he loved me? What did you feel instead? My eyes lifted, connecting with hers. Crippling fear, confusion. I think I love him, but... Oh. She grimaced, her shoulders drooping, and I knew she understood. Probably better than anyone. That's not good. Exhaling, I collapsed onto my pillows. What's wrong with me? You saw him? He's the epitome of what every girl fantasizes when they dream about a love affair with an Italian man. Pretty much, but I'd think one of those Italian women would be even better. Same old Stevie. Yeah, poor me. I have even more gorgeous people to sleep with. I chuckled, but felt exhaustion prick at my lids. And you're not broken. He just wasn't the one for you. What if he was? I was happy, Stevie. I don't understand myself. Our time together was amazing. Perfect, I exclaimed. I miss him. So what's the problem? What's wrong with me? Nothing. Doesn't feel that way. I rubbed my face, my uncertainty only growing. I hate this. You're about to really not like me. Her fingers thumbed the beads on the pillow again, apprehension tensing her shoulders. Because of what I have to say next. I pushed up, dread bleeding into my stomach. What? I hate being the one to tell you this, but I'd rather you hear it from me. Plus, in this town, you're gonna find out soon enough. What? Stevie? I gritted my teeth. She huffed, rolling her shoulders back, her gaze meeting mine. He's here. I knew who she was talking about, but hoped I was wrong. What are you talking about? Hunter. She said his name like it was a bomb. I saw him the other day at his job. You know he's no longer doing Supercross. Oh. Acid filled my stomach, and every emotion I had blocked away came boiling up, sizzling through my skin. I sucked in through my nose, shoved off my bed, and tried to ignore the instantaneous reaction just his name had on me. That's nice. I folded a shirt that was on the floor, busying myself. Whiskey, I thought you should know. And that's not all. Stevie was blunt and forward, not caring who she ran over. And yet I could see how nervous she was to tell me this. She nibbled on her bottom lip, her fingers absently tugging at the pillow beads, her gaze not quite meeting mine.
He and Krista. My gut already knew where this was going. No, I practically shouted, gulping back. I don't care. I closed that door on my life. Moved on. Have you? Have you from Chris? I snapped, anger rushing up my throat. Stevie sat back, her eyes widening. Crap. Look how fast a simple name could make me lose it. I'm sorry. I'm not like you, Whiskey. You have an open heart. I never did, she said quietly. I'm open to everything else, especially sex, but not love. I wasn't built for it. You are. And you loved him. I knew her. She could lie to me, to herself, but I knew she was capable of great love. Her heart was enormous, but she had walled it up a long time ago. Something told me there was more to Stevie's past than losing her father. Something she buried deep, not allowing me or even herself to recognize. Loved him. Past tense. You know I always liked you and Hunter together. When everyone else was against you two, I could see how perfect you were. I truly believed you two were meant for each other, but now... She clicked her tongue. The faster you can leave this town, head to college, I think it's for the best. I held my tongue, the plea for her to tell me what she knew. But nothing good would come of it. Hunter and I only caused each other pain. We always had. I was home for a few months, then going back to college. If I could keep clear of him, it would be better for all. And deep down, I already knew what she was going to tell me about him and Krista. I just couldn't handle hearing it. Was she his fiancée? Or his wife? Chapter 13. JJ, breakfast! Mom's voice rang out from the kitchen. I continued to stare at the ceiling like I had most of the night. I didn't want to recount how many times I tossed and turned, blaming it on jet lag. I berated myself when my mind kept looping back to what Stevie told me. He was here, in this town, so close but so far away from me. After Krista had hung up on me, I made a point to avoid all news about Supercross, which wasn't that hard in Florence. Only one night of too much wine and bad decision-making led me to type his name in the Google search bar. Headlines like, "Talented Supercross career ended too soon," or "A career ends before it really began. The devastating end of Hunter the Hayes Harris." My very muscles ached as I read those headlines, knowing how much he must hurt. I wasn't strong enough to read about or see Hunter from afar and not want to be there for him. When I woke in the morning with tear-stained cheeks and a pounding head, I decided I would never do that to myself again. I was strong, but Hunter was my weakness, my addiction. To stay clean, I had to keep all temptation out of my life. I never looked again. "Jamie!" Mom yelled again, forcing a groan from my lips. I rubbed my face, swinging my legs out of bed. The clock on my nightstand announced 10:15 a.m. "I'm coming!" I shouted back, as my little sister burst through the door. "Mom has your breakfast ready, JJ." She rolled the knob back and forth with irritating clicks. "You slept in late. I already ate mine forever ago. You better come now." "Yeah, I heard." I pinched my nose. Day one, and I already wanted to run screaming. I had been living on my own, not answering to anyone for a year. Being back under my parents' roof with my every move documented felt constricting.
Your eggs are getting cold.
Reese lifted her eyebrows, like I was about to get in trouble. "I'm coming in a moment." I stood, stretching, sensing the weight of exhaustion riding over my bones. I had slept all of 3 hours. Reese trailed after me through my room, following me to the bathroom like a shadow, her toes nipping at my heels. "Reese, can I pee in private, please?" "Reese, get your bottom back here and leave your sister alone," Mom called to her from the kitchen. My sister ignored her and wiggled the doorknob after I shut it behind me. Irritation crept up my spine. I had missed my family.
but we had all too quickly slipped right back into our roles. Click, click, click. Stop it, Reese. Coffee. I need a pot of coffee.
Will you play Barbies with me?
Reese asked through the door, twisting the locked knob back and forth. Later, okay? Can I wake up first? I tossed cold water on my face, the summer heat already starting to cook the house. As I stared at my reflection, the walls seemed to be closing in around me. This was all so strange. Just a couple days ago, I woke next to Luca. It had been a great morning of café con leche, croissants, and sex until we got into our fight. Now I was back in my childhood bed, being told when to eat. My little sister annoying the crap out of me. The lure to call him and tell him I was coming back was tempting. But I pushed the feeling aside, knowing I was tired and cranky. As I meandered into the living room, my sister danced around me in circles, tugging on my arm, not giving me an inch of space. I headed for the coffee pot and grabbed the biggest cup I could find. Reese, go change into your swimsuit. Grandma Penny is already sitting outside. Mom pried Reese from me, pointing her down the hall. Thanks. I dumped the rest of the pot into my cup. She just missed you. Mom leaned into the counter, smiling at my cantankerous attitude. I know. You don't look like you slept well. Mom, on the other hand, looked beautiful. She was always stunning, even without makeup. Today she wore jean shorts and a flowy tank, looking more like my older sister than mother. I snorted, pouring a little milk and sugar in my coffee before guzzling it down. I know it's gonna take you a few days to adjust, but I was hoping you could run a few errands for me. She shoved off the counter, grabbing a sheet of paper off the fridge. Grandma Penny's prescription needs to be picked up, and we need a few things at the supermarket. She placed the list on the counter. Plus, I thought you might want an excuse to get out for a few hours. She darted her gaze down the hallway to where my sister was. Yes, errands sound good. I nodded. Your dad is at work, and Grandma said she'd watch Reese while I get some work done. I have a huge deadline coming up. When I was abroad, Mom finally quit her job at that horrible lawyer's office and had transitioned into working more in the field she wanted, marketing for a small boutique pet store opening up soon. If you're hungry, your breakfast is right there. She signaled to the table. It's good to have you home. Walking by, she rubbed my arm, heading to her bedroom, where she had set up a little office for herself. At the sound of my sister's shrill voice, I shot into the bathroom before she spotted me. I had missed her, but my annoyance level was cranked to an all-time high. I wanted to blame it on jet lag, too, but this mood had coated me like a second skin from the moment Stevie brought up his name last night. Screw you, Hunter. I am doing just fine. That chapter was over. Shut down for good. My red Jeep rolled down the street with the air conditioner cranked all the way up, blasting my hair back as I sang loudly with the radio. I bounced to the beat of the song as I cruised to the store. I loved the public transportation in Europe. It was so easy and convenient. Barely any high school kids died in drunk driving accidents because everyone took the bus, train, taxi, or underground. But I could not deny the freedom of being in my Jeep again. I didn't have to wait for my stop. I could play my music as loud as I wanted, and I had no timetable but my own. Dad kept it in the garage while I was gone, and it hadn't been touched since the day I left. It took a few times to get the engine warm, and a light blinked on my dashboard. But right this minute, I was loving the freedom too much to take it into the shop. Tomorrow. On my list for tomorrow. The music shifted to another kick-ass song. Turning it up, I curved down the long back road leading to the grocery store on the other side of town, pushing on the gas pedal. Clunk. Hiss. A noise came from the engine, my gaze darting to the gas needle. It was still half full. A loud sizzle sputtered.
A puff of smoke wound up from my hood. Shit. This time, I spotted the heat gauge pushing way past the middle mark where it normally hovered. In the middle of the summer, cars overheating here was normal. But this was just me being careless. The car hadn't been checked in a year, and it was abnormally hot for June while I cranked up the AC. The smoke billowed in thicker plumes. Pulling the car over on the desolate road, I cursed myself. I purposely came this way because it was the long way to the store, and I had been in no hurry to get back home. Climbing out, I glared at the car, knowing enough not to touch the hood until it cooled. The radiator continued to whistle and hiss like an angry snake, smoke wheezing from the engine. Great. Calling home was pointless. Mom couldn't really help me, and Dad was more than 45 minutes away. And the local garage was a number I really didn't want to call. Be a freaking adult, Jamie. I sighed, leaning in, and grabbed my cell from my bag on the passenger seat. Pull up your big girl panties. My thumb hovered over the button, knowing this wasn't a comfy 6 degrees of separation from Hunter. This was one step. Doug. Growling under my breath, I hit call and shoved the phone to my ear, my lids squeezing closed. Maybe he no longer worked there. Some random employee I didn't know would answer. Hello, Doug's Garage. May I help you? The familiar, cheerful voice said into the phone. Wow, it was his shop now? When did that happen? Doug had not been the typical go-getter entrepreneur. Hey, Doug. I gnawed on my lip. This is Jamerson. Jamerson? He hesitated for a moment like he had forgotten the name. Oh, right. Hunter's old girlfriend. My right eye twitched. What can I do for you? His tone became more relaxed, like he had been doing his professional voice before. My car overheated and there's lots of smoke. I'm not sure what to do. No worries. We can get you, bring you back here, and check it out, he responded. Where are you? Fuller Creek Road. I searched the motorway for a landmark, the dense vegetation and trees increasing the humidity around my body. I couldn't see any road marker indication where I was. I think I'm about a mile out from Main Street. Okay, sit tight, girl. Sending someone your way now, he said before hanging up. Sitting in the driver's seat, I played with my phone, swinging my legs back and forth for about 10 minutes when I heard a car pull up behind me, spotting a tow truck and an outline of a guy in the front seat. That was fast, I muttered to myself as I slipped off my seat. Tugging at my tiny ripped jean shorts, I turned to the person climbing out of the tow truck. You got here really... The rest of my sentence died on my tongue. The guy froze in his place, his nose flaring as he sucked in a breath. Oh, God. No. I couldn't move, breathe, or think. Everything shut down as the world tipped sideways, plunging me into oblivion with nothing to hold on to. I had to remind myself to stay standing. Shock stuck in my throat as a chill overtook me, despite the summer heat. My gaze fastened on the last person I expected to climb out of the truck. Hunter Harris. Last night, I imagined multiple circumstances of how I'd run into him, how I'd respond, but nothing prepared me for reality. Seeing the real man before me kicked everything out from under me. And man was exactly what he was. He never looked like a boy to me, but the last year had matured him, hardened him, physically. My God. My gaze dragged over his physique. His tall, athletic body was even more built and toned. Corded tan arms bulged under his grease-streaked white t-shirt, his chest straining the fabric. His defined jaw was covered with a little more scruff than I remembered, his hair a little longer, curling at his neck. Holy shit. The pieces of my heart I had thrown over the bridge suddenly grew back, slamming painfully against my ribs. He worked for Doug?
As a mechanic? Hunter's blue eyes pierced me in place, as though I were a bug in a science experiment. Slowly, his eyes ran over me, his gaze feeling like fingers, trailing down my heated skin. But no emotion leaked through, except for the angry twitch of his jaw. Jamerson. Slowly, deliberately, a sneer lifted his lip as his tongue curled over each syllable. Seeing him was hard enough, but hearing his deep, husky voice, saying my name, I realized with a profound, acute awareness, I never should have left Italy. Chapter 14. My head whirled like it was in a blender, my chest feeling as if it had been punched. I breathed through my nose, trying to keep myself vertical. I wasn't ready for this. Not yet. But watching him slam the door and take a step toward me, I realized I would never be ready to see him. He had a power over me no one else in the world held. And I hated that in a matter of seconds, everything I worked hard to build was ripped away. Hunter. His name rose thickly from my throat, my nails digging into my palms. He folded his arms, his head turning to the side. You're back. Yes. I swear I was going to pass out from the temperature overheating my body, sweat beading down my lower back. Doug didn't tell me it was you. Tension clipped every word, as if each one was torture to utter. Oh. In that moment, I realized it was not good-looking men who could make me go dumb. Luca was sexy as hell, almost beautiful, but I never lost my mind around him. It was Hunter alone who turned me into an inarticulate idiot, a scoop of ice cream on the searing concrete. Tension weaved around the silence, neither of us speaking, the air pulsing like it had a heartbeat. The crickets and bugs hummed in the dense foliage, as if they were giving us background music for this encounter. So, I cleared my throat, motioning at the engine. My Jeep overheated. Yeah, duh. I see that. He dipped his head with a sardonic lilt, hooking an eyebrow. There's a reason they put warning lights on your dashboard. My eyes narrowed. Yeah, I know that. Thanks. If you did, then we wouldn't be here, would we? Animosity seemed to fill him. He swung his arms down, his boots moving over the pavement to the front of my car. Stalking past me, the hitch in his leg was very apparent, reminding me this work of art had been rebuilt from the crushed pieces it had been left in. He moved to the hood, and his arm grazed mine, raking electricity across my skin like a fine-tooth comb, the hairs standing on end. I heard my molars crunch, my lids squeezed together, and I held back the gasp in my throat. Get it together, I chastised myself, my nails digging deeper into my palms. Taking a deep breath, I swirled around. Hunter lifted the hood of my Jeep, allowing the steam to escape before peering into the engine. Crossing my arms, I tried to keep my eyes from tracing over every inch of him, but failed miserably, watching him through my lashes. When was the last time you checked it? He grabbed a rag from his back pocket, calling my attention to his ass. My head darted to the side, my throat bobbing. A year ago. He shook his head, scoffing, but didn't say anything, the tension building back up between us. The only other men I'd been in a relationship with, Colton and Luca, were so different, as they both loved to talk. And Luca really had no problem speaking about his feelings or clearing up any tension between us right away. His constant need to communicate drove me crazy some days. Hunter kept to himself, stayed silent. Only a few people got to see the real guy underneath and were permitted into his heart. He didn't care what people thought.
Even if it was wrong, he let them believe what they wanted. If anything, he loved that his muteness could discombobulate someone. Right now, that was me. I no longer knew how to be around him. So, I kicked my sandal at a pebble on the road. You work at the garage now? No, I merely roam the back roads looking for stranded motorists, he quipped, a nerve pulsing behind his dimple. So, you're a serial killer now? I drew my arms tighter to me, like they were my security blanket. Hunter slowly craned his neck to the side, a pitiless smirk on his face. It has great benefits. The way he said it, I had no doubt he wanted to make me his first victim. His hostility and aloofness twisted my heart with grief, and yet anger also flared up. Why should he be so angry at me? He was with Krista and Cody, probably happily married to her. Without thought, my gaze shot to his left hand, finding it bare of ornament. That didn't mean anything. Lots of men didn't wear wedding rings, especially mechanics. A smirk curved his mouth, like he knew exactly what I was searching for, his head waggling as he turned back to the truck. Doug owns the shop now? I licked my lips, trying anything to reduce the strain in the air. Yup. Hunter's one-word answer grated. Jesus, Hunter, I'm trying here. I tossed my arms out, glaring at him. Give me something. In a blink, his hand grabbed the hood and slammed it down, causing me to jerk back in fright. Give you something. A scornful laugh clipped over his teeth, rage coloring his deeply tanned cheeks. His eyes wandered over me like he was livid I could say that to him. His head shaking, he shoved past me, muttering under his breath, I gave you everything. What? Not sure I heard him correctly. He swung around, coming within an inch of my face. His proximity rattled my head, while his familiar, sexy smell filled my nose, making my legs wobbly. Let me give you something now. Hunter tilted his head, his breath sliding down my neck. Stop trying. He whirled back for the truck, his shoulders hiked up at his ears. Your radiator is shot. Need to tow you to the garage. My heart hammered in my chest, the pulse in my neck violently shoving against my skin. But rage boiled inside me, burning my ears, a feeling I hadn't experienced in a long time. Actually, since the last time we were together. He was the only one who could reach inside to the depths of my soul and bring forth this level of fury in me. I wanted to scream at him, throw something, but then he would only know he could get to me. Air puffed out my nose, my hands scrunched up tight, taking even breaths to try and calm myself. He hopped into the truck, Doug's garage written on the side. A part of me wouldn't have been surprised if he kept on driving, abandoning me here. But the brake lights flashed, and he reversed the truck close enough to my bumper to hook it. Grabbing my bag, I silently left him to do his thing, climbing into the passenger side of the tow truck, grumbling under my breath. My attention landed on his reflection, making me do a double take. Out of the driver's side mirror, I saw him, bend over, hooking up my car, his shirt riding up, showing off his cut torso and tattoos clenching as he worked. My teeth drove into my lip, feeling like a voyeur, but I couldn't look away, knowing I could observe him unnoticed. The way his arms flexed, the twin dragon tattoo inked up his arm contracted like it was alive. I couldn't help but recall the times my fingers trailed over it, and with absolute detail, the ones I traced with my tongue, running up his back and side to his V-line. Like a bullet, lust fired through me, forcing me to grip the door handle, only to be chased by anger. Jamie, stop. I rubbed my face, dropping my head forward. But like a forbidden pleasure, my gaze drifted to the mirror again. He stood on the side of the truck, flicking the button for the winch to pull the front of my car up. His free hand grasped his face, pinching his nose before he tipped his head back, staring at the treetops. A flash of agony fluttered over his face and disappeared. He dropped his head down, chest rising like he was inhaling deeply, and shut off the switch, disappearing from the mirror. He checked the cables holding my car and walked back to the truck. His face was locked down like a walled city, not acknowledging me. He slipped into the seat, assisted his left leg, as though it couldn't bend properly, and curled it on the floorboard. I jerked to stare out the side window with a strange guilt. The recent accident had done that to him, the one he barely lived through, and as far as he knew, I never even cared enough to call, because Krista would probably not want him to know. I was curious how he came to work for Doug. Did he do this because he could no longer compete? I wanted to hear everything, what he had gone through, to know all about his life up to now. But at the same time, some of those details would kill me. I knew Hunter and Krista were together, and to hear him talk about her, with warmth in his voice, I would probably open this door and dive right out into the middle of a busy street. The pain would be far less than seeing his eyes light up talking about her. The truck jerked forward, the rattling of cables and chains locked down on my car, towing it with us. Hunter's arm went on the window ledge, his eyes on the road as he drove, the wind blowing through his dark hair. He didn't speak or turn the radio on, unfazed by the pressure breeding like rabbits in the cab. It was so Hunter, I chuckled to myself. What? His gaze drifted for a moment. Nothing. I set my arm on the door, enjoying the cool breeze sliding through my hair and clothes. Just some things never change. His hand went to his mouth, scrubbing at his chin, his eyebrows lowering. And some things do, he replied enigmatically. Yes, like us, going from hate to love and now back to hate. Hunter and I had come full circle. I shifted in my seat, staring out the window, trying to ignore the painful ache in my heart of being so close to him physically, but worlds apart. I wanted to hate him, or even better, to feel nothing at all. But I never could. I would always love him. That had become glaringly obvious the moment he stepped out of the truck. But our lives had taken two different paths, and I had to learn to live with loving someone I could never have. The rest of the drive to the shop was silent and uncomfortable, the unspoken words braiding a wall between us. He slammed the door, vibrating the truck as he climbed out, and he lowered my car back to the ground inside the large garage. Two other mechanics I didn't know barely glanced up from the cars they were working on. The garage and the lot outside were stocked full of cars when we pulled up. It seemed Doug had improved the business. I slipped out of the truck's cab, thankful to be putting space between us. The pungent smells of oil, gas, and metal permeated my nose so strong I could almost taste them on my tongue. I didn't hate it, far from it. Something about it reminded me of Hunter, being around bikes all day, fixing or riding them. The scent clung to his clothes, mixing with the soap he used. Clean but sexy with a bit of spice. Jamerson, stop. I cringed, my thoughts spiraling down a path no longer accessible to me. Hey! Doug stepped out from the office, his arms raised in greeting, a goofy smile on his face. Aren't you a sight? Fuck. Were you always this hot? Laughing, I went to him, giving him a quick hug. Doug couldn't help but lighten any bad mood. His simple outlook on life was so genuine and harmless, you ended up adoring the bluntness that spilled from his mouth. Good to see you. He patted my back, stepping back, his eyes lifting over my head. See? Aren't you glad I sent you out? He spoke to Hunter. I turned around to see Hunter glaring at him, as though saying, "Just wait, I will kill you later." His gaze shot to me, then dropped back to dealing with the car, unlatching it from the tow truck. Geez, I thought seeing you again would lighten his mood. Doug rolled his eyes, waving me to his office. A girl named Aubrey, who was from my year in school, sat behind the counter, typing data into the computer. Her gaze drifted to me, to her computer, then snapped back to me, her eyes widening slightly. Jamerson. A strange expression I couldn't place flicked over her face. Embarrassment, dislike, shock? I couldn't tell. But I couldn't hide my surprise at her being here. We were cheerleaders together, but she was never particularly popular. She had been far too overeager and clingy for Savannah to include her. They even ripped her apart for hooking up with some freshman, and because her family couldn't afford the latest styles. I couldn't either, but Colton had exonerated me from their assault. Until he couldn't. Then I became the punching bag. Aubrey, hi. I greeted her warmly, way past the drama of high school. Italy had put in perspective how unimportant it all was. Even if you felt it was the most imperative thing at the time to fit in and be part of the crowd, it wasn't. Life was so much bigger and greater than your years in high school. I was mainly surprised because she was one of those who used to make fun of Dougie, the loser druggie, and belittle him because he never graduated or made it out of this town. Now she was working for him. Heard you were in Italy. She sniffed, her voice sounding so much like Savannah's bitchy manner it felt like a recording. Savannah, beautiful head cheerleader and my so-called ex-friend, turned on me the moment I no longer followed her rules. She was nice to you when you were part of her cluster of adoring fans. But the moment you stepped out of line, she reduced you to shreds. Yeah, I just got back. Oh. She flipped her hair. I'm only working here for a bit to get extra money. Going to Virginia University in the fall with my boyfriend. Rushed, vehement words shot out like she had to defend herself. You know Jason and I are together, right? Jason McKee? No, I hadn't known, or truthfully cared, but it kind of shocked me. He had never even acknowledged her existence a year ago. Jason had dated Savannah all through high school. Yes, she snapped. And we're so in love. She again sounded overdramatic. I'm happy for you. I nodded, realizing how far from all this crap I was. My body turned toward Doug, signaling an end to the conversation. Hunter said something about my radiator needing replacing? Oh, right. He shook his head. Let me go talk to him, check it out, and give you an update. Fill out the info sheet, and she'll get you into our system. He ambled out into the garage space. No one else was in the waiting room, which left Aubrey and me staring awkwardly at each other. Here, fill this out. She shoved a clipboard toward me, then returned to the computer. It was as though she was so insecure she feared even speaking to me, as though it would get back to her boyfriend, and his friends would find out, and she'd be dragged back to no man's land. It was liberating to realize I didn't care about these people or what they thought. During high school, hearing the hate, scrubbing away the comments on my locker really hurt. At the end of high school, I chose Hunter and stood up for what I wanted, and others' opinions bothered me less. Now I felt nothing while they were all still in the same small bubble. The life I experienced in a year had changed me. Finishing the form, I handed it back to her and went outside to get away from her not-so-subtle glances at me. She had no reason to dislike me except the popular group did, and she was a sheep. I texted my mom what happened, telling her I'd be home later than planned, and wandered around the front of the garage, trying to stay in the shade of the building. From the corner of my eye, I couldn't help but watch Hunter work as he bent over my engine, his shirt rising,
showing off the muscles coiling around his narrowed waist, sweat glistening his tan skin. "No," I growled to myself, forcing my gaze away.
"Jamerson."
His voice raked up the back of my neck, spreading tingles through my shoulder blades. I twisted around to him, waving me over. My pulse picked up as I strode to him, schooling my face to a blank expression.
"Like I thought, your radiator needs replacing, along with the filter."
His eyes went everywhere but mine. "Okay." I nibbled on my lip. "How much is that going to cost?" His attention dropped to my mouth, his nose flaring, tightening and heating everything in my body in response. And it didn't go unnoticed. His eyes trailed down to my thin tank top. His jaw tightened, and he turned toward the car again, gripping the metal.
"Around 300.
"What?" I gulped. $300? I didn't have a lot of money. The museum gave me a minimal stipend to live off, but it barely covered my food. Not much was left in my savings after that impromptu trip to Denver.
"That's just for the parts."
His attention shifted over his shoulder to me. I groaned, sliding my hand through my hair. "There's not a layaway plan, is there?" His mouth quirked, his dimple diving in.
"Doug's been playing with the idea of having a strip pole in the middle of the garage. Maybe you can work it off."
Snorting, my hand went to my mouth, my lips parting into a grin. What's sad is I know it's probably true.
"That's Dougie for you."
The first hint of a real smile tugged at his mouth, cranking heat around me like a boiler. Our eyes locked on each other, unable to look away, ripping the rest of the world away.
Daddy!
A high-pitched cry pealed through the garage, stabbing pins along my vertebrae. Both of us jerked toward the opened doors, watching a toddler waddle into the space, his arms reaching out for Hunter. A figure strode in a few yards behind the mini version of Hunter. As if the heater switched to deep freeze, a chill ran down my skin, icing me in place. Krista's hair was in her usual sexy ponytail, her skin tan, makeup-free. She wore a strapless black maxi dress and large black sunglasses. Her smile was huge, her expression full of love as she watched her son run to Hunter, a paper bag in her hand.
"Cody."
Hunter stepped back from me, meeting the almost 2-year-old halfway, picking him up with ease.
"Hey, little man."
"We brought you lunch." Krista stepped into the garage. She looked like she belonged here, like she came here all the time. She turned to me as she went up on her toes and kissed Hunter's cheek, letting me fully take her in. In 1 second, my world crashed head-on into a wall, stealing breath and function. A sharp inhale sucked through my teeth. A sound like a choke shoved through my nose. My gaze moved over her, my mind trying to grasp what I saw was true. From head-on, I hadn't noticed, but from the side, you couldn't deny the baby bump curving her belly. Oh my God. A buzzing hummed in my ears, darkness edging around my vision, my lungs unable to get a solid breath. I had anticipated a lot of scenarios, but never this one. Krista was pregnant. This time with Hunter's child. The need to flee made me step back. I couldn't breathe. I clutched my chest, drawing her attention over to me. Fuck. She did a double take, halting in place, her eyes lowered into slits, her face locking up with hate. Jamerson. My name sounded like a curse word in her mouth. You're back. Yes. The word barely made it out, drowning in the noises of a working garage, unable to process anything going on around me. Krista watched me for another beat before turning back to Hunter, rubbing his arm in a comfortable and intimate way. Your lunch break is soon, right?
She made a sharp glance to me, then back to Hunter. "Cody packed your lunch himself?" Her hand returned to her belly, which she rubbed tenderly. "The baby and I are starving." Hunter's Adam's apple bobbed, his jaw tightening, but he gave her a quick nod. "Yeah, let me wrap this up and I'll be all yours," he said, tickling Cody's belly, forcing a howl of laughter out of the child. "Go set up on the table outside. I'll be right there. Okay, little man?" Cody wiggled out of his arms and ran for the tiny patch of green grass in front of the garage. A picnic table sat under a tree, a tiny piece of nature in their machine-laden world. Krista's lips pursed, her eyes continually darting to me. She didn't want to leave him alone with me, that was clear. But Hunter didn't give her a choice, nodding his head to the table. "I'll be out in a moment." There was not a shred of emotion in his intonation, almost commanding her. Anger pulsed through the vein in her forehead, but she went back on her toes, giving him a quick kiss, then made her way to the benches. Hunter made a strange noise, rubbing his head with frustrated strokes. He sighed, coming back to the Jeep, his expression pinched. Lava burned in my chest, but ice froze my soul. I blinked, trying to clear my blurred vision. "Do not cry, Jamie. Keep it together. Stay strong." Hunter snatched the clipboard with my car info on it, ripping off the top copy. "We'll need a few days to order the part and install it. Should be ready by Saturday or at the latest Monday." Numbly, I took the paper he held out to me, not able to look at him. "I'm sure Doug will give you some discount or something." "Thank you. Don't cry. Don't cry." He was having a baby with her. They were truly a family now. I shouldn't have been surprised. I had always sensed it, but actually seeing it still felt worse than any pain I had ever experienced. He had moved on and was happy. I thought I had, but watching my prediction come to fruition had me grasping for something to hold on to. My instinct was to escape, to run back to Italy, to my life there. I needed to get away from him, from them, and the image of them screwing each other every night. His hand rubbing her belly, kissing it. "Do you have someone to come pick you up?" He fidgeted with his tools, like he couldn't settle on anything. "Oh, I shook my head, realizing I hadn't thought about that. "Yeah." Taking my phone out of my bag, I sent a text to Stevie, using more exclamation marks than necessary. Her response came instantly, telling me she was on her way. I took a few steps to the office, hoping I could keep it together until she came. "Jamerson." He called out my name, a crack breaking through the middle of it, stopping me in my tracks. I swallowed hard as I looked back at him. A pained expression filtered through his eyes before he cleared his throat, his eyes going blank again. "I forgot to ask. How was Italy?" "Amazing." It came out almost a whisper, but he seemed to have heard me. His head bowed forward, nodding in acknowledgement before it rose back up, and he pulled his shoulders back. "I'm glad," he replied, his voice raspy. "I hope you found what you were searching for." Agony flinched my cheeks, my airways congealing together, not letting me speak for fear of crying. I gave him a small nod before stepping into the office, shutting the door between us. Chapter 15. Stevie's white hatchback Corsica barely pulled up to the curb before I jumped in it, causing her eyebrows to crinkle. "Drive. Now." I pointed in front of me. She eyed me, but did as I asked. "What's wrong, Whiskey? You look like it was your cat I ran over on the way here." "Oh, shit. That wasn't your cat, right? A brown fuzzy thing?" "Actually, never mind. Pretty sure it was a squirrel. Or maybe a mongoose. Do those exist around here?" A brief snort vibrated out of my nose. She was only trying to make me laugh. I hoped. Fuck. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Why does the drinking age have to be 21 here? What happened? She turned the car back down Main Street. By reasonable deduction and common sense, I'm figuring your car is part of this story, since I picked you up at a garage. See? She tapped her head. Don't let people tell you college is a waste of money. I'm so smart I should be a freaking detective. I tilted my head back into the headrest. Uh-oh. This is serious. My car overheated, and I had to call the garage to get towed. Well, guess who works there? Hunter. She didn't say it like a question. You knew? I exclaimed. Yeah. You told me not to talk about him. She cringed. I'm guessing he picked you up. That had to be awkward. Not as awkward as when Krista came in with Cody. Ouch. Stevie sucked in, giving me a quick, pained look. Did you know they were together? Stevie nodded. I'm sorry. I heard something like that. So you knew about the baby? Turning the car into a strip mall parking lot, it came to a skidding stop. What? Baby? She whipped to me as soon as the car came to a shuddering stop. Krista. Tears stung the back of my lids, my hands twisting in my lap. She's pregnant. My voice teetered off at the end. She's having his baby, Stevie. The silence was so palpable, I finally turned my head to look at Stevie. She sat there with her mouth and eyes wide open. What? She spoke slowly. No fucking way. Why should it be a surprise? I lifted my shoulders, feeling them collapse back down. They're happy together. They were always meant to be in the end. No, they weren't. Stevie yelled, almost like she was mad at me. No. You two are fucking perfect for each other, not that wench. And meant to be? They are freaking 20 years old. I don't even know what wine I'm meant to drink tonight. That bitch got herself knocked up on purpose, I'll bet. Stevie. I shot her a look. Don't. Krista's done nothing wrong. I left. I saw this coming. And it happened. She's done nothing wrong? Stevie sputtered. You're the one who gets brother fucker on your locker when she is the one actually doing it. Stevie gripped the steering wheel. Screwing Colton behind your back for who knows how long and seamlessly switching over to Hunter. 2 babies with twin brothers. That's fucked up. I should be the last one to judge her for that. Fanning my hand over my face, the heat seeping through the window. I dated Colton because he was shiny and happy. I stared off into the distance. But later, Hunter clawed under my skin and claimed me without even my noticing until it was far too late. Shit. She exhaled heavily. You're still in love with him. No. I shook my head. I loved him at one time. I won't deny it, but I've moved on. I fell in love with Luca. You can tell that cute little story all you want, even to yourself, and maybe some people would believe you. Not me, Whiskey. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. A crack cut down my ribs, one dry sob breaking free. It doesn't matter. I shrugged. He's having a baby, and nothing in the world will break him away from Krista. Look how he is with Cody, and this really is his child growing inside her. Saying the last line out loud made my chest feel like it sank to the bottom of the ocean, the weight of the sea crushing it. Good thing you called me. She grabbed her bag, opening the door. Where are you going? She flicked her chin at the sign a few stores down. Liquor and more. Stay here. I'll be right back. She hopped out of the car, jogging to the entrance. Only a few days ago, I could go into places like that. Now I couldn't. It was an adjustment I didn't like. My adult card had been stripped, telling me I was back to being a child in America's eyes, though old enough to purchase a weapon.
Staring at my phone, I scrolled through my messages, landing on Luca's name. I felt almost desperate to feel loved, to know someone cared about me, to run back to his open arms and leave all this behind like a bad dream. My finger hovered over the dial button. Jamie, that's not fair. You're only calling him because you're lonely and hurt. But I almost didn't care. I needed to hear his voice. Only the sound of the door opening as Stevie got back in the car with a grocery bag stopped me from hitting the button. What'd you get? Everything for a broken heart. She placed the bag in the back seat. We'll drop my mom's car off and walk to the lake from my house. The lake? I scoffed. Yeah, that's a perfect place for me to not remember Hunter. There's no avoiding that. She reversed the car and pulled out of the lot. Need to face it all head on. Make the place no longer meaningful. She tilted her head to me, waggling her eyebrows over dramatically. Or remember it as the place you finally stopped the pretense and had sex with me. I sniggered, shaking my head. The girl could always make me smile. I knew she didn't feel that way about me either. Not one little bit. Our friendship was everything. But it was the way she teased me. The bag was loaded with tequila and bourbon. Wow, no cider or beers? For something like this? She lifted one eyebrow. Fuck the chasers. This is hardcore shit. I couldn't agree more. It was one level of pain to know Hunter and Krista were a couple, another to see them together, and about 40 more to see her pregnant. I wanted to swim in a lake of tequila. Campfire smoke filled my nose as I tossed a pebble into the lake. The school year was almost over, and students about to graduate were spending the week building up for the big celebration on Saturday. The stars and fires reflected in the lake tethered me to so many memories of this place. Fuck him. I tossed in another rock before falling back on the blanket. I was at that dangerous drunk level, sober enough to not forget my hurt and anger, but drunk enough to do something stupid about it. In Italy, I had learned to enjoy drinking, mostly wine, where I hadn't before, but I still had a low tolerance for straight alcohol. And I hated feeling like shit the next day. While other kids my age were usually drinking themselves into a coma, partying like crazy at college, I already felt like an old lady. I had gone extreme in Europe, doing all that with gusto. Being in Italy was my gateway to fooling around and drinking all the time. By the time I started to work for the museum, I was already bored with doing that. Though I couldn't deny Sammy and I had a few weekends that were a blur. But now I felt that chapter of my life had closed. I wanted more than that. My wings had been opened, but this town was threatening to close them again. The plan is to keep you busy until you leave. Stevie took a swig of bourbon from the bottle, not even flinching. Which will save me from killing my mother and ending up in jail. A win-win for us all. Busy? In this town? I laid back, watching the sky spin overhead as the water lapped at my feet. Tomorrow night, there's another one of those scavenger hunts. It's at the fairgrounds. No. I shook my head. Come on. Do you really think he'll be there? She rolled her eyes. She probably locks him in a kennel every night, not letting him out of her sight. I choked on my shot, imagining Krista crating Hunter. She had sort of looked like she wanted to pee on him today, to claim him as hers. No. I sighed. At 20, Hunter's life was already set. 2 kids and a wife, working as a mechanic. When I put it that way, it didn't sound so great. Good, 'cause you might have to protect me. Stevie groaned, standing up. Why? Remember Pocahontas? She's texted me twice already, begging me to come. She wants to see me. Hello? Move on, girl. Stevie rolled her hair into a bun. Told you, once they get a sample, they turn into addicts.
She stumbled a few feet. "I've got to pee." I smirked, watching her curve and meander toward the restrooms. Addict. I could empathize with Pocahontas. I understood what it felt like to have someone under your skin. Don't think about him. I picked up my phone, needing to distract myself, feeling the last shot of tequila warming my neck, hazing my thoughts. Stopping on a number, my thumb hovered over it again. Fuck it. I stabbed at the button, the phone ringing on the other end. I shouldn't do this. So stupid. It continued to ring. Finally, a groggy, deep voice picked up. "Jamie." "I'm sorry. I know it's late. Or early. I don't know." "It's 4:30 in the morning." I heard the rustling of sheets. "I know. I shouldn't have called. I'll let you get back to sleep." "No, Bellezza." Luca cupped the phone closer to his mouth, sounding more awake. "I've missed your voice so much. You can call me any time you want." My heart warmed hearing his pet name for me. He was such a good man, and hearing his voice made me realize how much I missed him. He would have made you happy, Jamie. "I've missed you, Bellezza." "I miss you too." "Voglio fare l'amore con te." I want to make love to you. Craving that very thing, hoping his touch would block out another, my mouth spoke before I thought. "I wish you were here so you could do exactly that." He sucked in. "Il mio amore." My love. Mi torturi. You torture me. I couldn't speak, my brain and heart at war. Brain, don't be an idiot. He is perfect. Girl, you let this one go? You are a fool. Heart. Yes, it feels good to hear those words, but you love someone else. Brain. Don't trust that stupid organ. Has it led you right yet? Heart. Okay, fair enough. I love you, bellissimo. You have been in my thoughts and dreams since the moment you left. Your smell still covers the pillow. His admission was overwhelming, tugging at the back of my lids. I should go, I whispered hoarsely, feeling tears fill my throat. Wait. Luca's voice rose. Tell me you do not miss me, that you don't love me. I breathed out, staring up at the stars. I miss you, Luca, and I do love you, but not the way. No. He cut me off. That is all I need to know. Good night, my love. The phone went dead. I hung up, dropping onto my back with a sniveling groan. Stevie's unstable footsteps returned through the sand. Rule 1 of summer, don't ever let me be alone again, and never leave me with my cell. I tapped my forehead with my fist. Uh-oh. Did someone drunk dial? Just please don't tell me it was Hunter. Luca. Okay, that's not so bad. She plunked down next to me. At least that one is thousands of miles away, and you don't have to run into said mistake. Or see it when you pick up your car. That would have been epically embarrassing. I only drunk-dialed Luca because the person whose memories at this lake haunted me was no longer in my cell phone. My gaze landed on where we almost had sex in the back of his truck, before Savannah ruined everything. The exact spot where Hunter posed as Colton, and I fell head over heels for him. Staying here was torture. The countdown to leave this town had begun. Just get through the summer, Jamie. Then I could officially move on with my life. No matter what, I had been accepted to Virginia Tech, although it was no longer where I wanted to go, if I ever did. Applying there had been for Dad and Colton. What I really wanted was to get into the program at Smithsonian. I hoped Colleen's letter improved my chances a hair, but it was one of the hardest internships to get in the country. After all, it was the frickin' Smithsonian. My chances were as good as a penguin learning to fly. Deep down, I knew it didn't matter where I went.
Hunter's memories had followed me to Italy, and he'd probably continue to plague me when I left here. I hoped someday I could find peace again. Find happiness like I felt when I was with him.
Chapter 16. Should I be worried you two are dressed like cat burglars again? Mom's eyebrows quirked. She sat at the dining table, her laptop out, sipping a glass of wine. No one can live off minimum wage anymore. Got to make ends meet, I said with a smile, shoving my feet into my black Converse. The night was warm, and I had on my thin black cargo pants and dark tank top, my hair pulled back into a ponytail. It was getting so long it tickled the middle of my back.
Go for the cash and jewelry, then. Dad walked out from the kitchen, sipping his beer. It's much harder to sell TVs and stereos. Stereos? Stevie chuckled. When was the last time you robbed someone? In the 80s? Mom and I both laughed with her, and Dad widened his eyes at us. What? Oh, honey, you lost your street cred right there. Mom shook her head. Did you say street cred? I groaned. Stevie, get me out of here. My parents are trying to be cool. What? We're not cool? Dad looked around like he was shocked. When did that happen? No one told me my cool guy membership had been revoked. Okay. I grabbed my friend. We're going now. Have fun, Mom yelled. And be home by midnight. Mom. I looped my bag over my head. I'm 19. I lived on my own in Italy, remember? Well, guess what? Dad shot back. You're living here again. Okay, text me if you're going to be late. You know we worry, Mom replied. My parents worried more than most. I understood that some of their overprotection came from almost losing me. But I felt squeezed into a tiny box again. Once you got a taste of freedom, it was hard to go back. I can tell you now I'm going to be late. Stevie's house is closer, so we'll probably stay there tonight, I said really fast, stepping out the door before they could reply. Text me anyway, Mom yelled, before I slammed the door and escaped into the night. We ran to Stevie's car, parked at the curb. It's hard for them. You're still their baby. Stevie hopped in, buckling up. They're not ready to let go. I know, but their constant, where are you going? What time will you be home? What are you doing? Is driving me crazy. I'm having a hard time being monitored again. Welcome to my world. Stevie burst out laughing. Remember when you met me? I was going insane because my mother was hovering. Now you know what I was going through. We headed to the fairgrounds. It was minuscule compared to the one I went to with Hunter for his Supercross event in the larger town where my grandparents lived. Our local fair wasn't until August, but a handful of buildings stood mostly empty during the year except for special events. It's a strange place since there's not much here. I leaned forward, noticing what looked like a dozen small portable storage units lined up next to each other. Stevie pulled into the field used as a parking lot. More than 20 cars were scattered around. They put out some cryptic message that this one is more of a scavenger hunt of the mind. Stevie lifted her shoulder. As long as I don't have to run, I'm game. She parked, and we both hopped out, following a stream of people walking toward the building used for the haunted house in October. More than 40 people stood around, all dressed in dark clothing. Stevie! I'm so glad you are here! A girl with long, silky brown hair, olive skin, and dark eyes dashed for us, clapping her hands. Stevie had dated her once. She was breathtaking, but it didn't matter. Once Stevie was done, she was done. Hey, Stevie replied, trying not to engage, but the girl threw her arms around her, kissing her cheek. It's been too long. I would love to come up and visit you in New York. Oh. Stevie's face twisted into a pained smile. That would be awesome. She spoke with as much pleasure as having a root canal. Oh my God, wouldn't it though? Let's make it happen. Sure, I'll let you know when I head back. Sorry, see some friends over here. Stevie grabbed my arm, leading me away from her. Stage 5 clinger. Crap, I need to stop being so good in bed. Just leads to attachment problems. I grinned, patting her hand. Poor Stevie. It's horrible being so desired. Right? She nodded, curling her arm into mine as we moved out of the girl's eyeline. She stopped behind a tall guy wearing a ball cap, his broad shoulders only defining his waist more. Damn. Stevie gaped, not hiding her appreciation. Her gaze ran down the guy's backside, her mouth ajar, her lids blinking. Now that's an ass I could ride. I couldn't deny the guy's rear end was up with the best I'd seen in some time. The guy's neck stiffened, hearing her talk about him. Then he slowly turned around, a strange smirk on his face. Think you already have, but I appreciate your high-rating approval. A deep, accented voice retorted dryly. Stevie stepped back, her entire body going still, her mouth dropping open. Oh, holy shit. His hair was short now, and he was a lot more filled out, but the same eyes stared back at us. Chris Singer, a.k.a. Tarzan, folded his arms, his mouth turned up like he was amused, but his eyes were crimped with anger, his gaze on Stevie giving away nothing. What are you doing here? Stevie swallowed and straightened, as though trying to build up her own barrier. I could ask you the same. He tilted his head. Last I heard, you were in New York. And you were in Florida. On tour. My head whipped back and forth. For two people who declared they felt nothing and couldn't care less what the other did, they sure seemed to know a lot about each other's recent whereabouts. As you see, I'm not. Me either. They both stared at each other, the strain slapping against my skin. Well, okay. I clapped my hands. It's good to see you, Chris. My voice finally jerked his attention to me, the hardness in his eyes softening, a smile growing like he just noticed I was there. Jameson, hey. He gave me a quick hug. Heard you were back in town. How was Italy? It was amazing. I peered over at Stevie, who stood there, not moving or speaking, which was scary if you knew her. I reached out and grabbed her wrist, knowing she needed me to get her away from here. We're gonna move far away. Safer for all, I muttered, as Stevie and Chris went back to their standoff. I took a step back and hit a wall of muscle, stumbling. Large hands clutched my bare arms, keeping me from toppling over. It was instant. Every fiber of my body knew, coming alive and sending shivers over my skin. Please no. Hey, look! Doug walked around to my other side, taking all doubt away. The gang's all here. He wasn't supposed to be here. He couldn't be here. The warmth of his calloused palms, the feel of his skin touching mine. Oh, God. Tingles skated down my thighs. I wanted to press back and melt into him. The nearness of his physique pulsed at my throat. Danger! I shoved forward, breaking away from his touch, swiveling around to face the new arrivals. Jones, Hunter, and Doug stood before me, but my attention was only on one. My mouth opened to demand why he was there, but it just stayed open, my mind shutting down at the sight of him. He wore black jeans, a t-shirt, and a cap that only emphasized his scruffy, strong jawline. His blue eyes were locked on mine, and once again the world disappeared. Crap, he was hot. How did I keep forgetting what he did to me when he was near? That dimple alone had way too much power over me. Damn it, why was he here? He should have been home with Krista and his kid, leaving me in peace. Jamie. Jones waved his hand in front of my face, breaking me from Hunter's gaze. I was grateful for the dim light of night, because I could feel the heat of a deep blush. Good to see you.
Taking in Jones, a smile spread over my face, and I was filled with the warmth of seeing an old friend. I sprang over and hugged him. "Jones!" He squeezed me back and assessed me. "You look amazing. Italy obviously treated you well?" "Thanks." I grinned, realizing how much I had also missed Jones. It was strange. At one time, these were the last people I thought I'd be friends with. "Are you back here too?" "Chris and I." Jones flicked his chin behind me. "Got in yesterday, taking some downtime from the tour." No one else noticed, but I saw Hunter's hand curl while everything else stayed impassive, like he couldn't care less. But I knew deep down it had to kill him. It had been his dream, his passion, and Chris now was living it. There was a beat of silence until Hunter broke it. "Hey, Stevie." He nodded at her. She tapped her mouth, looking him up and down. "What?" "Trying to think what I should call you now. Hot-ass number 3 no longer fits. Maybe dickhead number 2. Stevie smirked. "Let me guess." Chris waggled his head. "I'm number 1. Oh my God, the scarecrow grew a brain. Okay. I grabbed Stevie's hand. We needed to depart before things escalated. I hadn't even taken a step before a voice boomed over the crowd. "Hey, everyone! Welcome!" The same guy from the last event we attended stood on top of one of the pods. "I'm Will, the head of Escapades. Tonight, we're introducing a new adventure to our program. Because we are growing so much and can no longer hide 50 to 100 people from the cops, we went legit, with permits and all. This will be our home for the next 2 months. So please tell your friends if you have fun tonight. Ling over there will be taking the money before you enter. But let's get to what we're doing tonight. We have 12 pods." He motioned below him. "All set up with the same scenario inside. All is fair. If your group can work together and solve the clues before it's too late." Oh. I understood what this was. The new rage going around. People would get locked in a room with only a certain amount of time to figure out the clues and escape. It was designed to force people to think outside the box and work as a team. "Sorry, no fewer than 3 people in a group and no more than 6. Get your groups together. You enter in 2 minutes," Will said. Damn. It was just Stevie and me. We'd have to attach ourselves to another group. Stevie's eyes met mine, both of us thinking the same thing. We were not going to be locked into a tiny space with Hunter and Chris. There would be blood, mayhem, and possibly not all of us would come out alive. Stevie turned to part ways with the boys when her ex-hookup waved her arms at us to merge with her group.
Stevie, join us.
Stevie stopped, her head swinging around like she was caught between 2 burning buildings with no way out. "All right, groups, get in front of a pod," Will yelled out. "The doors close in 60 seconds. Then you have 45 minutes. First out wins the prize." Everyone scattered, dividing into their factions.
"Stevie!"
Pocahontas called out her name, her gestures more frantic. 20 seconds, Will counted down, my spine itching with anxiety. "Come with us. We can have 6. Doug turned to me. "And I'd much rather be stuck in a small space with you 2 than us 4 assholes." Chris and Hunter were already walking into a pod, Jones jogging after them. "Come on." Doug grabbed my arm, tugging me with him. 5 seconds. Everyone scrambled for an open pod like cockroaches trying to avoid light. 4, 3, 2. Doug yanked me into the unit. Stevie barely slipped in before the door slammed behind us. A dim glow of a battery light above our heads cast the room in a green, sickly glow. "Oh, fuck no." Chris's mouth dropped, staring at Stevie. "You're kidding me. I'm locked in a room with her for almost an hour." "Like I want to be locked up with you." She flipped him off. It was about a 10 by 10 room, the ceilings at least 14 feet. Very tight for 6 of us.
You the one to come in here? I certainly didn't invite you. He took a step to her. You asshole, she wailed, moving in even closer, the toe of their shoes knocking into each other. Get over yourself. You're not that good in bed. Really? Chris burst out laughing. Is that why you couldn't get enough? He leaned into her face, breathing so heavily it looked like they were either going to hit or screw each other. My gaze darted over to Hunter, his own glare already set on me. This was going to be the longest 45 minutes ever. I asked them. Doug shrugged, sitting on a cot, pulling out a beer from the pocket of his baggy shorts. You four just need to fuck it out. Go for it. We have time. He waved his hand out to the small space in front of us. Dougie. Jones held up his arms at his friend, shaking his head. What? It's the truth. He leaned back into the wall, gulping down his drink. Why don't we actually try and get out of here? I finally took a moment to take in the layout. It's why we're here. Plus, the faster we solve it, the quicker we can get away from each other. Fine by me, Chris clipped, glowering at Stevie. Me too. Stevie's lip lifted in a snarl. I'm all for that, Hunter mumbled, rubbing his head, turning away from me. Oh, good. This sounds like it's going to be so fun, I quipped, looking around the room for our first clue. It was set up like a quarantined hospital straight out of a dystopian world. Blood splattered on the walls, toxic and biohazard tape and signs everywhere, plastic draped around the room like we were the ones in confinement. Then there were a handful of metal boxes of different sizes and a cot. There. Jones pointed to where a sheet of paper pinned to the wall showed an imprint of a bloody handprint. I snatched it and cleared my throat. A virus like nothing that has ever been seen before is spreading through the world. A toxin developed to control the human race has turned the victims into mindless brain-eating monsters. Great. Zombie-themed. The scientist who developed the virus and its cure was a victim of his own creation. The antidote lost. Your mission is to find an antidote, destroy this rapidly progressive virus you are now infected with, and escape within 45 minutes or die from the acid-infused sprinklers stopping you from spreading this disease. That's cool. I'd be a good zombie. Doug took another drink, not moving from his spot on the cot. Because you practically are one. Jones motioned to him, only making Doug shrug again. My eyes scoured for a clue, feeling the tick of the clock. Up there. I pointed to one of the boxes at the top of a stack. There's writing on it. I knew nothing here was simply decoration. Everything was a clue. Who's climbing up? Chris peered at all of us, evidently already declaring himself not it. Hell no. Climbing is similar to running. Stevie shook her head. Hunter's eyes dropped to his leg for a moment, a crinkle in his forehead. With painful clarity, I realized he couldn't. Both the accidents had stolen flexibility and movement from him. I'll do it, I blurted out. I'm the smallest anyway. Good choice. Stevie patted my back. I approve this decision. Well done, group. I rolled my eyes, then gauged the height of the first box. I couldn't step on it without a boost. I got you. Chris stepped up, his hands on my hips, lifting me onto the box with ease. Thanks. The tension in the room twisted up 2 more notches. The faster we solve this, the faster we all can get away from each other. As I ascended another box, the entire stack wobbled, my heart dropping into my toes. The swaying of the boxes below made me hustle, but I didn't look down. Sucking in another breath, I mounted another level, the boxes rocking again. Jamie, be careful. The familiarity with which Hunter said my name forced air through my nose. Tucking my lip between my teeth, my limbs shaking, I scaled up to the final box, my head brushing the roof. It's a code. I ran my fingers over the print.
TZ95LJ328. I hope one of you is memorizing that, because my head doesn't accept random numbers or letters, Stevie said, generating a snort from Chris. Wait, there's a box over here with a lock combination. Jones yelled up at me. Repeat it again. After I uttered the last number, I heard a pop, like a box opening. Got it, Jones cheered. With a sudden sense of vertigo, I realized going up was much different than going back down. Jamie, I'm here. Come down slow. Like threads of strength, Hunter's voice wrapped around my arms and legs. Slipping back, my foot dropped to the next box, the entire structure shifting, my nails trying to dig into the smooth metal to keep me from falling. It's okay. If you fall, I'll get you. This next one had the slimmest ledge, only giving me a few inches to get stabilized. My hands were slick with sweat, and they slipped with no traction from the boxes. I took in a deep breath. You can do it, he said with utter conviction, like he knew the outcome already. It gave me determination and strength, my head bobbing in agreement. Reaching down with my weaker leg, stretching it farther than I meant to, my hips screamed with pain, my entire body trembling. My stomach bottomed out the second my hands lost their grip, scrambling for anything to hold on to. I dropped, my knees crashing into one of the boxes, Hunter's arms circling my waist, yanking me firmly back into his body before I hit the floor. As his fingers spread out over my stomach and hip, the heat of him thundered against my skin. You okay? His breath trickled down my neck, his mouth almost grazing my ear. I couldn't move or answer except to nod. Every inch of him pressed into me. I was walking the line of my addiction. This wasn't just seeing your drug out on the table, but taking the tiniest of tastes, painfully reminding you how much you want more. His arms dropped away the same moment I moved, as though we both knew we were playing with fire. My wall went up with a snap. I didn't even thank him before rejoining the other four. My vocals weren't working properly, and I knew I couldn't look at him. Like you know what it means, 8-boy. Stevie stood with her hands on her hips, lids tapered in annoyance at Chris. Oh, and you do? He countered. You're right, Jones. This is better than staying home and watching TV. Doug snickered from the cot, drinking his beer, his attention darting from Hunter and me, then to Stevie and Chris. Dragging them in was the best decision I made all week. Is our time up yet? Stevie looked at her blank wrist. My God, we've been in here years, right? Clue 2 is this. Jones placed a credit card-sized black rectangle in my hand, with a key ring attached. Flipping it around, it was smooth, with no opening except a few holes at one end. Tug on that. Hunter moved beside me, tapping my hand holding the chain. My dad's friend Joe was a cop. He had one of those. I yanked on the cord, and a blue light shone out of the 3 holes. A black light? I smiled, peering up at him. For a few seconds, it was like we stepped back in time, comfortable with each other. No babies, girlfriends, or bad breakups. Just us. Hello? Stevie snapped her fingers. You two should probably separate. Crap. I took a step forward, pointing the black light at the wall, spotting writing underneath. It covered the walls. Words, codes, and sentences hidden behind the blood on the walls in ultraviolet ink. Shit, it's everywhere. Stevie followed my light, moving over the wall. How do we know what's important? We all stared at the walls, mouths open as I continued to scroll around the room. I could feel the time ticking, the invisible clock heading toward the end. Yeah, that looks hard. Doug downed the rest of his beer, pulling out another one from his other pocket. Are you going to help us at all, or just sit there? Jones tossed his arms out, motioning at his friend. I'm gonna sit here. He held up his beer. And drink. Wait, is that an option? I'll do that. Stevie took a step toward Doug, but Jones blocked her from getting to the cot, the tight space feeling like it was getting smaller with each passing second.
If you aren't helping, then shut the hell up.
Jones took off his hat, rubbing his head before putting it back on. Doug responded with a chuckle. It was getting hot in here, aggravating the tension clouding the space.
You know what? Screw this.
Chris moved to Doug.
I'll wait the time out.
Figures you'd give up. Stevie snorted derisively.
Me?
He swung to her, tipping his head, staring back at her, almost threatening.
That's rich coming from you.
Oh, you did not. Stevie lurched for him.
Whoa, whoa.
Hunter grabbed Stevie, holding her back.
Wasn't it you walking over here? Giving up?
Chris pointed back at her, his temper higher than I'd ever seen in the easygoing Aussie. It made me realize there was much more to their story than Stevie let on, the anger overly raw for it to be such a mutual ending.
Different if you do it, right? That's the Stevie way. But I'm the one who's an asshole.
Fuck you, she seethed, leaning past Hunter. And yes, you are an asshole. Okay, whoa. I held up my hands. Let's all calm down.
Why?
Hunter's irate timbre twisted my head to him, my ponytail snapping my arm.
Sounding familiar to you, Jamie? Hitting a little close to home?
Excuse me? I felt indignation surge, gritting my teeth.
Enough,
Jones yelled, his pale skin flushing with heat and anger. How about everyone calm the fuck down? He looked at each one of us.
Except you.
He motioned to Doug. Any more and you'll be comatose.
Told you I'd be a great zombie.
Back to the game so we can get the hell out of here. Jones rubbed his face, muttering under his breath. It will be fun, Jones, they said. Just come.
I still think if they all screwed each other right now.
Doug shrugged, taking a drink.
Dougie, shut up.
Jones pinched his nose, taking a deep breath before stepping closer to the wall. Find a pattern or code. Now. We all rocked into action at Jones's demanding tone. I hated how easily Hunter could rile me. It was humiliating. We went silent as I rolled the light over the wall again, glowing words popping out at us. More time passed, slipping away quickly as we searched for a hint.
Wait. Go back, Jamie.
Hunter came behind me, his nearness tensing my frame, dripping more sweat down my neck.
There.
He pointed, his arm brushing mine.
Letters are missing.
My gaze rolled over the sentences and words, realizing there were a few letters missing in each group. You're right. I touched one of the words. That's it. The missing letters are our clues.
Does anyone have a piece of paper or pen?
Hunter scanned the room.
Paper.
Chris ripped off one of the decorations.
But no pen. Someone here have a good memory?
Jones asked.
Since she can't even remember names, I wouldn't ask her.
Chris scoffed, flicking his head at Stevie. I remember the ones worth my time, she swiped back. Guys. I was cut off by lights above our heads bursting to life, red spinning around the room, and an alarm ringing loudly against the metal interior. My hand slammed against my ears as a voice came from a speaker. Warning! Warning! 1 minute before you find the cure or die a slow, painful death.
Oh, thank God.
Stevie flung up her arms to the ceiling, eyeing Chris. Melting away by acid rain sounds amazing right now. Warning! Warning! This building is contaminated! 30 seconds to escape. We all stood there, knowing we had no hope of getting out. We had only gotten to clue 2. It had to be a record for the worst team ever. A sound spat from above, jerking my head toward the sprinklers. Without much warning, water sprayed down on us, soaking our clothes and hair, plastering them to our bodies. Doug leaped up like a kid, opening his arms and mouth, lapping at the water and shaking his head.
Woohoo! Feels awesome!
Actually, the night was so warm. and being trapped in a small metal box made the cool water pouring down feel amazing in this muggy, airless space. Stevie and I looked at each other, the blonde and fuchsia hair sticking to her face, a grin tugging on the side of her mouth. We started laughing. Jones took off his hat, letting it fill up a bit before flinging it at us.
Oh, man.
Chris chuckled as he and Hunter both shook their heads. War on. All the guys had caps, which they quickly used as buckets, slinging water at each other. Hunter's hand wrapped around my wrist, pushing me out front, hiding behind me. What the hell? I'm your human shield?
Sacrifices have to be made in war.
He smirked at me. His words took me back to our pillow fight long ago, the masked attraction hidden behind a child's game. A splash of water smacked my face, whipping me back to Chris. Oh, you are so asking for it. Bring it on, princess. Chris tapped at his chest. Reaching around, I yanked Hunter's hat from his hands and flung the cap full of liquid at the Aussie, slapping his face with water.
Oh, you didn't.
Chris tilted his head, feigning a look of shock as Stevie's laugh howled in the tiny space. I so did. I winked at Chris with a cocky shrug.
Don't let her tiny innocent look fool you. The girl is brutal.
Hunter chuckled, grabbing his hat back and chucking more water back at Chris, ducking behind me again, his hands holding my waist so he could easily move me. Hiding behind her? Oh, hell no. Chris grabbed Stevie, dropping behind her, her laugh filling my heart. I hadn't seen her this happy in a long time, despite her carefree facade. That was who Stevie played herself off to be. Someone with no worries. I knew better. The door banged open, halting us in our attacks on each other. I flinched against the bright streetlight pouring into the small room. Clusters of people stood outside our pod, watching with amusement. Dry.
You guys were the only ones to not make it.
Will laughed, waving us out, taking in our drenched appearance. Looks like you guys had fun, though. He clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. Bonfire is over there, and if the winner wants to share their booty, drinks as well. But everyone, be safe. We're now a genuine business and don't want reason for the cops to shut us down. Have fun. Should have gone with us. Stevie's Disney beauty came over to her, her attention running up and down Stevie's soaked form, a frown dipping her mouth when her gaze landed on Chris behind her. We won. Out in 20 minutes. Stevie patted her wet hair, the remnants of joy still glowing her face. No, I was good. Maybe even 5 minutes ago we didn't feel that way. But staring around at my war buddies, smiles on all our faces, I knew we had the most fun. When we let go, our group was magic. The problem was, it could never last. Reality would reconstruct those walls the moment we left here. But perhaps, for tonight, we could all be friends again. Chapter 17. Fire crackled and flickered, reaching for the stars. The parking lot full of people talking and laughing, the noise humming around me. Like Hunter and I had done, the winners shared their prize with everyone. A huge water trough full of all kinds of drinks, creating a jubilant atmosphere. I was still not recovered from the tequila the night before, so I sipped a soda, wishing it could numb me like alcohol. My lingering feelings were too much. I hated how I yearned to touch him, kiss him, but I couldn't get my feet to walk away either. Jones and Doug were off talking to a group of girls who all came together for a ladies' night, leaving Stevie, Chris, Hunter, and me. Not awkward at all. Stevie sipped her drink, looking around as if she wanted to do a dive roll out of here, the tension between her and Chris sprouting like weeds in manure. Neither one talked to the other, which put the burden on me because Hunter never minded strained silence. You like New York? Chris finally spoke, each word like it was being ripped through his teeth. Stevie's head jerked to him, her defenses rising. Yes, I love it there. It's everything this place is not, she snipped,
I flinched, despite myself. It was a simple question. He was trying. As though she could hear my thoughts, she huffed. "What about you? When are you going back on tour?" Chris took a long swig of his beer. He and Hunter were propped against the car, all of us back together like magnets. Even though it felt like hell for all of us, we gravitated toward each other. What a difference a year and a half made. There had been tension then, giddy and forbidden. Heartache, too, but it was innocent then. Now it seemed years and endless baggage sat at our feet. "Gonna take a break for a while?" Chris shrugged, downing the rest of his drink, not looking at Stevie. My friend's head tilted, her gaze digging into him as if she knew he wasn't telling her something. "Why?" She folded her arms. "You love it, and you've been in the top 10 all season." Did Stevie realize she had given herself away as someone who still cared enough to watch his races and know his standing? "I've wondered the same thing." Hunter twirled the water bottle in his hand. "Don't be in a hurry to come back here." His eyes went to the ground. A wince of bitterness laced through his voice. "I just want to take a break," Chris snapped, running a hand over his short brown hair. "Jesus, sorry I didn't ask for approval." We all stared at him in surprise. Besides Doug, Chris was one of the most laid-back guys I'd ever met. His short temper seemed ill-fitting on him. He blew out a deep breath, shaking his head, pointing at Hunter. "Like you're doing so bad. You own a garage and have doubled the business." "What?" I faced Hunter. He owned the garage? "Partial owner." Hunter shifted uncomfortably. "You bought it. Just because Doug's name is on the front doesn't make it any less yours," Chris snapped. "You bought the garage from old Frank?" I probed, wanting to hear any tiny insight into Hunter's life since I left. Frank had owned the garage before I was even born. He shrugged, glancing to the side. "Needed to invest my earnings from racing in something. Frank wanted to retire, and I needed a job." The last word made him swallow. The agony of not being able to race anymore pinched his features. I tried to imagine what he must have gone through the last 6 months, as if he hadn't already lost enough when his twin brother was taken from him. I watched the condensation from the soda can dripping onto my hand. My heart thumped in my chest, and I choked back the urge to wrap my arms around him, which seemed as natural as taking my next breath. "I still don't get it." Stevie hadn't taken her critical gaze off Chris. "I know how much you love racing, more than you ever let on. It's the middle of the tour, you are doing great, and you leave?" Muscles coiled down Chris's shoulders, an expression flickering over his face too fast to read. "Fuck, woman. Why do you care?" Standing up, he chucked his beer bottle into the garbage, the glass shattering into pieces against the metal. "You're not my fucking girlfriend. You made that clear, so get off my ass." He strode past her, clipping her shoulder. She spun around, fury clenching her hands. "You're right," she screamed after him. "I don't care." He ignored her, walking toward Jones and Doug. "Fuck you," she yelled, stomping off the opposite way. "Think I might revisit Pocahontas." "No, Stevie, don't." I tried to reach out, but she slipped from my grasp, on a mission to find the girl on the other side of the campfire, the girl who was already watching Stevie's every move like a surveillance camera. Cringing, I watched her over my shoulder. Crap. That a regret in the making? Hunter crossed his legs, leaning into the car, motioning to Stevie. "Oh, yeah." I nodded, turning back to him. "Ah." Hunter nodded, his gaze returning to mine with an intensity that made my mouth run dry. "Leave, Jamie. Walk away. It's better for both of us." But neither of us moved, tension twisting through me. "That's amazing you bought the garage." I shuffled my shoes against the gravel. He scoffed, taking a drink. "It's not?" My brow curved up. "Gee, Jamie, I don't know. I'm doing exactly what everyone imagined I would. His lids narrowed. Not moving farther than this town, working at the garage, having a kid. It's all stuff people predicted, even my father. And here I am. He opened his arms, looking around with disdain. Not quite 20, and I fulfilled everyone.
That's not true. I put my hand on my hip. And when did you start caring what other people think? He shook his head, tossing the empty water container over my shoulder into the recycle bin. I could feel his rage right under the surface, the bitterness of his lost dreams. On the outside, I couldn't deny he fulfilled what people expected. But at the same time, he was nowhere close to the loser the high school crowd tagged him. What he had already accomplished and lost was immense, and his losses were more than anyone should bear for his age. Hunter, you've achieved more than most will ever do in a lifetime. Do you know how famous you were? Guys in Italy knew who you were.
Guys?
His head punched up. Then he wagged his head, standing up.
And the operative word is were.
He stood over me, his look telling me to move out of his way, but I didn't budge. Your life isn't over because you can't race anymore. I planted my hands on my hips, my neck cranked back in a challenge.
Really?
He leaned over, his body encompassing, his mouth only a few inches from mine. No. Heat ballooned under my damp clothes. I itched to rip them off, to feel his naked skin against mine, to lose myself in his touch. Your life doesn't end because your dream had to change. He blew air through his nose, his eyes drinking in my face.
Always the cheerleader.
A twisted smile hitched up his mouth, inching even closer to me.
And Jamie? My dream left me months before the accident, he rumbled,
sliding by me, walking away. My mouth gaped open, and I stood there, his words like a hand plunged in burning coals. I had to grit my teeth to keep my emotions in check. Did he really mean what I thought? Peering over my shoulder, I watched him greet his friends like he didn't have a care in the world. No matter what we might still feel or not feel for each other, it didn't matter. Time and circumstances had changed. His life was here with his kid, soon to be kids, and mine would be moving on in 2 months. We had gone through so much to be together, only for fate to laugh at us and take it all away. He would always be that hole in my soul. My desire for him was still so strong. I knew the only thing I could do was stay far away from him. After I got my Jeep back, I needed to cut all ties to Hunter Harris. Daggers dug into my heart at the thought, but my feelings no longer mattered. He had a kid coming. Nothing competed with that. You look nice. Mom smiled at me as she stepped into the living room, handing Grandma Penny a glass of water and some pills. My grandma's leg was propped up on pillows, and she was glaring at my mother like an insolent child. She was not following the doctor's orders to take it easy very well. Mom, stop being a baby. Take your pills. Mom dumped them in my grandma's palm. They make me feel sleepy. Exactly. Mom sighed, as though she wanted nothing more than for my grandma to sleep. Amy, I'm old and don't have many days as it is. I don't want to sleep them away. She frowned, glancing at me like I'd back her. Sleep when you're dead, right? Just because you act my age doesn't mean I have to. Mother. I could hear the exasperation in my mom's voice. Amy, Grandma sighed back, mimicking her. See? Now you know when Jamie uses that tone on you how annoying it is. Mom's mouth pinched together, her attention going to me. What are you up to today that has you looking so nice? I brushed down the pretty, soft yellow summer dress I barely ever wore. I was a jean shorts and tank kind of girl, but today I had to put my best foot forward. I'm going to look for a job. Even though I was only going to be here for a few months, I needed money to pay for gas and to bring some funds with me to college. My scholarship to Virginia Tech only covered some of my tuition. We scraped by, but my parents made just enough to push me out of running for a full scholarship. My grandparents helped with my tuition, or I would never see the inside of a college classroom. I was lucky they wanted to help so I didn't have to think about being saddled with student loans. Where are you going? Mom perched herself on the arm of the sofa next to Grandma. The house was silent of giggles and screaming. My parents decided it was in everyone's best interest to sign Reese up for camp this week, letting her exuberant energy work itself out in a larger space with friends. She was a handful lately, driving the house a bit mad. I don't know, maybe the grill or something? This town wasn't big, and jobs were scarce in my age range. You should go to Cafe Lula. Grandma wiggled higher on the pillows, looking at Mom. I met Lula the other day in the waiting room. Nice lady. We might start a bunco group here since I'm going to be here for a while more. Her daughter and son-in-law mainly run it now. Let me call and see if they're hiring. Grandma didn't even wait. She grabbed her mobile from the coffee table and tapped at the screen faster than my parents did on theirs. Cafe Lula? Of course. The cafe next door to Doug's garage. No, Grandma. Hey, Lula, this is Penny. A huge smile turned up her mouth. Oh, that's funny. You were about to call me? A pause. Drinks by the pool playing cribbage sounds amazing. Mom, you can't. My mother shook her head, but Grandma batted her away. Ignore my uptight daughter. Fun isn't in her vocabulary anymore. I'd love to, Lula. My grandma smiled into the phone. A laugh darted up my vocals. Crap, I adored that woman. But I also had another reason for calling. My granddaughter is home for the summer and looking for a job. She tapered off, listening with a nod. Oh, that's wonderful. I'll send her down right now. She's such a hard worker and so responsible you won't regret it, I promise. And thank you. I'll be over to your house by noon? Fabulous. See you then, Lula. Grandma hung up, satisfaction and pride radiating off her. Looks like you have an interview to go to. You are a force. I shook my head, leaning over and hugging her tight. Thank you. Anything for you, my dear. She squeezed me back. Hard work gets you the job, but connections never hurt to open a door. Especially in this town, where most summer jobs were probably taken by now. It was Monday, and I still hadn't gotten the call about my Jeep. When Mom dropped Grandma off for her playdate, she added me as an extra stop. Good luck, though I know you won't need it. Mom pulled into the parking lot. Thank you. I hopped out. And don't worry about a ride later. I'll call Stevie if my Jeep isn't ready. Okay. She nodded, looking relieved. I knew she had a lot of work to do. I stepped into the cute, colorful cafe. Bright walls and multicolored chairs gave it a warm, eclectic vibe. It was mainly a coffee shop, but it sold packaged foods and bakery items for those who use the cafe as an office or a quick spot to grab a bite. 2 people stood in line, a barista taking their orders. Then I groaned, dropping my shoulders in distress. Seriously? Of all the luck. Savannah, my ex-friend and nemesis, stood behind the counter, wearing tiny shorts and a clingy white tank top. Her dark hair was streaked with caramel and tied back in a messy ponytail. She looked bored to death as she took orders. What the hell was she doing here? She wasn't the I-need-a-job type. Her parents treated her like a spoiled child, and with one stomp of her foot, she got whatever she wanted. I needed a job. Badly. I didn't have a wealthy family, but could I work with her? Maybe I can find something else? The moment the thought ran through my head, annoyance gnashed my teeth together. I would not let Savannah drive me away from a possible job. I was stronger than that, than her. I would not cower away from anyone anymore just because it was uncomfortable or awkward. The patrons moved to the side to wait for their orders to be served.
I recognized one of them as a guy from school who had been in the year after ours. I think his name was Paul. Savannah's eyes lurched up and met his before noticing me. She blinked a few times before a snarl curled her lips. Just when you think the trash has been put out for good. She tilted her head, staring around the guy to me, her hand going to her hip. I shouldn't engage. I shouldn't. It's not nice to talk about your relationship with Jason like that. Oh, wait. He's dating Aubrey now, isn't he? Savannah's glare narrowed on me. I knew her well enough to understand his moving on to Aubrey bothered her more than their own breakup. She would want him to keep pining after her, while she played him, stringing him along to sedate her own ego. She probably didn't want him, but she sure wouldn't want him dating Aubrey. Like I care who Jason sees. I've moved on to college guys, she snipped, twirling the end of her ponytail. So many text and call me I can't keep track. And they called me a slut? Okay, Jamie, stop. This was a game I couldn't win. Savannah had years of being bitchy and horrible to me. Excuse me, can I order? The guy at the counter tried to get her attention, but she ignored him. Savannah's chest puffed, her manicured nails curling into her palm. There isn't a day I don't wish you died instead of Colton. Colton's life is worth so much more than yours. I tried not to show the way her words struck home, a knife to my own suppressed guilt. She inflicted it in my gut as if I didn't still carry guilt of Colton's death with me. I'd realized a while back I would always bear the pain and the what-ifs. I wished he could have lived, but sadly he didn't, and I couldn't live in the crippling world of regret. So, you work here. I cleared my throat, flipping the subject around to her, my eyebrows arching. It's not like I need to. She took the bait, her eyes flaring with defense. So boring being back here for the summer. Daddy thought it would be a good experience. Her parents weren't rolling in money like Jason's. Daddy had gotten the family in debt with his exuberant spending, trying to keep up with the McKees and Harrises of the town. Savannah, customer. A tall blonde, looking to be in her 30s, came out of the back, frowning at her employee. Savannah rolled her eyes and turned back to the customer. Hey, you must be Jamerson. I'm Kayla. She reached out her hand for mine. My mom called and told me you'd be coming. Hi, Kayla. I shook her hand, watching Savannah's eyes widen in understanding. Grab a table and I'll bring over an application. You ever work as a barista before? No, but I was at the one in Florence so often they thought I did. Kayla chuckled, nodding her head. I'll be right back. I headed for an empty table, only to hear feet stomping behind me. Hell no, Savannah hissed. You are not working here. I will not work with you. Her gaze raked down me like I was sludge. Oh, good. Does that mean you're going to quit? I sat in the chair, peering sweetly at her. No, she exclaimed. You're the one leaving, not me. If you don't need to work here, then why bother? Because... She glanced around like she was afraid someone could overhear her. Maybe I want to work here. Please, Savannah. I burst out laughing. Like you wouldn't rather be lying by the pool, flipping through a magazine, having someone wait on you. The fury growing behind her eyes told me that was exactly what she'd rather be doing. And this job wasn't because she wanted to be here. Fuck you, Jamie, she hissed, leaning over me. You are so fucking pathetic. You're just getting this job so you can stalk that loser. She flicked her head to the garage viewable outside the windows. You know he's having a baby, right? With Krista? At least he saw you for the slut you are. Not that he's any better. God, maybe you two were actually perfect for each other. Savannah? Kayla stepped behind her, tilted her head. Do we have a problem here? Savannah jerked up, placing a fake smile over her mouth. No. She shook her head. Catching up with an old friend. There's someone at the counter. Kayla nodded for Savannah to leave. watching her walk away before sitting in the chair across from mine, sighing deeply. She didn't say anything, but I thought I detected some dislike of Savannah in her narrowed gaze. This made me wonder who got her the job. Did she get it on her own merits, or had her daddy made it possible? We only have a few shifts open. Summer gets a little quieter. Kayla slid an application to me. Is that okay? Yes. I nodded, though I knew I needed more shifts to get the money I needed. I'm thankful you have any. Yeah, jobs are tough right now, but... She leaned back in her chair, touching her stomach. John does want me to work a little less. We just found out I'm pregnant. It's been really rough. She squeezed her eyes shut. Let's just say we've been at this place several times before, struggled for a very long time, and the doctors think I need to take it easy. My heart went out, seeing the pain behind her eyes she tried not to show. Your timing is actually perfect. She rolled her shoulders back, tucking away the raw emotions. Can you start tomorrow? I nodded. Am I hired? Don't I need to fill out the application? Yes. She waved at the paper. You do need to fill it out, but I have a gut feeling about you. I think you'll be a perfect fit. Thank you. Your normal shifts will be early Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturdays. Does that work? She didn't wait for me to respond, pointing at the guy behind the counter. I'll have Tim train you this week before you go on your own. There's no real uniform except hair back and closed-toed shoes. We provide aprons. She pushed back from her seat. Welcome to the team, Jamie. John will be here when you come tomorrow. You'll meet him then. Again, thank you, Kayla. She smiled, turning toward the back of the cafe. When you're done, leave the application at the front. Actually, give it to Tim. A knowing grin tipped her mouth, like she understood that trusting Savannah with anything related to me was a mistake. She stopped at the counter and said something to Tim and Savannah that made Savannah frown. I could feel Savannah's glare boiling my skin as I finished the application. She was a bitch and would try to make my life hell here, but I didn't care. High school was over. All that crap was in my past. If she still had to play the role of mean girl to make herself feel better, then so be it. She'd realize fast my give-a-fuck quotient was set to 0. Just then, I caught movement out the window, and my insides clenched before my conscious mind even realized what or who I was seeing. Hunter moved to the open garage doors, a mobile pressed to his ear, his hand rubbing his forehead as he paced. I couldn't hear him, but I knew how he acted when he was annoyed. He kept shaking his head and staring at the sky. When he hung up, he looked like he wanted to toss his cell across the street. But he walked over to the table under the trees instead, sitting on the bench. He leaned over his legs, his palms pressed into his head. It felt like an ache in my own heart, convulsing my muscles to move to him. But until I heard the squeal of wood on the floor, I didn't realize I was actually doing it. Half standing and about to go to him, I forced my butt back in the chair. I hadn't seen him since Friday, when he walked away from me. The weekend had been one long pretense that I wasn't thinking about him. He wasn't there when I helped Mom make dinner, or when I went swimming with my sister, or curled on the sofa and watched a movie. Nope, he was never dancing at the edge of my consciousness like a sliver in my finger. Or so I told myself. He stayed there for a full minute before he sat back, flipping his phone around in his hands like it would give him an answer, then stabbed at the screen. Buzz. My cell hummed in my bag, jolting my spine straight. I peered at my bag, then back at Hunter, who stood again and paced around the table outside. Was it just a coincidence? Reaching into my bag, I saw an unfamiliar number scroll over the screen. Hello? A hiccup of air stuck in my throat. Jamie? His deep voice slid into my ear. I glanced back at him across the street. Hey, it's Hunter. My heart pounded against my chest like it wanted to leap out and run over to him. Hey. I swallowed, tracking his every move. He looked pained, like this was the last call in the world he wanted to make.
Sorry to bother you. Wanted to let you know the part still hasn't come in for your car.
His voice held no emotion, but his expression was clenched, and he tapped his forehead with his fist.
Hopefully tomorrow. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Was that what the call was about? My radiator hadn't come in? Did he want me out of his life so bad he'd get that angry over having to keep my car another day? Oh. I felt strange watching him without him knowing. It's not your fault. He ran his hand down his face again.
I'll have your car done as soon as I can. I'm sure you need it.
Actually, with this new job, I did. Thank you. I wasn't sure why I felt like crying.
Yeah. Okay.
He put his hand on his hip, the cell pressed to his ear. But he didn't say goodbye or hang up, his boot digging into the small lawn. Was there something else? He exhaled, like the weight of the world was all on him. Hunter? Why was I so desperate to hold on to this call, to not let go of even the tiniest thread between us? I saw his head shake before he answered.
No, that's it.
He pinched his nose.
Bye, Jamie.
The phone went dead in my hand. I felt like someone had just snipped the ropes of the fragile bridge I was standing on, plunging me to the river below. He stomped into the garage, the shadows gobbling him up from view. Wow. Stalk much? Savannah stood next to me, a smirk on her glossy lips telling me she heard everything. That was even more pathetic than I imagined. I was half kidding earlier. But you really are still in love with him, aren't you? He's hot, I won't knock you on that. But he's a fucking loser. A man who has not one but 2 kids with another girl. At 19. He's working as a mechanic and will probably be bald and fat by the time he turns 30. Glad you've set the bar so high. She snorted, turning back for the counter. I longed to punch her in the face. Crap. What happened to not giving a shit? Taking a breath, I finished the form and handed it to Tim, getting out of there before I actually hit Savannah. You can do this, Jamie. 2 months, that's it. You've been through hell. Working with Savannah should be nothing. I was disappointed in myself that I could go through the worst pain and life changes ever, losing my boyfriend, learning to walk again, traveling the world. And yet all it took to sink me was Savannah tapping at my one weakness. Chapter 18.
Wipe the nozzle every time you're done.
Tim wiped the foam off the steamer.
You'll do it so often it will become second nature after a while.
I nodded, following along with his process of making a cappuccino. I had only been here an hour, but felt like I was picking up things fast. I was glad it was only Tim, John, and me. John was a nice guy with a friendly, open smile that lit up his face. Same age and height as his wife, with dark buzzed hair and brown eyes. After letting us in and helping set up, he pretty much left Tim and me alone, saying he needed to do ordering and paperwork in the back office. We opened at 6:30 and had a steady stream of half-lidded customers desperate for caffeine. Having risen early to catch a ride with my dad, I had already sucked down 4 cups myself. Now my eyes and limbs twitched with the overdose.
You think you can try the next one?
Tim grinned at me, brushing his long brown hair out of his brown eyes. I had only been out of school a year, but he felt so much younger than a senior. Probably because I had hung around guys like Colton and Hunter, who were nothing like the average high school boy. Tim was even smaller than the typical guy his age, but was friendly and happy, and blushed every time I looked at him. Yeah, I think I can. I nodded. My boyfriend in Italy had a smaller version of this machine. I feel like I'm just making coffee at home.
Boyfriend?
Tim's face dropped.
An Italian boyfriend?
Yeah. A deep sound rumbled behind us, like someone was clearing their throat. Tim and I jumped and twisted to the counter. Hunter stood on the other side, his jaw locked,
his blue eyes digging into me. Shit. Had he heard? Why did I care if he did? He had Krista. I shouldn't feel bad. If anything, he should know I hadn't sat around waiting for him either. Still, chagrin heated my face, and my nerves braided into a single shriek of alarm. "You work here?" he growled, his nose flaring. He wore his old jeans and a gray t-shirt that bore the kind of grease stains that wouldn't come out no matter how many times you washed it. But Hunter could wear anything and look sexy as hell. I tried not to remember how he looked naked, which was like attempting to swim up a waterfall. First day. I didn't move, holding onto the coffee machine as if it would keep me standing. It wasn't my plan to work this close. Not that I thought about it, just if you thought I was. You were what? He set his large travel coffee thermos down, tilting his head. Working this close to the garage on purpose. Shut up, Jamie. Could I die now? Please, Floor, swallow me up. Maybe I could dive into the cappuccino machine and steam myself to death? Why would I think that? His lips were pressed together. You wouldn't, of course. I shook my head. Damn it. Why was he the only person on Earth who made me bumble around like a complete moron? We stared at each other for a few beats. Tim's gaze went back and forth between us like a tennis match. You want me to fill that? Tim finally spoke, pointing at his thermos, breaking Hunter's gaze from me. Yeah, thanks. Your usual medium roast coffee? Tim stuck the mug under the machine, not waiting for his answer. Usual meant he was here a lot, which shouldn't have been a surprise. The garage was only a few yards away. Naturally, since I had decided to stay away from him, our paths crashed into each other again. Also, toss in one of those. He pointed at a chocolate-dipped biscotti. With tongs, I reached in and put one in a bag, handing it to him. Tim took his money. Hunter drew out the biscuit, took a bite, and watched me as his mouth wrapped around the cookie, a wicked grin shaping his mouth as he swallowed it. Damn. Italians sure know how to make a biscuit. He grabbed his coffee and strolled casually out of the cafe. I felt the jab spear into my chest. He had overheard and wanted me to know it. Anger built behind my eyes. I wanted to run after him and chuck all the biscotti at his head. Krista was in my face every day, his baby growing in her belly. But I was the one who should feel bad because I had a boyfriend in Italy? You have a boyfriend, right? Tim's words broke my glower at the door, where I watched Hunter jog across the lane to the garage. This Italian guy, right? What? I snapped at Tim, my ire lashing at him. You said you have a boyfriend. Tim's gaze went across the street, then back to me. But you two still seem to have a thing. A thing? I blinked. Jamie, you and Hunter were the talk of the school last year. Probably the town. His voice softened. I heard what people said about you after Colton died, that you and Hunter had probably been hooking up behind his back the whole time. What? I inhaled sharply. That's not true. I didn't think so. You seem way too sweet to do that. But the gossip was bad. What they wrote on your locker. He shook his head, his eyes full of pity. I hated what Savannah was saying about you. Hate that she works here. He tapped his hand on the counter, licking his lip nervously. You still really like him? I mean, he's with that girl. Gonna have 2 kids with her. I blinked, feeling my world slide right back to high school. Suddenly, I could feel the raw vulnerability of everyone scrutinizing the worst moments in my life and twisting them into something ugly and disgusting. Hunter and I were still a reality TV show here. Being gone had helped my perspective. I had grown used to no one knowing my past, no one caring about my huge tumble from popularity to one of the most hated girls at school. I liked being simply Jamie, not the girl who people thought let her boyfriend drive drunk, let him die, then went after his twin brother. I really don't want to talk about high school or Hunter. I closed the glass door to the bakery display, moving to the back, pressing my palm into my chest. We need more sugar and milk. I didn't let Tim respond, as I was already halfway to the storage room, trying to close the door on all the pain the memory stirred up. Taking deep breaths, I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall. I knew how strong I was, that I could hold myself up without anyone's help. But I missed sharing my feelings and nightmares with Hunter. He was the only person who understood what it was like to fight these demons no one wanted to hear about anymore. People only saw the shell of a person. If you looked fine, then you should be fine. As much as I had grown, I realized I was still a mess inside. Coming home only made it evident I had only temporarily tucked this stuff away in Italy. And now the box had popped open, scattering debris everywhere. Just before I got off work, I had a voicemail from Aubrey that my car was ready. I walked over and went straight into the waiting room area instead of the garage, hoping to limit my Hunter interaction. "It's fixed already?" I questioned, stepping into the cool air-conditioned room. Aubrey curled her lip at the sight of me. "What do you mean? The car part has been here since Friday. Not sure what took so long." The car part was in on Friday? That didn't make any sense. Hunter told me yesterday they hadn't gotten it in yet. Maybe she was mistaken. "Sign these." She pushed forms to me. "Doug wanted me to notify him when you got here." Her face twisted in disgusted disbelief. "You're not that pretty. Whatever you do to make guys fall over themselves to make your life easier, I will never understand." Easier? I dropped the pen in my hand, staring at her. Are you kidding me? Does losing someone you love in a horrific car accident that paralyzed you for weeks and caused you to learn to walk again sound easy to you? She rolled her eyes, walking into the garage, like my experiences were trivial. I felt like the girl in high school had changed, dressing up in the skin of Savannah so she would no longer be teased or bullied. Yet she'd turned into a bully herself. "Jamie!" Doug ambled into the room, a huge, goofy smile plastering his face. "Good to see you." "You saw me Friday, remember?" I chuckled, infected with his simple joy as he wrapped me up in a quick hug. "Yeah, but it's always good to see your beautiful face." Aubrey made a noise behind him, turning it into a hum as she went back to typing at the computer. "You work across the street now?" He winked, grabbing my paperwork. "Now I know why Hunter was in such a foul mood this morning. Only time I've seen any emotion come from that guy lately is since you've shown back up." He handed me the sheet. "Installed the new radiator, new filter, and topped off all the fluids." His finger went down the checklist. "Thank you." I glazed over the information, my eye landing on the total at the bottom. "Wait, I don't understand." My mouth parted. Hunter told me the estimate without labor would be in the $300 to $400 range. The tally at the end was $175. Doug shrugged, a gleam in his eyes. "I can't let you do that." I shook my head. "Didn't the part cost more than this?" "We got a really good deal." He set my keys on the counter. "Doug." "That's the total, Jamie. If you have a problem with it, talk to your mechanic." He took a few steps toward the door, glancing back at me. "I'm having a party on Friday. You should come." "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why? I want you there. You're my guest." He winked again before pushing through the doors. My brain still couldn't get over his generosity. Doug had approved it, but I knew it had been Hunter's idea, which only jumbled everything in my head and heart. "See?" Aubrey clacked at the keyboard, her shaped eyebrow lifting. "From the day you walked into this town, every guy has fallen over themselves for you. What is your problem?" I hiked my bag higher on my shoulder. "I was always nice to you, even when your so-called boyfriend and friends weren't. Are you that much of a follower?" "Whatever, Jamie. Like you could see outside yourself or Colton to notice me enough to be nice."
Breath heaved through my nose as I slapped my credit card down, not wanting to engage. She probably had a fair point. Staying quiet while others bullied was as bad. But it was strange she didn't have a problem with the actual group that was mean to her. Just me. Grabbing my receipt, I found my Jeep washed and ready for me right outside the garage. Peering back inside, I watched Hunter work on a motorcycle, hovering over it, his broad shoulders flexing as he worked. I wanted to go thank him and tell him I appreciated what he did for me, but I stopped when his head twisted, glancing over his shoulder at me, our eyes catching. Detached. Icy. He turned back to the motorcycle, like I didn't even exist, as though I was no more than a stranger to him. Swallowing back the pain scratching across my heart, I climbed in the Jeep and drove away. It hurt like hell, but this was probably what we both should do. Act like we were strangers until it became so. Chapter 19. The week went by in a blur. Most of it spent with John, Kayla, Tim, and another employee, Trinity, who was around my grandma's age. She was one of those social butterflies who didn't want to stop being social just because she was retired. Someone chipper and happy right out of bed at 6 a.m. Thankfully, Savannah worked the afternoon shifts, saying she refused to get up early. She only worked 3 days a week, so we didn't cross paths much. Yet. Hunter appeared every morning for his coffee, but we didn't say anything more than we had to. When I tried to thank him for my car, he acted like he didn't hear me, stunting our conversation back to nods and grunts. I hated it and had to bite my tongue. It didn't help that with each passing day, he looked more and more exhausted, like he wasn't getting any sleep. By Friday, I was ready for a break from the cafe. My regular shifts started next week. God, this town. Stevie collapsed dramatically on my bed, wearing the tightest jeans I had ever seen and an off-the-shoulder crop top that looked like it came straight out of the 80s. But it worked on her. Her hair was wavy and back to black and blonde. Tell me why I'm here and not in New York again. Because you love me and you knew I would end up in a mental institution by the end of the summer without you here. You should probably be in one anyway. You first. She snorted. Please, Whiskey, I already have a suite there. My phone buzzed, but I didn't bother looking. I already knew who it was. Luca had been texting me nonstop, saying how much he loved and missed me. Sometimes the texts were graphic details of what he'd like to do to me, which didn't fill my heart as much as I hoped. But my body was game, missing sex more than I imagined. It's so fucking boring here, she groaned. And I think I've run through all the hot people in this town. I'm gonna get desperate and do something stupid like start going through them again. You know I don't repeat. One time and done. One time, huh? I smirked, rolling over on my back next to her. Okay, some might have gotten more than that. She stretched her arms over her head. Either they were that good or I was that desperate. Smiling, I shook my head. You should come to New York with me, she said. There's such a great variety of food, sex, bars, always something to do. I mean, it's Friday night, and what are our choices here? Doug's having a party. I sat up, shrugging. He's always having a party. I know, but what else is there to do? A slow smile crept up on her mouth. Gee, I wonder why you want to go. You know we aren't speaking, which is better, how it should be. Uh-huh. Her smile only grew. She bounced up from the bed, clapping her hands. All right, let's go. Now that she agreed, my stomach dropped with doubt. It was never wise for Hunter and me to get within a few yards of each other. Nope. You're not cowering out now. I know you want to go, so don't bother putting up this fake, no, Stevie, it wouldn't be right if I fucked his brains out while Krista watched expression. I think that's your fantasy, not mine. I stood, running my fingers through my hair. Please, she hollered at the ceiling. Like there isn't a part of you that wouldn't love to. Don't deny your kink, girl. It's human. We're basically primal animals.
Hunter doesn't belong with her, and there's a part of you that would love her to know that.
Stevie grabbed her bag. And don't think for a moment she wouldn't do the same to you. That girl would love to have you walk in on them. You can see it every time she looks at you. She wants you to know Hunter is hers now. My gaze dropped to my bare feet. I swallowed the lump in my throat at the thought of Krista and Hunter together. Even seeing the small kiss she gave him at the garage and watching her touch him killed me. Stevie was right. Rage sprang up at the mere thought of Krista's presence near him. I couldn't deny the anger I felt. I wanted to tear them apart and claim him for myself. I had my chance and walked away. I didn't regret going to Italy. It was the right thing for me, and I felt much stronger as a person. I knew what I wanted to do, who I was, or at least a better understanding than before I left. While I was still haunted by the what-ifs, it was pretty clear that if I'd stayed, we would have ended up exactly here. 20 minutes later, my Jeep rolled up to Doug's like we had hit replay. A crowd hung around on his front porch, smoking, and loud music strummed from the backyard. Some people might like the safety and familiarity of the same routine week after week, but I was no longer one of them. Colton had been one of those, and so were his friends. All of them happy to go to Jason's every weekend over and over again, like it was the most exciting thing. I was restless now, craving new adventures and experiences. Maybe that feeling had always been there, but I hadn't acknowledged it. The accident and Italy had changed me. I could never stay here and live this life. Not anymore. Stevie and I strolled to the house, anxiety taking root in my stomach. We got to the backyard and stopped. My lids blinked in bewilderment, as though I'd stepped into the Twilight Zone. What the fuck? Stevie's mouth dropped, her lids blinking slowly. Did I get a contact high walking through the house? Did someone give me a roofie and I don't remember? Standing around the bonfire were Aubrey, Jason, and Adam. I'm so confused right now, I muttered, peering around like we were in some horror movie and someone was going to jump out with a chainsaw. The three of them drank beer, chatting only to each other. Jason's gaze roamed past Aubrey, as if he were searching for someone. I'm scared, Stevie whimpered over-dramatically, grabbing my hand. Me too. I nodded. This was wrong. They shouldn't be here. They hated and made fun of these people all through school. This was my crowd now, not theirs. Adam noticed me, acknowledging me with a nod, but made no attempt to come over. After I punched him, our relationship had never quite been the same. Strange. Jamie. Jason's eyes landed on me, trotting over. Hey, it's been a while. Haven't seen you since graduation. Yeah, that's because you're an asshole, a fuckface, and you aren't friends. Stevie tipped her head to the side. What the hell are you doing here? Who are you? Jason ran his hand through his styled blonde hair, confusion blistering his red-streaked eyes. No doubt high. Someone you can't handle, little boy. Stevie snorted, her eyebrows crinkling. Just run back to your mommy and daddy's party. What the... Seriously, what are you doing here? I cut him off, stepping between him and Stevie, directing his attention back to me, which was easy to do with his short attention span. You guys hate this group. Oh, that was in high school. He tipped his head back like that was old news. You mean a year ago? Whatever. He shrugged, his lids half-masked. When Aubrey started working at the garage, I got to know Doug. He invited us. He's a cool guy. Cool probably meant he provided pot. I peered over at Aubrey and Adam, whose forced smiles told me they weren't thrilled to be here. You called him Dropout Dougie. You called this whole group a bunch of losers. Jason shrugged, his attention darting around like a gnat, like I no longer held his interest. I can't deal. Stevie grabbed my arm, tugging me over to the table full of alcohol. My brain isn't processing this right now. You know how they say some things shouldn't mix? This, she motioned to their group, is what they meant.
Tell me about it. I rubbed my head, unable to understand why they were here. I could see Doug inviting Aubrey since she worked with him. He was that kind of guy and wanted everyone to be included. But the other guys showing up rubbed my skin the wrong way, and it didn't sound like it was the first time. It didn't make sense, especially when it was only Jason who seemed to want to be here. Doesn't he usually have his own party on Fridays? Stevie poured herself a cup full of vodka. Yeah, I nodded. Unless the whole family is on some tropical island, he does every Friday. Stevie splashed some soda water on her drink, sucking a gulp down. Maybe if I drink enough, everything in Wonderland will go back to normal. She laughed and took another gulp. Searching the backyard, I was desperate to see the rest of our friends. Otherwise, I was driving to Jason's to see if somehow the parties got switched. Maybe we had stepped into some alternate universe.
Jason, let's go.
Aubrey's voice whined behind me. I hate it here. Let's go back to your house where our friends are. Stop fucking nagging me, he snarled at her. We'll go when I'm ready.
Jason.
Her voice went baby-like.
I'll make it worth your while.
Fuck, Aubrey, get off me. You're annoying as hell. The sound of the screen door opened. I watched him stomp inside, Aubrey chasing after him, trying to grab his hand. Adam jogged behind like he was scared to be left alone for a moment. Oh yeah, they're so in love. Stevie snorted into her cup. This is all really weird. I grabbed water out of the bin and took a swig. Yeah, but now I'm kind of glad we came. Stevie's eyes darted to the door, her body stiffening. I take that back. Chris strolled from the house, a huge smile on his face as he headed for Doug on the other side of the bonfire, not spotting us. Women and men greeted him like they used to with Hunter. Stevie tracked every girl who hugged or batted their lashes at him, her face emotionless. You want to go inside? I asked, watching him hug a few of the girls, grinning like he was in heaven. Sure, if you want. She shrugged, gulped half her drink, and followed me in, where we bumped into Megan and Sunny. Sunny's smile dropped, and her mouth twitched as she glowered at me. This night just keeps getting better. Great. We went from Wonderland to Bitchland. Stevie muttered into her cup, taking another huge gulp, her gaze dancing over Megan and Sunny.
Well, look who's here. Ms. Adorable herself. You keep coming back like a virus.
Sunny slurred, but her eyes were sharp on me.
Someone still hoping Hunter looks her way? Pathetic.
Yeah. I lifted my chin, my gaze rolling over her poignantly. It is. My shoulder bumped her arm as I moved around her, not in the mood to brawl for a man who wasn't even mine. She could fight Krista. I had no issue with Sunny. Every day, Whiskey, you make this tiny black heart of mine grow just a little. Stevie patted her chest in pride. It's like you don't even need me anymore. I will always need you, Sensei. I nudged her. Crap, it's hot in here. Let's go back outside. It did feel like a sauna in the house. I'm gonna run to the bathroom first. I'll meet you out there, I said, already heading down the hallway. Try not to fall into any more rabbit holes. Look around, girl. She held out her arms, motioning to the people sucking on a hookah pipe on the sofa, smoke rings twirling above their heads, resembling the caterpillar from the movie. We're already there, Alice. Laughing, I walked away. It was pretty damn close to the truth. This whole night felt mad. Chapter 20. Don't do this. Steps away from the bathroom. A deep voice from the room next to it stopped me in my tracks. My skin tingled at its familiar timbre, my body reacting to his voice like it was a remote made only for my buttons. Hunter. Not now. We've been through this. A deep sigh exploded from him, agitation clipping his tone. You said you were fine, that I could leave.
Peeking around the doorway, I looked in to see Hunter sitting on a bed, his elbows on his legs, scrubbing his head.
Don't pull this guilt trip on me. I was just there 15 minutes ago.
Was he talking to Krista? Was she mad he was at the party? He was silent, listening to the other person on the line. I knew I should have walked away. I was totally eavesdropping, intruding on his privacy. But my gaze caught on a few things in the room that fastened me in place. Hunter's Supercross trophies and awards were bunched on the desk. His shoes lay in the open closet, beneath his clothes hanging above. He had lived with Doug at one time, but it was before Krista. He lived with her now, right?
I can't deal with you right now. I will talk to you tomorrow, he grumbled,
then went silent again.
Yeah, I love you too.
Darts plowed into my chest, draining me of oxygen. My heart cracking into sobs, watering my eyes. Hearing him say those words, to her. Sometimes I was shocked my heart still had feeling left. I took a step for the bathroom, set on getting behind the door before the agony I felt reached the surface.
Jamie?
Hunter's voice skulked up my back, wrapping around my chest in a death squeeze. I was walking by. I didn't mean to...
Eavesdrop?
Humor hinted in his intonation, and I circled around to face him. Still sitting on the bed, his hands pressed into his thighs, his gaze focused on me. Crap. Why did he always have to look so damn good? I was, but that wasn't my plan, I bumbled. Everything about him always tipping me off center. You left the door open. A hint of a grin loomed over his face.
I wasn't accusing you of anything.
Unable to hold his gaze, I stepped back, thumbing over my shoulder. I'll just go.
Jamie.
Hearing the way my pet name rolled off his tongue had me forgetting all about the bathroom.
Look at me.
No, I can't.
Jamie.
He stood up from the bed, the mattress creaking.
Look at me.
Damn. My breath was shaky as I sucked in, tilting up my chin until my eyes met his. The power he had over me since I woke from my coma trembled my hands. He watched me for a few beats, his expression unreadable.
You've changed, he said,
his gaze studying me.
I mean that in the good way. You seem more confident, stronger.
Funny, those were not the two things I felt at this present moment with him. But overall, yes. I knew I had grown.
Italy was good then.
He rolled back on his heels. Yeah, I could never fully grasp the right word for how my experience had altered me. The adventures and life experiences I had there would be with me the rest of my life. Italy was beyond everything I imagined. Florence and traveling changed me. The internship at the Galleria transformed my life.
I'm glad.
He nodded, his eyes dropping to the floor.
You deserve everything.
My heart twisted in my chest, my own gaze locking on the wall. You do too. He snorted and then sat back on the bed.
I had it for a moment.
My feet moved deeper into the room without my consent. I walked over to his trophies, picking one up. I'm sorry for what you went through. You didn't deserve that. You already went through so much.
Life didn't seem to think so.
My fingers traced down an award sitting on his dresser. God, when I saw you crash, all those bikes running over you. I shook my head, the memory still sharp and horrific.
You saw it happen?
He sat straighter, his eyebrows creasing together.
How?
I was at an American sports bar in Florence that was showing it live. I ran my finger over the engraving. It was one of the most agonizing things to watch, knowing I was so far from you. I was up all night. Thankfully, Jones kept me updated.
Wait.
He shook his head.
You called? You talked to Jones? When? A pained smile ghosted my mouth. It was exactly as I thought. Krista kept it from him. I talked to Jones when it first happened and when you got out of surgery. I curved around, perching my bottom on the desk. Jones never told me. His hands rolled into balls. It wasn't Jones I talked to the last time. Krista. Hunter's jaw strained, annoyance flickering over his face. Don't be mad at her. She was protecting you and probably did the right thing. I rubbed at my neck, neither of us able to look at each other. It was for the best. For him and maybe me, but the statement still sat on my tongue like a lie. I know sorry doesn't replace all you lost. Believe me, I know how little that word can mean sometimes, but I am sorry for what happened. Don't. His irises flashed. Standing up, he moved away from me. What? Pity. The last person I wanted from is you. His hand ran through his hair, ire radiating from him. Pity? I pushed off the desk. Yes, he hissed, throwing out his arms. You don't think I don't know that look by now? Shit, I see it every fucking day. I'm everything people said I would be. The loser my own father expected I'd turn out to be. The shame in my mother's eyes. You don't think I hear what people say? See them shake their heads, thinking what a waste I am? That Colton would have done something with his life, should have been the one who lived. Because Hunter, the fucked up twin, at not even 20, had a blip of fame that was over before it even started. Never really leaving this town, working at the garage, doing the same shit every weekend, getting high with his friends, with a kid and a baby on the way. His nose flared. I thought I hit the bottom after Colton died. But I didn't. When I lay in the hospital this time, so many bones in my body broken, I realized I had nothing left. No brother, no family, no career, and no you. My chest ballooned, emotion assaulting my heart. Do you know how many times I thought of overdosing? Ending it all. He whispered. Cody and Krista saved me, brought me back from the brink. They were there every day helping me recover. My lids fluttered, staring at the floor. The idea of ever really losing Hunter bowed my legs, gutting me. I thought I moved on, he said hoarsely. But you fucking come back here. He scrubbed his forehead, letting silence fill the space. I don't know what to do with you, Jamie. I don't know what to do with you either, I croaked. Friction webbed the space between us, straining the air with its heavy weight. Raw agony hung like wet laundry between us, dripping down on us. We were both still drawn to each other, but nothing could happen. Our paths parted long ago. Rubbing my arms, I tried to keep my pain from expressing itself. I gazed at his desk, where an open spiral notebook lay on the opposite side of the trophies, revealing a sketch of a motorcycle drawn on the first page. Curiosity inched me closer, and I touched the pad. Hunter didn't say anything, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw his shoulders tense. The drawing was gorgeous. Detailed twin dragons, similar to the tattoo on his arm representing him and Colton, curled around the gas tank. It looked like a custom motorcycle people would pay obscene amounts of money to own. Hunter, did you do these? I picked up the book, flipping to the next page. Another bike, but this one looked more like a supercross bike, slightly altered, sleeker. The next page had another style bike with a different two-headed dragon, which was so beautiful I felt like I stepped into a gorgeous dream world. You could feel his heart and soul in each design. Flipping again, a small gasp wedged between my ribs. Oh my God. A solid black raven was inked in mid-flight, with intricate feathers shedding from it, growing more detailed the farther they went down the gas tank, like they were flying with you as you rode. My eyes dropped to the exact same tattoo on my arm, before lifting to Hunter in complete and utter bewilderment. He designed my tattoo on a bike. Just some sketches I was playing around with. He went to grab the pad from me, but I held on to it. These are amazing, Hunter. I shook my head, peering back down at them in admiration. Beautiful. You are a true artist. How did I not know he could draw? Like I said, I was playing around. He took the book from me, shoving it inside his desk. Are you kidding me? Those are works of art. I nodded to the drawer. Do you know how much someone would pay for one of those? Just sketches, Jamie, he grumbled. You have a gift, Hunter. I folded my arms, staring at him. Don't belittle it. I mean, you could do that. For a living. Do what? Design bikes, I replied. Who knows them better than you? How they should feel and how they ride? Adding your artwork to them would only make them incredibly unique and in demand. He scoffed, brushing off my idea. Why not? I huffed. Why couldn't you do it? Because I need to pay bills and put food on the table for Cody and the baby. And why can't you do both? I challenged. Like Doug wouldn't let you build during your time off or between customers. Why are you pushing this? Why aren't you? I lifted my arms with perplexity. You complain you're everything people pegged you for. And yes, right now you are. He flinched, his lids narrowing. But that's because you're letting it happen. Just because one dream ended doesn't mean that that's it for life, game over. You get other dreams, Hunter. I pushed at his chest. And don't tell me this wouldn't be a passion. I know art. That's what I do. I've studied with the best for a year. And I can feel and sense the artist in each piece and whether they give their heart and soul to it. Those bikes are your heart. The artwork is your soul. He inhaled sharply through his nose, emotion filling his eyes, his jaw rolling. You can pretend these are nothing and go on hiding them in a drawer, never acting on it because you are scared. Scared to try. What if you fail or something takes it from you again? After what happened, I get it. But you can't give up. I shook my head. I see you. You can't pretend with me. You have so much to give, and you deserve much more than what you are letting yourself have. You deserve it all, Hunter. Hunter's chest rose and fell, his dimple twitching under the pressure of his clenched jaw. He lurched forward, his fingers clasping the sides of my face, his mouth crashing down on mine. The moment his lips touched mine, the blood scorched through my veins, blistering desire running through my body. A gasp sucked into my lungs. Fire licked at my body, and I stepped into him, hungrily grasping for what I'd yearned for so long. No thoughts reached my mind. A deep growl emerged from him as his hands dug into my hair, pulling me even closer against him. The shape of his erection pressed into my stomach, filling me with the need to feel him deep inside. Frantic yearning for each other took over. He lifted me, and my legs wrapped around his waist, a groan rumbling from him. With just a touch, Hunter had always been able to unleash a monster in me, one I could never control, something that took hold of me and terminated any thoughts or apprehension. I wanted him. I wanted to give in to the desperate desire and not think of the consequences. He tossed me back on the bed, his rough palms skating under my tank top, ripping it over my head. Fuck. He crawled between my legs, grinding into me, nipping at my bottom lip. My nails curled into the back of his head, loving the feel of him on top of me, his smell, his taste. I felt like I had been starved for food, for air, for years, and greedy to the point of violence to have it again. God, Hunter. My fingers moved to his jeans, tugging frantically at the buttons. Stop, Jamie. He has a girlfriend and a baby coming. My mind screamed at me, but my body didn't give a shit, only responding to the need. It felt so good, so right, like nothing else ever did. My hands shoved his jeans down, our gasping breaths filling the room. Dude, Hunter, Krista's looking for you. Jones's voice echoed down the hall, freezing us in place. Krista. Holy shit. What was I doing? Reality didn't just sink in. It smacked the crap out of me. I shoved at Hunter's chest to move as Jones stepped into the doorway we hadn't even bothered to close. Oh, shit. He half turned, shaking his head. Sorry, I thought you were alone. What do you want?
Hunter sighed, climbing off me, buttoning his pants. I jumped off the bed, tugging my tank back on so fast the fabric burned my ears.
Krista's here, man.
Jones slyly looked back, saw we were both dressed, and turned around again, shaking his head at us.
Glad it was me who came to find you,
Jones snorted.
Fuck you two. Why am I not surprised?
He twisted to leave, addressing Hunter.
Watch out, man. She's in one of her hormonal moods.
Jones walked away, and I followed him, needing to get far away from Hunter. He was my quicksand.
Jamerson, wait.
He grabbed my elbow. No. I ripped out from his grip. We need to stay away from each other.
Why? He growled.
Why? I burst out laughing, lacking any humor. Because you have a girlfriend, a family, a baby on the way. A baby, Hunter? I tried to keep my voice level. I will not come between that. I've learned I will never win. Anger flared in his eyes. Then he stared at the wall with a nod.
Then go, if that's what you think. And here I thought you were different.
What did that mean? I hesitated, bouncing on my toes before forcing myself to leave the room.
Funny. You claim to see me.
His voice stopped me.
Yet you're so damn blind, Jamerson.
The space between my brows throbbed as I continued my retreat, on a mission to find Stevie and get the hell out of there. Oh, thank God. Stevie lunged for me when I came back outside, looping her arm through mine. I was about to scale a fence or tunnel my way out of here. What the hell is going on tonight? Is it a full moon? Her eyes darted around in alarm. It's like the worst horror version of ex-fuck-buddies passed out here. Seriously, I stood in the corner pretending I was a fern for the last hour. I hadn't been gone an hour, but to her it probably felt like that. I could see why she was unsettled. Pocahontas, Mulan, Tarzan, Sleeping Beauty, and Tinkerbell all stood around the party like bombs. Half of them hated her. The other half were on her stalker list. Let's get out of here. Best thing you said all night, Whiskey. She and I marched through the house, getting to the front porch. The need to end this bizarre night increased with every minute. It's official. I've done everyone eligible in this town. Time to go back to New York. As Stevie continued to mumble, stomping toward the Jeep, I spotted a couple in the shadows, the girl's blonde hair slowing my pace, my consciousness flicking with familiarity. Their voices were too low to hear exact words, but by the pitch I could tell it was a heated argument. I could see the back of the girl motion her arms with irritation. She tried to step away, but the outline of a guy, taller than her, grabbed her hands. She stepped away far enough from the tree for me to see her, to recognize the baby bump. Krista. My heart thudded in my ears, straining to hear them, trying to find Hunter's shape in the form partially masked by the tree. The shoulders and height weren't meshing with Hunter's form, but who else would it have been? I watched her head shake, a sob finding its way to my ear. I can't. Krista's voice sounded defeated, heartbroken. She turned, breaking from his grip and jogging for the house. The guy swore, his voice too low to recognize, his fist hitting the tree. Whiskey, come on, Stevie yelled from the passenger seat, jolting me back to her. The guy's head swung toward me. I strode for the car and hopped in. I pulled away from the curb and took one final glance at the figure. It was probably the light from the porch, but I could have sworn I saw blonde hair. But honestly, this whole night was straight out of the X-Files. Whiskey? Stevie tilted her head to me. Why do you have beard burn and what looks like a hickey on your neck? Let's just say Alice fell down a hole she shouldn't have. Damn those holes. Stevie clicked her tongue, winking suggestively. They trap me every time.
Chapter 21. Monday came way too early. At 5:30, the beep of my alarm had me begging for those several hours of sleep I didn't get the night before. Lid still closed, I shuffled to the shower, wishing coffee would rain down on me instead of water. It might have been overload to have coffee before going to a coffee shop, but I didn't care. My tossing and turning half the night demanded caffeine before I got into the car. With the house quiet, I figured everyone was still asleep until I spotted Grandma Penny sitting at the kitchen breakfast bar, her broken leg propped on the empty chair, sipping her coffee and reading the newspaper. "Hey," I said quietly, kissing her on the cheek. Thought I would be the only one up at this inhumane hour. The price of getting old. She put down the paper. You fall asleep at the embarrassing hour of 8 o'clock and wake up before the roosters do. Please, you are not old. I reached for the coffee pot and poured myself a cup. You act younger than anyone I know. And you act older than any teenager I know. She smirked, brushing back her mostly gray-streaked hair. Please tell me you had some fun in Italy, because someday you will look back and wish you took those chances. Acted crazy and young. Adulthood is not as fun as people lead you to believe. You have all the time in the world to be responsible and boring. I did have fun. I smiled at her over my mug, recalling the countless times Sammy and I ended up dancing on top of a bar or kissing some random cute guy. There was a blur of months when I took all those chances. We jumped on a flight from Rome to Scotland because a group of guys we met in the hostel wanted us to come to the Edinburgh Festival. And Sammy and I met a band while sleeping in the train station and headed off to Oktoberfest with them. We did a last-minute trip to Barcelona for the weekend and danced until the sun came up again. The bar dancing got old fast, but not traveling. I could do that for the rest of my life. You've grown so much in the last year, Jamie. I love watching you blossom. I hear a but in there. Grandma sighed. I still feel like you are going to Virginia Tech for your father, not for yourself. It is certainly not where you'd choose to study art, right? No. I leaned against the counter. It was to satisfy Dad. I would go to Italy, then come back and attend VTech. What do you want to do? Honestly? A nervous flutter batted at my stomach. There's this internship at the Smithsonian. I mean, it's the freaking Smithsonian. And what's stopping you? The applications have been closed for months, and it is one of the toughest programs to get into. It's for 2 years, so I won't be able to apply again until then. I set down my mug. Colleen sent a recommendation, but I doubt it was even looked at before chucked in the bin. Katerina, who is top as you can get in the art field, said she had a friend there, but... But what? Grandma exclaimed. You call and ask Katerina if she can put in a word for you. I can't do that. Why not? Grandma Penny shook her head. Jamie, this world is tough and cruel. Connections are sometimes the only way you get to rise to the top. Of course, hard work and talent are important, but don't be afraid to go after what you want. Life won't hand it to you. It will give the opportunity to the person who goes after it. And what does it hurt? She says no, she says no. At least you asked, and you don't ever have to think what if. Don't go to the college your father wants you to simply to please him. You've been through too much to fall back into that habit. Grandma reached for my hand, and I leaned over, her fingers gripping mine. At the end of the day, Noah loves you beyond anything. He just wants you to be happy. It's natural for parents to want to bubble wrap their kids and put their own ideals on them without even realizing they're doing it. I did the same with your mother, and we didn't find happiness in our relationship until I let her be herself. You were so close to not being here at all. Don't let a day go by you aren't happy and going after what you truly want. Pressing my lips together, I swallowed past the lump in my throat. I love you so much. And I love you, my girl. You are truly special. The moment you were born, I could feel it. She patted my hand. Now get your butt to work before you're late. I smiled, hugging her over the counter, before I grabbed my keys from the table. "And call Katerina right now. Don't hesitate or you will start talking yourself out of it," she yelled after me as I strolled out the front door to my car. I inhaled and pulled my shoulders back with determination as I looked up Katerina's number. Don't let a day go by you aren't happy and going after what you truly want. I hit the dial button. "It's such a beautiful day, isn't it?" Trinity sang, a happy smile permanently on her mouth as the line for coffee grew longer and longer. "Sun is shining, birds are chirping." Normally, her overly exultant mood drove me crazy. I had discovered in this last 2 years I had a darker streak in me than I ever acknowledged. Thanks to Stevie, a little more grit, too. But right now, I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Nervous excitement twirling in my stomach like a ballerina. My phone call with Katerina replayed in my head. "Ciao." Katerina's blunt tone hit my ear, putting me right back in Italy again. "Katerina, it's Jamerson." I licked my lips. She still made me nervous as hell. "Oh, you. Buona giornata, Jamerson," she said evenly. "The girl who's gone, but somehow is still giving me a headache." I had learned to never take her bluntness personally. She was the opposite of the stereotypically warm Italian woman. She was a slightly less demanding version of Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of Vogue, who had made more employees cry or quit by lunch. But Katerina was of the museum world. You did not get her approval or praise for just doing your job. You had to earn it by going beyond. Way beyond. "Buona giornata, Katerina." Good afternoon. I will get to the point. One of her biggest pet peeves was wasting her time. "I called to see if you can do this, Jamerson. You would be willing to put in a recommendation for me to your friend at the Smithsonian." I couldn't see her, but by her silence, I could picture her eyebrows curving up in surprise. "You know the applications for that internship were closed months ago." In the distance, I could hear the squeak of her office chair, like she was sitting back in it. "I am aware." I tried to swallow, but my throat was too dry. I had to rub it. "I know this is asking a lot, but when you first started, did someone help you? I want nothing more than to be there. You know I work hard, and I will work twice as hard because of you." There was a pregnant pause in which my heart beat so sharply, I put my hand on my chest to keep it from bursting through. Using some of my grandmother's words, I added, "I may not deserve this any more than anyone else applying, but I have to try. Life won't hand it to me if I don't ask." "Well, well, Jamerson." She almost sounded humored. "You might have more forte than I thought." "Is that a yes?" "You know, I have never recommended anyone before. Ever. Why start with you?" The early morning sun aggravated my anxiety, but something about her tone pumped hope into my chest. "Because you know I'd be perfect there, that I would prove myself worthy of your reference." She made a curt laugh, then curbed it almost before it started. "I will speak with her. Just don't get your hopes up." Oh my God, really? I tried to hold back my squeal. "Thank you, Katerina. Thank you so much." "Yes. Now you are simply a headache again." The phone clicked. Katerina had hung up without even a goodbye. I stared at my phone for a full minute before a happy shriek flooded over my tongue, my feet dancing around in place. Holy shit! I knew the possibility of actually getting the internship was very remote, but it meant so much to me that she was willing to give me a recommendation. She would never act as though she liked you. But for her to do this, I knew I had obtained her respect. Now my feet couldn't stop bouncing around the cafe. A smile as big as Trinity's spread across my face. Our combined joy baffled the grumpy, caffeine-deprived customers. The herd of confused cattle in my stomach jumped over the cliff when Hunter walked in. At the sight of him, the memory of his lips on mine returned, as did the feel of his touch, the sweet weight of his body on mine. He was why I couldn't sleep or concentrate on anything the rest of the weekend. "Hey,"
A smile touched his lips, his lids narrowing, taking in my jubilant mood. Someone is awfully happy this morning. I know you are an early riser, something I never got to break you of, but chipper? My grin somehow grew bigger, a blush covering my cheeks, remembering when he said that to me.
My boss in Italy, the head of the Accademia Gallery, is putting in a recommendation for me to intern at the Smithsonian. The words gushed out, my excitement not able to be held back.
Seriously? The Smithsonian?
His eyes went wide, a smile climbing up the side of his mouth.
That's fucking amazing, Jamie. Wow. I am so impressed.
Thank you. I took his travel mug, filling it with coffee. The chances are slim with so many people applying from all over the world, but if you knew Katerina, just getting her approval feels like winning the lottery.
I'm happy for you.
He reached for the cup, our fingers brushing, causing the stampede to hit bottom and splatter all over. There was no denying our feelings were still there, but our timing wasn't.
You deserve it all, Jamie.
He tipped his head to the side, repeating the words I told him that night. When had it gotten so hot in here? I breathed in, turning away from his gaze that never shied away from boldly watching me.
Think I need another biscotti.
He pulled his wallet from his back pocket.
In celebration.
I stepped over to the baked goods, my cheeks aching from smiling like a fool as I grabbed the treat for him. Here you are. I handed the bag to him, his fingers once again curling over mine, our eyes locking as he slowly took the bag from me. Can't deny Italians do everything perfect.
I hope not everything.
His eyes drove into mine like a semi before he turned to the door and ran across the street to the garage. Woo-wee! It's hotter than Satan's house cat in here. Trinity fanned herself, her gaze dancing from me to Hunter. Even Satan's sweating from the heat between you two. I laughed, shaking my head, straightening the cups next to me to get my blushing under control. Oh, please. She motioned out the window. You two have more chemistry bubbling between you than a science lab. I continued to ignore her sentiment, busying myself with refilling the napkins. My Andrew and I had that. She nudged me. When we met, it was like the world dissolved around us. What's crazy is I still feel that way about him. Yes, he can drive me crazy, but he'll walk in and smile, and I'm just butter in a frying pan. We've been married for almost 45 years. Wow, that's amazing. Very rare. Yes, it is. She grabbed my arm. Not many find that kind of love. If you're lucky to come across it, you shouldn't let it walk out the door. It's much more complicated than that. It always is, my dear. She winked at me. But it doesn't make it any less worth fighting for. Chapter 22. On Tuesday, I worked the lunch shift, and I couldn't deny the disappointment of not seeing Hunter in the morning. Plus, Savannah was on the shift with me, and I ruined a couple of croissants when I used them as stress balls. She claimed the till while I got the orders ready. I tried to say as little as possible, but Savannah was the queen of finding and poking at people's weaknesses. You know, she leaned on the counter, staring across the street. I'm totally starting to see the attraction to Hunter. I mean, I always thought he was smoking hot, even hotter than Colton. I tried not to snort, knowing that was an utter lie. Or if it was the truth, she never would have claimed it in high school. Of course, you have to look past the fact he's a loser who will never leave this town or be anything more than a mechanic. She said the word like it was a disgrace and not a respectable profession. But his body is screw me up against a car hot. She licked her lips, watching Hunter roll a tire in from outside, his t-shirt sweaty and clinging to his torso. It's not like I'm looking for anything more than incredible sex before going back to my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend aware of this? He's at football training for the summer. He might go professional, she said, still watching Hunter. We're keeping things light until we see each other again. I need some fun this summer.
I scrubbed a table I had already cleaned, trying not to let her get to me.
Maybe on my break, I'll go over and visit Aubrey. See how Hunter is doing.
You do that. I rubbed the surface harder. Don't let her get to you, I repeated over and over in my head. Plus, I needed not worry. I knew how Hunter would respond to Savannah coming on to him. Actually, can I come? I rolled the cloth, walking back to the next table. That would be hilarious to watch. You don't think I could get him? Even with his baby mama, he'd never turn me down. With any other guy besides Hunter, it might be true. Unfortunately, Savannah's appearance only inflated her ego. She was stunning, a girl most guys would trip over themselves to be with. And she could flirt. Not many men could withstand her undivided attention, even if their lives were on the line.
Well, it looks like I don't need to go to him.
She wiggled her eyebrows. Following her gaze, I viewed Hunter strolling across the street, heading for us, whipping my butterflies into a frenzy. Damn. How does he look sexy, even sweaty? He pushed through the door, his gaze finding me right away. Hey. He stepped in. You weren't on this morning. No, Tuesdays are my afternoon shifts. I guess on Tuesdays I'll stop bringing my lunch. The fluttering in my stomach went up into my throat, my fingers gripping a chair. Hey, Hunter, Savannah chimed in. Can I get you anything? His gaze darted to her, his forehead wrinkling, as though confused by her change in tone. An iced tea, he said, more like a question, then turned back to me. Her lids lowered as though in shock that he wasn't fawning. Wanted to see if you had heard anything from the Smithsonian. Okay, now I really understood the butter in a frying pan metaphor. No, there's a good chance I won't hear anything from them at all. But thank you for asking. He nodded, walking to the counter, paying Savannah for the iced tea. Keep me updated if you do. I will. He hesitated, his mouth opening, then closing again. Was there something else? Actually... He exhaled. I could see someone step into the cafe behind him, but my gaze was locked on Hunter. I wanted to talk to you about something. Bellezza! Hunter's sentence was cut off as a familiar voice dumped down on me like ice water. Holy shit. My bellissimo. Arms came around me, lifting me in the air, squeezing me tight. I have missed you so much. He set me back on my feet, his hands cupping my face. I couldn't stay away from you any longer, mio amato. My beloved. Luca, I croaked, shock paralyzing me in place. He stood there, wearing his glasses, button-up shirt, nice jeans, and loafers, looking like a college professor next to Hunter's rugged appearance. What are you doing here? Luca's mouth came down on mine, familiar, sweet, kissing me avidly, his hands curling around my ears like they always did. He broke away. Because I love you, bellezza. Ancora dipendente dai tuoi baci. Still addicted to your kisses. When you called me telling me you loved and missed me, I knew I had to come see you. A gruff noise behind Luca dropped my heart into my feet. Hunter. I stepped away from Luca, peering over to Hunter. The need to explain what really happened that night, to tell him... What, Jamie? What Luca said was mostly true. Why do you need to defend yourself? If I expected to find an emotion lingering on Hunter, I was mistaken. He took us in like he was staring at a wall. His blankness felt like a dagger to my heart. Oh, mi dispiace. I am sorry. Luca turned to include Hunter in the group. Emotion got the better of me. I apologize for interrupting, but I have missed my girl so much. Your girl, Hunter repeated, not a breath of feeling in it. Yes. Luca wrapped his arms around me, hugging me to him. I asked her to marry me. Hunter's chin lifted, his gaze darting to me, then back to Luca. I guess congratulations are in order. His eyes met mine, his jaw rolling back and forth.
I better leave you two to catch up then.
He tipped back on his heels, twisting for the door. No, Hunter, wait! I reached out for him, but he moved away from me. He showed the first signs of emotion since Luca's appearance, and it was pure hatred. I can explain. Could I? I didn't even know what the hell was happening right now.
Don't.
His nose flared.
I get it.
He shook his head, opening the door.
I guess Italians really do have it all,
he said, before stalking out the door to the garage.
A friend.
Luca motioned to him. Sure, a friend. Savannah snorted, jerking my glare to her. She smiled wickedly at me. Oh, Jamie, what a tangled web we weave. Taking my break, I pulled Luca outside, needing to get as far from Savannah's listening ears as possible, although she already had heard enough to get tongues wagging in this town. Luca's appearance alone would do that. A tall, sexy Italian in this town? Oh yeah, people would notice. What are you doing here? I stopped under a tree, facing him. What do you mean? I came to be with you. Luca, we broke up. Only because you had to leave. So, I come to you. His broken English grew worse under my scrutiny. I rubbed at my forehead, feeling my temples pound. Tell me truth, Bellezza. If you stayed, we would still be together, no? My mouth pinched together. Yes, I finally agreed. It was true. Our relationship had been easy and comfortable, and I loved who I was with him. I had loved him, as much as I could love anyone. But seeing him in front of me now, I realized I had put Italy in a box. I was a different person there, far away from this town and, most of all, Hunter. I was content in that version of me at the time. Coming back here changed things. Or maybe it was seeing Hunter that did it. When I felt incapable of truly giving my heart to anyone, Hunter flamed that part of me alive like a bonfire. Even if we were never meant to be together, I couldn't deny how I felt when he was around. I hated he made it glaringly obvious I didn't feel those things for Luca. Luca. I swallowed, toeing the dirt with my shoe. You shouldn't have come. I am so sorry, but you deserve better than me. Someone who truly loves you. You are wrong. He stepped closer to me. I have seen your heart. I know we belong together. I will show you. Luca. I jammed my lids closed, trying to squeeze out my frustration. I come all the way here for you. Caterina told me I was a fool, but I know. He grabbed my hand, placing it on his chest. That you are meant for me. This belongs to you, Bellezza. The splinter in my chest cracked, leaving me confused and empty. But now I understood why Caterina claimed I had caused her a headache all the way from here. Luca had left the museum to come to me. Covering his shifts had to have caused her stress. Luca, things have changed. I don't know. Let me try to prove you wrong. Until the moment I fly back. When is that? 2 weeks. What? My mouth dropped. You took 2 weeks off to come here? You are worth more. Remember, you are the most important thing to me, Bellezza. He took my hand. You say the word, I stay forever. Oh, holy shit. How was this happening? I strode away, walking in circles. He had come into my life when I needed someone like him. Sometimes people are there when you need them, but not all are meant to stay. Maybe Luca was supposed to stay and I just couldn't see it now. Years from now, I'd look back and be thankful he fought for us. The pain and heartache of Hunter would be in my past. My head lifted, and I stared across the street, my insides dumping out on the pavement. Krista sat at the picnic table, watching and laughing as Hunter chased Cody around, sweeping him up and pretending to gobble up his ice cream. Trills of laughter caught the air,
burrowing into me like needles. That was what I had wanted with him someday. But it would never come to pass. Maybe my head and heart were so screwed up, it didn't know Hunter was the one who wasn't meant to stay.
Chapter 23. Stop it. This is serious. I dropped my head on Stevie's kitchen table, her laughter still echoing in the house. Oh, Whiskey. Remember when I said your life was like a soap opera? She sprang up on the counter next to my head, swinging her legs. Now who's wishing for a case of amnesia? My arms shot up, waving around, and she snorted with laughter. Please, take great pleasure in my pain, I muttered against my arms. I do. She patted my head. So, where is Pinocchio? I peeked up, glaring at her. Sorry, it's the only Disney movie I can think of set in Italy. She shrugged. However, in this version, it's another part that grows long. Stevie! He flew here for you. The man's got a Woody for you longer than Pinocchio's nose when he lies. Not helping. I think I'm being perfectly helpful. She picked up her glass of lemonade. I'm here to laugh with you or at you. Thanks. No problem, Whiskey. She rubbed my head again. What are best friends for? To help. I shot up, grabbing the glass from her hand and drinking the rest, wishing it had more than lemonade in it. Help me figure this out. What do I do? He's at the hotel I booked for him. I don't think he imagined I was back living with my parents and assumed we could step right back into what we had. He was disappointed when I left. You told him things had changed? Yes. Didn't seem to faze him. You told him to go back home? Yep. I don't know what else you can do. She shrugged. Maybe during his stay he will see what you and I already know. And what's that? You're in love with someone else. Always have been. Speaking of that, I laughed pitifully. While I stood there fighting with Luca, I watched Krista, Hunter, and Cody play Happy Family. It was awesome. I think I'm sensing sarcasm. Shut up. I chuckled as I nudged her. How did you leave it with Luca, whom I have to meet, by the way? That I would let him rest from his trip and talk to him tomorrow. I let my head fall back over the chair. He wants to meet my family. He didn't meet them in Italy? Not as my boyfriend. I quickly introduced him when they came on a tour of the museum. He wants to meet them formally. I scoured my face. How did I get into this mess? Tequila and drunk dialing your ex, telling him how much you love and miss him. Once. I did that once. I held up my finger. That shouldn't have given him the idea to fly across the world, telling everyone he proposed to me. Yeah, well, he did, and you're screwed, Whiskey. She hit her heels against the cupboards. Guess you're gonna have to marry Pinocchio and have a bunch of Jiminy Crickets. We're not friends anymore. I pointed at her. Stevie's arms wrapped around me. You'd miss me too much. Debatable. The real reason is you'd have no one else. True. She hugged me again and sat back up. No matter what, girl, I have your back. Whatever you need, whoever's body you need to hide, I'm your girl. I laughed, leaning back. I love you. That was something you could never fight. I clutched her hand. Don't I know it? Grandma Penny's gaze penetrated me, as if she were trying to X-ray my mind. Or my heart. The outside table was full of my dad's infamous grilled chicken, along with salad, French bread, sweet tea, and lemonade. The sunset layered the sky in deep fuchsia and oranges. A light evening breeze made the night a comfortable temperature to sit out on the patio. Except it wasn't all that comfortable. So, Luca. My dad's regard had not left the Italian man from the moment he walked in an hour ago. Mom's eyes bugged out when he walked in, and my father's narrowed. Being a typical overprotective father,
He grilled Luca all evening, probably not wanting to think about the fact he was far, far too late to become defensive of what Luca wanted from me. "You work at the museum?" "Yes, sir." Luca nodded. "Jamerson and I met there. The moment I saw your daughter, I was besotted." Luca smiled at me, clasping my hand in his. "We met him, Noah." Mom hit my dad's arm with her elbow. "Remember?" "Right." Dad nodded. "How old are you?" "Dad, stop." I pulled away from Luca's hold with a deep sigh. "I'm 23. Luca only smiled more, not at all intimidated by my dad. "You know she's only 19. "Yes, sir." Luca nodded. "But let me add, she acts nothing like girls her age. You have raised an amazing daughter. Strong, smart, hard-working, and, of course, beautiful." Wow, he was good. I tried not to laugh when Dad's shoulders rolled back with pride. His head bobbed in agreement. "How long have you guys been dating?" "Were dating," I corrected my father, not looking at Luca. Dad's relief only lasted until Luca reached over, taking my hand again. "I hope to change that." He held his head high, not showing an inkling of doubt. "I love Jamerson and plan to fight for her." "Really?" Dad sawed at his chicken breast. "Don't you have to go back to Italy at some point? Jamerson is going to college. Here. How will that work?" "If she asks me, I will stay." Luca kissed my hand. I could never deny I had feelings for him, but it would never be what he deserved. We both knew I had never fully given my heart to him, but I think he was hoping to change that. Was it possible? Could I love someone as deeply as I loved Hunter? "I would someday like to marry your daughter." Dad's eyebrows hit his hairline, choking on a piece of chicken. My mom pounded his back. "What?" Dad's eyes watered as he cleared his throat. "You guys are far too young," Mom said, still rubbing Dad's back. "You're sitting there telling me I'm too young?" I laughed. "You were already pregnant with me by this age." "Yes." Mom held Dad's arm, his face turning red, looking like he wanted to burst. "You have so much life in front of you. You know we don't regret a moment with you, but you're young. You have your whole life to be tied down." "Plus, I forbid it," Dad rasped. "I respect you, sir, but it is Jamerson's choice." Luca sat taller. "I would hope for approval, but I will marry her without." My dad gripped the table, and I jumped up. "Whoa!" I waved my arms. "Neither of you have the right to dictate what I want. Dad, I am an adult. I will make my own choices. Like, I no longer want to go to Virginia Tech." I finally admitted it. His temple pulsed at my declaration. "That was what you wanted, not me. I found myself in Italy, and if you are proud of the strong, smart person I've become, then you will support my decisions." I held up my hand as Dad opened his mouth and turned to Luca. "And I am not marrying anyone. Not now, maybe not ever. I care about you, Luca, but I am nowhere near ready for marriage. Please stop bringing it up." "Bellezza." "I think I'm done with dinner. I will call you tomorrow," I said to Luca. I grabbed my plate and headed into the kitchen, dumping it in the sink, and locked myself in my room before anyone could respond. A few minutes later, the sound of a light knock on my door didn't surprise me, expecting someone to come after me. I was relieved to see Grandma Penny, her crutches under her arms. "Well, that was entertaining." She closed the door, sitting on my bed next to me. "That boy is completely in love with you." She patted my leg. "I know." My shoulders fell, staring at the ceiling. And I feel bad for leaving him by himself, but he made me so angry. "But you're completely in love, too." My gaze shot to her briefly before going to the floor. She was always someone who could see what most couldn't, understand me without a word. Did she see something I wasn't willing to admit? "I am?" "Oh, my girl. You have it so bad it is almost painful. She wrapped her arm around me. But it isn't for the boy sitting at the table right now. My chin jerked up, my eyes going wide, my mouth opening. Please, she snorted. Don't even try to deny it. Her arm dropped, but her fingers went to my neck, playing with the delicate feather necklace I had on. Did you even realize you wore this tonight? My hand went to the chain, holding the charm. I saw it in my dresser and, without any thought, put it on. It was Hunter's gift for my 18th birthday, which matched the tattoo on my arm. Luca is a very handsome, kind man. But you don't love him. Not even a little. How do you know? I asked more out of curiosity than questioning her opinion. Every time he touched you, you pulled back. Every time he looked at you, you turned away. She wrapped my hand around hers. If your father took a moment to watch you with Luca, he would have realized there was nothing to worry about. When you truly love someone, you can't help but touch them, look at them. She cupped my face. I've watched you light up with just the mention of Hunter's name. The same longing look Luca gives you. You make when you talk about Hunter. I curled over and set my face in my hands. What do I do, Grandma? I groaned. He's with someone else. Having a baby with someone else. Believe me, I wish I knew the answer to that. I wish I could say life was fair and it would all work out. But I'm not going to lie to you. It might not. She stroked my back. But following your heart when it comes to your dreams is the most important thing. You know Noah will put up a fight about you not attending Virginia Tech. He's stubborn, but sweetheart, so are you. You got it from him. Hold your ground. I will support you in whatever you decide. He'll eventually come around. He can be a pain, but your father is a good man, and I love him like my own son. He loves and protects deeply. He only wants what's best for you, but he needs to realize his dream is not what's best for you. I nodded, knowing that fight was ahead of me tonight. What do I do about Luca? Again, stand your ground. You can't force him to leave or acknowledge something he doesn't want to yet. Love is blind, but I've got a feeling the longer he stays, the more his eyes will open to the truth. You sound so sure. The one thing I'm sure of is true love doesn't go away. No one can deny the connection between you and Hunter, even when you pretend it's not there. Chapter 24. On Saturday, I had the closing shift. Luca finally left the cafe, where he had spent the hours catching up on work from his laptop. Savannah had spent the day flirting with him so much he looked to me for help, expressing to get this girl off him. She was not sly about saying she found him attractive and wanted to be the one to show him around town. When those tactics didn't work, she went for the throat. Oh, look, Jamie. Hunter is working today. I know how much you love watching him bend over those cars. She grinned mischievously, flicking her head out the window to the garage, leaning a hand on Luca's table. I glared at her, trying not to take the bait, but Luca's head darted to where Hunter paced at the front, talking on his cell, his hand lancing through his hair with aggravation. That's the guy I saw the other day. Yeah. Savannah kept her gaze on me, smile widening. He and Jamerson had a thing. You knew that, right? Savannah, I warned, lowering the cup I was cleaning on the table with a clink. You and him? Luca pointed out the window, his eyes darkening. He was your boyfriend? Well, his twin brother was her boyfriend. She just hopped over to Hunter after Colton died. Savannah, shut up. I slammed my fist on the counter, making a customer at the corner table jump. What? She shrugged. What am I saying that's not true? You know the only way to have a healthy relationship is to be completely honest. Luca watched Hunter, his jaw locking down before he turned to me. You dated both brothers?
It wasn't like that.
Yes, it was, Savannah exclaimed. Oh, what? You and Hunter never made it official? You were screwing your dead boyfriend's twin in secret. My stomach twisted at how easily she could make what we had sound disgusting. No matter how you spin that, it's repulsive and vile. Did she not tell you this before, Luca? He shook his head, his eyes narrowing on me. You have no clue what you're talking about. I clenched my teeth, trying not to jump over the counter and punch her. Savannah leaned into Luca, her voice going low. It's pretty well known around here they can't stay away from each other, even though he's with someone else and having a second kid with her. I'm just saying this to warn you. You seem like a really nice guy. You should know what you're getting into. She winked at him and sauntered to the back, grinning at me as she passed, knowing I couldn't do anything. Luca stared at Hunter again, hurt and anger streaking his face. The pain stabbed at my heart, knowing I caused it, and there was really nothing I could say to make it better. Luca. He stood up, stuffing his laptop in his bag. Where are you going? Ritorno in albergo. Back to the hotel. I am tired, bellezza. Luca. I came around, walking up to him. We should probably talk about it. Hear my side. No. He leaned over, kissing my forehead. Not tonight, il mio amore. I will call you in the morning. He hooked his bag over his shoulder and strode out into the night. He started heading for his rental car before he tipped back on his heels, changing directions, bearing toward Hunter. Shock froze me as Hunter's lids narrowed at the sight of Luca stomping up to him. Hunter hung up the phone, his mouth moving in response to something Luca said. I couldn't hear them, but I watched both men's physiques bulk up in aggression. Luca's arms went out flailing like they did when he got passionate about something. Hunter's jaw locked, his head rising. I knew him well enough to know he was trying to hold himself back, his fingers curling into balls at his side. Luca's hands shot out, shoving Hunter back. Oh, shit. I dashed for the door, running across the street. You do not deny. You love my girlfriend. Luca shoved at him again, every nerve twitching in Hunter's body to retaliate. Luca, stop! I tried to grab for him, but he continued to push at Hunter. Hunter thrusted his chest forward, not backing away from Luca. I said stop it! I wiggled between them. Jamie, move. Hunter grabbed me to shove me out of the way, but my hands latched onto him, my back pressed into his chest, glaring at Luca as he went to strike Hunter again. Luca, I barked. Step back. Now. Luca sucked in at the sight of me, stumbling back, his lids blinking. Bellezza, he whispered. Go. I gritted my teeth. Get in your car and go now. Mi dispiace molto. I am so sorry. He rubbed his temples, shaking his head. He was not a fighter. I had never seen him get angry enough to throw a punch. Not even in footy when the opposition tripped him or shoved him away from the ball. Please, go. I will talk with you tomorrow. Luca's brown eyes scanned me, going to my hands where they still held on to the fabric of Hunter's jeans. Sorrow deepened in his face, and he nodded. He picked up his bag, his shoulders bent over as he walked to the car. He gave me one more pitiful glance before hopping in and driving away. When the car turned down the street, I let out a breath, highly aware of the figure pressed into me. Crickets and the rush of cars driving by were drowned out under the thump in my ears, the feel of his deep breathing hitting my back. I could feel the tension grinding at his muscles. Anger. Arousal. Let go of him, Jamie. Move away. My feet didn't budge. His warmth soaked through my thin cotton tank, and the feel of his jeans brushed my bare legs below my shorts. Everything in me felt alive. My skin tingled with need, A simple touch and I knew he would break my resolve. The need for him drove over any reasoning until it was in pieces. Everything my grandmother said came back to me. You have it so bad, it is almost painful. Yep. This was venturing on painful. The ache between my thighs made me gnash my teeth together. Jamie. His firm voice poured icy trails over my spine. He pulled my hands away from him and stepped back. I turned around to see his expression locked down like a prison. He took another step, his dimple twitching. I'm sorry. The apology was barely audible. Your boyfriend touches me again, and I will hit him next time, he rumbled, before flipping around and clomping off, limping as his leg hitched with the effort to get away from me. The night was not hot, but sweat trailed down my back. My hand went to my necklace, running it along the chain. Jesus, this was all a mess. I may not be headed to Virginia Tech anymore. A conversation my father said was still not over even after our 2-hour discussion the night before. But I had to get out of this town. I couldn't stay here and watch him marry Krista and hold his new baby. I would go to the Art Academy in New York with Stevie. It was a private school that took most people who applied. At least there I would be doing something I loved with my best friend, and I would reapply to the Smithsonian in 2 years. So, Luca would go back to Florence, and I would head to New York. As soon as possible. Inhaling, I brushed my apron, setting my head high, and walked back to the cafe, where Savannah watched me with a huge grin on her face. She was cruel to the point of pitiable, and I would not let her have power over me. With my plan set in place, I felt strong. Just a few more weeks, and I would be out of here. Oh my God, really? Stevie clapped her hands together, bouncing on her toes. You're gonna come back to New York with me? Yeah. I nodded. Even if my parents won't help me with school, I'll get a job there and work until I can afford the tuition. I must get out of here. New York is somewhere I've always dreamed about. This is awesome, Whiskey. She stretched her arms in victory. I've been wanting you to come with me forever. And yes, we both need to get out of here. She plunked down on the bed next to me. When do you want to go? Tomorrow good? I laughed, lying back on my pillows. I need to talk to my parents, but I have to stay at least until Luca leaves. Pinocchio might get the hint faster when he shows up and you've moved. Nice. Yeah, because I'm known for being nice. She folded her legs, bouncing up and down on the bed. There's so much I have to show you. So many people you need to meet. Hot guys and girls are everywhere there. That's just what I need. I snorted. It's a rule. Best way to get over someone is to get under someone else. That work for you? I lifted my eyebrow. I never have to worry about that. I'm always on top. She ignored my insinuation. Even with Chris? It was so brief I barely caught it, but I saw one cheek flinch at my question before she forced an eye roll. I have no idea who you're talking about. Right. The sound of something hitting my window caused Stevie and me to jump. What the hell was that? She shrugged, slipping off the bed, walking to the window. Just what I thought. John Cusack is out your window with a boombox. She snorted, peering back at me. In Italian subtitles. I sighed, getting to my feet. I hadn't answered any of his texts, needing some space from him after what happened earlier. Shoving up my window all the way, I saw Luca standing right at my window. Luca, what are you doing here? I leaned on the frame. I told you I didn't want to talk tonight. Amore mio, mi dispiace tanto. My love, I am so sorry. I could not stop thinking of you. I had to come over. He dropped his head. I feel so shamed.
You know I never do that, but I saw him. I couldn't help it. Ho perso la testa. I lost my mind. Why? He didn't do anything. Yes, he did. He's in love with my girlfriend. First, I am no longer your girlfriend. I ticked my finger. Second, he is not in love with me. Yes, he is. Luca nodded. My stomach dipped and curved around. Did he tell you that? He didn't have to. Luca clicked his teeth. And he didn't deny it when I asked. Doesn't mean anything. I heard Stevie chuckle behind me, and I sent her a glare. Do you love him? His eyes pleaded with mine, his throat bobbing. We have history. He's the one you would not talk about. The reason you kept me at arm's length for so long. No response came to my tongue. I am not ready to give up on us. I also love you, Jamie. And he is with someone else. Luca. No. He put his hand to my mouth. I still have a week to prove to you I am the man for you. He leaned in, kissing my cheek. Good night, il mio amore. He turned and jogged back to where his car was parked, then drove away. Jesus, girl, what have you done to these men? You must be fucking amazing in bed. Stevie sat up where she lay stretched out on my comforter. She placed a hand on her heart. It's like looking in a mirror. You make me prouder every day. I flopped face first next to her. It actually felt like hell. My ego taking no pleasure in hurting one because my heart couldn't let go of another who wasn't even mine. I hate this. Tears pricked at the back of my eyes. I love him, Stevie. I never stopped. My voice broke. It hurts so much to see him with her. She curled in next to me, brushing back my hair, her face doused with agony. I know. She pulled me into her embrace, hugging me. I know. I could hear it in her voice. She wasn't just talking about me. She was talking about herself as well. Chapter 25.
JJ, let me see, let me see.
My sister danced around me, tugging on my arm as I carried in another flower bouquet, not needing to look at the card. Luca had sent 3 so far since the night he fought with Hunter, and it was only Monday. Leaning down, I let my sister take in the deep aroma of the red roses. Plucking one out of the bunch, I handed it to her. Roses weren't my favorite flower. I wasn't really a flower girl at all. I would have been more touched if he got me an art book or a chemistry set. Reese seemed to like them far more than I did. My dad frowned but didn't say anything as Mom took them from me, finding another vase. Dad had requested a family-only dinner night after I mentioned something about New York. Plus, I think he preferred being Luca-free for an evening. It was funny that since Luca had shown up, Dad no longer snarled the few times Hunter's name came up. He's being very sweet. Mom gave my dad a pointed look. Stop, Noah. He's a very nice young man. Not that young, he huffed, and grabbed a bottle of white wine from the fridge, pouring some for my mom while he grabbed himself a beer. Reese, can you set the table, please? Mom shouted out to my sister. And tell your grandmother dinner's ready. Grandma, dinner's ready! Reese screamed from where she stood. Mom shook her head in annoyance, handing me a salad bowl. I set it down, not very hungry. I didn't feel like fighting with my parents tonight. Working and entertaining Luca, while he kept trying to get me to come back to his hotel room, wore me down. Despite that I missed having regular sex, every time he hinted at it, I realized it was not him I craved. Dad helped Mom set the dishes, and the 5 of us settled at the table, passing around the food. Can we get to it? I dumped some rice on my plate. If we're gonna fight, I just want to get it out. Mom and Dad looked at each other, Dad stabbing at the salmon on his plate. No fighting. He shook his head. Really? You're okay with the idea of me going to New York?
Okay. Dad wrinkled his nose. Not my exact words. But your mother and I talked about it and looked into the school, and we think this might be best. My gaze darted around, connecting with my grandma's eyes before snapping back to Dad.
Okay, what's going on? Aliens? Invasion of the body snatchers?
Mom rolled her eyes.
We're being serious. We let you go to Italy. New York is a lot closer than that.
And it's not Italy, Dad muttered under his breath.
Ah, you want me away from Luca.
Honestly, I think you getting away from this town is best. And Hunter. I'm still not happy about Virginia Tech, but I can't force you to go there just because we did and loved it. Dad's shoulders drooped. Does it scare the crap out of me you'll be in New York City with Stevie? Holy shit, yeah. I know she's a bit of a wild girl, but I have to trust you. I blinked at my parents. You are strong, smart, hard-working, and have always had a head on your shoulders. He twirled his fork around, his eyes filling with liquid. Your mother and grandmother have been on me for the last couple days, saying that if I hold you too close, I'll only push you away. He wouldn't look at me, his lids blinking. You're my baby girl. His voice broke. I would love to keep you protected forever. But you're 19. I have to let you go. To make your own decisions. Dad. Seeing emotion swirl in his eyes brought mine to the surface. I hate you're not my little girl anymore. I can't protect you from all the bad in the world. What you've already gone through. He rubbed his chin, shifting in his seat, hiding the single tear watering the corner of his eye. I hope you know how much I love you. Happiness is all I really want for you and your sister. I bounded out of my chair, rushing to Dad and wrapping my arms around him. He enveloped me in a big bear hug and squeezed me tight. We held each other for a few seconds before he grumbled something, and I went to Mom, embracing her. Thank you, I whispered, feeling she had more to do with his change of heart than anything. We'll talk more tomorrow about scholarships. It's not cheap, at all. But I think you will be happy there. Mom leaned back, wiping the salty streaks from my cheeks. Okay. I nodded, spinning around to see Grandma Penny beaming from ear to ear. She gave me a wink, like she'd known the outcome the whole time. Knowing her, she probably did. Luca sat at his usual corner table at the cafe, facing the garage, his eyes flicking up at any movement across the street. He tried to hide it, but frustration sat heavily on his shoulders, dragging them down as though in defeat. My chest ached because I was the cause. Earlier, I had told him about New York and moving in with Stevie. His temples flinched when he realized none of my plans included him. He had stayed solemn and quiet the rest of the morning, working on projects Katerina sent him. I knew some people would think Luca was being pushy or stalkerish, but I'd come to see a difference between American and Italian men. The Italian men I knew were passionate and unafraid to express love or to go after what they wanted. They didn't consider it a weakness to show their hearts. Luca was almost naive in his ideals. He really believed his grand romantic gesture would win me in the end. Who knows? Maybe if Hunter and I never happened, he would have. Luca had such a big heart and was sexy as hell. It pissed me off I couldn't love him the way he deserved. But the twist in my stomach every time I peered up and saw Hunter outside the garage, talking on his phone, told me all I needed to know. Savannah seemed confused that her little stunt hadn't deterred Luca from me, so she took her flirtation game up a notch. Luca was kind and pacified Savannah's blatant advances, but he wasn't the kind to use her to get me jealous. Deep down, he probably knew it wouldn't work. Staying far from her so I wouldn't accidentally punch her in the face, I scrubbed the coffee machine between customers, making a list for New York, but finding my brain wandering back to Hunter.
Hey, pretty girl.
A voice from behind pulled my attention to the register. Doug stood there with a goofy grin, hat backward, his clothes covered in grease. "Hey, Doug." I ambled to the counter. "Haven't seen you in a while. How are you?" "Good." He nodded. "What can I get you?" "A sweet tea would be great." He wiped at the sweat along his brow. "But I really came in here for another reason." "Oh?" A tiny thread of anxiety began to flap inside my chest. I reached back, pouring a tea for him. He licked his lips, glancing over his shoulder like he wasn't supposed to be here. "You know what Thursday is, right?" he said. "Thursday?" I blinked, setting the tea on the counter. At first, nothing came to me. I tried to remember what day it was today. The 28th. As if I were flung from a plane with no parachute, I recoiled with recognition. My stomach and legs almost dropped out beneath me. Last year, I was far away and could almost ignore the importance of the day. But here it was, like running straight into a wall. I lowered my head with a nod, recalling the party I threw one year, my mind crammed with memories. "Hunter and Colton's birthday," I whispered. One would be turning 20, and one would remain forever 18. "Yeah." Doug looked behind him. "Hunter would not recognize it last year and forbade us from even mentioning it. He drank himself into oblivion to get through it." My heart squeezed with sympathetic pain, imagining what he had gone through. At the same time, I had locked myself deeper in my bubble, partying with Sammy in a sea of alcohol and one-night stands, and trying to forget my dead boyfriend and my ex-lover. It was really bad, and I can't watch him do that to himself again. If he keeps going to that place, I'm afraid he won't come back out. "You're a good friend, Dougie." "That's because that guy is the best person I know. He's always been there for me. You know he was the one to buy the shop for me?" "Yeah, Chris told me." "Well, I planned to have a few people over on Thursday. I know it's not anything different from most weekends, but I really want you to be there." "Me?" My head shook. I'm probably the last person who should be there. "Why?" "Why?" A crazed laugh came from me. "Because I remind him of all the bad, the loss, the heartache. I'm like a walking trigger for him." "You're also all the good." Doug placed his palms on the table. "The happiest I've ever seen him was with you." "That was a while ago." "Then you aren't looking hard enough." Doug reached out, touching my hand, his eyes pleading with mine. "Please, just think about it. I think it will help him to have you there. If anything, you are the one person who really gets it. Understands." I stared at Doug with awe. For someone who everyone claimed to be dumb, he seemed extremely intuitive when it came to Hunter. "I'll think about it." "Okay, but after you think, come by." He swiped his sweet tea off the counter, leaving a generous tip, and walked out. Chapter 26. Thursday brought sunshine, clear skies, and heat. But from the moment I woke up, a chill sat on my soul, my feet dragging heavily into the earth. On Colton's 18th birthday, Carrie and Dan insisted I throw him a party at their house, which was no different from any other party at their house, but Colton had loved it. Normally, the king of the party, he had even more reason to be in the limelight. About to go off to football camp, the party was crazier than normal. His smile had been bright and happy. He had been so carefree and loving that night, telling me he loved me, talking about our future. We were clueless that this birthday would be his last. Luca, wanting to cheer me up, took Stevie and me out to lunch, but I found myself staring off in space, lost in memories. Grief fizzed between the cracks, draining me of wanting to talk or contribute to the conversation. Because I wasn't home last year, I never really dealt with their birthday, not wanting to think of the vastly different ways I'd lost both brothers. Now that grief clung to me like the humidity. My cell sat in my lap, my fingers reaching for it, then stopping myself. I honestly didn't know if Hunter even wanted to hear from me. And what would I say? It would all sound meaningless. I knew all too well how "I'm sorry" became hollow. Colton was alive and vibrant in my head, like he had come back to haunt me again. Knowing him, he was probably bored in the afterlife. Hell yeah, I'm bored. I could picture him prancing next to me, unable to stay still. I'm stuck in a graveyard with all these stiffs. His smile expanded with a chuckle. Get it? Stiffs. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, smiling to myself at Colton's imaginary corny joke. It would have been something he would say. I did miss him. He was an awful boyfriend, but I missed my friend, the one who could easily make me laugh. He and Hunter brought different qualities out of me. Colton had revealed my carefree side, helped me not to take things so seriously, while Hunter dug beneath my skin and brought out all my layers, challenged me, made me want more out of life. Stevie was all for the party. Whether it was because she thought it would help me feel better or she just wanted to get out, I couldn't say. I've got your back, girl. She rubbed my arm when we got out of her car, while Luca tried to unfold himself from her tiny back seat. You say the word, we're out. You want to get drunk or cry in the corner, I am here for you. Thank you. I leaned my head on her shoulder. I don't know what I'd do without you. Not a whole lot in this town. I smiled at her comment, but the humor did not reach my heart. Luca's presence at Doug's felt wrong, but he had been so sweet all day, trying hard to cheer me up. I couldn't abandon him at the hotel while Stevie and I went to the party. It was beyond rude, and first and foremost, Luca was my friend. The front porch was empty, and no music blared from the backyard. We walked through the front door to find only a few people I recognized from the garage in the living room. Clearly, Doug was trying to keep this low-key and intimate for Hunter. Hey! Doug greeted us when we stepped out into the backyard. Twinkly lights ignited the yard in a soft glow. A huge, new, above-ground, inflatable pool now stood in the middle of the yard. Doug, Jones, Megan, and Chris sat around the rim of the pool, their feet in the cool water as they drank their beers. Some others I knew were around the liquor table, but I counted only about a dozen people. This was a lot smaller than Dougie's normal parties. Hunter wouldn't want a lot of people he didn't know around, and today was about Hunter, even if he didn't want it to be. Hey, guys. I walked closer, motioning back to our third member. This is Luca, my friend from Italy. They all greeted him, but from the looks they gave him, they all knew exactly who he was to me. Nice pool. Stevie reached over and dipped her hand in. Come on in. Swimsuits are optional. Doug waved us to join them. Where's the birthday boy? Stevie peered around the space, Hunter nowhere in sight. The group all looked at each other, and anxiety coiled around me. Can't find him. He hasn't answered his phone all day. I've looked everywhere. Jones adjusted his hat, a frown creasing his face. I went to his parents' house. I even drove by the graveyard to see if he might be there. I'm worried about him. Doug strangled the neck of his bottle. You remember how bad it got last year. Jones, Megan, and Chris all nodded, staring down somberly. I could feel Colton around me like I had earlier, his voice whispering in my ear. You know where he is, Jamie. You know my brother like you know yourself. Where would you go? I knew precisely where I'd go. Stevie, give me your keys. I held out my palm, more a plea than a demand. What? Why? She asked, while her fingers dug in her pocket, placing them in my hands. I know exactly where he is, I said, already turning for the door, not even hesitating. I heard them ask after me, their questions falling on deaf ears as I jogged to the car, my mind clamped down on the only thing important. Hunter. Stevie's white hatchback Corsica zoomed down the street, taking me to my destination. but I felt as if I was stuck in slow motion, the red lights causing me to bounce in the seat, banging my hand on the steering wheel. My impatience only mounted as the car skidded into a parking place. Climbing out, my leg pinched as though on cue, a souvenir from the accident, forcing me to slow down as I trekked across the pavement. My flip-flops hit the grass, which tickled my toes, my gaze searching, feeling in my gut I was right. But what if I wasn't? With no lights, the stars burst down on me. The dark seemed to magnify the cricket's loud chirping and the pounding of my heart in my chest. A drop of doubt slid down my throat. Then I saw him. His figure almost blended in with the ground. Hunter lay in the center of the football field, just like I found him before Colton's memorial, where we both came, unbeknownst to the other, to feel Colton's presence. Colton's body was buried in the graveyard, but Colton's soul remained on this field. I knew Hunter would come here, because it was where I would have come. I walked softly across the field. Hunter lay with a bottle of bourbon next to him, his arms tucked behind his head.
Should have known you'd find me.
He waggled his head, still not looking at me. Shuffling off my flip-flops, I lowered myself down, stretching my body out next to him, my arm brushing his. It's where I'd come. I gazed at the stars. Everything about being here with him felt natural, comfortable, like this was where I had been heading all day without even knowing it. Without a word, Hunter picked up the bottle and set it between us, like an offering, reminding me of the time he did the same with a bag of chips. Sadly, so much had happened since then, and too little had changed. Here we were, full circle. But then I didn't know what his mouth felt like on mine, what he felt like deep inside me. Your friends are worried about you. I tilted my head to stare at his profile, his mouth twisting at my words. He was so beautiful, I felt my lungs gasp for air. I turned my face back up to the stars.
Yeah, I know.
He adjusted his hands under his head.
I don't blame them after last year, but I couldn't deal with people. Not even them. The watchful gazes, the overcompensating, trying to keep me occupied. And I'd have to keep reassuring them I was fine. I love them, but I don't have the energy to pretend. Not today.
I understood exactly what he was saying. It was what I felt all day today. Stevie and Luca tried to keep me busy and engaged, but I only became more exhausted and sadder because I knew how hard they were trying. Yeah. I folded my arms under my head like his. Last year, being away, I felt I could separate myself from it, pretend it was just another day. But it was only waiting for me to return, coming back with a vengeance. I licked my lips. I've been feeling Colton today, hearing him, seeing him. Hunter's Adam's apple darted around, his lids blinking.
Me too.
Yeah, I suppose you would, huh? A strangled chuckle came from my chest, like looking in a mirror. A smile grew on Hunter's face as he rolled his eyes.
That's the best you got?
Come on. Colton's corny jokes have been going around in my head all day. He shanghaied all my wit from me.
Sounds like Colton.
Sitting up, I took a small sip of the bourbon, leaning back on my hands. Nothing has really changed. People wanted us to be over it at his potluck. And here we are over a year and a half later, and I'm still not over it.
Me neither. But I don't think I ever will be. Especially when I keep getting older and he doesn't.
Hunter leaned up enough to take a drink.
But the bastard keeps gloating in my head he'll forever be fuckable and sexy, and I'll grow fat and old.
Laughter caught me off guard, a spurt of humor cracking across my ribs. Colton would totally say that. While he'll stay every high school girl's fantasy even when they're 50, you'll be popping Viagra pills like vitamins. Laughter started deep inside as I heard Colton's voice in my head.
Viagra?
Hunter sat up, laughter wobbling his mouth.
You think I will need Viagra?
Kind of goes along with your receding hairline. Hunter's eyebrows shot up, his mouth dropping open.
Oh, really?
Don't be ashamed. It's totally natural to have a limp dick and no hair at your age.
I shrugged. A wicked gleam struck his irises. Shit. I knew that look.
No. I hopped up, darting away, but Hunter was faster. His arm looped around my waist, lifting me off the grass with a squeak, pulling me into his body.
Okay, saggy tits. He sniggered in my ear.
Oh! I wiggled out of his grip, bolting away again. I'm sagging now?
To your knees, like stretched out prunes. He stalked toward me.
Oh!
I backed up, trying to keep the distance.
At least they're in reaching distance since you're down there anyway.
Hunter's eyebrows shot up, his mouth dropping open in surprise, humor dancing over his features.
He stopped, shaking his head. I halted with him, watching him. The threads of joy streaking across his face lowered my guard. I should have known better. In a blink, Hunter leaped for me, his arms wrapping around me, picking me up.
Since I'm down there anyway.
His voice rasped in my ear, repeating my words, flooding my body with embarrassment, realizing what I said.
Is that where I'll be?
He set me back on my feet, our bodies pressed together. I felt every inhale of his chest against mine. Desire whirled through my head and made me teeter. He reached out and grabbed my arm as though he sensed I was unstable, his other hand sliding my hair behind my ear.
Jamie.
My name was a murmur, the vibration tapping my mouth, forcing me to lick my bottom lip. He inhaled sharply through his nose. The line between right and wrong was dissolving with every breath. The tension between us was thick and tangible. Step away from him. This is wrong, and you know it, Jamie. We should get back. I sounded weak, unsure.
Yeah, we probably should.
His mouth only seemed to inch closer. Was I moving yet? No? Crap.
Thank you.
His words brushed against my mouth. For what?
Finding me. Making me feel for one moment I could breathe today.
My lids fluttered, knowing he had done the same for me. The agony of our situation cut an even deeper channel. Then it's only fair to thank you. I forced myself to look at him. He tilted his head. For helping me find myself. For pushing me to be more than the girl who didn't even know she was playing a part.
If I remember correctly, you didn't give me much of a choice.
His eyes wandered over my face, a lopsided grin tugging at his mouth.
Stubborn, strong, determined. From the time you sat on the bleachers next to me or stomped into the physical therapy room, you forced me to look at you.
You bring it out in me, I guess. He huffed with a smile.
What, being a pain in my ass?
Only fair, since you are a pain in mine.
Still.
He tipped forward, a hair away from kissing me. Always, I whispered back. I knew I should have stopped him, but I also knew I wouldn't. The anticipation of his kiss heaved in my chest. His mouth grazed mine.
Hey, what are you two doing out there?
A man's voice boomed down the field. I jumped back, swinging around to see a campus cop standing in the walkway between the stands.
You're not allowed to be here.
Hunter grumbled and stepped away from me, swiping up the bottle of bourbon. Sorry, we're leaving. I grabbed Hunter's arm, tugging him behind me and pulling him to the parking lot, trying not to think about the disappointment screwing into my shoulder blades. I should have been relieved the man stopped us, but I couldn't lie to myself that much. Did you drive? I hoped not, since he was holding a half bottle of liquor between his fingers.
I walked.
He shot me a look.
You know I wouldn't do that.
I directed us to Stevie's car. Hunter didn't even question it and hurried into the passenger side.
We drove back to Doug's in silence, the moment between us left on the field, where it should probably stay. Hunter and I walked out to the patio, all eyes turning to us. "You found him," Doug blurted out, raising his beer to me. Hunter absorbed himself with his friends, letting Megan hug him tight. Stevie sauntered up to me with a knowing grin on her face. "Don't." I gritted my teeth. "What?" she replied innocently. "I wasn't going to say anything." "You didn't have to." Just crazy how none of his friends, the ones who know him best, knew where to find him. But you did. She muttered in my ear, as Luca came over to us, his expression lined with tension. "Hey, Luca. I'm sorry I left you like that." "Don't worry about him." Stevie patted his arm. "We've been having a nice chat while you were gone." My lids narrowed on my friend, wondering what that meant. "Yes." Luca nodded, tucking his hands in his pocket. "She kept me entertained with stories." "Okay." Something felt off, but I didn't want to ask. Not yet. I needed to get through this day first. Music and talking buzzed around us, but the atmosphere felt strange, like we were all here against our will. I tried to keep my attention off Hunter, but that had always been difficult for me, even when we hated each other. He was a presence which took all the oxygen in the room. He held his phone in his hand, peering down at it, and with a sigh, hit the button, turning away from everyone. He even moved to a shadowy corner as though it would bring privacy. Was it Krista? I was surprised she wasn't here. And if they couldn't get a babysitter, why wasn't Hunter home with his family on this day? Especially with Cody. His shoulders hunched to his ears, his fingers pinching his nose like I had seen him do so many times outside the garage. Was she giving him shit for not being home? I didn't know what kind of relationship they had, but of all days to give Hunter a break, it was today. His head shook frantically, causing me to take a step. "Bellezza." Luca touched my hand. "Are you all right?" Yeah. I couldn't break away from Hunter. I felt it in my gut something was wrong. Stepping past Luca, I strode toward Hunter, his voice becoming clearer the closer I got. "Listen to me. Please, don't do this," he begged. "You're not alone. I miss him too. You have me." His voice cracked, sounding like a child. A scared one. "No, don't!" He froze in his spot. "Mom?" His hand pulled the phone away from his ear, staring at it in disbelief. "Fuck! Mom?" he yelled in the phone. Julia. He had told me she wasn't doing well, that the divorce and Colton's death were taking her down a dark road. He hit redial, and I could hear it ring over and over. "No! Fuck!" Hunter screamed at the phone. Feeling my presence, he peered at me, terror widening his eyes. Oh, God, no. He didn't have to say anything. I knew. "Let's go." I didn't even think, just acted on instinct. Stevie's keys still in my pocket. I turned, running for the door. "Stevie!" I yelled, causing the small gathering to look at me. Seeing my face, she nodded, baffled but trusting. "Go." Hunter was on my heels, not responding to the questions being thrown our way as we bolted from the house. Jones and Chris followed us out. "Yo mum?" Chris asked, but by his tone he seemed to already know the answer. How bad was Julia? For how long? Had it been Julia on the other end of the line those other times, not Krista? "Go," Jones yelled to me. "We'll be right behind." Stevie's car was the easiest to reach, and Hunter dove into the passenger side. "Fucking drive, Jamie," he croaked, desperation in each syllable, his foot slamming against the floor like he was trying to push the gas pedal, his hands frantically scouring his face and hair. The tires screeched as I tore down the road, pointing the car to the winding dark road that led to the house on the hill,
where one member of their family had already been lost. My hands squeezed the steering wheel, trying to block out the thought, but the idea kept creeping back in. On the day of her son's birth, how could Julia think of anything but his death? Every second felt like an eternity. Every second Hunter might be losing his mother as well. Chapter 27. "Mom?" Hunter's voice shouted through the entry. Only steps behind, I watched him frantically searching the room. "Mom!" Silence followed his response, feeling like a drum banging through the large house. The place was a tomb, void of the family who used to live here. Hunter peeked into the kitchen, the room pristine as if it was used as a model house, not a real one. He whipped around, dashing for the stairs. Grabbing the rail, his bad leg buckling, he propelled himself as fast as he could manage. "Mom!" Fear scraped his voice. My heart pounded louder in my ears. He jogged down the hall toward his parents' room, shoving through the door, and I followed behind. My mouth parted in shock. Clothing, shoes, and jewelry spewed from the walk-in closet over the room as if she had flung everything out in a fit. Empty vodka and wine bottles were scattered over the surfaces, giving the room a musky smell. But what had me reaching for my chest were the pictures strewn in piles around the room, mostly covering the king bed like a quilt. Pictures of the boys, posing together when they were infants. Images of Colton and Hunter laughing, of birthday parties long past. A noise came from Hunter's throat. He scrambled through the room to the master bathroom. Grabbing the door handle, he shoved the gaping door all the way open. A guttural cry pierced my chest, stabbing, fluttering my mind and chest with panic. No, please, no. But I knew my hope was pointless. My shoes hit the tile, and every muscle in my body locked up, a scream humming at the back of my throat. Julia lay in an almost empty tub, her head slumped to the side, lids closed, dressed in what used to be a white bathrobe, but was now stained a deep crimson. Trails of blood slid down from her arms, coloring the tub with crimson water. "Mom! No, no, no! Please!" Hunter screamed, falling on his knees and clambering forward, grabbing for her. "Wake up, Mom! Wake up!" He shook her shoulders, her limp form hitting against the tub. This couldn't be fucking happening. Not to Hunter. "Jamie, move. Do something." The years of playing nurse next to my father at work overrode all my fear. I sprang into action. Shoving Hunter aside, I leaned in as my fingers pressed to her throat, trying to feel for proof of life. My arms trembled too hard to feel anything but my own. "Grab that mirror," I ordered Hunter, as I climbed into the tub, my feet on either side of her, my shoes squishing in the pools of blood. Hunter reacted, grabbing the object and shoving it at me. I held it under her nose. After a few beats, I saw condensation blur the mirror. She's still alive. Barely. I didn't want to add the last part. Her breaths and heartbeat were too far apart. She was in critical danger. "Hunter!" Chris's voice boomed from the room, his friend's footsteps pattering toward us. "Call 911!" I yelled at the two running into the room, their horrified faces taking in the scene. "Now!" Jones's face went white, but he grabbed his phone. Fear was shoved to the side as I went on autopilot. "Hunter, grab me some clothes, anything. Tie them around her wrists." My voice left no room for questions, and Chris and Hunter jumped at my order. I picked up her arms, elevating them to slow gravity from taking any more blood. It looked like she missed an artery, but had been bleeding long enough the danger level was critical. Chris and Hunter wrapped fabric around her arms while I continued to try and rouse her, making sure her airway was clear. "Julia, stay with us," I demanded, tapping her face. "You don't get to fucking do this. Do you hear me? If you can't do it for yourself, do it for Hunter. You owe him that much." I was pissed and scared, but I continued to run through what I remembered about deep cuts, trying to block out Hunter's painful cries for Julia to wake up. Sirens penetrated my heartbeat, thumping against my ears, but they still felt so far away. Every millisecond meant life or death. Shit. Her breath no longer coated the mirror. "Help me get her out!" I screamed, stepping to the far side of the tub. "Carefully." Chris went in first to help lift her legs. With a baby sister and a pool, Dad had been firm on teaching me CPR. I never had to use it on Reese, but my skills were about to be tested now. Hunter took her other side from me as I could no longer hold her weight, laying her flat on the floor. On my knees, I bent over her, laying my hands over each other on her chest. I pumped 3 times before breathing into her mouth. Counting the beats in my head, everything else disappeared around me. My only focus was keeping Julia alive. I couldn't say how long I worked on her until an unfamiliar voice called out, "Miss." I felt hands grab my arms, but I shoved them off, not wanting to lose count. "Miss, we got this. Move out of our way." A woman pushed me aside, taking over my spot. Like a glass mirror smashed to the ground, reality cracked through. I blinked with confusion as EMTs moved around her, bringing in their equipment. When did they get here? How did I not notice them? "Jamie." Chris picked me up, dragging me out of their way. Jones pulled Hunter next to me, and the 4 of us huddled together in the corner of the large bathroom, watching the emergency crew working on Julia. 1, 2, 3. The woman who pushed me out of the way placed paddles on Julia's chest, her body jumping as electrical shocks zapped at her nerves. It was horrific to watch, but I couldn't turn away, locked on the scene before me. 2 more times they shocked her when the man across from her nodded. "Got a heartbeat." The team worked together like a chaotic dance, getting her on a gurney, IVs already dripping into her system, then rushing her out of the room and down the stairs. A young guy in his 20s turned to us, his eyes finding me. "Good job. You probably saved her life." I couldn't move, my head only dipping slightly in acknowledgement. "She's my mom. Can I ride with her?" The guy nodded at Hunter. Hunter squeezed my hand and gazed at me. He tugged me to follow him. "We'll meet you at the hospital." Jones motioned for us to run, saying he and Chris would catch up. "I'll call your father on the way." Only reacting, not thinking, I stayed right on Hunter's heels and crawled into the ambulance next to him. Blood covered our connected hands, drenching our clothes. We didn't say a word, but his hand stayed locked on mine as if I were the only thing tethering him to earth, while the ambulance tore through town, sirens screeching like a banshee.
"Mr. Harris?"
A nurse stepped into the waiting room, and Hunter bolted out of the chair. "Yes?"
"I just wanted to let you know your mother is stable, but her heart is still stressed."
"What does that mean?" Hunter ran a hand over his hair.
"She's in an induced coma. She lost a lot of blood and oxygen to the brain. Sometimes this is the best way for her body to focus solely on healing itself. We won't know about her condition for a while." The nurse clutched her clipboard. "We'll keep you updated the moment we know anything. We're watching her closely." "When can I see her?" "The doctor will be out soon and let you know." The nurse went back through the doors, her white shoes squeaking across the tile. Hunter fell back in the seat beside me, leaning his elbows on his legs, rubbing his forehead until red spots flushed his skin. "Hey." I grabbed his hand, curling mine around it. "Everything will be okay." "No, it won't. But it hasn't been right since Colton died." Hunter's shoulders sank down, exhaustion creasing his face and hanging heavy on his body. We'd been here for hours already, but time seemed arbitrary. Jones had talked to Mr. Harris, but he wouldn't be here until tomorrow as he was overseas for a business deal, catching the earliest flight he could. I had talked briefly to my parents, my mom determined to come down, but it was the middle of the night and I suggested she wait. When I talked to Stevie, she also wanted to come.
but I knew Hunter wouldn't want anyone else here. "Is he okay?" Stevie asked.
"As well as can be expected when your mother tries to commit suicide on your birthday." Damn, I felt tired. Shit. Hunter has gone through too much already. I know. I mean, Julia has too. One of her sons died. Her marriage is crumbling. But for 1 second, I wish she thought of Hunter and what this would do to him. Especially because she called him right before doing it. How could you do that to your own kid? Talk about mentally fucking him up. This will forever haunt him. I stared at the blood crusted on my clothes, tainting my skin a darker color. It would torment me forever as well. The images already flashed in my head like a nightmare. I gazed at Hunter. Happy fucking birthday. My body craved to be near his. He hadn't stopped touching me from the moment we entered the ambulance, like he needed to know I was there. I better go. Okay. I'll be there in the morning, Stevie said softly. And Luca is back at the hotel, just so you know. Luca. Guilt twisted my lips. I hadn't even thought of him. Not once. Okay, thanks. I rubbed my fingers between my eyes. And thank you for being such a great friend. I love you. Love you more, Whiskey. Hours later, the four of us still sat in the almost vacant waiting room, waiting for the doctor to come out. Dawn glowed softly on the horizon, announcing morning's arrival. My head lay tucked on Hunter's shoulder, his hand laced with mine in his lap. Who wants coffee? Chris stood up, trying to cover his yawn. Hunter had told us to go home several times earlier, but not one of us budged. Like we would fucking leave you. Jones had shaken his head. We're your family, and family is there for each other. Always. Second that, Chris added. We're not leaving, so don't even waste your breath saying that shit again. I third that. I squeezed his hand, his eyes finding mine. His jaw crunched down, and he nodded, blinking back his tears. Coffee. Now Chris pointed at me, and I nodded profusely. Adrenaline had long ago drained away, leaving all of us no more than zombies. Shit, yeah, a double. Jones rubbed the arms of the chair. And breakfast. Starving. Then your ass is coming with me. Chris waved Jones to get up. His friend rose to his feet, stretching. You guys want anything to eat? Just coffee, Hunter muttered. Same. The thought of food made me cringe. Jones and Chris walked toward the cafeteria. Hunter and I had been in this same hospital, and I knew the layout far too well. Except we had been on the other side, hooked up to machines, walking the line between life and death. His thumb slid softly over mine, his gaze staring at our hands. Feels both like yesterday and decades ago we were here. I was just thinking that. I brushed my head against his shoulder. I can't believe we're back here, he practically whispered. Everything that's happened. He broke off, sighing heavily. One moment, one stupid fucking decision, and I lost my twin. My best friend. And now, because of that, possibly my mother. I already lost my family, but it wasn't like we were a great one anyway. You haven't lost your family. Jones, Chris, Doug, Megan, Cody, Krista. That's your family, Hunter. Let them be there for you, get you through this. They love you so much. What about you? His head turned to me, his eyes sharp. I lifted my head, leaning back. What about me? Hunter peered down at our laced hands, his head shaking. What you did last night. My mother is only alive because of you. I couldn't have gotten through any of this without you. Just like I couldn't have gotten through Colton's death without you. I licked my lips, nerves twisting around my throat. I'm plagued with what would have happened if I stopped Colton that night. If he lived. Over and over. I play out what would have happened if I hadn't let him drive. I see him going on with football, my parents still together, him marrying some woman and having kids.
but none of those scenarios lead you to me." He stared straight ahead, swallowing. "And I hate myself because that is what makes me pause. Makes me doubt if I would do it over." His head swung to me, agony etched in his eyes. What kind of person would think that? Would not want his brother back in a second? And I do. Fuck, I miss him so much. He lifted his hand, sliding his fingers up my jaw, his thumb gliding over my bottom lip. "But what's even crueler is having you right there, and I can't have you." My lungs seized, ramming out the air in my chest. "I know it's too late, that there's no chance." He gripped my face harder, leaning closer. "But I'm still in love with you, Jamie. I've never stopped." Fixed in place, I couldn't move or breathe. My heart felt like it finally took flight before being shot down, breaking into pieces over the ground. Too late. No chance. Those were the words that pricked pain behind my lids, shredding my heart. Neither of us moved away, torment roping us in place, our pained breaths mingling. I wanted to tell him I loved him too, that we would figure it out. But the very reason it would be a lie came crashing into the room.
"Daddy!"
Cody's voice jerked us apart, turning to the door. The adorable little boy, his arms open, ran straight for Hunter. "Little man." Hunter scooped him up, wrapping his mini doppelganger in his arms, his shoulders sagging with relief as he held Cody, breathing him in. "Oh God, Hunter." Krista came into the room, running straight for him, her arms going around the two boys. "I am so sorry. I came as soon as I got the message." She leaned up, kissing his cheek, her eyes full of worry. I wanted to hate her, but I couldn't. It was obvious she loved him, and how could I fault her for that? Hunter was impossible not to fall in love with. Too late. No chance. The truth of those 4 words overshadowed everything else he said to me. His family was here, and there was no room for me. Because as much as I wanted to be there for him, we could never be just friends. And I couldn't be that girl. Julia's crusted blood coating my skin and clothes suddenly bore down on me, aggravating my skin, my bones feeling like lead. I needed a shower and sleep. Standing up, I tucked my hands in my pockets. Krista didn't even seem to notice me. Cody jabbered away, making Hunter laugh. A mix of relief and pain swished around my stomach as the outside doors slid open, and I stepped out to the sunrise, the air already warm. I made it 10 steps when I realized I had come here in the ambulance. Stevie's car was still at Hunter's. I pulled out my phone, ready to call my mom. "Jamie." My name broke through the quiet morning, yanking my head around. Hunter jogged to me, anger lowering his eyes. "Where the hell are you going?" Taken aback, I stuttered, "Home." "So, you were going to leave without saying goodbye?" His boots hit my toes, his head wagging with fury. "You know what? Never mind. Go," he growled, curving back around. "Running away is what you do best." "What? What does that mean?" "Figure it out, Jamerson." He waved me off. "I'm sure your boyfriend is worried about you anyway." "Why are you mad at me?" I stabbed at my chest. "What the hell did I do but sit by you all night?" "And now you're leaving." "Yeah." My own anger rose like a volcano. "I thought it was best. You have family there. I will only make things worse. I'm trying to be the good person here, not make things uncomfortable for Krista." "And why is that, Jamie?" He tilted his head, folding his arms. Was he kidding me right now? Taunting me? "Fuck you," I seethed. "You know why. I'm happy for you. I really am. Hell, I saw it coming before you did. But that doesn't mean I have to stand here and watch." I shoved my foot at the pavement, anger and grief spilling out. "God, don't you know how much it hurts seeing you with her? With Cody?
Having your baby? A sob hiccuped in my lungs. The emotions I tried to ignore, to keep locked away for so long, burst out of their box like a piñata. I am sorry I'm not strong enough to put myself through this. Call me selfish, but I can't stand in the same room as Krista wishing I was her. I spun around, needing to get away from him, where I could let my tears fall freely. Fingers clutched my elbow, spinning me around. Hunter's expression twisted with fury, his chest heaving, but his voice came out low and gravelly. You are still as fucking blind as you were when I met you. Rage drove up the back of my legs, flushing through my arms. My hands shoved his chest. Screw you! We're back here again, huh? His chest pushed back into my hands. I thought you of all people knew me, saw me, or at least you would ask instead of simply believing what everyone says about me. What are you talking about? I screamed, my hands waving frantically. I'm not with Krista, he bellowed, motioning back to the hospital. Nor is that my baby. What? The question squeaked through my teeth. His jaw twitched, his nose flaring. I won't deny we tried to make a go of it, for a millisecond. But I realized fast I was only doing it because you weren't here. Because you left me. And if you were anywhere near me, wanted me, I could never think about anyone else. He spat out like he hated for it. Krista deserves better than that. I could never love her, and she knows where we stand. My mouth parted, my mind trying to recall every encounter I had with Krista and Hunter. But she kissed you, the first day at the garage. She did that for me, thinking she was protecting me from you. Knowing how much you broke me, he yelled. He jammed his bloody hands through his hair. He could tell himself that all he wanted, but I saw a woman who loved him, not just protecting a friend. Hunter! Krista stood out by the entrance, Cody on her hip, her eyes lowering as she took us in. The doctors want to talk with you. Hunter looked to her, then back to me, fatigue washing over him. Bye, Jamerson. Hunter. I reached for him, feeling the finality of his goodbye. No. He wiggled from my grip. Go back to your boyfriend. There's nothing left for you here. He started back for the entrance. Pausing, he pivoted. I know about New York. Stevie told me. I hope everything works out for you, because you deserve it all too, Jamie. He pressed his lips together before turning back around and disappearing through the doors of the hospital. Standing there, I realized how blind I had been. My assumptions and hurt feelings had cost me everything. They cost me Hunter. Chapter 28. I pulled my Jeep into the parking lot as I stared at the numbers on the door, my blurry eyes burning from lack of sleep. Sleep would not be a luxury, nor would my mind let me anyway. After returning Stevie's car, Mom drove me home, where I took a much-needed shower. Her endless questions made me want to jump out of the moving car on the ride back. I knew she was concerned, but my brain couldn't sort through any more of what had happened last night. What just happened this morning? Hunter's declaration ran on an endless loop in my head. All the memories I had of them together tainted in a different light. The guy at the party talking to Krista wasn't Hunter. I knew it in my gut now. It was not his baby. They weren't together. The acute relief I felt from knowing that led me here. I had no doubt where my heart was, where it always had been. My knuckles rapped on the door. After several moments, it swung open. No happy smile greeted me. Luca. I twisted my hands. I came to apologize for last night, for leaving you like that. No matter what, I still cared about him. We had been close. He brought me back from the brink, let light into my darkened heart. I never wanted to hurt him. He turned away, leaving the door open, heading back to the bed. I stepped in, the air conditioner softly humming in the corner. The drawers were all pulled open, his bag on the bed, clothes folded inside. "You're packing?" I came to the other side, watching him fold a shirt and stuffing it in the luggage. His return ticket wasn't until next Friday, a week from now. "As you see," he clipped, strolling into the bathroom, collecting his items. "Why?" My throat strangled around the dumb question. He stopped, his brown eyes flicking to mine with a sadness. "You know why, Bellezza." His pet name for me came out soft and pained. "My eyes were finally opened last night." I tucked my hair behind my ear, staring at the updated cream comforter. A year ago, this place was a relic stuck in the 80s, with dark colors, cheap bedding, and heavy furniture. But now it had been renovated to a more modern, sleek look. "You warned me from the beginning. I did not listen." He crammed his toiletries in his bag. "I really hoped you loved me, that we had something. I wanted to marry you." He swallowed, agony twitching his mouth. "You were everything to me. But last night I saw the way I look at you." Through his lashes, his gaze found mine. "Is the way you look at him." My mouth pinched together, my eyes fluttering, unable to deny it. "And he looks at you the same, like your whole worlds pivot around each other." He cleared his throat, pushing down his clothes to make more room. "You lied to me." My head shot up, my lips parting in question. "You told me you were not capable of loving." He shook his head. "But that is untrue. You only love him." "I am sorry," I whispered, stabs of his pain driving through my heart. "We cannot help who we love, Bellezza." His gaze drove into me with a poignant expression. "It is time I go home. Katerina is thrilled I'm returning early." "I'll bet." He tossed a few more items in and zipped up his bag, his shoulders slumping with defeat. "Luca, I didn't want it to be like this. Believe me, I wanted to love you more than anything. You are perfect, and it would have been so easy to love you, to have that life in Florence together." My voice wobbled, tears watering my eyes. I wish I could have been that woman. "Me too." He nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing. "There will always be a part of me that will regret letting you go." His mouth flattened. "I was prepared to love you forever." A horn honked outside, jerking our heads to the window. A taxi waited outside. In this last moment together, knowing I would probably never see him again, a ghost of pain rose in my chest. He had been such an important part of my life. He'd helped put me back on my feet, giving me strength. "Luca," I gulped, stepping to him. "I have no doubt you will find someone who loves you with her whole heart as you will love her. You are an amazing man. I was lucky to have met you." His lids blinked, grief rippling over him like a wave. He leaned over, his hand cupping my cheek. He drew me in, his mouth covering mine. I could feel the goodbye in his kiss. He pulled away, leaning his forehead on mine, sighing deeply. "Sarò sempre dipendente dai tuoi baci." I will always be addicted to your kisses. "Goodbye, Jamie." He kissed my cheek and twisted away, walking out to the taxi. The taxi driver put his luggage in the back as Luca climbed into the car. I couldn't move or speak, feeling a tear slide down my face. He dipped his head and climbed in, the car curving out of the lot, turning down the street and disappearing forever. I would never see him again. A sob burst inside my chest, and I stumbled back on the bed, my knees too weak to hold me. I leaned over my legs, cupping my face in my hands, and I cried. All the pain, loss, devastation, and trauma came barreling over me, letting me know my heart was still in there and could still be broken.
"Watch me! Watch me!" Reese yelled as she cannonballed into the pool, splashing water on the patio where Stevie and I lay in the lounge chairs.
I was on babysitting duty as Mom was taking Grandma Penny to the doctor to finally get her cast off. I think she was looking forward to it more than anyone. Grandma loved her independence and wanted to go back home. Mom complained when Grandma was with us, but I could see she didn't want Grandma to go. She actually told her she should move closer to be near us. Grandma had stayed in the same house after losing Grandpa Jamerson and had a nice group of friends up there in Connecticut. But she had been spending a lot of time with her new friends here, and I think she wouldn't mind being closer to us. Funny that my grandma had become the cool family member I wanted to hang out with.
Come on, you got a bigger splash in you, Stevie challenged Reese, sipping her lemonade.
Snacks were piled between us, along with magazines, but nothing held my attention. Both of us were in shorts and tanks curled under the large umbrella, avoiding the intense sun rays. Reese grinned, hopping out before running full speed back into the pool. Sprinkles of water landed on my leg, feeling amazing against my hot skin.
One more sigh, and I'm pouring my drink on your head.
Stevie gave Reese a thumbs up as she spoke to me.
I didn't sigh.
Whiskey. She curved an eyebrow at me.
Have you tried calling him?
Yeah. Okay, that time I did hear the sigh. And texted and messaged through email and Facebook. I feel like a stalker. There are only so many places he can continue to ignore me. It had been a full week since everything happened. Through Jones, I heard Julia had been able to come home. Mitch and Hunter were both at the house with her. I understood they were going through a lot, but it hurt me more that I wasn't there for him. He was all I could think about. Just because he and Krista aren't together, which I still think someone needs to tell her. Stevie held up her finger. I didn't disagree. I also couldn't stop thinking about what he meant that they had tried.
So, who do you think this baby daddy is?
Stevie popped a chip in her mouth. Have no idea. Might be no one we know. I shrugged, eyeing her. It might be Chris. Her head practically snapped off, turning to me. Seeing my mischievous grin, her lids narrowed.
You're an evil bitch, Whiskey.
She shook her head. I'm proud. I chuckled. Reese flopped down at the end of my lounge, reaching for the chips.
What are you going to do?
Stevie set her drink to the side. I rubbed my nose with frustration. I don't know. All I know is I can't just walk away from him. After Luca left, the truth of how I felt about Hunter had become an urgent pressure inside me. Every reason not to care peeled away like the feathers on my arm.
What about New York?
Sagging back in my chair, I groaned. I'm still going. The one thing I learned is I can't stay here. My dreams are out there. But I wrapped my arms around my legs, knocking my head against my knees, feeling like I was torn in two. He means everything to me. If there is a chance... Stevie nodded, her mouth pinching together like she could relate to my frustration and pain. Don't give up. On either. I twisted my head to her. It might not be my choice. He may be done with me. Stevie laughed.
Oh, Whiskey. If you saw the way he still looks at you, it's far from done.
Chapter 29. Another 3 days passed of unanswered texts and calls. I visited the garage when I worked to see if he was there. But Doug said he took time off to be with his mom. I fought going to the house, feeling it crossed a line of the family's privacy. But I was no longer of sound mind and body. The need to see him far outranked any common sense or decorum. My stomach danced in my throat as my Jeep rolled up to the house. The day was overcast, the sky turbulent with lightning and rain, only suffocating the air. It was the kind of day you begged for rain, to give relief to the sticky, stagnant heat. My pulse raced, my legs hesitant to walk the steps to the porch. The house held good and horrific memories like a picture album.
all of them running together in my head like a movie. Ones of Colton, Hunter, and now Julia. Big girl pants, I muttered to myself, grabbing the flowers I brought with me. The deciding factor for letting myself visit was that I was coming to check on Julia. It was a soft lie, though I did want to see how she was. Hands trembling, I rang the doorbell. My ears pulsed with the sound of footsteps, then the click of the door. It swung open. Hunter stood there in loose shorts and a t-shirt, his scruff and hair cut shorter, making him look less boyish and more rugged. I felt as though he'd punched me in the chest, my air coming up short. His gaze moved over me like fingers, his jaw grinding, leaning against the doorframe. "What are you doing here?" Cold, callous. I held up the bouquet. "I came to see how your mother was doing." He folded his arms, his attention still crawling over my skin. "She's doing better. She's sleeping right now, but I'll tell her you stopped by." "Oh." I blinked, disappointment inflating my lungs. "Okay, thanks." He took the flowers from me, his other hand gripping the handle, ready to shut it. "Hunter Browning Harris." A woman's voice clipped, swinging my head to the figure behind him. Julia stood there, her brown hair loose, wearing a simple, long-flowing summer dress, no makeup on. She looked tired, but also young and completely un-Julia-like. She was a beautiful woman, but I had never seen her without all her designer clothes and masks. "Is this how I raised you to treat guests?" "Didn't really raise me," Hunter mumbled under his breath, so only I could hear. "Jamerson." Julia glided up to the doorway and moved Hunter out of her way. She gripped my hands, her long billowing sleeves sliding up enough to see the bandages wrapped around her wrists. "I was hoping I'd get to see you. I asked Hunter to invite you up, but he said you were busy with work." My gaze snapped to Hunter. His eyes dropped, not meeting mine. "Come in, please." She tugged me over the threshold, not giving me a choice. This was not the Julia I had known. She had always been cold and aloof with me, subtly telling me she didn't think I was good enough for her prized son. This Julia gripped my hands like she never wanted me to slip away. She brought me to the formal living room sofa and sat down. When I lowered myself next to her, she grasped my fingers, her throat bobbing. "There are not enough apologies or gratitude in the world. Hunter told me you saved my life." Her lashes fluttered, her nose wiggling like she was trying not to cry. "The embarrassment I feel. The shame at what you saw and went through because of me." She gulped, her cheeks reddening with emotion. "I have been in a bad place for a long, long time. Colton's death brought it all to the surface, and instead of being strong for my other son, I crumbled. I could not see or feel happiness. I'd pin a smile to my face, but I was empty inside. The divorce." She let go of my hands to wipe her face. "You can't stack weight on something that is hollow inside without breaking it." Julia's brutal revelation stunned me. "I have a long way to go after an incident like mine." She stressed the word. "Mom, you have to say it." Hunter walked in closer to us, his arms folded. "You know what the therapist said. The more you brush it off and downplay it." "Yes, Hunter." Julia let her head dip a little, catching my eye. "Hunter has been going with me to my therapy sessions. He's constantly on my case." A warmth filled me as they exchanged looks. "After I tried to commit suicide." Julia's hands fisted, her face flinching painfully at the words. I could see why it was important to say it and not hide it in the closet and pretend it didn't happen. "I feel like, for the first time in years, I can breathe again. That there is light at the end of the tunnel. It will be a lot of hard work. Some days, because of Colton's death, it still feels like I will never find happiness again.
But for my other son, I want to try. What I've put him through. I want to be the mother he's always deserved.
Tears choked my esophagus, my hands taking Julia's this time.
I am so glad. Thank you, but I will never forgive myself for what I put you guys through. You shouldn't have had to deal with that. Not after all you've been through as well. Pain ran down her cheeks in salty trails. I am so sorry, Jamerson. Without a thought, I wrapped my arms around her, hugging her tight. Never once did I dream not only would I want to hug Julia, but I would feel deep compassion and love for her. That night was one of the worst in a string of bad incidents for me. But if this was what it took to open her eyes, for her to see Hunter, then how could I ever hate her for it? Thank you for saving my life, for giving me a second chance, she whispered in my ear before pulling away, letting out a huge exhale. I still get exhausted very easily. I'm going to excuse myself to go rest. Yes, of course. I stood with her, taking some of her weight before Hunter caught her arm. I'm fine. She patted his hand. Stay down here with Jamie. He nodded, but watched her like a hawk as she climbed the stairs. Oh, and thank you for the flowers, Jamie. They are beautiful. Make sure Hunter puts them in some water, she said over her shoulder, before disappearing up the final step to the second story. The moment Julia disappeared, the strain in the room multiplied. My fingers slid my necklace back and forth nervously. I peered over at Hunter. His eyes were rooted on the charm pinched between my fingers. His head swung away, pointing toward the kitchen, strangling the flowers. Vase, water, he mumbled so low I only caught the two words. He took off, marching out of the room like he had been given a timed mission. My feet followed him to the kitchen as though I was tethered to him. A pile of flat boxes leaned against a wall with packing paper, and tape sat beside them. What's this? I touched the boxes, a lump forming in my throat. She's selling the house. He searched through the cupboards until he found one of the many vases they had stashed away. The moment the divorce is final, she's moving to a place near her sister. Colton had told me once that his Aunt Jessica lived somewhere in Georgia, not far from where Julia grew up. She's moving away? From Cody? I told her to. He slammed the cupboard. Until she's better. She needs a fresh start. Get back on her feet without all the heartache, ghosts, gossip, and judgment of this town. Oh. I didn't know how to respond. I knew Hunter had no real ties to this house. It was never a home, but it was still where he and his brother grew up, where memories of Colton still lived. His room was still a shrine. We've all agreed she can't heal if she stays here. He filled the vase with water, every muscle in his body tight, drawing a huge line in the sand. Your dad? Hunter scoffed, a frown deepening on his forehead. He already has a place near the woman he's been cheating with for 10 years. The facade is gone, so he no longer needs to pretend they aren't together. I didn't say it, but we both knew Julia was better off without that jerk. Because I had seen Julia as my future self if Colton had never died, and what my life would have been, I felt a weight lift off my soul thinking Julia would find her happiness. Like me, she would do it on her own. But the man standing before me had been the guiding force for both of us, the person who drove us to want to change. Hunter. I gulped, my fingers dropping away from the cardboard, twisting to him. Thanks for the flowers and stopping by. Meant a lot to my mom. He cut me off, his gaze threatening, telling me not to continue. My throat clogged with marbles of agony, feeling any chance for us slip through my fingers. Noticing I wasn't moving, Hunter strode forward, motioning his hand. I'll walk you out. My teeth clamped, but I followed him out. My heart spread out onto the floor, an empty cavity filling my chest.
Lightning crackled and the clouds rolled with turbulence when we stepped outside. The weather reflected the pain in my soul. "Please, Hunter, let me explain." I turned to him when we reached my car.
"Explain what?"
He tipped his head to the side, his timbre and gaze taciturn.
"There's nothing to explain."
"Then why do I feel there are a million things to clarify, to say to you?"
"Maybe at one time."
He opened the door, nodding for me to get into my car.
"But not anymore."
"What? Why?" Desperation rang like bells off my tongue.
"Bye, Jamie."
He let go of the handle, circling around back for the house, walking away from me. Grief submerged me under its suffocating weight. My heart clawed across the pavement to reach him. 1,000 feelings and thoughts ran through me, but only one dominated and rose to the surface with fortitude. A pregnant drop of rain splattered on my forehead, startling me out of my reprieve. Screw him, I thought, my feet moving before I realized it. "Fuck you, Hunter!" I stomped across the driveway that separated us, anger burning my muscles. "You don't get to end it like that."
"Excuse me?"
He whirled around, his eyes flashing, his shirt soaking in the liquid falling from the sky. "You never want to see me again? Fine." It wasn't fine. But you will hear me out. Lightning cracked across the sky. He stomped back to me, his dimple twitching with anger. "I don't get to end it like that?" He growled. His body kept coming, looming over mine, making me take a few steps back. His aloof facade shattered in front of me, fury blazing his eyes, his shoulders tightening around his neck. "Did you give me a choice when you walked away from me?" he spat, still moving forward, his bare feet knocking into my chucks. "We both decided that." I shoved at his chest, the rain pelting my skin and hair sliding down my face. "Did we?" His nose flared, pushing back. "You had already decided way before we talked. You dictated my life, who I was supposed to be with, all to make it easier for you to leave." He shook his head. "So yes, I can end it without your input, especially because there is nothing to end." He started to move away from me. "Don't act like I was being silly. No one could watch you with Krista and Cody and not feel it," I yelled back, licking the rain off my mouth. "I'm sorry if for once I put myself first, if I didn't want to follow you around like a puppy, that following my dreams came before yours." His chest puffed up, the rain sticking to his skin. "It's not because you went to Italy or followed your dreams. Jesus, I want nothing more for you. I want you to have it all, Jamie." His arms flung out. "When you walked out of the room, it broke me. I was hurt and angry." "Broke you?" My mouth dropped. "Really? Because it looked like you got over me quite quickly." My mind flashed back to the night I saw him win the race, a woman's arms around him, kissing him.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"Veronica?" I wiped my face. "I saw you, only weeks after I left. You two making out on TV. Yeah, that was awesome to watch. Then there were the times seeing Krista and Cody with you at the races." Hurt and anger tightened my mouth. "And every time after that, Krista was there, the commentator talking about her being your girlfriend."
"And you believed it all, just like the rumors about me in high school, without even asking."
"Why wouldn't I?" I exclaimed. "You even told me you guys were together. Did you sleep with her?"
"Did you sleep with your Italian?"
I jerked back.
"How long did it take for you to move on to him?"
He stomped back to me, his eyes roaming over mine with spite, taking in my silence.
"That's what I thought."
Luca was the last one in the string of men I tried to use to get over Hunter. It only made me feel guilty, because standing before Hunter, I realized none of it worked.
"I've fucked a lot of people since you left, all in trying to forget you."
I flinched at his words, mostly because I had done the same. But hearing him admit it still ripped my heart.
"But clearly it did shit, because here we are."
He scoffed, running a hand over his face, the rain pouring down, lightning zigzagging across the sky.
I'm done being broken. In everything. Go back to your boyfriend, Jamie. Just leave me alone.
He stepped away. He's not my boyfriend. My declaration halted his feet, his eyes snapping to mine. He left the day after your birthday, after seeing me with you that night. I licked my mouth. He knew I didn't love him, not like I love you, like I've always loved you. Hunter inhaled sharply, his gaze reproachful. You assumed as well. I broke up with him in Italy because he deserved better. Someone who was capable of loving him. My heart was already taken. I tucked my soaking hair behind my ears, not feeling anything besides Hunter's eyes on me. I may have left the day in Denver, but no matter what I did, what I tried, what I told myself, I have never stopped loving you, Hunter. Not for a single moment. Anguish slipped over his face for a second before he barreled for me. His hands clasping the sides of my face, his body slamming into mine. He pulled me to him, his mouth crashing down on mine. The instant his lips touched mine, everything detonated inside of me, desire whooshing through every vein. Desperate, violent. My need for him burned along my spine and between my thighs, igniting the need to be closer. I groaned as his tongue met mine, deepening the kiss.
Jamie.
His hands curled under my ass, pulling me up. My legs wrapped around him, my back crashing against the Jeep, flaring more desire through me. A streak of lightning overhead amplified the crackling energy between us. My car door still open, Hunter tossed me on the seat, our mouths never parting. He roughly grabbed the back of my head, pressing his firmness between my thighs, spinning my head with painful yearning. I ached, rubbing against him.
Fuck. Jamie.
His fingers dug into my scalp, tugging off my tank, the sodden fabric slapping against the pavement as it hit the ground, a hand sliding under my bra, covering my breast.
Tell me to stop now.
Oh, hell no. I peered out my windshield. The pouring rain and tree blocked the car from view of the house. Not that I cared. Nothing would have impeded me. My need for him overrode anything else. Don't stop. My hands skimmed under his shirt, gliding over his bare chest, greedy to feel every inch of his skin, even more muscular and built since his days on tour. Please. My mouth caught his before my fingers ripped off his shirt, joining mine on the ground with a smack. Feeling his hands on me, him throbbing against my leg, I became more reckless, desire consuming any logical thought, my hands shoving at his shorts. Wait. He broke from my mouth. What? No. My legs wrapped tighter around him, my eyes wide with anxiety. His hands curled around my butt, picking me up, his head knocking against mine.
Believe me, nothing is going to stop me from being inside you.
Heat flushed in my cheeks as he moved us across the driveway to the garage to his truck parked on the side of the garage, opposite of Julia's room. He flipped down the tailgate.
You know how long I've fantasized about this?
He dropped me on the lip.
We never got to finish that night, did we?
No, we didn't. I inched backward as he followed me into the bed of the truck, crawling between my legs, laying me back as he climbed over me. His mouth seized mine with a new fierceness as he unclasped my bra and tossed it to the side. This time, there was no lake for my clothes to sink in, but the rain cooled our heated skin, slipping between our lips as our mouths claimed each other. Tugging off my shorts, my body trembled with missing him, of longing for him to be the guy making me ache with need. His hands and mouth made me feel as though I were exploding, making me moan as electricity fired up every nerve he touched. My hand shoved at his shorts, pushing his boxer briefs down his legs along with them, my hand finding him. Hunter hissed, moving with me as I stroked him, his elbows at my head, his teeth sinking into my lip, tugging at it. Shit, he muttered against my mouth, drawing back. I don't have anything on me. The thought of ending this prickled panic at the back of my throat. I'm on the pill. It was something I started immediately in Italy, not taking any chances. I've never had sex without a condom. I'm clean. Me too. So many things had come between us. It would be amazing to have sex without barriers. Please, Hunter. My nails sank into his ass, pulling him down on me. I need to feel you. Fuck, he growled. I want to take my time, but... next time. I bowed into him, biting at his neck. Or maybe the time after. A grin tugged at the side of his mouth, his eyes glinting with desire. Now, Hunter. My heart raced with necessity, my lungs gasping at the feel of him nudging between my thighs, my body ready for his. Raw hunger drove his mouth against mine. He lifted himself up enough to thrust in, a cry breaking from my mouth, back bowing under the onslaught of pleasure. I couldn't breathe or speak, my body trembling under him. Oh my God. Holy fuck. He paused for a moment, staring down at me before he moved, sending flames of pleasure up my spine. Eagerly, I responded, meeting every drive with my own, unable to stay quiet. Rain plummeted down on us, slicking our skin as we moved with each other. Until this moment, I hadn't realized how different sex felt with him than it had felt with others. He had ruined me for all other men the first time. But now my body truly understood the difference, and it wouldn't want anything but him. Ever. Chapter 30. His fingers softly laced through my hair, then ran down my back as my head curled on his chest. I couldn't say the bed of his truck was comfortable after this long, but I was too content to move. I imagined fucking you a lot in this truck, but damn. I don't want to know where you learned some of those things, do I? I went up on my elbows, grinning down at him. He lay on his back, one arm behind his head, not a single thing covering him. Probably not. His eye twitched, but he pulled me down on him, kissing me. Do you think your mom is wondering where you are? I pulled back, my fingers tracing his face. I couldn't stop touching him, which seemed to lead us back to sex. Hence why we were still here after a couple of hours. The cloudy skies, still dripping random drops of rain, were darkening with the approaching evening. Hunter let out a chuckle. I'm gonna take a guess she knows where I am. What? I sat up, my hand on his bare chest, still damp from rain and sweat. Jamie. His mouth twisted with humor. That last time alone, I think they heard us a couple towns over. Oh, God. I smacked my face with humiliation. So embarrassing. Don't be. He grabbed my hand, pulling it away from my face. There's always hope she took the relaxant her doctor gave her and slept through it. What are the chances of that? About nil. Groaning, I dropped my head on his chest, feeling his chuckle vibrate through my bones. I couldn't remember feeling this much joy in a long time. His arms wrapped around me, pulling me on top of him, his lips brushing my head. Being in his arms felt so good. I never wanted to be anywhere else. I pressed my ear to his heart, hearing it thump, feeling a peace I hadn't since we parted. I sighed contentedly and traced the dragon tattoo on his arm, which reminded me of the sketches he had drawn. Have you thought about doing anything with those motorcycle designs? My finger followed the ink. Not really. They were just something I did for fun. Tipping up my head on his ribs, I peered at him. They're really good, Hunter. And I'm not just saying that. You could do that for a living. People would be tossing money at you. I have a job. My lips twisted in a frown. Is this what you really want? To stay here, working in Doug's garage? That's not good enough for you. His lids lowered. Sitting up again, my head shaking. Of course it is. Don't turn me into some uppity snob. I am truly asking if this is what you want." He pushed up on his arms, his eyebrows creasing, but didn't respond. "I know some of your friends are here. Cody, the baby. Did he want to be a father to that baby as well? But like I said before, don't settle just because one dream fell apart. You are much more than a supercross rider. You always were. And honestly, those careers last for a few years anyway. What did you want to do after that?" I hadn't really thought about it. He reached for his shorts, tugging them on, jumping down from the truck. I followed suit, pulling back on my shorts before realizing my tank top was across the driveway in a puddle. "If working at the garage is what makes you happy, that's great. I just want the best for you." He sidled up to me, his hands moving over my naked torso. "You make me happy." He leaned down, kissing me. I understood him enough to know not to push anymore, to let the topic drop. We would somehow make it work, but I was not staying here. Too much waited for me out there to ignore. His mouth moved hungrily over mine, like it had been days instead of minutes since we were together. My arms looped around his neck, my bare chest rubbing against him. "Jamie," he grunted. "If you don't stop that now, I'm going to fuck you against the truck. And I won't be in any way quiet." I took a breath and stepped back. His poor mother had gone through enough. She didn't need to hear us, or worse, see us. That would be wrong. "Hold on." He went to the passenger door, opening it. He grabbed something, shaking it out. "It might be dirty, but it's dry." He handed me a t-shirt from Doug's garage. Tugging it on, his sexy smell clinging to the fabric made me want to curl up in it. "I just lost a shirt, didn't I?" He smirked, watching me. "Yep." I nodded, holding it to my nose. "I'll let it visit when it needs your smell again." Weirdo. He wrapped an arm around me, pulling me against him. Several moments we stayed there, enveloped in each other's embrace. My brain almost couldn't wrap around that we were here. Maybe we had to go through the last year to get here. I had grown so much since we parted ways. I was proud of the person I had become. Now I appreciated this moment even more. "Do you have to go home tonight?" he said against my ear, his breath tickling down my neck. I loved my parents, but living with them again felt like I had stepped back in time to the girl who still needed a curfew and no boys allowed in the bedroom rule. They wouldn't be happy with my choice, but it was mine to make. "No." I gazed at him through my lashes. "Why? You plan on keeping me?" "Yeah." His attention locked on me, his expression serious. "Forever if I can." I went up on my toes, kissing him, my heart screaming yes. As usual, our mouths grew frantic in moments before Hunter leaned away. "Let me check in with Mom, see if she's all right, and then you meet me at my place later tonight." "Your place?" "Yeah, well, Doug's. I've been living there permanently since the accident." Duh. That was why all his clothes and stuff were there. At the time, it didn't make sense to me because I thought he was living with Krista. "Okay." I nodded. "Text me when you are heading over." "There's something else." His hand ran down my arm, sending shivers across my skin. "What?" "It's Krista's birthday. They'll all be there." "Oh." "There's nothing between us except Cody." "Are you sure?" My eyebrows curled up. "I've seen the way she looks at you." He tipped back on his heels. "You did sleep with her." I choked over the sentence. Hating it drove such a hammer through my gut. Hunter rubbed his face. "I'm not going to lie to you. It happened once, a long time ago. And both of us knew it was wrong the moment we did it. I was angry and hurt, completely gutted from you, and yeah, I kind of lost it for a few months drinking and sleeping with anything I thought might help take it away. To take you out of my head." I gritted my teeth, knowing I had no room to complain. I had done the same. But picturing him with Krista was beyond agonizing. We were both really drunk, and I kept thinking about what you had said to me about seeing us together. I guess it was my fuck you to you. Or maybe I needed to see if you were right. Whatever the reason, I hated myself the instant it was over. We both agreed we would stay friends for Cody. We work well together, and she still is one of my best friends. I care about her and love that little guy so much. Doesn't matter if he's not actually mine. He's still my family, my blood. My head bowed to the ground, staring at my bare feet, trying not to throw up on my toes. I won't apologize for what I did or who I was with. We weren't together, and I didn't know how else to deal with it. But I get it, believe me. You don't think I picture you with Luca every time I close my eyes? I tormented myself with images of what he was doing to you. Damp hair hung in my face, covering the pain in my chest. Please say you are fine with this, that you aren't going to walk away. Fine? My head lifted, staring into his pained blue eyes. I'm not going to say I'm fine with it, but I'm not walking away. I couldn't if I tried. His lids shut briefly, exhaling. Can I ask you something? I stepped closer, needing to touch him. What? He brushed a strand off my face. How? I gulped. Just spit it out, Jamie. How do you know the baby isn't yours? Besides the timing and condom? An odd smile wobbled his mouth. I know who the father is. We talk about everything. We've actually grown closer since that awful night together. Who? That's Krista's business to tell. But I know if you really think about it, you'll figure it out. I tilted my head to the side, trying to recall all my encounters with Krista since my return. The boy she was fighting with at the party. Tall, blonde hair. Oh my God. My hand went to my mouth, sucking in air. Faster than I thought. Hunter's eyebrows hitched up. That night, everything felt bizarre, when I couldn't understand why that group of friends were there. Now I knew why. Holy shit. My mouth parted. It's Jason. Chapter 31. I think it's better I sit this one out, Stevie said. I could hear her mother joyously singing a Stevie Nicks song in the background. For one thing, you two are going to forget everything else exists besides getting naked, and I don't want to be left sitting across from Ape Boy. It's been pleasant without him in my life. And second, the idea of a movie night made my mom extremely happy. You sure? I pinched the phone between my shoulder and ear, pulling on a pair of shorts. The rain had rolled away, like the turbulence between me and Hunter, leaving the night light and pleasant. Still hot, but that was this area in July. The singing grew farther away, telling me Stevie was moving away from her mom. No, it's not okay. You are leaving me with my mother. A whole night of how's school going? Find a job, a man. You should just move back here, she hissed. But I knew most of it was put on. Her mother was a sweet lady who was lonely and missed having Stevie around. You owe me whiskey. Put it on my tab. I grinned, fluffing out my dry hair in the mirror, freshly washed and waving almost to my ass. Of course, when I came home from Hunter's, my mom was right there, asking me why I looked like a drowned rat and why I was wearing a huge dirty t-shirt with Doug's Garage on it. I told her I got caught in the rain after my shift, and the guys were nice enough to give me a dry shirt to wear home. But I couldn't even try hiding the smile blushing my cheeks. Grandma Penny sat across from Mom, trying not to laugh, her eyes glinting with, I don't buy that shit for a moment. Yeah, me neither. I didn't think Mom did either, but she would still rather hear the fib than know the full truth. Sorry, Mom, I'm not wearing underwear either, because they are in a puddle next to Hunter's truck, where I was for the last 3 hours having unbelievable sex. She even stopped herself when I told her I was going out and not to expect me home. I could see her lips rolling together, wanting so badly to ask if I would be with Stevie, but scared my answer wasn't what she wanted to hear. I wouldn't have lied to her, but was relieved when she nodded.
"You'll miss my lasagna," she said.
She knew that hurt. She made the best lasagna.
"I'll forgive you this time because you're having amazing sex," Stevie grumbled,
bringing me back to our phone call.
"At least one of us should."
"You can at any time, girl. I know 2 people who also need to get their head out of their asses." "Whatever. We're not talking about me. Now remember, I demand detailed descriptions, especially how that boy's ass flexes." "Stevie." I laughed and rubbed my forehead. "Least you can do for me. Did you hear my mother singing?" she exclaimed, then exhaled. "I'm happy for you, Whiskey. For both of you. It's about time you guys got your heads out of your asses." "Thanks. I'll call you tomorrow." "You better," she huffed. "Or just come retrieve me from the mental institution." "Night, Stevie." "And you have a very good night." I planned to. Hunter stood on the porch when I drove up. His hands were tucked into his jeans, a lopsided grin caving in his dimple when he saw me. The sight of him still sent my stomach into a flurry of birds taking flight. How did one simple smile turn me into a pretzel? I felt shy and nervous again, even though I had been naked in front of him most of today. The few hours of separation burst the comfortable space with him, making me feel bashful. This wasn't like stepping back into old shoes, because we'd only had sex a handful of times then. Sex had been brand new to me. Sliding out of the Jeep, I strolled up to him, my smile matching his. "Hey." He stood on the top stair, not moving when I stepped up, cranking my head back farther, our bodies knocking together. "Hi." I felt lightheaded and giggly on the inside, like millions of champagne bubbles crashing into each other. I would never confess how many guys I slept with after him. It no longer mattered, because I realized not once did I feel even remotely like this. I was the aloof one, even with Luca. I enjoyed sowing my wild oats, but I had never felt this. Smiling until my cheeks hurt, blushing until I could be a stand-in for a tomato, or feeling so giggly I turned into my almost 7-year-old sister. He was the only one who ever made me feel this happy. His hands drew up my arms to his neck, sending a shiver down my spine. His fingers gripped my face. 2.5 hours, he muttered against my mouth. Not that I was counting. He tipped my head back with his thumb, sliding his mouth over mine, capturing it with a possessive growl. Desire gripped me in a chokehold, and I pressed myself into him, deepening the kiss. He easily picked me up, dropping me on the railing, my legs binding to his hips, tugging him to me. His muscles contracted under my touch. My thin black tank and tiny jean shorts felt heavy. I wanted to lose myself against his skin. Our mouths were hungry, and we gulped and heaved for oxygen. "About time." A guy's voice bolted us apart, and we turned to see Jones saunter up the steps, a case of beer in his hand. He grinned at us, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "Fuck off, Jones," Hunter rumbled, still cupping my face, not able to disguise how fake his anger was. "You two dancing around each other for the past few months was tiring as hell to watch." Jones winked at me. Maybe he won't be such a bastard now. "Jones." Hunter flicked his head to the door. Yeah. His grin only widened. "But seriously, Jamie, can you work on that for me? He's been a serious pain in the ass for at least a year now." Sensing Hunter moving toward Jones, I grabbed his shirt, pulling him back to me. "I'll see what I can do." I peered at him, his eyes finding mine. Hunger, thirst, desire, need.
Okay, I'm out of here before my innocent virgin eyes have to witness any immoral acts, Jones said. Right. Hunter snorted at Jones's words. Thought Chris was coming with you. He said he wasn't feeling good. Still? Hunter's eyebrows creased with worry. It's been over a week. I don't know, man. Maybe he's sick of seeing your ugly ass. Jones grinned with a shrug before walking into the house, slamming the screen door and leaving us alone. We probably should at least go in and say hi.
I let my legs drop back down, pushing off the rail.
Why? I see those fuckers every day. His gravelly voice dipped down my neck, his lips following. It's your friend's birthday.
I gripped his arms, not sure if I was pushing him away or pulling him in.
Fine. He sighed, nodding, his face still close to mine. Jesus, woman, what are you doing to me?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
An hour. That's it. He grabbed my hand, twisted around, and directed us through the house to the backyard. Like Hunter's birthday party, it was small and intimate. Krista sat with a joke princess crown on her head, her feet in the pool, rubbing her growing belly. She was glowing. Tan skin, salmon-colored maxi dress, her hair down, but fatigue lined her face. Megan sat next to her, drinking, as Doug and Jones splashed around the pool with a few girls I didn't know. A handful of people drifted around the yard, close to the booze. Damn, the baby is kicking my kidney like a soccer ball right now. Krista grabbed Megan's hand, holding it to her belly. I think it's going to be a girl. She's already not taking shit. Like her mama and auntie. Megan held up her beer, clicking it against Krista's tea. Their heads turned, smiling when they saw Hunter step through the door. Then their smiles dropped as their attention snapped to me. To our hands laced together. Crap. What was I thinking? I shouldn't be here. This was Krista's birthday, and she didn't like me. There was no reason I should have come. The need for Hunter had blinded me of doing the right thing. With her hand on her stomach, she stared at me with no emotion. Megan leaned over and whispered something to her, and she nodded, her gaze slowly moving away from me and onto the commotion in the pool. I should go, I muttered to Hunter. No. His hand tightened around mine, stepping close to me. Unless you decided you don't want me to take you to the back bedroom and do really naughty things with you. Not fair. I glowered at him. He chuckled. When are you going to learn I don't play fair? And I really won't when it comes to you. He brushed his nose against mine. They're going to have to get used to you being around. They? You mean Krista? I huffed. The boys liked me, and Megan seemed neutral. It's just been us for a while now. We saw other people on the side while we were raising Cody. But she knows you're different. Oh? I hitched up an eyebrow. I'm different? Not some one-night stand with a hot promo girl? He sniggered, shaking his head. Don't fish for compliments. You know we've always been different. But if later you want to dress in a tiny outfit and role play, it's totally okay with me. Shut up. I smacked him playfully, making him laugh. Since you're staying here tonight, go grab a drink. He tilted his head to the table. Going to call Mom one last time and check on her. You're a good son. He brushed by me, smacking my ass as I moved toward the drink table, then strolled to a quieter corner of the yard. Watching his broad shoulders and ass, I sighed heavily, knowing I was in deep. New York was still on the horizon, but the thought of leaving him tore me in half. Digging through the cooler of beers, I found a cider and twisted off the cap. You'd think I'd be surprised to see you here, but I'm not. Krista stepped up next to me, and I jolted back in alarm. Neither of you can stay away from each other. Never could. I twisted to face her, pushing back my shoulders, not letting her intimidate me. Expecting to see hate burning in her eyes,
I was amazed to only see mild annoyance pressing her mouth closed. But damn, she was still scary. Even pregnant. She was the kind of woman you knew would grab a girl's hair and beat the crap out of her for merely getting near her man. Not knowing what to say, I continued to watch her, gripping the bottle in my hand. Think it's time you and I had a little talk. She kept her expression like stone. We had one of those once. Didn't care for it much. For a second, I saw a glint of humor tug her lip up, but it quickly disappeared. Yeah, you should have listened to me then. Why? I probably won't listen to you now. She gave a short laugh. You're feistier than I remember. What do you want, Krista? I folded my arms. Are you here to tell me to leave Hunter alone? Because it's never going to happen. She shifted back on her heels, then looked to the ground for a moment. Are you in love with him? I asked without malice, just curiosity. I understood all too well how hard it was not to love him. She jerked to look at me, her eyes wide with shock. Then her face went neutral. There are times I think so, she said bluntly. He's an incredible dad, and we make a really good team. A family. She licked her lips, her eyelids fluttering. It was the first time I ever saw her vulnerable. But he doesn't love me. I see how he looks at you, how you look at him, and I know what I feel is nothing close to love. Not what you guys have. He's my best friend. I never want to be in the way of his happiness, no matter how it hurts. Her hand went to her baby bump. I thought I might have found what you two have. My mind yelled out, with Jason? Seriously? I could have warned her he was a loser. Sorry, but she should have grasped that since he was friends with Colton. What I'm most fearful of, she continued, is that Hunter will leave and no longer want to be part of our lives, because he will want a family with you instead. Cody will not understand. It will hurt him. You know that will never happen. I shook my head. He loves Cody so much. He'd never abandon him. I pushed my hair out of my face. But Krista, you're not being fair to him. Hunter will stay by your side, because that's who he is. He will give up his dreams, his chance to do and be more because he'd never want to hurt you or Cody. Krista's jaw clamped down, her body stiffening. Get mad at me. Fine, I can deal with it. But deep down you have to know I'm right. Hunter is Cody's uncle, and that's the role he should have always had. You have been a bit selfish. I understand you are scared, but from day one you've never been fair to Hunter. You got pregnant. With Colton, while I was still his girlfriend. Not Hunter. But even when Colton was alive, you put Hunter in the daddy role because Colton wouldn't man up. And you are doing it again with another baby that is not his. Fuck you, she seethed, her shoulders rolling back. You know nothing of me or the situation. I don't? She scared me, but my mouth wouldn't stop. Hunter and I had been through too much, and I was going to fight for him. For our chance. I think I see and know more than you'd like to admit. It's none of your fucking business. You know that's what I said to myself before, always putting myself at the back of the line. But Hunter is my business. We broke up over this before, and I'm not doing it again. Her fists balled up at her sides, her face reddening with anger. Yet I could feel she knew I was right. I moved back, seeing Hunter shove his phone in his pocket, finished with his call. You two need to figure it out. All I'm asking is to put yourself in Hunter's shoes. Be fair to him. Hey. Hunter walked up, his eyes darting between us with uncertainty. Is everything all right? Yeah, I smiled at him. Chatting with the birthday girl. Right. He looked at Krista. She forced a smile on her face. Yep, just a girly chat with your girlfriend. Krista squeezed his arm, turning back to her friends. You guys have a good night. You too. Hunter's eyes were still narrowed in suspicion, watching his friend walk away.
Happy birthday, Krista.
She peered back at him, nodded, then strolled back to Megan.
Do I dare ask?
He took the bottle from me, taking a sip. Nope. I frowned, swiping it back. Get your own.
But I want yours.
He leaned down, kissing me.
Has it been an hour yet?
No, more like 15 minutes.
He grabbed my hand, stalking for the house.
Close enough.
Chapter 32.
What time is your break?
Hunter leaned over the counter, his cocky smile inching closer to mine. My eyes turned to Tim, who was topping off Hunter's coffee cup, his back to us, before I grinned at my boyfriend. I still couldn't get over we were together, that I could use that word to describe him. And neither could the town. The gossip mill was churning out rumors before it seemed possible for anyone to know about us. In the week since Krista's party, we had spent every moment together, mostly at his place. But I should never have been surprised at how quickly people in this town sniffed out gossip. The rumors ran from a sprinkling of reality to the absurd. No one cared or wanted to know the truth. But once again they tagged me the home-wrecking whore, dividing a man from his pregnant girlfriend and child. Even though Krista's reputation wasn't exactly stellar around here, she came off as the sweet, innocent one. Hunter's actions were easily forgiven, while the women were the hardest on me. Most painful was how the rumors hurt my mom. She had no clue how much I went through the last year in high school with social media, why I closed most of my accounts. Her new website was now filling with comments like, I would never hire someone who couldn't even control her slut of a daughter. Or, Jamerson used to be such a nice, sweet girl. Wouldn't have been a problem if you disciplined your child and she learned respect. Maybe you will be more apparent with Reese. They spoke from their high horses, like they had a right to say something. They didn't know my parents or how I was raised. They just judged and criticized from their own glass houses. This was another reason I knew I had to get out of this town. I think my break is about 1, I muttered, returning to the present, my gaze locking on Hunter's mouth as he rubbed his lips together. Not able to touch him was agony. We couldn't stop touching or kissing. I spent almost every night at his house. My parents were less than thrilled, but had very little choice in the matter. This Sunday, I planned on asking Hunter to come for dinner so they could get to know him better, let all their old grievances go. Mom seemed to be on my side. Noah, whatever we used to feel about Hunter, about their situation, things have changed. She lived a year in Italy, dated someone else, but they still found each other again. She wasn't replacing her feelings for Colton. She simply loves Hunter. We need to give him a chance. Mom paused. We need to accept it. We almost already lost her once. I will not risk losing her over this. My father grunted, which was as close to a yes as I was going to get to an approval. I think you need to come over and say hi. Hunter tilted in, but still didn't touch me, trying to be somewhat respectful at my workplace. I don't know. I shrugged, pressing back my smile. It's really far. The side of his lips hitched. Did I tell you about a back stockroom no one goes in much? Are you seducing me? Depends. He lifted an eyebrow. Is it working? A coy smile curved my lips as I grabbed for the coffee mug in Tim's hands. The door jingled as more morning guests desperate for caffeine came shuffling in. Is that a yes? Hunter traded the coffee in my hands for money. Maybe. I lifted one shoulder in a passive response, but we both knew I would be there right on the dot. He had woken a storm in me, which only grew stronger each time we were together. His dimple appeared as he gave me a roguish grin before strolling out the door. My gaze stayed on the curve of his ass until a guy in line cleared his throat, pulling my attention back to my job. Is it true, then? Tim asked when the line calmed down, his eyes on the garage across the street, his eyebrows clustering together. You two are together?
Yeah. I thought Savannah was messing with me. Tim shuffled his feet, not looking at me. Being her usual bitchy self. I grabbed a cloth to wipe down the tables, avoiding the disappointment in his voice. It's not weird. His head snapped to me. To be with a guy who looked exactly like your ex? No. I moved around the counter, scrubbing a table. They are so different. All I see is Hunter. Isn't he with someone? Savannah told me he has 2 kids with that girl. Why would you be with someone like that? First, you don't know me, Hunter, or the situation. And second, I wouldn't believe anything Savannah tells you. Tim rolled his shoulders, his expression darkening. Whatever. I thought you were different. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. What does that mean? His brown eyes met mine, a fringe of anger tainting them darker. That you weren't another girl to fall for whatever crap he told you because he's good-looking and ripped. Tim shook his head. I thought you were smarter than that. That you might actually like someone with brains. He turned around, heading for the back. I'm going on my break. What the hell? Oh, did you two have a lover's quarrel? Savannah stood there, cruelty twisting her mouth up. And here I thought you 2 losers would last. What are you talking about? My hand squeezed the fabric, already sensing she had something to do with Tim's outburst. Like you couldn't see that little dork had the hots for you. She tugged her purse strap higher on her shoulder, her eyes going wide. Oh, and didn't you feel the same about him? I could have sworn I saw sparks between you and little Trekkie children in your future. She placed her hand on her heart, feigning sadness. Poor kid. He was so sure you liked him back. You are going to break his heart. Cry himself to sleep next to the box of Kleenex he usually uses to jerk off to the image of you. You are such a bitch. I gritted my teeth. Don't hit her. Don't hit her. You told him I liked him, didn't you? Savannah grinned. It was dull here. I needed to entertain myself somehow after you let the hot Italian man go. She shook her head. For what? A guy who's already knocked up the same girl twice? Get it through your skull, Jamerson. He's just not that into you. You think he will stay faithful to you? Please. She clicked her tongue. Luca was so much better. He was wasted on you. She flickered her lashes with a huff. Well, no matter. I'm finally getting out of this hellhole. Daddy is taking us to Miami for the rest of the summer, where rich, hot men will be everywhere. Her shoulder knocked into mine, pushing me back. Enjoy being just another baby mama to that loser, who will spend the rest of his life drunk and high, not leaving this town, reminiscing about the day he was famous for a second. As Savannah walked past me, fury billowed under my skin, boiling like a volcano. I have never been violent, usually choosing a passive approach, not to ruffle feathers until I decided to fight back. I leaped forward and rammed into the girl who had tormented me for too long, rage tearing through my throat as she crashed into a table, knocking silverware and cups onto the floor. Savannah hit the ground with a cry. What the hell? Are you crazy? She screamed, her voice high-pitched and full of fear. Good. Possibly. I stepped over her, grabbing her face. But what do you expect? You can only push someone so far before they break. My fingers dug into her skin, her eyes widening with true terror. Footsteps down the hall echoed in my ears, but my only focus was on Savannah. Call me pathetic? How sad is your life that the only thing which gets you off is tormenting others? Talk about living in your prime. Someone can't seem to get out of her high school mean girl role, I growled, leaning in closer to her face. Sadly, I know you're about as deep as a Barbie pool, so any big words will be lost on you. But if you come near me again, or even whisper a word about me or Hunter again, I will not be as nice. And Savannah, let me warn you, I'm not the same girl you used to know. I dare you to push me. Savannah breathed in.
her eyes tracking me like I was a wild animal, claws out. "Jamerson!" Kayla yelled, coming into the cafe from the back, her hand on her growing baby bump. Tim stood beside her. "What's going on?" I straightened, stepping back, my gaze on Savannah as she stood up. "She attacked me!" my ex-friend cried, her eyes going wide, appearing innocent and shaken. "What did you say, Savannah?" Kayla curved toward her, making my mouth wobble with a smile. I was grateful Kayla saw through her bullshit. "Did you provoke her?" "She attacked me. I'm the innocent one here. I should press charges." "For what?" Kayla tilted her head. "I didn't see anything." Savannah's chest filled up, ire reddening her cheeks. "You're on her side? The town slut?" Kayla shifted her feet, folding her arms, her silence speaking volumes. Savannah shook her head, her saccharine virtue falling away with a sneer. "Like I care. I'm quitting. This place and everyone in it is pathetic." She stepped forward, heading for the door, but stopped near me, hissing. "Colton's lucky he died instead of being trapped the rest of his life by you." I had no conscious thought as my arm pulled back and then crunched against her cheek, my knuckles stinging with pain. Savannah cried out, falling onto the floor, blood gushing from her nose. "You bitch!" she wailed, wiping the blood dripping down her face in shock. "I will sue you." "Bring it on," I snarled, my hand aching. Still, I couldn't deny the exhilaration spreading through every muscle, realizing how long I'd wanted to do that. "Get out, Savannah." Kayla pointed at the door. "You no longer work here." "I will sue her and this place," she yelled, jumping to her feet. "Daddy has lawyers who will take you for every dime. You will lose everything." "I think your daddy's lawyers are too busy trying to figure out how to get him out of the embezzlement charges, but I'll wait by the phone," Kayla replied evenly. Savannah gaped at all of us, then stomped out the door, blood still gushing down her face. She slammed the door, leaving the three of us standing there in disbelief. "Damn, Jamerson." Tim's mouth parted in awe. "You took her down. You know how many people have wanted to do that? That was so freaking badass." I opened and closed my hand, feeling the pain stab up my knuckles. "That was wrong, Jamerson." Kayla looked at me. "I should probably fire you for that." Dropping my head, I folded my arms. "But honestly?" She put a hand over her mouth, a curt chuckle escaping. "I've wanted to do that myself all summer." "Me too," Tim exclaimed. All three of us laughed. The shock of what I'd done wore off, but I felt no guilt. One hit did not equal all the horrible things she had done to me and others. "Why did you hire her, then?" I asked, shaking out my hand. "Her father was the reason we got the loan on this place. He made it clear he wanted his daughter to work here, no questions asked." Kayla shook her head. "But he's no longer working at the bank. He was charged with embezzling millions of dollars. That's why the family is going to Florida. It's not for a vacation. One of the corporations he was stealing from is there." "Why? It's not like they didn't have enough money," Tim scoffed. "No, I guess he lost everything a year ago. That's why she was working here and why he was stealing." "Wow." I curved around, watching Savannah's car squeal out of the parking lot. The pampered life she was used to was going to be rudely taken from her, and she would not be equipped to deal with it. "Just in case, I'm still going to go call John." Kayla pointed her feet back to the office. "Clean up the mess before the lunch rush comes in. And Jamie, if you hit someone again on these premises, you will be fired." "Understood." I nodded, knowing the chances were slim. Tim waited until Kayla disappeared, then helped me pick up the overturned chairs. "That was really awesome." He grinned. "Seriously, she so deserved that. And it was really hot." I finished mopping the drops of blood, looking over at my coworker. Tim, I sighed softly. Don't. He shook his head. I should have known she was playing with me. He stared at the ground, his cheeks burning. I wanted so bad for it to be true, I ignored everything telling me otherwise. I'm sorry. He batted his hand at me. Don't worry about it. Silently, we finished cleaning just in time for the lunch crowd to swarm in, buffering the awkwardness between us. You did what? Hunter grabbed my hand, rubbing his thumb over my bruised knuckles. You really hit Savannah? Rolling my lips together, I nodded. It looks okay, just bruised. He brushed his mouth over the tender wounds. You sure no one got it on video? He pulled me into him, a Cheshire grin on his face. Because I would love to have seen that. So fucking hot. I snorted. You're the second guy who thought me punching Savannah out was hot. He brushed his fingers over my face, tilting my head back, his huge body pressing into mine. Yeah, but I'm the one who gets to show you how turned on it makes me. He threaded my fingers with his, tugging me into the garage. He had stepped out the moment he saw me crossing the street for my break. Doug, I'm taking my lunch, Hunter yelled at his friend. Lunch, sure. Doug looked between us, a knowing smile growing on his mouth. During the last week, he had been sleeping with headphones on, as his room was next to Hunter's. This embarrassed me, but not enough to stop me from returning every night. The other guys in the garage snickered as Hunter dragged me to the back, closing us in a small, dark room smelling of oil and cleaning products. First Adam, now Savannah. This is the second time you've punched someone for me. He shoved me against the wall between shelves. Are you trying to be my knight in shining armor? Someone needs to protect you. I inhaled as he tore my shirt over my head. But I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. I tipped back my head, his mouth grazing the skin at my neck. And damn, it felt amazing. He leaned back, his irises blazing with desire. Good. It's about time. He ran his hands down, unbuttoning my shorts. I always wanted you to stand up for yourself and not pacify people because it's easier. I like it that you'll fight for what's right, even if sometimes it's with me. My shorts fell to my feet, his hands moving over my bare thighs. Don't worry. My fingers worked his jeans, tugging them down roughly. I enjoy fighting you. Chapter 33. You're killing me, Whiskey. Stevie face-planted on my bed with a groan. I know you're in the happy sex bubble, and as proud as I am over that, my misery is more important. I laughed, putting my laundry away. The sound of my sister singing on her toy karaoke machine leaked through the walls from next door. I can't spend another night with my mother. Stevie shook her head. Please, save me, or you will have to come visit me in jail. You know you can come with me. There are always people at Doug's. No. Stevie sat up, folding her legs underneath, a frown turning down her mouth. He might be there. Actually, he hasn't been there at all lately. I shut my drawer. Hunter actually called him wondering where he was, but he said he was going to hang at home. Stevie snorted. That's probably code for banging another one of those promo girls. I don't know. I curled on the bed next to her. Something's going on with him. Even the guys are worried about him. And you know how clueless men usually are about stuff like that. Stevie's lips thinned, but she shrugged. Whatever. He's not my concern. I covered my face, groaning. You are so stubborn. You drive me nuts. I drive most people crazy. She smiled, but mostly in bed. Speaking of that, no new Disney princess to talk about? In this town, I think I checked all of them off. Plus, I think I'm done with Disney. Boring. Need to try Marvel now. She leaned back against my headboard. So, when are we going to head to New York? Please say soon, because I'm about to beg Reese to hang out with me tonight. My sister's off-tune rendition of a pop song continued to vibrate through the walls, making me want to crawl out the window, my ears bleeding with pain. A few weeks? I put my hands together, pleading. Please, Hunter and I are still fucking like rabbits. She sighed. I get it. Believe me. I'm just so ready to get out of here. I know. I was too. The only thing keeping me from running to New York was Hunter. I still didn't know what we were going to do, how we were going to work it out. My phone buzzed on my desk. I leaped over, expecting to see Hunter's name popping up. He told me he'd be visiting Cody after work, before I came to the house. My eyebrows pinched together at the sight of an unfamiliar number flashing on my screen. The area code was not from around here. Hello? I put the cell to my ear. Hello, may I speak with Jamerson Holloway? This is she? I peered up at Stevie, shrugging. Hello, Ms. Holloway. My name is Erica Anderson. I work at the Smithsonian. Everything froze. Only the thump of my heart ticking in my ears tracked time passing. Ms. Holloway? Yes, I'm here. My hand slapped my chest, air squeezing in my lungs. I received a call and letter of recommendation from Caterina Bianchi at the Accademia Gallery. A squeak came from me, my eyes meeting Stevie's curious ones. Normally, I would never consider someone so young and with such little study in the field, but Caterina and I go way back. She would not recommend someone to me unless she really believed this person was quite special. I do not take her references lightly. Plus, recommendation came from another person. A Colleen Russo, I think. But it was Caterina who made me take a moment to look at your portfolio. Oh my God. Caterina did it. She actually took the time to contact them on my behalf. My chest swelled with joy, pride, and flat-out fear. Terror I wouldn't live up to the endorsement from the renowned Caterina Bianchi. What if I failed her? Failed myself? I swallowed through the anxiety. The fact you have already worked with Caterina at the Accademia and came out favorably speaks volumes. Not many last under her. It was a dream to work and learn from her. I finally spoke, my throat dry. Stevie perched on my bed, waving her arms around, wanting to know who I was talking to. I am calling now because, as you know, our submissions were closed, our choices for the positions already picked. Unfortunately, someone had to drop out, leaving a vacancy. I wanted to first see if you would be interested in an interview for the position before I proceed to our waiting list. Holy shit. Was this happening? My head started to spin before I realized no words were coming out of my mouth. Yes. I gripped the phone. Yes, I would love the opportunity. Great. How's the day after tomorrow, around 4 p.m.? Erica asked. I'll email the specifics. Yes, that would be fine. I didn't care how. I would make it work. The train from my grandparents to D.C. was only 5 or 6 hours. If everything goes well, the internship starts in less than 2 weeks. We usually take on graduates. So if you are thinking about fitting university in, be ready for a very strenuous year. We are very hands-on here. I knew my dad was focused on my going to college, but this would be learning in the field. Hands-on experience instead of theory. Granted, I still wanted to continue my education, but this was the most important to me. I would fit in art history and science at night if I had to. I knew the rarity of even getting an interview for this. I was going to seize this opportunity and not let go. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. I gaped, my lungs struggling to draw in oxygen. Call me Erica. Her tone lightened. I look forward to meeting you, Jamerson. Goodbye. Same. Goodbye. I clicked the off button, my mobile dropping to the floor along with my jaw. Holy shit. What? What happened? Oh my God, I'm dying over here. Stevie bounced on my bed. That was Erica from the Smithsonian. They want to interview me for the 2-year internship there. I shook my head in shock. Stevie blinked, then screamed, excitement igniting her face. Oh my God! Whiskey! This is amazing! She bounded off the bed, tackling me in a bear hug.
What's going on?
Reese burst through the door, her hand propped on her hip, followed closely by Mom and Grandma. Are you okay? What's wrong? Mom searched the room looking for any reason we'd be screaming. Still trying to soak in the news, I palmed my chest, a smile expanding my features. The Smithsonian called. Stevie danced on her toes, picking up Reese and dancing around with her. What? Mom's mouth dropped as she turned to me. They want to talk with me the day after tomorrow. I was too young to have a heart attack, right? Katerina recommended me, and they want to interview me for the 2-year internship I told you about. Really? Mom's hand went to her mouth, but excitement bubbled in her eyes. The Smithsonian? Oh my God, are you kidding me? She darted to me, hugging me with a squeal. This is so exciting! I hugged Mom back, but when I pulled away, my gaze caught Grandma's. I knew you would get it. She winked at me, pride filling her face. Tears fell as I ran to her, squeezing her to me. Thank you. Thank you for pushing me, for believing in me.
That was the easy part, my girl, she whispered in my ear, her embrace strong. If you get it or not, it doesn't matter. I couldn't be prouder of you. Don't ever let fear stop you from the possibilities. Life is too short. Take it by the horns. Fight for what you want, and don't ever apologize for it. She kissed my temple. I have no doubt you will get it. I knew I was younger than the other applicants and had a lot less schooling. But what I learned in Italy was way beyond the classroom. The hours with Angelo, meticulously restoring a sculpture done by a famous artist, or the countless times I listened to Luca discuss art, or the exhausted days they had me running around. There was always a lesson in what they had me do. I learned so much there. I was going to get this internship. Only one thing nibbled at the excitement. Hunter. Once again, we barely had time to be together before our clock ran out. My Jeep skidded up to Doug's house, excitement still making my hands shake. Hunter's text was brief, just saying he was home. I practically flew out the door after Dad got home from work, and I shared the news with him. At first, he was stunned, but quickly absorbed my exhilaration, hugging me tightly. I could see the questions about school forming behind his smile, how it would work and where I'd go, but he bit them back, knowing nothing was certain until after the interview. Excitement and fear circled my stomach when I saw Hunter sitting on the front porch waiting for me. It took me back to the time he left the first time to follow his dream, how easily we fell apart. Were we stronger now? Could we make this work? Trepidation dripped slowly on my joy like tar when I saw him rise, seeing me step out of the car. Hey! I practically skipped toward him, but I slowed when he moved down the steps, his jaw clenching in fury, his gaze driving into me. What's wrong? He stared at me for another moment, ripping the air from my lungs, his anger extinguishing all my elation. Hunter, you're scaring me. I swallowed. What did you say to Krista? He spoke, his timbre low and deadly. What? Confusion wrinkled my brow. I can't believe you. He ran his hand over his hair, glancing to the side. You had no right. What are you talking about? His head snapped back to me as he strode toward me, his chest puffed, looming over me. His hands rolled into fists. I stepped backward. Krista told me what you said to her at the party. He spat at me. She thinks Cody should start calling me uncle now, that I should no longer be his father. Oh, shit. Hunter. No, Jamie. He shook his head. You had no fucking right to step in like that. What relationship I have with Krista and Cody is my business, not yours.
Not my business. My spine went rigid. If we are going to try and make this work, then yes, it is my business because it affects me too. I took back the few steps parting us. Especially because that's what tore us apart before.
You leaving for Italy is what tore us apart, he growled.
Seriously? My head rattled. That only parted us physically. We were already broken by then.
How Krista and I raise Cody, what he calls me, is our decision.
He stabbed at his chest. Yes, it is, I nodded. But don't say it doesn't affect me or what happens between us. Answer me honestly. Do you want to stay here and work in a garage the rest of your life?
Is that not good enough for you? I'm not fucking Colton. I told you that. I would never be the guy who would work at my father's company and wear suits.
That's not what I am saying. If you truly love working at Doug's garage and staying in this town, that's great. But take Cody out of the equation for a moment. Would you stay here? Would this make you happy day in and out? Hunter inhaled, shifting on his feet. No answer coming to his lips. I know you, Hunter. You've always wanted more. Maybe the dream of being a Supercross legend is gone. But don't give up on life because you're scared to try again. You are only 20 and so talented. Don't hide here because it's simpler.
You make it sound so easy, he snarled.
You think I find it easy? I snapped back, tears building behind my eyes.
I've lost everything I ever loved. My brother, my career. I've almost died several times. My bones were crushed. I had to learn to walk again, twice. And I watched my family fall apart. My mother tried to commit suicide, and you walk away from me. Cody is the only consistent thing that has kept me going. He's my brother's. The last piece I have of Colton.
I know. I rubbed my temples. I felt no matter what I said, I would come across as the bitch because a baby was involved. But even when Colton was alive, you stepped into the dad role for him. You're such a good guy. You would give up everything for him. Even be the father you never had and the one Colton never would have been. I get it. I never want you to choose between us. That's not what I'm asking. But what about this new baby? Will you stay here and be the father to both? What if Krista meets someone else, gets married? What happens then? What if you want to? His feet began to move, pacing over the walkway.
I don't know.
Hunter, I love you. I twisted my hands, heaviness pushing down on my airways. I always will. But I'm not staying here. I can't. His feet halted, his gaze swinging to me.
Are we really here again? Are you breaking up with me?
No. I shook my head. That's the last thing I want. But tonight I got a call. I swallowed. I have an interview with the Smithsonian, and if it goes well, I'll be moving there right away for at least 2 years. He blinked at me.
Shit. That's amazing, Jamie.
Thank you. Why did I want to cry instead of celebrate? We both knew this was coming anyway. If not D.C., it was New York in a month. He nodded, rubbing his scruff. We've been through so much together, and we keep ending up here. My throat wobbled. What do we do? His lashes beat rapidly, his shoulders sagging.
I don't know.
My teeth ground, trying to hold back my emotion. We stood for several moments, the silence shredding my heart in pieces. Hunter, I whispered. He stepped up to me, clutching my face, softly kissing my forehead.
I am proud of you. Go rock the Smithsonian's ass, he said quietly. We'll talk when you get back from the interview.
Through my lashes, I peered up at him. I don't want us to end. His lids squeezed briefly before his blue eyes met mine.
I don't either. But you and I both know life doesn't give a shit about what we want.
Chapter 34. Miss Holloway, this way, please.
A blonde woman in her 30s, dressed in a nice pencil skirt and jacket, her hair rolled in a low bun, motioned for me to follow her. Her heels clicked on the smooth floor, leading me down a long hallway, my nerves weaving from my throat down into my gut. The few bites of lunch Stevie insisted I eat threatened to reappear. "I'm Leah, Erica's assistant." "Nice to meet you." My throat felt like parchment paper. "Have a seat here. They'll be right with you." She smiled warmly, pointing at a row of chairs outside a pair of double doors. I sat down. "You'll do fine," she whispered to me before heading back down the hallway. I took a deep breath. The folder with my resume and sketches trembled on my lap. All I wanted was to go back to the hotel room with Stevie, watch bad TV, and munch on red vines. Stevie insisted on coming with me to D.C., which calmed my mother. Neither she nor my father could get out of work, and they hated me going there alone. How quickly they forgot I had spent a year traveling around Europe on my own. But while under their roof, I was their little girl again. "I know you came with me to get away from your mother for a night," I teased Stevie when we stepped off the train. Union Station was filled with a mix of what looked like business people, college students, and tourists rushing across the marbled tile floor. The gorgeous gold-trimmed arches and curved ceilings reverberated the noise in a loud hum. Completely. Stevie hitched her overnight bag on her shoulder. "This was purely selfish. I used you like a napkin, and I am okay with that." I was grateful she came with me. She helped ease some of the nerves, distracted me, and knew when to squeeze my hand. My brain kept telling me if I could deal with Katerina, these people should be no problem. But it didn't work. When I got that position, I was green and unaware how important she was. Here, I could not pretend they didn't hold my future in their hands. Sweat dampened my nice blouse, while my tongue was a desert. "Miss Holloway." A door opened, making me jump to my feet, my stomach falling to my toes. A woman dressed in a matching suit and heels with short dark salt and pepper hair stood there. She was only about 5'4" and curvy, her almost black eyes meeting mine. She reached out a hand. "Thank you for coming today. I'm Erica." "Pleasure to meet you." I took her hand, cringing at my damp palms. Nerves tangled me up so tight my head spun. She touched my shoulder, leading me back to the room she came from, stopping as she pulled the door open. "Relax," she said without a smile. She didn't seem like a warm person, but she didn't feel as intimidating as Katerina either. "The interview will be long and detailed, as we want the best person for the position. You are here for a reason. Katerina thought enough of you to recommend you. In the 20 years I've known her, she has never done that. Remember that." She opened the door, gesturing for me to walk in. I was pretty sure she meant it as an inspirational speech. But now it was like Katerina had stepped in the room with me, smoking her cigarette and glaring at me. "Don't let me down, Miss Holloway." I looked in on a large room with opaque windows, where 5 people sat on one side of a long table. A single chair sat opposite them in the large room, all their focus on it as though I were already sitting in it. I gulped, hearing Erica shut the door behind me with a loud click. Suddenly, my grandmother was in my head. "Don't ever let fear stop you from the possibilities. Life is too short. Take it by the horns and fight for what you want, and don't ever apologize for it." She and Erica were right. There was a reason they wanted to interview me. I was worth this internship. If I didn't get it, I wanted to know I gave it my all. "Miss Holloway, please have a seat." An older, slightly built gentleman with round glasses, dressed in a nice suit, waved at the chair. "I'm Dr. Fenn." He introduced the rest at the table as I settled into my seat. "Are you ready to begin, Jamerson?" I lifted my chin, rolling back my shoulders. "Yes." "No matter how you think it went, Whiskey, I'm proud of you." Stevie held up her glass of champagne, clinking it against my sparkling water. We sat in a trendy restaurant in Georgetown, the place buzzing with a mix of 20-somethings sipping cocktails and eating scrumptious food. I guess I thought of D.C. as old, white, crusty men. But damn. Stevie's eyes wandered around, enjoying the attractive people. If you get the job, I'm coming here all the time to visit. Not sure we have to worry about that. I frowned, slumping back in my chair, wishing for a cocktail instead of my water. It couldn't have gone that bad. Do you not know me? I chuckled, stabbing my fork at my dinner. The interview lasted an hour and a half. For a while, I felt strong in my answers and experience. Then, about an hour through, it shifted. Their questions went into areas I didn't know, showing how little study I actually had. The things they talked about went way over my head by the end, and I wanted nothing more than to curl in a ball when I saw frowns start tugging at their lips. Otherwise, they gave no indication if I was answering well or if it was as painful to them as it was to me. You still have me and New York. You can always reapply down the road, right? I nodded. Yeah. It was probably better if I went to school first and tried again later. But disappointment curled in my chest. The thought of not being part of the internship brought tears to my eyes. I had talked to my family, who sent encouraging words back, but it didn't help my mood. I'm sorry, girl, but I can't say I don't love the idea of you coming to New York with me. Yeah, that will be fun. A couple of days ago, that's all I could think about, how exciting it would be. But since Erica called, everything changed. I realized how badly I wanted this. So will a funeral and a root canal. Stevie snorted, motioning to the waiter for another drink. Sorry. I wiggled my arms, trying to rid myself of the darkness clinging to me. I'll be excited again. I just need a day. You text Hunter? Stevie asked. On the train ride, I told her about our fight and the impasse we were in. The days apart hadn't helped me reach a conclusion. Yeah, I nodded. He was very sweet, but... You still have no clue what to do? Not a single one. I adjusted in the seat. I mean, we can lie to ourselves and both agree we'll try the long-distance thing. But honestly, when does that ever work? If in the end I'm still not going back and he's not going to leave? I rubbed my face. The idea of not being with him... Feels like someone is gutting you with a cleaver, huh? The waiter set down Stevie's drink. Her eyes latched onto the bubbles, sadness flickering over her face. I stared at her, seeing the deep pain she even held back from me. Chris, I said softly. Her lips twitched before she shook herself, forcing a smile on her mouth. We're not talking about me, we're talking about you. This is your night, even if you don't think so. Stevie. Her name was a plea. For once, I wanted her to talk to me, open up. I'm here for you, you know that, right? Please. She swished her hand, her sorrow rising off her like the bubbles in her glass. I'm totally good. That's what therapists are for. You won't go to one. Total waste of time. She took a large gulp. The best therapy is sex. Speaking of, do you see Elsa over there? Hello, Snow Queen. My mouth opened to respond when my phone rang, buzzing loudly in my bag. Digging it out, a DC number flashed over the screen. Hello? My stomach dropped to the floor. Hello, Jamerson? A familiar woman's voice spoke on the other end. This is Erica. The nerves that had loosened since I left the interview wound back together, clogging my throat. Hello, Erica. My gaze met Stevie's. Her eyes widened. Is this a good time to talk? Erica asked evenly, her voice almost drowned out by the noise of the restaurant. I stood up, pointing to my phone as I made my way outside where it was quieter. Yes, perfect time. Dread still hung on my ribs like broken ornaments. I had already resigned myself to the fact I didn't get it. but to hear it from her would twist the knife in the wound, make it real. This was a very hard decision. She sighed, filling my eyes with sorrow. Come on, Jamie. You already know what she's going to say. We went around and around about it. Not all of us agreed. As you know, your education level and overall experience is less than what we usually take on for this internship. My lips pinched together, not able to respond, my heart soggy with tears. Dr. Fan thought it would be better if you reapplied in 2 years after some schooling. She stated, emotionless. I understand, I croaked out. We came to the decision a few minutes ago. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Not yet. If you are willing to take classes while you do the internship program, we are willing to look past this. The majority of us think your hands-on experience with the academia actually brings you level with most of our applicants. But schooling is still important. Is this something you are willing to do? What? My mouth had hit the pavement after her first sentence, my brain not fully registering the change in outcome. I am sorry. Are you offering me the position? My hand pressed into my stomach, dinner twisting around in my gut. Yes, Jamerson, if you agree to taking classes, she responded, making my legs dip. Katerina was right. Even as young as you are, I think you will flourish here. Oh, my God. I leaned against the wall, my legs wobbling underneath me. It will be a lot of hard work. You might wish you waited. But if you are willing to put in the work, then I'd like to formally invite you and welcome you to the Smithsonian family. My hand went to my mouth, trying to hold back the happy sob forming in my chest. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Joy trailed down the side of my face in the shape of tears. I will do whatever it takes. That's what I figured. Katerina told me you were a very hard worker. Leah will contact you tomorrow about housing and enrolling for your classes. She cleared her throat. Congrats, Jamerson. We'll be in contact soon. Have a good night. The phone clicked before I could respond. Blinking, I slid down the wall, my mind trying to play catch-up, while I stared out into the night in shock. Time made no sense, my body unattached to the earth. Whiskey? Stevie's face took over my view, her face twisted with concern. Are you okay? I stared at her. Oh, girl, was that them? I'm sorry. She ran her hand over my hair. I got it. I muttered so low I barely heard myself. What? I got it. Stevie's eyes grew 3 sizes, her mouth falling open. Seriously? Excitement filled her eyes. You got the internship? I nodded. With a scream, Stevie leaped up, repeating, My whiskey is in the Smithsonian. Okay, congrats. A guy passed us, looking at her like she was crazy. That whiskey must be very special. Stevie grinned at me, unadulterated pride and happiness tugging at her mouth. It is. I realized the next week would be stressful, but I had no idea how much. Housing in D.C. was much more expensive and harder to find than I thought. The internship was paid, but it was barely enough to cover an apartment and food. After a few visits, I finally found a minuscule studio with a hot plate in Foggy Bottom. I imagined I'd be eating at the museum most days. Online art history classes through George Washington University were all I could get at this late date. But for my first semester, I preferred that, wanting to get familiar with the workload. Once my parents saw the museum and my new apartment, Dad relaxed and became very excited for me. Our relationship was shifting again, but this time it was bringing us closer. He kept hugging me and telling everyone who passed where I worked, pride glinting in his eyes. Mom already had plans to visit me regularly, saying she loved it was only a train ride away. Kayla was also understanding when I had to quit without notice. I hated doing that to her, but she told me not to worry, that there were plenty of people wanting the job. Realizing she no longer needed to wait for me, Stevie headed back to New York. It was only a 3-hour train ride between us, and we planned on visiting each other often. Everything was checked off my list. My car packed and ready to leave. No reason to stay, except one. Because of his schedule and mine, we had barely seen each other, our texts and calls filled with an understanding we didn't want to say out loud. "Hey." He smiled softly from the top step as I walked up the path to Dougie's house. "Hi." I stopped at the bottom, staring at him. "Looks like you're all packed." His chin flicked to my Jeep. "Yeah." I nodded. I had already said goodbye to my family. I wanted to spend my last night in town with Hunter. He swallowed, stepping down to me. Each time we tried to talk, we went around in a circle. Neither of us wanting to break up, but we had no miracle solution for our situation either. "Hunter." Grief filled my throat. "No." He cupped my face, tilting it up. "I don't want to talk." His eyes burned with a fusion of need and sadness. "Not tonight." I gritted my teeth, nodding in agreement. There was nothing left to say. No matter how we felt, what we went through, life didn't give us a perfect ending. No happy bow tied on the end of all our grief like the universe owed it to us. The only thing I knew as he picked me up and carried me to his bedroom, slowly stripping me of my clothing, was that I would never stop loving Hunter, or regret all the bumps in the road which led us here. I had no idea what the future held. I just wanted to be in this moment with him. We didn't speak one word all night, our hands and mouths expressing everything we felt, worshipping every inch of each other's body. In the morning, he woke me with a kiss, sliding deep inside me, taking me with raw ferociousness, slamming everything he had into me. I wanted more, greedy for everything, tears rolling down my face, my heart breaking as we climaxed together. Panting, we stared at each other. My mouth parted to finally speak, but he leaned down, his lips hungrily claiming mine. Then he pulled away, got up, grabbed some clothes, and walked out, never looking back. The goodbye was exactly like the man himself. Silent and stoic, but felt in every fiber of my being. Chapter 35. Holy crap, I'm tired. My friend's head fell on the stack of research spread over the table. I can't imagine doing this and school as well. Me neither. Who would be stupid enough to do that? I groaned, twisting my neck to look at my coworker and friend, Molly. She was about my height, with dark skin and light eyes. Her shoulder-length curly hair had been wrapped up in a messy bun. 4 years older than me, she was a recent graduate from Georgetown University. Out of the handful of fellow interns, she and I had grown the closest over the last month. Since there were only 8 of us, we had become a tight-knit group, bonding over the long days and strenuous work. We spent a lot of time after hours hanging out at a local pub together, while they teased the youngster, me, who still had to order soda and steal drinks from them. I think I'm done. My eyes are so blurry, I'm seeing 2 of you. Molly leaned back in her chair, her neck popping as she rubbed it. Are you meeting us later? Amy and Dwayne are still fighting about who won darts last week. Flipping a page, I chuckled at the memory of Amy, the tiny 5-foot slip of a thing when she was standing on her toes, poking at the guy who could be in the NBA. It was obvious to everyone they were crushing on each other. I think so. I need to finish this and check to see if I have anything due for my course. My time at the Galleria felt like a vacation compared to this past month. As hard as I worked in Italy, people there worked to live. My life had been as much about great meals and socializing. In America, people lived to work, especially here, where my supervisors demanded everything from us,
and lunch was a luxury. There had been a few times in the past weeks I thought I would snap. I was just starting to feel I was getting my shit together. I fit in homework from the 2 online courses I was taking whenever I wasn't here. But deep down, I loved it. It's where I belonged.
Girl, when do you sleep?
I don't. I shut the folder I had been looking at. Mustard yellows and pinks painted the windows like the artwork above my head, telling me I had been in this office for most of the day. I'm out. I need a drink and tacos. Molly stood with a groan, stretching her arms over her head. We can finish this tomorrow. She watched me for a moment, her gaze burning into my face. I know I asked you this already, but are you sure you're okay? Yeah, fine. I pinched my lips together, shoveling back the rush of grief wanting to bubble up today. I'll see you later. I waved her off. Okay, if you say so. She turned for the door. Hope to see you soon. She waved, pushing through the doors. With a sigh, I leaned back in my chair, looking up at the vibrant pigments shading the room, the quiet of the room coiling around me like a snake. The one thing I had realized in settling into my new schedule was that my life being less chaotic gave me more time for all the things I didn't want to think about. All the people I missed. Especially today. The ache in my chest was so constant I sometimes didn't even notice the heaviness sitting on my heart, the sorrow hanging on my soul. The first couple of weeks I was so busy I didn't even know what day it was, passing out in my bed the moment I reached home. But it didn't stop him from tormenting me, from me dreaming about him. I would be working and find my thoughts drifting to him. I missed Stevie and my family a lot, but Hunter was a huge gap in my soul. Digging in my pocket, I pulled out my cell, staring at the screen. The last text I sent Hunter was a week ago, saying I missed him. No reply. I knew this would happen. The texts and calls would grow less and less until one of us didn't answer. We had been here before, our destinies set on repeat. I had hoped this time would be different, that our scars and pain connecting us across time and space were for a reason. Nothing was lonelier than standing in a bar full of people and feeling utterly alone, longing to see one face in the crowd, feel his arms around me like I had come home. I loved my life, where I was and what I was doing, but a piece of me felt empty. And today, of all days, it was almost unbearable. 2 years ago today, my entire world was shattered, broken. One stupid decision and 3 lives were changed forever. There were parts of me that died with Colton, pieces not strong enough to rise from the flames. With Hunter, the other pieces learned to fly, to soar beyond the world I knew and see who I could be. It hurt knowing it had taken Colton's death to bring me here now, where I knew what real love felt like. Running a hand over my tattoo, a tear slipped down my face. The moment I woke up, I felt heavy and sad, like my body knew before I even realized the date. The memory was so strong, so visceral. I could smell the alcohol he drank that night, taste the bitter tang of blood as I bit my lip, hear the screeching of tires, the crunching of metal and bone. The counselor had told me I would probably suffer from survivor's guilt and PTSD for many years, and it would surface at obscure times. Colton had been dead 2 years, and most had moved on. But I hadn't. I always thought I was getting better, but randomly a night would cripple me with nightmares. In the dream, I knew we were going to get into an accident, but I was never able to stop it. And in them, I would peer over and see Hunter dead instead of Colton, my heart shattering into twisted fragments. Shaking my head, I pushed away the agony climbing over me. Time did make things a bit better, but I didn't doubt the accident would haunt me the rest of my life. Standing up, I grabbed my bag, straightening the pile of research on the table before turning out the lights and directing myself to the exit. The muggy air knocked me over the moment I stepped outside the air-conditioned building. Summer still clung to the air, but threads of autumn shifted the colors of the trees. The sun sat low on the horizon, about to give its final bow for the evening. I hitched my bag higher on my shoulder, strolling down the steps, when my gaze landed on a figure at the bottom. I gasped, freezing in place. Hands in his pockets, leaning against the railing, Hunter's blue eyes locked onto mine. Holy shit. It had only been a month, but he looked even sexier than I remembered. Scruff lined his strong jaw, broad shoulders stretching out his dark gray t-shirt, tattoos scrolling down his one arm, his jeans riding low on his hips. Hey. His dimple dented the side of his cheek. What are you doing here? Slowly, I took a step down, shaking my head in disbelief, afraid if I moved quickly he would disappear. That's not what you should be asking. He pushed off the railing, moving until I was the step above him. My pulse thumped against my neck, air catching in my throat, his smell and nearness overwhelming me. What should I be asking? I whispered. What took me so long? He inched closer, his voice rumbling. What do you mean? My chest fluttered in and out. The last month I've been in hell. I've become such an asshole even Doug can't be around me. He thinks I'd be better as a silent partner at the garage. He exhaled. I should have known the moment we were assigned that English assignment together you would completely unhinge me. My brows furrowed. It wasn't only Colton's death that changed me. He twined his fingers through the ends of my hair. You have challenged me, fought me, and made me see things I didn't want to see. He wagged his head. You were right. I was hiding. Using the garage and even Cody as a reason not to take a chance again. Colton's death woke you up. You fought for what you wanted. You go after it. I went the opposite way. I hid. I accused you for so long of being blind, when I was the one who was. I didn't want to see I was letting my life slip away. Living a life I hated but was too scared to change. His hand cupped my neck. One time I asked you to follow me, and I get now why you couldn't. It wasn't fair of me. That wasn't your dream. I've realized this last month that you will never have to ask me again, because wherever you are, I want to be. You are my dream. I want to follow you. I want more than working at the garage, doing the same thing every day, staying stuck in that town. My legs trembled at his words, my chest pumping with hope. What about Krista and Cody? We had a long talk, and we both agree neither of us was being fair to the other, or even the kids. Cody is young. He will adjust easily to calling me uncle instead. He has a right to know Colton was his real father. Hunter's forehead brushed against mine. I will still be in his life. He is my nephew, my blood, and I want to be there for him whenever he needs me. Even in death, Colton is his father, not me. But I will be the best fucking uncle. A smile pulled at my lips. I have no doubt about that. Mom has changed so much, and this time she is very eager to spend time with Cody. Before, it was too painful for her. But now she sees how a piece of Colton lives on, and wants to be part of Cody's life and get to know him. She's already invited Krista and Cody to her new place to spend some time with them. That's amazing. I am happy for her. For all of you. I licked my lips, his touch spreading tingles over my skin. Fuck, I've missed you. His eyes dropped to my mouth, his grip on me constricting. I'm going to kiss you. I tried to hide my smile. Are you asking me? No, he growled, his fingers digging into the back of my neck, pulling me forward. I was preparing you. Just like the moment by the lake, his mouth collided into mine with a deep hunger. Frantic, brutal. Desire scorched up my spine, weaving through me until my skin was on fire. He pressed into me, causing me to groan as I felt every inch of him. I needed him, wanted him now.
His kiss deepened as his tongue parted my lips, his hands tugging my hair with desire, which only made me crazier. The world disappeared. The hole I had felt filled with joy, having him near me. He broke away, our breaths panting. "I gotta go," he muttered, stepping back with a cocky grin. "Wait, what?" Panic scraped my throat. "Where are you going?" "Arlington." He grinned, turning away. Arlington was right across the Potomac River, only a short drive. But why would he be going there? "Hunter!" I yelled, but he kept walking toward a motorcycle parked at the curb. "Why are you going to Arlington?" I ran after him, irritation puffing my cheeks. He swung his good leg over the bike, grabbing one of 2 helmets hanging off the handlebars. "Job interview. You don't want me to be late, do you?" A mischievous grin glinted his eyes. Hunter Browning Harris. I folded my arms, my head tilting. "Jamerson Vanessa Holloway," he countered with a playfulness I hadn't seen on him in a very long time. "Come with me." He tossed me the smaller helmet he brought with him, like he already knew I'd agree. "First, tell me why we're going to Arlington." He looked away. "After Jones and Doug pulled an intervention on me, telling me to get my head out of my ass and go get my girl, I looked into work up here. I sent my sketches to a shop that builds custom cars and bikes for people." He shrugged, looking at me, shrugging. "They loved them and want to meet with me." Oh my God. Hunter. My hand slapped over my mouth, excitement dancing over my entire body. "Are you serious? That's amazing." He lifted a shoulder again, trying to dismiss it. "So, this is real?" Apprehension tickled the back of my throat. "You're here to stay?" "Why? You plan on keeping me?" He smirked, repeating something I said to him on his and Colton's birthday. Showing up today wasn't a coincidence. This was the day that altered everything. It brought us together. It was a day where we could live life and go after what we wanted, or let it take us down. Colton deserved more from us, to live when he couldn't. Through the pain and heartache, Colton's death had led us to each other, had changed and challenged us. But instead of crumbling under the weight, we flew together. There were a lot of bumps and scrapes along the way, but we had only become stronger. I knew now there wasn't anything we couldn't conquer or get through together. "Yeah," I said, answering his question. I tucked the helmet on my head, climbing on behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist. "Forever, if I can." Epilogue. 10 months later. "Happy birthday to you," I sang, trying to keep the candle from going out that was in the cupcake I bought at one of the best bakeries around. I stepped farther into the dimly lit one-bedroom where we had recently moved. The glow of the early morning summer sun seeped through the curtains. The place was small, but it was all we needed, and having a bedroom separate from my living room felt lavish to me. Hunter groaned and rotated onto his side, stuffing the pillow over his head. He had been out late pre-celebrating his 21st birthday with his co-workers from the shop. Today, we both had the day off, knowing this date would forever be hard for Hunter. Colton was always there, and instead of pushing against his presence, we welcomed it and found comfort in the memories of him, knowing he'd always be part of our lives. Our life together. "Come on, birthday boy." He rolled onto his back, peeking out from the pillow before hiding underneath it again. "Don't you want to make a wish?" I teased, crawling onto the bed. My legs straddled his hips, his naked body moving deliciously under the sheet. My fingers gripped the plate, and my hips moved just enough to elicit a deep growl from him. He flipped the pillow to the side, his blue eyes razor-sharp with heat. Any sign of sleepiness evaporated. "I got everything I want." His hands went to my hips, rubbing over my underwear and thin t-shirt of his I wore to bed.
You sure? I curved an eyebrow. My sexy, barely dressed girlfriend straddling me while holding a delicious cupcake? His teeth nipped at his bottom lip. Yeah, I'm good.
Make a wish anyway, or I'll start singing again. The wax from the flame dripped down the candle.
Shit. I better come up with something then.
He grinned, shifting himself to sit up, holding me firmer to him. Funny. No one in my family had a good singing voice, and it became a joke to torment each other on birthdays with who could sing the worst. Now that he was part of our family, I had no doubt Mom would call and get Reese to sing later today. The relationship between my dad and Hunter was shifting. Slowly. But last time they visited, Dad spent a whole day at the shop with Hunter, hanging out and watching him work. I could see respect and maybe friendship building between them. Mom didn't need any more time. By last Christmas, she had fully accepted Hunter into our family, buying him Christmas presents and forcing him to be part of the family picture we took each year holding our stockings. This rattled him, because as rich as they were growing up, his parents never spent the holidays with them, leaving their sons in a cold, empty house. Nor did they get them things that were meaningful. My family was small and not well off, but we filled the house with love and a lot of food. Julia came for the holiday to be with Hunter and Cody. My mother wouldn't hear of Christmas in a hotel and invited everyone over, including Cody and Krista, who had a baby girl, Emlyn, a few weeks later. Hunter draped an arm around me while we watched Cody and Reese tear into their presents, giggling and making a mess. It was probably the best Christmas I'd ever had. Now Hunter's gaze stayed on me as he leaned over and blew out his candle. He grabbed the plate from me and set it on the nightstand. "Don't you want your cupcake?" He rumbled, tossing me on my back, moving over me, settling between my thighs. I'm about to eat something even sweeter. He curved his hips into me as his mouth trailed up my neck, shooting fireworks over my skin. I arched my back with a gasp. Our schedules were crazy between school, the museum, and his job. I bragged to everyone who would listen that in only 9 months, he had become the most sought-after artist and designer at the shop. His dragon and bird designs had become so popular, a TV network had contacted him, and they were now in the final contracts to do a TV reality show about their shop. Having the Hayes designing and making bikes for both personal use and Supercross had the network drooling to get started. I was proud of him, and his work had brought Rebel Custom Shop so much publicity and clients. The owners, Jack and John, who were brothers, had offered Hunter a partnership. He would become part owner next month. But no matter how long our days were or how busy we were, we always found time for us. We still couldn't get enough of each other. Our desire for each other didn't lessen over time, only becoming more passionate. Our connection had always been strong, but now that we were together with no obstacles between us, our feelings only intensified. It reminded me of when I was in Italy and Colleen told me about meeting her husband. When we met, I was happy with my life, who I was. We met, and it was magic. Like both our paths had been leading to each other, waiting for us to work out all our problems so we were both ready to really be in a relationship, to let love in. He wasn't the reason I was happy, but he added to it. Hunter and I had worked through our stuff, and our paths always led back to each other. I talked to Colleen quite often, and she told me Sammy had come back to visit Florence, met one of Colleen's husband's friends, and fallen in love. Now they lived in Florence, and she worked as an English tutor, which made me stupidly happy. Hunter tugged my t-shirt over my head, his mouth finding my breast. "Oh, God," I groaned, my nails digging into his hair. So far, my birthday wish is coming true. His hands slid along my sides. Except in my birthday fantasy, you didn't have these on. The fabric slid down my legs, my heart beating with desperation, when a loud ring trilled in the air, his phone buzzing on the nightstand. Shit, he grumbled,
biting at my neck. Forgot to turn it off last night. Ignore it. He kissed me, breathing me in as his lips devoured mine.
You better get it, birthday boy. I pulled back, gripping the sides of his face. I wanted nothing more than to continue and ignore the whole world. Hunter muttered crankily under his breath, then sat back and grabbed his cell.
Jones, the fact you can cock-block me from another state is a serious talent, asshole.
His eyes stayed on me, his free hand skating up and down my bare skin along my sternum. "Hey, Jones," I yelled at the phone. Hunter shook his head, responding to whatever Jones said.
I'm not going to play telephone between you two. I'm putting you on speaker.
Hunter stabbed at a button, tossing the cell on the bed next to me.
Hey, Jamie. I see birthday boy is being even more of a bastard this morning.
Jones's voice rang out.
Call back in an hour. I promise I will be in a much better mood.
Hunter's empty hands found their way back to me, his mouth nipping at my shoulder.
Hour my ass.
Jones snorted, his humor dying off.
When are you guys coming down? You know the baptism for Emlyn was moved up to this afternoon.
Emlyn was a pretty little blue-eyed blonde girl, taking after both her mother and father, but extremely tiny for a 6-month-old, I thought. She was a fussy eater, and when she did eat, it was very little. She slept a lot more than I remember Reese did at that age, but Krista kept saying all babies were different.
When did that happen?
Hunter stared at the phone like Jones would pop out of it.
We saw you guys a few weeks ago at Cody's birthday and no one mentioned it.
Hunter and I went for a quick weekend for Cody's birthday, which was a blur because we couldn't miss work. But we wouldn't have skipped him turning 3 for the world. I had become very attached to him over the past months. Last time we saw him, he even called me Auntie, which made Krista twitch, but she didn't say anything.
Weeks ago? Did you miss the group email?
Guess so. Hunter frowned as I tugged back on my t-shirt, his head shaking in veto to my act.
You're lucky.
Jones tapered off.
Jason's called me about 10 times already about the party after.
The thought of Jason McKee being a daddy still boggled my mind. He had been around since the baby was born, which sadly surprised me. I had no idea what was going on, if anything was, between him and Krista. But against his parents' ultimatum, he seemed to want to step up and claim his daughter. Unlike Colton.
Krista must be in her control freak mode,
Hunter said, but his attention was back on my figure, his hands running over my stomach to my breasts, forcing me to take a deep breath.
Oh yeah,
Jones chuckled, all of them knowing Krista's domineering personality.
Megan and I are hanging with Cody while they get everything ready, but he's been asking when Uncle Hunter and Auntie JJ are coming.
The mention of Cody tipped Hunter back on his heels with accession.
We'll be there as soon as we can.
Okay, Jones replied, but an odd pause followed.
What?
Hunter picked up on it, knowing his friend so well.
It's Chris.
Jones sighed.
I don't know, man. Something is up with him. He's acting weirder than normal. Hasn't hung out with us in weeks. Keeps saying he's busy or not feeling up to it. Really quiet and short-tempered. Kind of like you, but that's not normal for Chris. Maybe you can talk to him when you get here.
That wasn't normal. Chris was the happiest, most easygoing guy besides Dougie.
Yeah, I will.
Hunter's feet hit the wood floor, strolling to the dresser and grabbing a shirt from the drawer.
Jamie and I need to finish packing and hit the road. Okay, man, see you later, Jones said. Oh, and happy birthday.
Hunter snorted as the line clicked off. We changed quickly, tossing last-minute stuff into our bags. The museum allowed us 2 vacations a year. We decided to use this one and visit home briefly before taking a trip to the Smoky Mountains on our way back before things got crazy at the shop. Whenever we could, we explored and took weekend trips to different places. Returning to Europe was always in my mind. I wanted to share that world, those experiences with Hunter sometime soon, though Stevie demanded I bring her as well this time.
She swore she'd now been through most of New York's singles and wanted to try the international cuisine. Stevie had finally graduated from the art school this past month with even less of an idea what she wanted to do. She was still working in a record store and was in a grunge rocker girl stage. Still, she came down a lot on weekends to hang out with us. I sensed something going on with her, a restlessness I had never seen before, a darkness she wouldn't talk about, which hurt. Stevie wasn't the type to divulge her deepest secrets to anybody. But I wasn't anybody. I was her best friend. I hoped one day she would let me in past the fun, good time girl. Hunter? I strolled back into the bedroom, seeing if he were ready to go. Hunter stood at the dresser, staring at a framed picture. I knew the picture well. I slid my arms around his waist, leaning my head against his shoulder, studying the image. It was one of Colton and Hunter in their preteens, their arms draped over each other, smiling like nothing in the world could touch them.
"That was taken on our 11th birthday," he said softly. "The guy was such an asshole sometimes, but I miss him so damn much."
Of course you do. He was your brother. No matter what, you guys had a connection no one could ever understand.
I want to believe he would have been a good father to Cody, but sadly, I doubt it. He rubbed his face. I hate that Cody has to grow up never knowing him. But then there is another part that wonders if he's better off. Colton might have fucked him up much worse. I know what it's like for a father to not want you. All I could do was squeeze him tighter. I never cared about my birthday. Colton loved it. But since his death, I detest this day. His hands clung to mine, lacing our fingers. Having a reason to celebrate for Emlyn today feels right, though. A fresh start. Like this day can be something positive again. He twisted around to face me, his fingers sliding along my jaw. He stared at me for several moments, his gaze devouring me in a gulp. You know, at Cody's birthday last week, I realized more than one amazing thing came from that day. It was the same night I was on a date with my brother's girlfriend. He tipped his head into mine, trying not to fall in love with her. The sheer luck of Cody deciding to come the night of my anniversary with Colton of all nights spoke of fate. I was always supposed to love Hunter. I should have known the moment you let me eat pizza in the back of the car it was you. I glided my thumb over his lip. And the moment you kissed me, it was always you. Hunter's frame pressed into mine, walking me back to the bed. Don't we need to go? We will. I never got to finish my birthday wish. He muttered against my mouth, his voice gravelly with need. And I was thinking we never got to finish what we started on our first date. He grabbed the hem of the sundress I put on moments earlier, ripping it off me. I wanted nothing more than to fuck you then. You turned me down. I tugged at his jeans. Such a gentleman. Won't ever make that mistake again. He shoved down his jeans and pushed me back on the bed. My breath caught at the feel of him sliding against me. I wrapped my legs around him as I cupped his face. When I told you I loved you that night, I meant it. So did I. He grinned before his mouth crashed into mine. The whole world disappeared as our bodies moved together. Whatever was in front of us could never breach the strong walls we'd built from our past. We had been shattered and broken, marked with deep scars. Except now I realized those scars were like tattoos, only telling a piece of our story. So much was left of our story to tell, more wounds along the way inking their bits of our tale. All I cared about was him being by my side, and together we would continue to shed our feathers and soar into the sky. This concludes Broken Love by Stacey Marie Brown. Narrated by Eva Kaminsky. Copyright 2018 by Stacey Marie Brown. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacey Marie Brown, care of SBR Media.
and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.